What's up, Stokes? Nobody knows for sure. The very cream. This is the majority they're playing. Fifth of 10 was Saturday, June 20th. We've been doing this shit for 100. Nah, I said, I'm just gonna make this quick. Okay, for 5th of 10 move, 57 is 6, corresponding June 24th, 2022. Portion in the diaspora and in Israel's Parashat Korah, 161 through 1832. Key themes of Parashat Korah against Moses and Aaron, the challenge to divinely ordain leadership, the episode of the earth swallowing the rebels, Aaron's staff blossoming as a sign of his priesthood, gives him responsibilities over the Kohanim and Levites, laws regarding tithes, and Sikra is Samuel 11:14 through 12:22. Ashkenazi and Sephardic communities. Okay, cool start. Thanks, babies.
Been written just attempting to provide a rigorous definition of both terms, and no single definition pleased everyone. In fact, two really substantial volumes have come out in the past several years, just attempting to define magic. This is an entire text just attempting to define an text, which is a get a grasp on the philosophical of philosophy. Here is the Jones text, philosophy and mysticism, which runs into 400 pages. So, ask on what matter. This episode of Esoterica is part 2 of a 3-part analysis of Dr. John Dee's 1564 Monas Hieroglyphica. If you haven't had to take a look at part 1, I still pick up where that episode left off. However, if you're particularly interested in Dee's early years, find a place to start. So, to summarize the previous episode, major philosophical context understanding the project Monas Hieroglyphica is the relative of representation to being in the Renaissance and the early modern period. Specifically, how the philosophy of representation in the Renaissance and early early modern period was splitting into two great camps. On the one side were the nominalists, who held that universal concepts like power were merely mental objects, to say they existed in hence the name namists. This camp would eventually become of language, sign, and the convention of divorce between representation being undermines theory of signatures and sympathies that underwrote most of the metaphysics behind it. In other words, powerful signs, magical words, and cycles could actually connect representation and manipulation of these signs in reality, i.e. magic. The question for these thinkers in the ring was what was going to be the link most apt to have this kind of power. And the major candidate in Dr. D's day for this powerful language was some type of reformed Hebrew. I argued in episode 1 that D rejected that Hebrew was the best candidate. His own powerful sign, the hieroglyph, single glyph capable of unifying being and representation. For D, the hieroglyphic monad could encode, express, and reform all wisdom. Kabbalah, philosophy of mathematics and geometry, everything. In this episode, look at just how D argues for the power fields he seems to think are the most fundamentally important. That is, astronomy, astrology, and Kabbalah. As we'll see, D is a bit of a maverick in both fields. In trying to understand his grasp of these parts helps us to better understand just how complex and nuanced these ideas were during this time. So I hope you'll join me as we explore Dr. John Dee's early alchemical/astrological and Kabbalistic theories in his radical 1564 Monas Hieroglyphica. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore of history, philosophy, and religion. Despite the obscurity of the Monas Hieroglyphica, it was very clear early on that this was a text primarily with alchemy. But just what kind of alchemy is this? The 20 apparent. The first alchemical manual not detailed any practical experiments in the Monas Hieroglyphica. In fact, while he seemed to have purchased a great deal of alchemical texts while living in Paris, specifically the collection of Paracelsian texts, there's no evidence that Dee himself had begun to actively engage in alchemical experimentation by 1564. After all, I'm lecturing on mathematics. We don't have any records of Dee's practical alchemy until the 1580s, so he was here in the Monas Hieroglyphica. He's not directly, despite the use of geometric method. And if he is putting forward an alchemical theory, it does seem rather hard. I'm going to try. I really want to stress the word try here. The Monas Hieroglyphica is incredibly obscure, and pictures of Dee's alchemical theory in the Monas Hieroglyphica are setting it into the context of the theme of alchemical theories of his day. So let's do something of dispelling the myth. The one thing that's important to know at this time is no alchemy. That is to say, there's no single unified theory of just how it works. Rather, we talk about a field of alchemical theories, and by 1560s, especially with the rise of Paracelsianism, this field has gotten. That said, there were two major alchemical theories that had developed by Dee's day. First, as traditional alchemy, and this is presented by texts such as the Turbo Philosophorum, the Kitab Alchemia. This is rendered into Latin by Robert of Chester as the Book of Composition of Alchemy. As a side note, this was probably dated into Latin. It was rendered February 11th, 1144. This kind of gives us a birth date for alchemy in the Western European continent. Sometimes think we should have an alchemy date on February the 11th, but that's neither here nor there. Also represented by this traditional form of alchemy would be the text of Pseudo-Gerber, specifically the Summa Perfectionis, probably in the synthesized version of Roger Bacon's Radix Mundi, represents the most influential alchemical theories of today. Basic features of traditional alchemy accept roughly Aristotelian framework, that is, accepted final cause. This theory underwent a further development in the Islamic world, specifically. In this theory, notes were composed of two elements deep within the earth on a series of complex physical changes at the same time under the astrological influences which further differentiate. Between these two forces, the terrestrial forces deep within the earth and the astral forces raining down from the stars, Mercury elementals, specific metals as we know them. All metals began from this simplex. It should be possible to, one, compose them back into their basic elemental forms, and two, place them by art as opposed to by nature into similar terrestrial and astral forces, thereby directing these seeds, as they're sometimes called, into the final metallic forms sought by the alchemists. This should also give somewhat of a lie to the idea that alchemists sought to transform lead into gold. What they did in fact seek out to do was decompose a base metal like lead into its mechanism, use their language, and then by art speak gold by injecting those seeds to the proper physical and astral forces. The sulfur-mercury theory was the dominant theory through the Middle Ages and into the early modern period, being accepted by everybody from Thomas Aquinas to Isaac Newton. The second major theory making waves at this time was held by the maverick physician Philippus Aureolus Castus von Hohenheim, better known as Paracelsus, as absolutely his best name in physics. The major Paracelsian shift in alchemy had begun sometime around 1530 in his book The Opus Paraminium, and he also began to shift the idea away from mercury as being elemental substances, but rather as being something like primal natural forces, and these primal natural forces could act on any object. This is a shift away from the idea that what we're dealing with is sulfur, salt, in their form as we know them, rather to the idea that mercury represents metaphysical principles. This is the movement away, in some sense, from the physical alchemical manipulating previously to a much more thinking about the nature of alchemy here. Now, despite this metaphysical shift, Paracelsus did begin to move alchemy further and further onto what one might call an empirical footing. He rejected tradition as an inherent source of authority. In fact, he famously burned the long-adored medical manuals of Galen and Messina in public, much to the chagrin of academic doctors at the time. And two, he began to shift away from metallic transmutation to reform the chemical medicine as we know it into the Western world, combined with the Renaissance hermetic idea that the human being is a cosm for the vast macrocosm, along with the doctor's signatures. Paracelsus led this charge in radical knowledge in virtually all branches of natural philosophy, or now that seems developed as a minority, and this theory is sometimes referred to Mercury alone theory, which claims that gold and silver can be produced without the use of anything other than mercury. This theory argued that quicksilver, as we know it, could be somehow purified. In this lapis lazuli stone, as the Summa Perfectionis calls it, is projected into purify mercury, to actually extract purified mercury on to become the seed that can be projected into gold and silver. Quicksilver actually sealed the hermetic egg and subjected to physical and astrological forces, and that mercury alone could be changed into gold or silver. And it's this mercury alone theory that's going to be important. Here's where we connect back to John. He accepted some version of the mercury alone theory in the Monastery Glyphica. One of the earliest commentaries on the text, indeed it seems like in the preface or either long or aborted English translation made sometime around 1600 by a fellow named Thomas Time, actually uses the Monastery Glyphica as such. He writes, is, that is, the whole purpose and drift is to give the mastery in alchemy and the omega in the work. And for this cause, this most hieroglyphical hath the first, the top, the last, and the foot, the cross going between signifies the ejection into bricks before division. So you can see from this early summary of the Mona's hieroglyphic that the entire emphasis is going to be on mercury. Indeed, within the three alone theory about alchemy at the time, relatively new, but it will have a major impact on how he formulates his ideas in the Mona's hieroglyphic. So I think the analysis of about 600 is on track, and it understands Dee's theory correctly. That is, what's going on in the Mona's hieroglyphic, at least at the theoretical level, some version of the mercury. Now, he hasn't totally let go of the traditional alchemical theory, and he's also importing Marcian ideas, which is going to make his alchemical theory very, very complicated. So what I want to do now is summarize the major elements of the alchemical program in the Mona's Hieroglyphica. To be sure, there is a lot of controversy about just what's going on here, and I'm certainly offering my interpretation. One can host of other interpretations, but from where I this one seems to be pretty code. To begin with, Dee accepts models 4 elements in 4 alchemists under physical plane, but also on a metaphysical one. Of those earth, air, fire, and water, he is especially interested in fire, specifically fire of Aries, which he sometimes refers to as the Aries fire, which is to separate it all from normal elemental fire. And it's this air that functional dynamism of the Mona's hieroglyphic itself. The sun, which is gold here, and the moon, which is both silver and quicksilver. So this is the difficult aspects of this hieroglyphica. The text is what semioticians would call polysemic. That is to say, symbols can represent different entities here. So both of these are the means through their astral influence and the goal of the process of purification and want. Mercury, or quicksilver, is rendered sophic, that is to say, it's transformed from being normal quicksilver to being a refined version of itself in its sophic form through the dynamic power of the fire Aries. Now, it also may be that this dynamic sophic Mercury is actually seated with gold and silver, inducing it to project. That process is also seen in the Summa Perfectionis. Similar texts, such as those that Roger Bacon he was reading at the time, combined or seeded through a process of what he called revolutions in terms of astral and terrestrial processes. Mona's Hieroglyphica itself both tracks quite literally is. This Sophic Mercury united with gold is what he refers to phosphorus. And this actually is the end of traditional gold ejected from the purified. Now, to do that is it certainly seems to indicate that the Mona's Hieroglyphica itself describes or models that process. But this is where he does something very odd. For D, the entire alchemical process actually doubles. So not only do we get a process by which mercury is rendered sophic through the power of the Aries fire, then seeded with gold, and then projected into actual pure philosophic gold, but we have the entire process reason. And this is where D, in a very obscure way, actually inverts the hieroglyphic monad itself and offers a road by which, quote, infinite mysteries can be unveiled. Now, just what the inversion of the monad is meant to reveal isn't clear, and D says, look, if you just keep doing this, you can uncover all these in the cosmos. Exactly what those mysteries are left to the reader's imagination. So we can see some aspects here of traditional alchemy, the 4 causes and the 4 elements. But again, we have this element of fire under the aspect of Aries being. So we should also note that sulfur is not playing a major role in the unless D somehow means sulfur by the Aries fire. So we have mercury being purified in its sophic form, combined with the sun, and then projected, and then the entire process is doubled again for some other obscure, powerful reason. Further, it's also worth pointing out here that some Paracelsian elements are to be found in the Mona's Hieroglyphica. We know that Dee was purchasing a great deal of Paracelsian material here by the 1560s, and so it's not surprising that some Paracelsian elements actually make their way into the Mona's Hieroglyphica. And I'll mention just two. First is that D refers to the Monas hieroglyphica itself, the hieroglyphic monad, the symbol as Dia. This is a term that occurs first in a Paracelsian work. It's somewhat obscure. The going theory, the theory I accept about what this word means, is actually a corruption of the Hebrew word hamia, which means something like an amulet. And so the idea here is that the Monas hieroglyphica is something, a talisman. That is to say, store power. In fact, that's exactly how Paracelsus uses the term as astral forces in a box. So I think that the best translation here for this term famia, which is invented here by Paracelsus and then used here by Dee to describe the hieroglyphic monad, the monad is a kind of talisman, which should be terribly surprising. The monad has been used as a talisman ever since. So the fact that he would refer to it as such should not be terribly surprising. Further, Dee also argues that the Monas hieroglyphica itself can, quote, affect the healing of the soul and deliverance from all distress. So this again links the alchemy of the purification of the monad, and not just as a mechanism by which physical chemical change can occur, but also that there is a kind of spiritual medicinal aspect to the Monas hieroglyphica, and that strikes me as extraordinarily Paracelsian. And here we can see two ways in which Paracelsianism is also making its way into the Monas hieroglyphica. One, in some of the technical language that Dee is employing to describe the hieroglyphic monad itself, but also Dee's focus on the curative medicinal powers of the monas itself. Interesting combination of traditional alchemy, the mercury alone theory, and the elements. All in all, this alchemical wouldn't be terribly remarkable on its own. The mercury alone theory was something of a minority in its day. It certainly would have had some proponents. And by the 1560s in Paris, the more Paracelsian elements in the Monas hieroglyphica would have actually made it more fashionable, all things told. I think what makes the Monas hieroglyphica groundbreaking is how Dee not only uses this very complex alchemical theory, but actually links that alchemical theory with monad with his own rather idiosyncratic understanding of Kabbalah. And it's to the theory of Kabbalah, how it's combined with faith in the Monas hieroglyphica, I think that makes it a genuinely groundbreaking text. So let's now turn to Dee's somewhat idiosyncratic of Kabbalah. Of course, criticism in the form of Kabbalah was a relatively wide audience in the 15th century, and certainly by the 1560s, some texts of Kabbalah had been translated into Latin. Dee's interest in Hebrew and Kabbalah had already begun to take shape before the composition of the Monas hieroglyphica, although we have to admit that Dee never became very well versed in the subject as someone like me. But despite this, Dee claims that he's going down the Monas hieroglyphica, quote, thematically, quickly, and analytically. And certainly mathematics in the form of geometry and Kabbalah appear to be the most consistently deployed throughout text, though just what Dee means by Kabbalah is never completely clear. To be sure, the text never quotes from, refers to, or even alludes to the theosophical speculation we now know as the Kabbalah. This should be surprising. Dee is, of course, living just before the rise of Lurianic Kabbalah. Lurie is still living in Egypt at the time. His immigration to Palestine, his full Kabbalistic theory to people like Al-Sarug and Chaim Vital. And of course, something like Cordovero's The Jesus would have been effectively impossible without a profound grasp of Hebrew and Horic Aramaic, something that Dee simply didn't have available to him. Though it should be pointed out that Guillaume Postel did translate some sections of the Zohar into Latin in the 16th century, but there's no evidence that Dee had access to it. In fact, there's no evidence that anyone outside of Postel had much access to this translation into Latin. It's certainly possible he had access to the Rinkius 1516 edition of the Torah, in Latin as the, but Dee never to it. And again, with all of this into context, von Rosenroth's was composed over these Monas hieroglyphica. So Dee's knowledge of the Kabbalah, especially in the 15th, whatever it was, seemed to have been at least second or third hand. And this will explain the somewhat contrived and sometimes confusing ways Dee uses the term Kabbalah in the Monas hieroglyphica. In my reading, Dee uses the Kabbalah and Kabbalistic in four distinct ways hieroglyphica. Now I want to explore each one of them in turn. The first sense in which Dee uses the term Kabbalistic or Kabbalah seems to be the most authentic Jewish, and that is the manipulation of Hebrew letters and words in order to reveal hidden meanings in the text. Of course, in Jewish Kabbalah, that the Bible is the literal word of God, and that the Hebrew text itself actually encodes hidden meanings that are traditionally 4 different ways in which the Hebrew text can be manipulated in order to reveal deeper mysteries. Just to outline a few of these, for instance, one can actually read the numerical value of a word in Hebrew on the numerical values of word reveal hidden relationships in this. Put a couple of these examples of what is called gematria on the screen right now. So you can see, for instance, the word God, Elohim, is actually numerically similar to the word nature. For some Kabbalists, this meant that God and nature were somehow unified as a kind of prognosis. One can also systematically replace Hebrew letters using a kind of encoding system similar to a Caesar cipher. And this is referred to as specific ways of substituting Hebrew letters for one another to again reveal hidden mysteries in the Hebrew text. Another middle or final letters of words to produce new words. This is sometimes referred to as notaron, and one combines those letters together into forming new words. For instance, there is a magical name of God that's formed by combining 40 some odd like Hebrew Bible into a new name for God. Another mechanism by which one may reveal hidden ideas in the Hebrew Bible is through the process of anagram words, where one can take a Hebrew word, arrange it in any that one likes, and that rearrangement actually can reveal hidden meanings in the text. This is possible because, according to the rabbis, the laws of linear, there's a fact in the Talmud that says there's an early and late in the Torah, and the idea here is that the Bible itself is not revealed in some kind of linear fashion in that letters themselves, even though the linear progressions isn't necessarily the only way to read them, and that one can manipulate them by turning them into arithmetic, one can anagram them, revert, one can do all manner of manipulation of Hebrews in order to reveal hidden truths in the text. So for the rabbi, there is no early, no text. So there's no settled way the text has to necessarily. It means the text is eternal present. All the letters, all exist simultaneously in the text. So reading it in any way, whether textually or chronologically or arithmetic, immediate to the Kabbalist. Employ these Kabbalistic techniques to use them not on language, but on the symbol of the hieroglyphica itself. These ideas from Kabbalah, for instance, he's going to use those mechanisms to manipulate the hieroglyphic monad itself. By applying the same Kabbalistic law to compose the monad from the pure geometric relations, link geometric relations with both natural forces and bodies, and then, and I think this is most important, and then manipulate those forces and entities in a kind of symbolic, this is something like an analytic, geometric, semiotic manipulation of being itself through the power of the monad. In this first sense of Kabbalah, D is able to produce and manipulate the hieroglyphic monad according to geometric and divine laws, and thus not only express reality, but somehow discover its quote hidden treasures. The monad itself becomes a cipher for reality itself. It applies unique to mathematical geometrical analysis. He's linking his understanding of Kabbalah with a kind of Neo-Pythagoreanism. That is, that reality is fundamentally a system of mathematical relations, and thus discovered via mathematics, specifically geometry. This link between Kabbalah and Pythagoras had already been made in Rothschild's De Arte Realistica of 1517, where he described a kind of code which reveals or operates as a kind of symbolic theology. And you term this use of Kabbalah, that is to say, Kabbalah as a mechanism by which one manipulates the function of reality via mathematics, as a quote in Kabbalah. In what the Hebrews is akin to a mathematics, producing a kind of symmetry. What we can see D doing is actually applying techniques from Kabbalistic theories for the manipulation, and then applying them to geometry called a Pythagorean Kabbalah, or I think what we might call today sacred geometry. If if you're interested in what I'm calling the Pythagorean Kabbalah Lithica, is going to develop this exact line of thinking in much greater detail in a preface to the first English edition of Euclid's Elements. So if you're interested in this Pythagorean Kabbalah, Dee is going to talk a little more about that there. So I would preface if you're more interested in this angle of Dee's thinking, specifically the idea here of sacred geometry. These first two sentences, the Hebrews, as Dee notes it, that it's the manipulation of the Monas Hieroglyphica using these mechanisms developed from Hebrew Kabbalah, and also this Pythagorean Kabbalah, the development of the sacred comprise what I think Dee refers to of the Monas Hieroglyphica as the quote Kabbalah of what he said. It is Kabbalah that is able. Dee wants to go beyond really reading the book of nature, even if the book of nature can be said to reveal hidden secret reality. This still ultimately limited for Dee. It's still kind of past of nature, regardless of the kinds of secrets revealed to the reader. Like one is reading the book of nature. Nature remains static, and despite Vegas or the sage can extract secrets from nature, to Dee in the Monas Hieroglyphica, this is still severely limited. Dee wants to press analytic discursive method to a much more powerful use of the mind itself. Dee notes this final, highest, and most powerful form of Kabbalah, what he calls the Kabbalah of the real. I prefer to render as Kabbalah of being. It is through this Kabbalah that Dee is going to show that the hieroglyphic monad can not only reveal the hidden secrets of nature, but can manipulate and reform nature itself. Or can argue that given the power of the monad to understand manipulability, one actually forego astronomical observation and alchemical experimentation. But the structure and the procession of the heavens and the very fabric of reality can be revealed and purified through the use of the hieroglyphics. Nothing if not for him. Not only will the monad see the fundamental reality of nature, but it will also redeem the cosmos itself. Final Kabbalah, what Dee calls the Kabbalah of being, in which semiotics, repression, and being on top are forged into one powerful line capable of both understanding reality but also manipulating it and reforming it. It is this final, singularly powerful form of Kabbalah, what Dee calls the Kabbalah of being, that we're going to explore in our final episode on the Monas Hieroglyphica. This Kabbalah will not only allow the user of the Monas Hieroglyphica to understand reality, but it will actually to transform it. If you're interested in alchemy and occult symbols, make sure to subscribe. This part of the series both on alchemy and on occult symbolism and language here on As a exploring these topics. So if you're interested, be sure to stick around. Next time, we turn to John Dee's Kabbalah of being among his hieroglyphics. Until then, I'm Justin Sledge, watching Esoterica, where we explore the art inside history, philosophy. The discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls represent one of the greatest archaeological discoveries of all time. The scrolls represent over 950 literary works, in addition to thousands more separate fragments. Of course, this represents a range of genres, including texts that go on to comprise what we now call the Hebrew Bible, the Christian Old Testament, texts that were clearly authoritative in the community that composed them, although they're canonical in the Jewish or Christian religions, along with a host of community-specific texts that outline mores, laws, and social codes of the community that produced them. It is likely that the collective that produced texts were the people that Josephus refers to as the Essenes. Conspicuous, the word Essene never occurs in any of the over 950 words recovered so far. The text refers to people that produced this literature as the Yachad, or simply the community. Because the community seems to have preferred this term Yachad, that's going to be the word that I'll use to describe it as well. From what little we can tell, the Yahad seems to have emerged political religious break with the Jerusalemite temple administrators. In their literature, they describe this as a dispute between the so-called teacher of righteousness, which seems to be the founder of the Yahad itself, with the so-called wicked. We're not quite sure exactly who this is to in history. It seems, therefore, that the Yahad emerges primarily out of this break, while the exact details remain very simple. The book itself seems to have been quasi-monastic and required a relatively high degree of initiation to join. It had a very high regard for maturity and belonged to a strain of Jewish apocalyptic theology. Clearly, literature and literacy were important to them, and this community seems to have existed for hundreds of years. They survived the Great Revolt, 66 to 70 of the Common Era. It appears that they still they did have a strategos, or general, who fell at the Battle of Avalon. Also told of the great bravery of beings under Roman torture, though perhaps it's a literary device, being the Essenes with the Stoics, or Josephus. Nevertheless, it does seem that the Yahad stored their scrolls in caves and never wrote. And there, as centuries and millennia began to pile up. Though it is possible that the scrolls were rediscovered, at least in part, from time to time through history. Interestingly enough, some scrolls were reported to have been found in Jericho in the early 3rd century. Origen may have in fact used these scrolls in the production of his own critical edition of the Hebrew. And further still, a letter from the early 9th century, Timotheus of Cilicia, also mentions that certain scrolls were found in caves near Jericho. Just what these scrolls were, and what happened to them, have been lost to history. In this episode of Esoteric Text of the Dead Sea, astrological text to reveal. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge. Welcome to Esoteric Text, where we explore the arcane side of history, philosophy, and religion. The Yahad, or the community that produced scrolls, came into existence during the religious ferment that produced both Judaism and Christianity. Given this, it's not surprising that our basic religious and historical terms for analyzing both the scrolls and the community that produced them often failed or fit. Thus, much of what we can say about the scrolls and the that produced them in this episode, I'm going to provide the best scholarly, and if I do eventually consult, the texts recovered from the 11 caves around the site of Qumran represent nearly 1,000 works of literature, and are preserved in varying degrees, from intact texts like Isaiah scroll to merely fragments by scholars. Of course, this isn't to mention the tens of thousands of tiny fragments, sometimes only single letters or no letters at all. Recognized as part of the Hebrew Bible, or the Christian Bible, or a canon upon the Yahad. These hundreds of years before even a concept of it. And indeed, even the texts that have been recovered that we would now recognize as biblical vary significantly to frame our modern Hebrew Bibles. So we'll see, even in the so-called texts from the Dead Sea Scrolls, there's a great deal of fluidity about how these texts are in the world. Further, a texts that were in this community have also emerged. And this would especially include texts like the Book of Jubilees, that are very clearly important to this community. This is in addition to a great many other texts, especially hymns or songs that have been recovered in addition. We may in fact get a clue about what texts were by distribution recovered. For instance, 25 copies of the Book of Enoch, along with 21 copies of the Book of Jubilees have been recovered. This should be compared to the 24 copies of the Book of Genesis, 18 copies of the Book of Exodus, 17 copies of the Book of Leviticus, and only 11. So it's to be noted here that in some sense, even the centrality of the trying to analyze the community. It may be worth noting there's a similar distribution to be found in the New Testament, especially with regards to the prophet Isaiah and Psalms, though not with the Book of Jubilees, nor although the Enoch is quoted once in the New Testament book. We'll come back to the Book of Enoch and the Book of Jubilees in a moment. As I mentioned before, the Yachad emphasis on a complex set of social. It seems that they saw themselves as a kind of righteous remnant, the sole group of Jews properly conducting themselves according to the laws of their God, and that despite muted status, they would have been victorious after a cataclysmic battle between good and evil, between the sons of light and of Belial. Apocalyptic movements, it was them. And it is too one of the idiosyncrasies that I want to deal with one of the most important religious concepts of the passage of time. As you probably know, is a religion indexed by a series of yearly festivals speaking track to the ancient Israelite agricultural cycle. But as one attempts to observe these festivals, there's quickly a religious and astronomical problem. The calendrical system described in the Hebrew Bible is a lunar calendar. And so far as those festivals are tied to a specific lunar date, they begin to migrate through the seasons vis-a-vis the solar calendar. The harvest festival of Sukkot, for instance, would first begin to happen in its proper time, and as the festival continued to be, it would slowly creep further and further through the seasons. Beginning in the autumn, later it would be in the winter, and then several years after that, it would be in the spring, the exact opposite before finally turning through the summer and returning back into the fall about 30-something years later. This exact phenomenon can be observed on the festival 30 years. Rabbinical Judaism recognized the creeping of the festivals as a significant problem and developed a solution to it. Every 36 months, the rabbis introduced the month, second Adar, in order to prevent the festival's creeping. Thus, festivals do oscillate vis-a-vis Gregorian or solar calendar, and this is why sometimes you'll hear Jewish people refer to as the days coming earlier or later. This does prevent them from leaving their specific seasonal context. Of course, this didn't completely settle the basis in the Jewish calendar, even by the 10th century. Sadia Gaon and Exilarch are communicating each other over precise basis about how to count the calendar cycle. Though, what understand about these full debates in Judaism is that the festivals are divine mandated. And thus, if you miss the day, if the Israelite God commands the people to fast, their religious obligated to do that on that day. And therefore, the calendar isn't just about keeping time, it's about following the letter of the law of God. So, the about the calendar are not really academic or even astronomical, they're theological. Despite the rabbinical solution of introducing a leap month every 30 years, there was another viable option, a completely solar calendar. This completely solar calendar was described both in the Book of Jubilees and in the Book of Enoch, and it appears the Yachad adopted it. In this calendar, there are exactly 12 months of 30 days, along with 4 quote months, which link the 4 seasons together, thus producing a calendar of exactly 364 days. What is perhaps most interesting about the possibility that the Yachad adopted this Enochian or solar calendar is that they would have been celebrated by festivals on different days than virtually all Jewish community. Though this calendar isn't perfect either. Note that it's only 364 days, whereas 65 and a fourth days. Thus, over the hundreds of years of the Yachad what existed, the calendar itself will also come out of sync with the seasons. Just how they would have corrected for this, assuming they ever did adopt it, in fact, remains a mystery. And it is like the cultural debate that brings us to some of our first esoteric sea scrolls. It seems that for the Yad, both calendrical and sectarian topics have tricked down and differ with all the rest of the Jewish world. They decided to encode some of these texts for reasons that aren't terrible. About 1% of the Dead Sea Scrolls about 50 Cryptic A have been recovered and ciphered. Oddly enough, the vast majority of these are written on papyrus rather than on parchment. Not only is Cryptic A a substitution cipher, it also seems like this was further attempted to obscure their meaning by doing things like inverting the text on the page. It can be seen, for instance, in fragment 4Q324D. Only one text has been discovered so far in Cryptic C, 4Q360. Cryptic C is primarily made up of Paleo-Hebrew letters with the addition of 5 rather mysterious other letters. The text in Cryptic C seems to have added preservation. Cryptic 20, although it's mysterious. Further, a series of fragments, 4Q18654 and 4Q1 all seem to combine together to form a kind of astral, likely one of the earliest. 4Q186 is not only written in a alphabetic substitution cipher, left to right, unlike the usual Hebrew course, which is written right to left. These texts seem to argue that one's physical appearances are in some sense determined by the actions at one's birth. In this rather fragmentary and encoded manuscript, we do have a mention of the sign of Taurus and the use of what is to be houses, or as the text referred to them as columns. Further, it also seems that this astrological theory divides things into houses of darkness and houses of light, determining the physical features of those born at those astrological junctures. Scholarship goes on as recently as 2000 together an entirely new pre-calendar in Cryptic A. From these fragmentary coded texts, that the Yahad had an interest in astrology, which, though, as you may know, the relationship in Judaism over the centuries. It's rather clear that astrology. We have evidence from both the Dead Sea Scrolls, but also from the big floor of the Zohar that they. Of course, astrology has long also had a poem of Ein Mazal by Yisrael, that is to say, there is Mazal, or astrological influence, to be found in Israel. It seems to hinge on the idea that the Israel has as God precludes the possibility of astrological influence. Given the idea like God has a direct, this doesn't preclude the influence may affect other nations, or in fact, in the Israelite community. Astrology is long and complicated, and, you guessed it, will be so. Another fragmentary, encoded text found among the two scrolls also seems to reveal a form of divination through the zodiac. It includes, there again, a ontological section. Octologian is a divinatory almanac whereby the sound of thunder at these times is indicative of future events. You may recognize the word from the dinosaur brontos or the thunder lizard, and the dedicating various kinds of woes and misfortune befalling the Jewish people, because nature always holds woes to the Jewish people. The texts that are encoded, specifically those that are vegetarian, the ones specific to the moray of the Yahad itself. Interesting example of the encoded the text, for whatever reason, is written in cryptic A. This is likely to keep the esoteric knowledge of the Yahad issue. Many texts written in cryptic A, and I mentioned there are about 50 of these, seem to be internal to the community. And it seems that these were composed by community elites, probably to keep them out of the prying eye. It's also worth noting that a stone complex excavated board inscription similar to it's found in the Dead Sea Scrolls. This script is sometimes referred to as Hieratic Hebrew, and it's believed that the stone cup was meant to be the Jerusalem. One learned line is that this esoteric Hebrew script exclusively by the Jerusalemite priests, was found perhaps by dissident Jerusalemite priests, but the jury's still out on all of this. This episode mentioning what is to me the most tantalizingly obscure text ever found in the Dead Sea Scrolls. This scroll made and inscribed by punching the letters into one side was the furthest cave. It was found in 1952. It was 6, but the very fragile scroll was first cut and then finally read. What it revealed was nothing short than a treasure map, like booty traps, do the trouble, Dead Sea Scroll, Goonies, treasure map. The scroll details the location of 64 different treasures. The scroll details the location of 64 different caches of gold, silver, and free, including apparently another copy of the scroll itself. If you combine silver scroll, it comes out to be about 65 tons of silver and about 26 tons of gold. The scroll itself is written in dialect of Hebrew, very similar to rabbinic. All the Greek letters do appear in the scrolls that are completely obscure. Scholarship, there's serious doubt about what the treasure was or where it came from if it were real. From the treasury in Jerusalem being secreted away before the Romans, all the way to the full resources of the Yahad itself. Of course, one would like punching out a scroll on the cover of all things if this treasure were never real in the first. At this point, treasure and your high 15 talents of gold hidden in a cave or something. So, text, Escobar text, and of course, frequent mentions of ancient distance and history of magic, cult philosophies, make sure described esoterica. We also would really hope you would consider support on Patreon or with a one-time donation. Your support really does help to make esoterica possible. The academic, and unfortunately also the French literature on the Dead Sea Scrolls is enormous, and I'm not going to pretend to give a native text here today. However, I would like to make a recommendation of the books that I find to be scholarly and insightful. For a brief, reliable introduction of the Dead Sea Scrolls, I would take a look at Collinson's The Dead Sea Scrolls, a biography. It's relatively easy to read all its introduction to the text. A small gathering of the by Penguin and contains a wide range of including all the this episode today. Indeed, I will consider the graphic material in this text to continue your research into the Dead Sea Scrolls. It's invaluable in the range of levels in this substantial volume. Include our and on the documents that we discussed in this episode. Really great of the Dead Sea Scrolls. We want to dive deep into the various volume discoveries in the desert. Most of the text gathered in volume 36, while many of the documents found in volume 16. If you're in ancient calendars, Sasha Stern's Calendars in Antiquity is an excellent resource. Of course, Stern also has a biological issues, Sea Scrolls, and the history of Judaism. deep dive into the issues of cultures in the Dead Sea Scrolls, then dove of all years text is going to be for you. This text is well worth checking out, though I was enormously technical. Until next time, Dr. Justin Sledge and you watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane side of history, philosophy. The Renaissance was a period of sublime imagery and form. Mathematics was combined with artistic power, most enduring human history. Perhaps this is most symbolically on display in a drawing made by Leonardo da Vinci in 1490. Here, the dimensions of the human body, with those described by these in Book 3 of this text, De Architectura. But there's also here a nod to Buddhism and rationalism. The above and below is taken from Vitruvius. The actual of the man seen here are taken from empirical studies done by Da Vinci. They present averages taken of the bodies of actual Milanese models. Here, the real and a beautiful harmonic touch of the surreal. You'll note the text. And some, I would, however, point to a slightly different image, which reveals another aspect of the Renaissance. Here, cut. It's much less elegant to note the tuft of hair throwing the symmetry off. Opens the window onto a more arcane side of the Renaissance. Here, the trees are set onto a pinnacle, interacting. But unlike the Vitruvian man, this golem is lit by the horizon of heaven itself. Notice the astrological glitters of the sun and the moon, the navalis. The human form is not bounded by G, but is connected to the heavens themselves. Here, the cosm of the universe is represented, in which the human being and the celestial and the super celestial. This image is taken from the 27th chapter of the second of the 1533 tome De Occultia Libasi by Cornelius Agrippa, perhaps the most one tome on the topic. In this episode, we're going to introduce and explore this monumental work of Renaissance Hermetic philosophy, Kabbalah, and magic. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, or the arcane side of history, philosophy, and religion. Born to a minor family in Netterscheid, near Cologne in Germany, on September 14, 1982. Due to the somewhat feel about his life, which Darren, I'm talking to you, buddy. You need to get on this. He worked as a publicly lectured on the law, Kabbalistic ideas of Johann Rothschild, the doctor simply fled. course, when they returned, he had their ire as well. His works run the gamut.
How was your day? I had fun.
So what happened?
We got there at 7, and there was a little bit off schedule, so she didn't get performed right at 7:15. She performed a little bit after. So the girl's name John.
Yeah, I'm listening.
She came on, and after her, and Erica came on. Erica inbox. Yeah, it was cool. I got to see Erica and everything. Got a picture with her. We just got a 27, so I want to support her more than everything. She just, told me where else she be. She said she moved, so she's closer. So I'm happy about that. So yeah. Yeah, that was a good evening.
Excellent.
How was your day?
What did I do? Talk with Riser a little bit. Got my streams going. The slept. What else?
Strike.
Nice strike. Very, very nice strike.
Right. Yeah. Oh, you got the hair.
It was this morning, but yeah, I did. Oh yeah, I did for like a long time. So that was good. And just chilled, watched my show.
Yeah.
I got some and worked on my bots a little bit.
That's good. Yeah. Get to sleep tomorrow. Thank you. I wash my clothes. I wash my dogs tomorrow morning, but I didn't wait. No. Oh no, it's okay.
Ooh.
Bye.
The food there?
You have to bring your own, lawn chairs and to bring your own the snacks if you want snacks. I had to eat before I got there. Yeah. Everybody, her friend and her friend's autistic. Her friend's daughter is autistic, so sweet. She wanted shrimp, she wanted ice cream, she wanted burger. Never just stop at a restaurant while they got her some ice cream. Because she took us to the highway to get her back. So, yeah. We had fun. So, yeah, I had my food. I wasn't to sit down and buy me.
Okay.
They had ice cream. They had an ice cream truck. Yeah. Ice cream truck. They had hamburgers. They had like
166 wins.
we love
666 wins.
good job. Yeah, so.
Did they have alcohol sales there, or it was just pop?
No, I don't think, not really. I don't know. I didn't watch. That no, different towns was different, but I don't know. I didn't walk around. I just seen some trucks around there. I did. Now people don't know how to act with you right. Selling, yeah. So I don't know.
You said you drank something.
My
Oh, okay.
me, Adrian, yeah. We got some yesterday. Yeah. I got up there. Erica sang up there, and I showed Erica. She said, I got this. I want my men asking me out for a shirt. So yeah. I have fun though. Don't forget me. So you can really do you got another podcast or you get from your podcast?
Next schedule. Next one I have, I think on the dock is Tuesday. I think. I gotta check my email though. Let's see if anybody sent me anything. The next couple. Oh, get it. Ooh.
No, you ain't better get it. We got it. Let's go. Right.
Squares. You put up a big score. You put up a big score. I'm gonna have to work to get you. I'm gonna have to work. I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
Friendship. Yay!
Yeah, is correct. Well, I'm glad you had a good time at the events yesterday and today.
Yes. Good. Hey, Rabbi, I'm asleep.
Yes, ma'am. And
Brandon, to be honest.
confused what happened to that. All right, sweet dreams. Praise God, love.
All right, so you can
A person of a voracious a person deeply concerned with the fundamental truths of philosophy and theology, along with an absolutely acerbic wit and a kind of restless world weariness that a life of soldiering, both militarily and intellectually, would no doubt leave in its wake. The end of Agrippa's life is a bit of a mystery. Sadly, it does not appear that it ended well for Agrippa. Having only recently been released from prison, it seems that he dies in southeastern France in 1535. Legend has it that upon his death, Agrippa's black dog himself the river. More on the black dog in a bit. Like his life, any attempt to summarize his profoundly complicated theological and philosophical beliefs will almost certainly fail. It is only by reading his works carefully and in conversation with one another that his worldview and commitment seem to rise out of the mire of contradiction and extremity. The two core works that concern us here are also probably his most famous. The first is his 1526 or 7 text De Incertitudine, or Radical Skepticism. We're going to translate it here as On the Uncertainty. The other is his De Occulta Philosophia Libri Tres, or On the Occult Philosophy, in 3 books, which was written and published over the course of over 2 decades, from roughly 1510 to its final publication in 1533. Just how these works interact with one another is incredibly. But let's start our discussion with 3 books of occult philosophy, or the DOP. Agrippa likely became interested in occult philosophy while studying at Cologne. Here, the works of Albertus Magnus, the great champion of natural magic, were set into conversation with the more scholastic positions set forward by people like Thomas Aquinas or Duns Scotus. By about 1510, he had expanded his studies to include a wide range of Hermetic and Kabbalistic works, including the Corpus Hermeticum and the Ficino translation, and the Christian Kabbalah as articulated by Johannes Reuchlin. It was in the late winter, early spring of 1510 that Cornelius Agrippa met with the abbot of Sponheim, Trithemius, a famed magus, and they began their famous discussions on the reformation of magic. After a few days of what must have been very intense conversations, Agrippa seems to have set before him the task of reforming all of magic itself. And by April of that year, he seems to have produced what was an early draft of the 3 books of occult philosophy. What's incredible is that this early draft, often called the juvenile draft, actually still survives at the University Library at Würzburg as MCHQ50. Sadly, at least by the autumn of 2020, it doesn't, but I imagine they will get to it eventually. The juvenile draft, as it's called, was greeted enthusiastically, although a bit guardedly, by the abbot of Sponheim. Trithemius urged the young Agrippa to further systematize and develop his ideas, and we know that Agrippa circulated this text in manuscript, greatly improving upon it as his knowledge of occult and Hermetic ideas grew over the next 2 decades. And it was during this intervening period that Agrippa would write his other major work in the summer of 1526, the De Incertitudine, often translated as On the Uncertainty and the Vanity of the Arts and Sciences. This work viciously attacks every pretended domain of human knowledge and wisdom, showing them to be full of empty posturing and arrogant assumptions unbacked by logic or theological expertise. In this popular and incredibly controversial work, Agrippa attacks every level of human knowledge, from social mores to philosophical ideas to religious institutions, practices, and rituals. He even attacks the various crafts such as medicine or geometry. Virtually everything is in Agrippa's sights in this text. The table of contents reads like a register of everything human beings pretend to know, and what speaks the various domains of occult philosophy. And conspicuously included, at least for our interests, are his attacks on occult philosophy itself, including magic, Kabbalah, and alchemy. Of course, none of this would be very strange if Agrippa simply had published the Incertitudine and stopped there. We could simply conclude that he changed his mind about the whole project of the reformation of magic and adopted a kind of radical skeptical position using faith as the only mechanism by which knowledge is possible. Of course, by the mid-16th century, such a position relying on a radical interpretation of faith wouldn't have been all that unusual in Europe at the time. The problem is that Agrippa not only publishes the De Incertitudine, which he seems to repudiate the possibility of any occult philosophy, is that he goes on in 1531 and 1533, respectively, to publish his grand analysis of occult philosophy. The problem, for scholars at least, is to understand just how the radical skepticism of the De Incertitudine relates to his very grand vision of occult and the 15th philosophy. How does one square the deep skepticism of the earlier period with the Hermetic idealism of the later? Of course, the De Cartitudine had a life of its own and went on to become very popular in several different editions and translations. In fact, it would go on to influence the likes of people like Montaigne and even Descartes. But to understand just what Agrippa means by the radical skepticism of the occult arts found in the earlier text with the Hermetic idealism of the later, we now need to turn to an in-depth analysis of the DOP itself. The circa 1510 juvenile draft of the occult philosophy can be basically understood as a kind of synthetic digest of the ideas of Marsilio Ficino, of Pico, and of the Kabbalistic ideas found in Rothschild. Here, the Magus harnesses the power of the animus mundi, or the world spirit, through a very complicated process of occult sympathies. By harnessing the power of these occult correspondences, the Magus is able to climb from the natural world into the celestial and mathematical realm, and then into the world of the divine itself. Here, in the super-celestial realm, the mind/soul of the Magus is hermetic. In the 1510 juvenile draft, we see all the elements of a profound and highly developed Hermetic philosophy, with the Neoplatonic idea of procession and return, combined with a theory of cosmic sympathy, in which the natural and astrological worlds are united through common sympathetic lines. And this all combined with a relatively sophisticated admixture of speculative Kabbalah, which, when taken together, is meant to be a radical, magical reformation of both wisdom and the Magus themselves. Though even Trithymius noticed that Agrippa had produced a kind of very roughly stitched together quilt, and urged him to further refine and develop his ideas. By the publication of the complete 3 books of occult philosophy, Agrippa had done just that. In the intervening years between 1510 and the 1530s, Agrippa dramatically expanded both his Hermetic and Kabbalistic horizons. In the mature version of the 3 books, the readers provided a systematic account of Agrippa's theory of a magia reformata, or reformed magic. Here, the potential Magus is given a progressive analysis of the mystical ascent, from the control over nature itself to the mathematical of the celestial world, before to the ceremonial of magic, by which the soul is finally reunited both intellectually and spiritually with the divine first principle. The grand Hermetic principle that as above, so below, is on dramatic display in the 3 books on occult philosophy. Here, the 3 tiers of the soul or intellect are matched to the 3 tiers of reality itself. The first book of occult philosophy defines magic as a kind of divine science or sublime philosophy, which is exhaustive of all natural, mathematical/celestial, and divine knowledge. From this definition, Agrippa then proceeds to describe the structure of the natural world, including its various occult interrelations. The mature version of the occult philosophy describes the natural world as a kind of receptacle for the animus mundi, or the world spirit, as it flows down from the divine and celestial worlds. The task of the Magus, according to Agrippa, is to reascend this ladder from the natural world to the celestial world, and then back into the realm of the divine. And this process can only be achieved by a kind of primordial magic, which harkens back to the ideas of the ancients. Though, I should be pointed out, the gospel truth of Christianity, although admittedly a quite Hermetic Christianity. We should never forget that Cornelius Agrippa himself was an intensely pious Christian, and that the 3 books of occult philosophy are expressions of that intense piety. And outside of that context, I think they actually make very little sense. In the second book of occult philosophy, Agrippa tackles the celestial world, and thereby astrology. Despite both his own and Pico's vehement critique of astrology, Agrippa seeks to show how the structure of the heavens both reflects and expresses the world spirit, along with housing a wide variety of other spirits, some good, some evil. Indeed, the very occult qualities of the natural world radiate down from the celestial world itself. Thus, it's imperative that even the natural philosopher must have a grasp of the celestial world, thus implying that natural magic without celestial magic simply is incapable of understanding the occult qualities found in the natural world. Here, Agrippa is attempting to show that a mere natural magic cannot be exhaustive of magic in itself. The occult properties found in the natural world themselves have their origin, therefore an understanding of celestial magic becomes imperative even for the natural magician. This is also where Agrippa's work becomes its most technical. Here we find the signs and seals of the various planets, but also the mathematical logic behind the construction of complex talismans which trap astral forces. It is this section which most resembles something like a textbook of astral magic, but also a textbook for astral necromancy. Here, Agrippa pushes much further beyond Ficino's analysis of talismanic magic, by revealing exact sigils in the various spirits of the astrological deacons. Agrippa's analysis here sits very closely to medieval astral necromancy as that found in Michael Scott or Cecco d'Ascoli, and his critics certainly took note of it. It's the third of the three books of occult philosophy that undergoes the most radical revision from the juvenile draft. Here, Agrippa details ceremonial or religious magic from a wide historical angle, although he greatly prioritizes the use of Christian Kabbalah. Here, Agrippa makes a positively provocative argument. In his thinking, without ceremonial magic, one becomes more, not less, prone to both superstition and Agrippa is inverting the very logic by which centuries of magic defended itself. For centuries, natural magic had been argued to be licit and cool because it didn't contain the taint of ceremonial or demonic magic. Here, Agrippa is inverting that very argument by suggesting that without ceremonial magic, one in fact becomes more likely to fall into superstition and demonic practices. Of course, it's by cleaving to his version of Kabbalistic Christianity that one avoids the clutches of the realm of the demonic. Though Agrippa is perfectly willing to point out both good and evil spirits in his grand tour of the super-celestial and celestial realms. Here, the angelic and the demonic are simply part of the divine totality, both potential partners in the mystical ascent of the Magus. Further, we're given a relatively quick and surprisingly ecumenical tour of the Kabbalah, focusing on various divine emanations and the various names of God, and specifically how those various emanations are witnessed in various forms of perennial ancient wisdom. This section also includes the endearingly popular angelic epithets and ciphers, along with the divine frenzies first described by Plato, but importantly rehashed and expanded in the famous letters by Ficino. Finally, the reader is given a historical survey of the various rites and ceremonies by which the gods have been approached in centuries past. Before the reader is told, or rather warned, that Agrippa has very carefully hidden the true secret of how to make the final divine ascent in the text. If after reading 3 books of occult philosophy you don't achieve union with the divine, Agrippa says, well, that's not his fault. It's your fault. Either you're stupid or sinful or both. Don't blame him. This is that Agrippa wit that was so winning that made him a lot of friends during his lifetime. So just how do we relate the skeptical Agrippa of the 1520s with the Hermetic idealist of both the period before and after? The former theory, put forward by OGs like Francis Yates, argues that Agrippa is using the De Increditudine as a kind of shield. In this theory, Agrippa is using his more skeptical attitude as a kind of cover story before dropping the more Hermetic philosophy found in the 3 books. This would give him something like plausible deniability when his critics of necromancy and say, have him arrested by the ancient and tortured and killed. This plausible deniability theory is typically not taken up by more contemporary scholars. The more recent approach sees the De Increditudine as primarily attacking a kind of scholastic Aristotelian worldview. By seeing Agrippa as primarily attacking a scholastic worldview or a scholastic understanding of the world, this somewhat significantly narrows what exactly Agrippa is on the attack about. By understanding the scope of Agrippa's attack as primarily on a scholastic way of looking at the world, this means that Agrippa isn't attacking all knowledge whatsoever. Indeed, it's argued that Agrippa even sees his earlier draft of the 3 books of occult philosophy as still representing the scholastic worldview, and it's that version of the 3 books of occult philosophy that Agrippa is in fact attacking. This line of argument reasons that Agrippa, even when he's attacking his own earlier draft of the occult philosophy, is attacking himself as somehow still an extension of a primarily scholastic worldview. And therefore, insofar as the text was still tainted with a fundamentally Aristotelian understanding of the world, Agrippa could therefore repudiate that version of the occult philosophy. This argument further extends that the later version of the occult philosophy is primarily more Neoplatonic, Hermetic, and Kabbalistic, and therefore doesn't fall victim to the repudiation of the text found in the De Increditudine. This argument, to me at least, seems to hinge on the idea that there was a tectonic fundamental difference between the juvenile draft and the later mature work of 1533. with the repudiation found in the Incarnatunine applying only to the former version of the juvenile draft and not to the mature version of 1533. I have to be honest, I took a look at both the juvenile draft and the more mature version while making this episode, and I have to say, I'm still a bit on the fence as to whether or not this theory explains the discrepancy between these texts. In some sense, this reminds me of an F. Scott Fitzgerald quote, I think he said it in the mid-30s, that the mark of a first-rate intelligence is the ability to hold two conflicting ideas in mind and still be able to function. Agrippa has always struck me as a person of great intelligence. It seems that inside of his mind he'd be able to produce a dialogue that at least within his lifetime he couldn't solve, at least intellectually. And that seemed to be the point of the three books of occult philosophy, that a kind of radical noetic faith supersedes both wisdom, knowledge, and intelligence and reunites the soul with the divine. So I'm reminded of someone like Heidegger, who says that while reason never lies, it simply can't do the work of mystical union. And that seems to be precisely the task set forward in the three books on occult philosophy. Needless to say, this is a curious text in the extreme. It's not quite a textbook, and nor does it really fundamentally change the tenor or outlook of the kind of Renaissance Hermetic philosophy that was floating around at the time. It reads to me a bit like a summa, but it lacks the kind of logical rigor that one would expect out of a literature like that. But nor is it merely a compendium with various ideas slapped together with a thin veneer of logical glue. Agrippa is certainly pressing beyond his Hermetic and Kabbalistic predecessors, but put into the intellectual situation of the time, it isn't that impressive of a text. Though it doesn't do much in the way of novelty, it does take to their logical thinking. Authors of the time were either unwilling, unable, or simply too afraid to actually do. And for that, we should certainly applaud Agrippa in his daring. For me, Agrippa's genius lies not in his ability to create novel ideas, but in his ability to synthesize and popularize ideas that were otherwise utterly inaccessible to most people. To make occult ideas accessible to the population seems like a bit of a paradox, but you have to remember what the task of the three books of occult philosophy is. It aims at a general magical reformation of both religion and the Magists themselves. And of course, in the 1530s, Reformation was certainly in the air. So I think if you understand Agrippa as a kind of Hermetic humanist, his real genius begins to come to light. It's not so much in the novel ideas of the three books of occult philosophy, but in the popularization and the democratization of those ideas for the betterment of humanity itself. And I think the tragedy of the three books of occult philosophy is, to quote Voltaire, is that the text has become more celebrated than known. Or to put it another way, it's become more infamous than known. I find it profoundly unfortunate that the three books of occult philosophy have reputation over the centuries. Reputation is due, in large part, to the demonological literature which followed in the generation after Agrippa himself. This is the ilk of witch hunters, people like Bodin and Del Rio, which painted Agrippa as a kind of necromancer and his three books of occult philosophy as a kind of necromancer's manual. This was even complete with legends of an evil black dog as a kind of demonic familiar. I told you I'd come back to the dog. The story goes that this demonic dog was able to tell Agrippa of news of faraway events, such that Agrippa, when he walked out of his house, would know what had gone on miles and miles away from him, and of course leapt into a river to his doom after the death of his master. Even the legend of the evil black dog does actually have its origin in some degree of truth. Agrippa did have a black dog. I think it was a poodle or something. Spooky. Despite the fact that his friends and students attempted to defend his reputation after he died, this had virtually little effect. The legend of Agrippa as a necromancer stuck just as it had to Michael Scott and Peter Albano, and just like it would stick to John Dee. Perhaps it's of interest, one of Agrippa's students, part of the Soul Camp in the course of witch trials. He actually composed arguments that many of the people that confessed had done so under torture and were simply suffering from things like what we would now call mental illness and should not be held liable for witchcraft, much less be subject to the death penalty. Though, ironically, in one of his texts, he actually describes what he calls the false monarchy of the demons and includes many demonic names and signatures in order to basically mock them. Despite the fact that he was ridiculing these pretensions to demonic magical power, it's precisely those demons and their symbols that end up forming the basis of the Goetia and the Lesser Key of Solomon. This is all to show that cultural memory and actual history often go their own ways. This is all too clear when thinking about the so-called fourth book of occult philosophy, which is altogether apocryphal. We're certain that Agrippa didn't write it, but the text has gone on to become enormously influential. And don't worry, I'll be covering that text alone in a future episode of Esoterica. The three books of occult philosophy have remained very popular since they were printed, although again, for almost always the wrong reasons. And perhaps its most famous printing was the 1801 text, The Magus, by Francis Barrett, in which he plagiarized large set books of occult philosophy. Of course, the Magus is the development of modern occultism, and by extension, the perception of the occult in popular culture. Of course, Agrippa himself is going on to become a name drop for occult dread or even folly in some cases. And he's gone on to an afterlife in literature, film, and video games. If we may call anyone a necromancer, it's us, and not Agrippa, for we are the ones summoning him back from the dead over and over and over again to do our bidding, despite his best ideas. The three books of occult philosophy have gone on to become symbolic of a kind of occult philosophy that I don't think Agrippa himself would have actually recognized. But such is the accident and the travail of history. If you're interested in the history of Hermetic occult philosophy, alchemy, Kabbalah, or the history of magic, make sure to subscribe here to Esoterica. If you value my work on Esoterica, please consider supporting it on Patreon. Your support really does make the channel possible. The literary situation of Agrippa's life and works remains sadly mixed. Unfortunately, there's no reliable English translation of Agrippa's complete works, and the translations of De Incurtitudine and the books of occult philosophy are also sadly quite unreliable. Despite the extensive notes of the occultist Donald Tyson, the very old Freak translation, which I will never get tired of calling it the Freak translation, is unfortunately very dated and often makes serious mistakes with Agrippa's very subtle and very careful Latin text. None of these errors are devastating for understanding the overall arc of Agrippa's arguments in the three books of occult philosophy, but there are serious flaws in the translation. So, unfortunately, until a modern critical translation of Agrippa's works are made, you'll have to either learn Latin or rely on these unfortunately unreliable translations. Fortunately, on the other hand, Campani's critical edition of the Latin text of the three books of occult philosophy is absolutely wonderful scholarship. The introduction is a wonderful text unto itself, and Campani very carefully compares all known versions of the three books of occult philosophy, so we get a scholarly critical edition of the text that is well worth referencing. Indeed, all of her work on Agrippa is incredibly solid scholarship, and I only wish my Italian were a bit stronger to be able to very carefully analyze it. Sadly, and if you've been hanging around here long enough, you know what I'm about to say. It's published. So you should go take out a second mortgage on your house, and I wonder if it's too early for whiskey. The Charles Norwood text, Agrippa and the Crisis of Renaissance Thought, remains a classic and still well worth reading. Of course, it's both difficult to find and expensive when you do find it, so this is probably something for ILL or more whiskey. Unfortunately, I have to report that the sections in both Thorndike and Yates' monumental scholarship have aged very poorly, and while they're interesting for references, you may want to forego those, at least for a scholarly analysis of where Agrippa scholarship is currently. Lerick's 2003, The Language of Demons and Angels, is an interesting and I think rather excellent analysis of the three books of occult philosophy. He has a very careful eye to Agrippa's often very subtle and technical Latin. Further, he brings to bear critical theory and post-structuralism onto the text in a creative and thoughtful way, although I know that both critical theory and post-structuralism are incredibly polarizing for whatever reason. In my opinion, it's well worth the read even if you find critical theory and post-structuralism to be problematic. But you get it, it's published by Brill, so you're going to have to IL it or use a kidney or something. Well, until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and you've been watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane sides of history, philosophy, and religion. There is perhaps no more fearful idea in the history of magic and religion than possession. The very notion that our bodies can be inhabited by supernatural evil, which twists our very being into a very caricature of itself, is positively dread-inducing. Despite the horror of this concept, or perhaps because of it, possession and exorcism remain perennially interesting topics in the history and study of religion. Perhaps this is because of the ubiquity of the phenomenon. It seems to occur in the vast majority of the world's religious cultures. Indeed, it's one of the most versatile religious concepts, changing time to express that culture's most deep fears and dreads. Even in our contemporary, allegedly secular period, the 1973 film The Exorcist is still considered one of the most terrifying films ever produced. Indeed, a large part of our cultural conception of possession and exorcism is still primarily framed by this film. I've even made the pilgrimage, I suppose in a macabre way, to the so-called exorcist steps in Georgetown just to sort of breathe it all in. I suspect that the concept of exorcism and possession will long remain as alluring as they are genuinely terrifying. While possession and exorcism are most commonly depicted in a Christian context, most likely a Catholic one, thank The Exorcist for that, there's a long history of the concept in Judaism as well. In this two-part episode of Esoterica, we're going to explore the development and history of the concepts of possession and exorcism as they occur in the history of Judaism, from its origins in ancient Near East to the contemporary period, where cases of demonic possession and their exorcism can actually be viewed on YouTube. In this first episode, we're going to trace the history of possession and Judaism from its very earliest time period all the way to the era. In the next episode, we'll trace the development of these concepts and the rise of rabbinic Judaism through the great lull in demonic possessions that seems to occur in the early Middle Ages, through the emergence of the Kabbalah, which produced in the 16th century the most terrifying form of possession known in Judaism, the horrifying case of the Dybbuk. So I hope you'll join me as we explore the concept of possession and exorcism as they develop in the history of Judaism. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane side of history, philosophy, and religion. Despite its foundational character, it's somewhat curious to note that the concept of possession and exorcism is basically absent in the Hebrew Bible. Indeed, even the presence of malevolence is hardly present in this strata of Israelite literature, though some obscure records do appear here and there. And don't worry, I'll be doing a separate video in the future on the presence and absence of demons in this very earliest strata of Israelite literature, so stay tuned for that. Indeed, at this point, not even Satan is truly evil. They seem to have a kind of official position in the divine court. You'll notice that when they're mentioned, they're always referred to as Ha-Satan, Ha being the word the in Hebrew. The Satan is a title, not a name. In that title, the adversary probably means something like prosecuting attorney. It seems as if the Satan is a kind of prosecuting attorney in the divine court that indicts and prosecutes cases before the divine assembly. Now, of course, no one likes to be prosecuted, especially before a divine court, but simply because you're prosecuted doesn't mean that the prosecutor is in fact evil. And if one reads the Hebrew Bible closely, it seems like the Satan and God are positively chummy at times. Further, there also seems to be very little mention of disembodied spirits or non-physical entities in this strata of the Bible. Now, there are obscure references to these kinds of beasts, but against that, they're weak and obscure. The general tenor of the Hebrew Bible doesn't have much to do with spiritual or non-physical beings. And of course, that represents a problem for any theory of possession and exorcism. If you don't have beings that can do the possessions, you don't need much in the way of exorcisms. Indeed, there are only two cases that come to mind that seem somewhat like the concept of possession in the Hebrew Bible. The first is a, quote, evil spirit from the Lord, the Ruach Ra'ah Hashem, which seems to be sent from God to actually afflict the mind and spirit of Saul. You'll remember that King Saul seems to be suffering from some kind of mental health episode toward the end of his reign, and only the playing of the harp by David seems to calm him down, although there are some circumstances where even that doesn't seem to work, and Saul flies into violent fits and attacks David for some reason. And the other is a so-called lying spirit, or the spirit of deception, the Ruach Sheker, which seems to volunteer before the divine council to be sent into the mouths of the various prophets in order to send King Ahab to his doom. This First Kings around chapter 22, where God actually wants to have King Ahab killed and sends a lying prophet into the mouths of the various prophets in order to give him a false prophecy such that he will go to battle, fight, and die. This is sort of like a counterintelligence Shabbat program from the heavens. It's very odd, however, that God would in fact use deception in order to get a king killed. There's something kind of CIA about all this. Regardless of the spiritual cloak and dagger business and all this, you'll notice what's interesting about both of these stories. In both of these accounts, the evil spirit is actually sent by God. It doesn't seem to have a kind of independent existence all its own. What we don't seem to see here is a kind of independent or semi-independent demonic world where spiritual entities are targeting human beings and possessing them. Rather, they're being sent by the Israelite God to accomplish a very specific goal in the overall agenda of that God. This likely represents the theological concerns of the writers of these texts. In these texts, one simply has to imagine that God has complete executive power over how to go in the world. There's simply very little theological room for an independent demonic executive power here. This writer is very strongly on the monotheistic scale of things. And we see that exact kind of theological idea echoed in so-called Third Isaiah, where the Israelite God declares, Ani Tov v'Ra, Ani Or v'Choshech. I am the light, I am the dark, I am the good, and I am the evil. This is an idea of radical monotheism. Even evil in this strata of Israelite theology is attributed directly to the Israelite God. There's simply no notion of independent evil out there lurking in the darkness. We can perhaps learn a bit more about the Israelite concept of possession and exorcism by looking at their two greatest nearby neighbors. That would be the Egyptians and the cultures of ancient Mesopotamia. While possession and exorcism did occur in ancient Egypt, it doesn't seem to play a major role in either cultic or medical life. In this way, Israelite culture seems to be a bit more like the Egyptian rather than the Mesopotamian cultures. While virtually all ancient Near Eastern peoples took illness as having a basically sin, the Egyptians looked to get ahead of the curve of this evil supernatural power. The illness is a kind of possession which had to be exorcised. The Egyptians often engaged in what we would call execration magic. That is to say, warding magic to prevent the onset of sickness altogether. Indeed, the majority of Egyptian medical magic typically takes the form of execration spells rather than exorcism spells, which is to say they typically try to ward off illness before it arrives rather than exorcise it after it does. Indeed, this practice is echoed in Egyptian medical literature, where we see that a preponderance of the medical technology thereof is rather naturalistic. Indeed, the Egyptians were the great innovators when it came to ancient surgery, performing the first eye surgery ever known in history. Indeed, the Egyptians are responsible for the most comprehensive early medical manuals in all of human history. These treaties cover a wide range of medical practices, from trauma medicine to gynecology to ophthalmology. There are sections analyzing what we would now call rheumatology, and even specific treaties on children. That is to say, the Egyptians pioneered the development of pediatrics. Even rival schools of Syrian practice emerged in Egypt. 12 or so comprehensive systematic medical texts have emerged and survived from ancient Egypt. These are all well worth taking a look at if you ever have the chance to. While naturalistic medicine certainly existed in ancient Mesopotamia, exorcism seems to have played a much larger role in their medical technology than it did in the ancient Egyptian or ancient Israelite contexts. Indeed, the most detailed medical manuals of the Neo-Syrian period, this is a period that we have some of the best documentation of the Mesopotamian theory of medicine, detail over 16 tablets in which exorcism is a large aspect of that medical technology. Indeed, in these texts, what we have is a combination of both medical and exorcistic technology as it was performed by cultic professionals called a shipu or mashmashu. These words can be translated something like incantation expert or exorcist doctor. There's simply no good translation of these technical terms from their ancient context into our modern context now. Though, while these documents do focus more on the supernatural etiology of disease and their cures, these works are no less systematic. And many of the diseases described in these texts are described for the writing. Plus, these 60 tablets describing the exorcistic practices of the Neo-Syrian period survive in relatively good condition and give us a great window onto the practices of these incantation experts. So I'd like to summarize, at least in a very brief way, exorcistic healing processes and rituals of the Eshibu, or the incantation experts, as they're described in the 16 Neo-Assyrian tablets. The basic task of the exorcistic ritual here was to transfer the demon or ghost away from the infected person or place, such that it could be sort of peeled off or dusted away in a way that could be otherwise dispatched from that person. The idea here is to transfer it from one entity to another and then remove that entity, the demon or the ghost, into another place. Typically, there's no sense that you can actually destroy the demon or the ghost. You can simply either move them to a different location, trap them, or perhaps get them to go safely into the underworld. The first step of the process involved ritual purification through immersion. What's interesting about these immersions is they can be either immersions in water, as we would typically think of purifying immersions in the ancient Near Eastern world, or they can actually be immersions through precious stones, metals into the gods. So here we have not just ritual immersion in water, but a kind of rubbing ritual in which various kinds of stones and metals have a kind of supernatural power of purification. This idea of stones, powers, and wood having correspondent or sympathetic magical powers will persist long into magical traditions even to this day. The person or the space afflicted by the demon or ghost are also themselves purified. Though their purification is slightly different, they tend to be rubbed with either grain or dough or bread, or sometimes even with animals or animal pelts. This is the beginning of the process in which the demon or the ghost is being transferred from their physical body into the grain or the dough, in which that can be burned at a later time. It seemed that these purification rituals could be performed in either a sacred space, such as a temple, or in a secular space, such as an infected home. From here, there were a wide range of exorcistic practices that could be applied depending on the circumstances. These rituals would involve the cleaning and sweeping of the space of the infected, along with a kind of ritual for detritus. This ritual cleaning would be followed with water, along with various libations to the gods. This would last be followed up by the burning of various unguents and incenses, and of course all this would be determined by various divinatory aspects known through the ritual practitioner as to exactly what kind of rituals were required, at what time, and in what way. It's at this point that the actual exorcistic incantations seem to begin in earnest. It seems that we have a kind of opening invocation, followed by various techniques to provide magical protection for the ritual practitioner. This would involve the use of plants or even the presence of a raven. Once the magical protections are in place, the exorcist begins the process of shouting and threatening the demon or ghost to leave. These commands are typically accompanied with the ringing of bells, with the burning of incense, including the burning of sulfur. We're going to see that the burning of sulfur is going to be a core component of exorcisms for centuries to come, so watch for it as it develops later. If the verbal threats fail to drive the demon or ghost from the infected person or space, it's at that point that one could be actually physically scourged, the place could be physically scourged in order to drive the demon out. It's at this point that one may actually begin to negotiate with the demon or ghost in order to get them to leave. The dead a proper burial or proper funerary practices in order for them to leave the afflicted person. It's also at this point that one may begin to threaten the demon with other demons. This is famously done in which the demoness Lamashtu, a killer of infants, can be threatened to leave by the image of Pazuzu, the famed demon of exorcistic lore in the ancient Near East. The use of using one demon to drive away another demon is actually not uncommon in ancient Near Eastern magic, and we'll see Jesus actually being accused of exactly that process and his exorcistic power in the New Testament. During this entire process, the infected or possessed person is provided themselves various forms of magical protection. This would involve being scrubbed with water, being rubbed with various kinds of sacred woods. This would also include magical symbols being drawn on the floor or on their bodies with flour, and this would also include massages with milk and fat rubbed over their bodies. Finally, if the exorcism were successful, the demon or ghost is either transferred to a different entity. Ghost in this case would be banished to the underworld. Interestingly enough, one of the creatures that the demon can be transferred into is a black goat. This will be important when we get back to the ancient Israelites in just a moment. After the exorcism is completed, there are further rituals which seek to protect from reinfection or repossession by the spirits. These include various kinds of amulets, of which many have actually survived. It can be viewed in museums, along with votive statues. The most famous of these votive statues, of course, are the Pazuzu statues, which are there to frighten away the demoness Lamashtu, along with the scattering of various kinds of vegetable seeds. It's also worth noting that the use of vegetable seeds is also seen in other forms of folklore as well. We see in Eastern European folklore the use of various kinds of seeds to distract vampires from pursuing you. For whatever reason, you scatter a great deal of seeds on the ground, and the vampire, for whatever reason, has to stop and pick them all up before they can bother you. So you should keep some vegetable seeds with you, especially this time of the year. As you may have already noticed, some of these Mesopotamian exorcistic concepts have religion, although somewhat indirectly. Of course, the most obvious is the idea of the Azazel goat. This is a ritual in which the high priest of ancient Israel would actually transfer the sins of the Israelite people on Yom Kippur into a goat, and this goat would be dispatched into the wilderness. There are some stories in which it's actually thrown down a mountain. But the idea here of transferring sin or evil or infection to an animal and then killing that animal, we find it, of course, in ancient Mesopotamia, but we see it also here being incorporated at some level into ancient Israelite religious practice as well. The other important concept that you may have noticed is the idea that places can be infected with demonic power as well. This is very likely echoed in the ancient Israelite conception of Sa'arat, which is sometimes translated incorrectly as leprosy. This is not Hansen's disease. Sa'arat is some kind of supernatural illness sent directly from God, and importantly, it can inflict people, famously inflicted Moses' sister Miriam, but it can also inflict places, and very complicated rituals in which Sa'arat can be priests and can be dispatched by them and by them alone. So in both of these cases, both the case of the Azazel goat and in the concept of Sa'arat, this supernatural illness which can inflict both people and places, we have something like ancient Near Eastern possession and exorcism rituals being imported into Israelite religion. So we can see at this point that the basic metaphysical structures for possession and exorcism are actually already at work in the Hebrew Bible. We have evil spirits coming from God and possessing people to make them do things, but we also have the exorcistic technology being imported from ancient Mesopotamian cultures in the form of the Azazel goat and the Sa'arat illness. It's from a combination of ideas like these that will eventually produce a concept like possession and exorcism as we know it in both Israelite religion and in turn in Judaism. The next major moment in this history is the Babylonian exile, which began in 586 BCE and the rise of Jewish apocalypticism. As you can see on the screen, apocalypticism is an enormously complex movement in religious history and requires a video. I'll be making an entire series, I think, on Jewish apocalypticism in general, so make sure to stay tuned for that. But what concerns us in this episode is the apocalyptic modes concerned with the origins of evil, specifically the origins of evil and the kinds of creatures that we would now call demons. Possibly under Zoroastrian influence, Judaism began to import large amounts of angelic and demonic creatures into its religious mythology at this time. In fact, it's during this period that we get the first named angels, Michael and Gabriel, as they appear in the apocalyptic classic, the Book of Daniel. But also it's during this period that we get the first things that we might recognize as the demons. These are the so-called Watchers, as they're found in the famous Book of Enoch. As you may know, it's in the Book of Enoch that a renegade group of angels led by a certain Shemhaza, or Simyaza, or Shemhazai, all of these various versions of his name just literally mean the one that sees the name. Well, they decide to descend to Earth, well, in order to have sex with human women. Now, before you go making any Earth girls or Ethan jokes, one of the first women that these angels encounter actually tricks the leader of the angels, Simyaza. There's a great moment where Simyaza is trying to have sex with this woman, and then rather immediately go over to having sex with him, teach her the divine name. And Simyaza does, and as soon as he does teach her the divine name, she is transformed instantly into a series of stars, the Pleiades, and escapes from his clutches. So what's interesting about this story is that the very first woman that these renegade angels encounter, in fact, outsmarts them. At any rate, there are two important things about this story to be found in the Book of Enoch. One, that the angels are primarily concerned in illicit sexual activity with women, we're going to see the idea of possession and exorcism constantly use the idea of illicit sexual activity as a way of understanding what's going on between the specters that do the possessing and the people that are being possessed. And the second is that these angels become somewhat demonic over time. They're converted from angels into demons through a long theological process, and it's these angels/demons which are at the heart of evil to be found in the world. These are the various angels that teach human beings about everything from how to make war, to how to do cosmetics, to how to do magic, to do all kinds of things that the book of Luke considers to be evil. Of course, none of this is possession, strictly speaking, but again, it's part of the transition of the narrative from supernatural entities to an idea of possession, where we have, one, the sexual element that's going to be very important in much of later possession exorcism stories, but two, the transition of supernatural creatures somewhat outside the power of the divine. They act as independent entities, and insofar as they're capable of acting as independent, malevolent entities, it's only then that they can set about the task of possessing people. So again, not straightforward possession, but we're getting closer. About a century after the composition of the Book of Enoch, the linking of sexual desire and demons is fused in the Book of Tobit. As you may know, the Book of Tobit can be found in the Christian Apocrypha, and it was the favorite topic of many Renaissance painters. In fact, if you ever see a Renaissance or medieval painting with angels walking around with a young man with a fish, then you're almost certainly seeing an image from the Book of Tobit. And it's that fish that is the most important part of this part of the story. To summarize very quickly, Tobias and some of his angelic friends are out on a hike. Has angel friends? I want angel friends. At any rate, they're out on a hike and they find a fish, and the angel tells them to gather up various parts of that fish because they have some kind of magical or supernatural powers. Now, young Tobias wants to marry the fair Sarah, but there's a problem. There is a demon named Ashmedai, we'll get back to him in a minute, that guards Sarah, and anytime anyone attempts to court her, well, the demon kills them. Now, it's worth noting here that the name of this demon is Ashmedai, or Asmodeus. You may recognize Ashmedai as not a Hebrew name. In fact, it's an Iranian Zoroastrian name, thus indicating that the demon being imported here from Persian mythology or from Zoroastrian mythology shows that ideas from other Middle Eastern cultures are now making their way for sure into Judaism. The demon in this text has a Zoroastrian name. Well, at any rate, the young Tobias does court the fair Sarah, and he uses the liver and the heart of this fish as a kind of unguent or incense to drive the demon as far away as Egypt. And when the demon Ashmedai or Asmodeus is driven all the way to Egypt, the angel Raphael is actually waiting for him and binds him hand and foot in chains. I should also mention, by the way, this is the first appearance of our friend Raphael, the angel, in literature. Sometimes these first appearance things are kind of like comic books. You're like, did you see Batman first appeared in Detective Comics number whatever? So, yeah, at any rate, Raphael, first appearance, look up Tobit. Look it up. Now again, I know what you're thinking. This isn't strictly speaking possession. Ashmedai isn't in fact inhabiting the body of Sarah in order to make her do all kinds of terrible things. But we're on the road. It still is the case that the demon here is very carefully guarding Sarah, and there's some idea that he's guarding her for sexual reasons. Again, he's always killing her suitors. And we do have something like an exorcism ritual in which the guts of this fish are used as a kind of incense to drive him away. As we've seen, the use of incense or fumigation was already found way back in ancient Egyptian and in ancient Mesopotamian cultures as a mechanism to drive away evil spirits. And of course, the use of incense and fumigation will remain all the way to this day a way of purifying or driving away evil. Something that we see that the structure of the basic is all present in the Book of Tobit, even if Asmodeus isn't physically or spiritually inhabiting the body of Sarah. Indeed, to my knowledge, it's not until the turn of the Common Era that we begin to see classic exorcism cases in which a supernatural evil entity enters into the body of a person only to be driven out by a ritual expert. And it's to those cases that we finally turn to now. Indeed, if evidence is scant for possession and exorcism prior to the turn of the Common Era, it is simply profuse in the first few centuries of the Common Era. And we can see this phenomenon widely attested in the Jewish context in the first few centuries of the Common Era, specifically in the sectarian documents of the Dead Sea Scrolls, in the writings of the philosopher Philo of Alexandria, and the exorcistic rituals performed by the famed Jesus of Nazareth writings of the Jewish historian Josephus. So I want to turn my to these four examples of possession and exorcism as they represent basically the entirety of the literature that survives from this period on the subject. And that will get us all the way up to the Rabbinic period, starting in, say, around 200 of the Common Era, and that is where we will start the next episode. The earliest exorcistic texts that we seem to have from a Jewish context at this time are found among the Dead Sea Scrolls. The Dead Sea Scrolls, as you may know, represent the library and writings of a group of sectarians that called themselves the Yachad, but were primarily called by outsiders the Essenes, although exactly the connection between the so-called Essenes and the Yachad that produced the scrolls as we have them is still a bit contentious. The writers of the Dead Sea Scrolls, or the Yachad, seem to have their origins as a kind of protest movement against what they perceived of as the corruption to be found in the Jerusalem temple. Their religious attitudes are further marked by a kind of pretty extreme apocalypticism and dualism. In this dualistic theology, they see themselves as the sons of light, and their opponents, the sons of darkness, of Belial, are demonic forces which control the world, are the actual representatives of goodness in the world, and after a titanic apocalyptic battle with the sons of evil, they alone will prove victorious. Their literature describes a community with strict initiation protocols, a very ascetic lifestyle, a unique solar calendar in the Jewish world, and the desire to live in a high degree of ritual purity in the vast majority of the world. Following the Great Revolt in the last half of the first century, it seems that their community was destroyed, and their scrolls simply remained in those caves, only to be discovered from time to time, and primarily in the mid-20th century. Indeed, about 1,000 scrolls and tens of thousands of scroll fragments have been discovered to date. But as you can surmise from this brief summary, the world of the Yachad, the writers of the Dead Sea Scrolls, is a world positively filled with demonic power, and it's this demonic power to which I want to turn to now. The scrolls that interest us, at least in this episode, are a series of psalm-like texts which are described as, quote, songs to be sung over the stricken, and these probably represent the earliest kinds of Jewish incantation exorcistic texts in history. The major 4Q444 and 4Q510 through 11. We put up some text from these exorcistic scrolls on the screen, but you can also consult them in various other texts as well. It seems that the exorcistic power of these texts is primarily in the form of frightening the demon which is afflicting the person by describing to the demon the awesome power of the Israelite God. Indeed, the repetition of the power of God over and over in exorcistic rituals is very common. We'll see it from here in the Dead Sea Scrolls all the way into the modern rituals that are found even in the Catholic Church. You'll remember the famous scenes in The Exorcist where the exorcist there in those rituals, which are actually relatively accurate, repeat over and over, the power of God compels you, the blood of the martyrs compel you. This idea that the power of God actually forces the demon out of the body of the possessed person. Those kinds of ideas and that kind of repetition can be found here all the way back into the Dead Sea Scrolls. It's also worth noting that it's in these texts that we get a kind of early inventory of demons. In fact, Lilith, the famous demon to be found in the alphabet and of great fame, is actually mentioned here for the first time in any manuscript in recorded history. Lilith, as you may know, has a history of being written as Lamashtu that we mentioned earlier. Both of them are typically responsible for crib death in the ancient Near Eastern world. It's also worth pointing out that some of these exorcistic psalms found in the Dead Sea Scrolls also invoke the name of Solomon. As you may know, Solomon would go on to be known for his power over demonic forces, including the ability to use those demonic forces in the construction of the temple itself. So already in the early 1st centuries BCE or the 1st century CE, we have Solomon being depicted as a kind of exorcist, using his vast power and knowledge in the effort to exorcise and control demons. This idea is going to become crucially important in the development of magic from from the Greek magical papyri all the way through the medieval grimoire tradition, in which so-called Solomonic magic is typically associated with the ability to control demons. We can trace idea back all the way to the exorcistic psalms found. While we do these exorcistic scrolls, they do give us some insight into the theology and the practice of exorcism as it was done in the end of the first century of the Common Era. What's actually missing are the actual rituals that they may have done to further the process of exorcism itself. In other words, what we don't know is how did these texts actually function into the practice of exorcism as a ritual? Were there fumigations? Were there unguents? Did they use ritual baptism, which we know is a core component of life there at Qumran and the Yachad? The answer is we don't know. What we have here are the texts, but we don't have anything like the rituals that these texts would have focused into. While we have the text or the incantations that would have been used very likely in exorcism rituals, we don't have any sense of what would have been done in addition to the chanting perhaps of these texts. But what we can likely conclude is that we've entered into the period of possession proper, where supernatural, malevolent, evil beings are entering into the bodies of human beings, and therefore need to be expelled. It is seen by the period of the Dead Sea Scrolls, Judaism, as we would recognize them. Of course, the most famous Jewish exorcist in the history of the ancient world was none other than Jesus of Nazareth. Indeed, had Jesus not become the central figure in the development of Christianity, he likely would have been principally remembered as an exorcist or healer. Indeed, the Galilee was known for producing just these kinds of figures. One can think of the rabbinical figures of Hanina ben Dosa, the great miracle worker and healer found in the Mishnah, but also Choni the circle maker, the famous Jewish theurgist of the same time period. So it's unsurprising that we would have Jesus of Nazareth, the famed exorcist, along with other rabbinical figures like Hanina ben Dosa and Choni the circle maker, all sort of figuring into a Galilean story about the various kinds of miracle workers from that region. The exorcisms that Jesus performed are among his most prevalent miracles. In fact, there are at least 9 recorded exorcisms to be found in the Synoptic Gospels. Although it's interesting to note that there are no exorcisms performed by Jesus in the Gospel of John, I think. This is referred to as one of the Johannine emissions, these strange aspects in which there are stories found in the Synoptic Gospels which aren't found at all in the Gospel of John for whatever reason. And there are lots of theories as to why this is. But there can be no doubt that along with the healing miracles performed by Jesus, it was the exorcism miracles that seemed to have attracted a large following among his earliest disciples. The descriptions of the exorcisms performed by Jesus sometimes are as brief as a few sentences, and sometimes occupy long pericopes to be found in every one of the Synoptic Gospels. What's also interesting about tracking the exorcism stories in the New Testament is that one can see them change and develop as the theology and the ideas about Jesus himself change as the Gospels are produced. In the earlier stories, we have a very meager story sometimes, but through Luke and Matthew, the stories become enormous. This, of course, tracks from the development of Jesus as a healer/exorcist to his role as a kind of prophet to eventually the role of both Messiah and divine figure. The typical mode sizes people who suit the use of commands, although it's often the faith of the person in the ability of Jesus to heal them that in fact effectuates the exorcism itself. Although I think the most famous exorcism story involving Jesus is the so-called Gerasene demoniac found, in fact, in all 3 Synoptic Gospels. Here we have a story in which Jesus travels to the Transjordan. This is the area just to the east of the Jordan River. And there he encounters a man living horribly among the tombs of a city. Of course, the area of a tomb is doubly horrifying. In the Jewish imagination of this time, tombs are places of incredible ritual uncleanliness, but also in later rabbinic literature, it is precisely in graveyards and tombs that demons seem to lurk most ferociously. We're told further that this man is possessed by a demon or demons, and that this demonic possession has given him unusual strength. Apparently, the townspeople had tried to bind him with ropes and chains, and he had subsequently broken them. Now, upon just the sight of Jesus, the demons themselves seem to recognize his immense power and beg not to be tortured. Demands the demons to come out of this man and then demands to further know what their name is. This idea of knowing what the name of the demon is or to control it is a classic idea to be found all the way back in ancient Egypt, and this idea will be found all the way into ritual practice of the contemporary period. Upon that command, the demon reveals its name. In fact, we find out that it's not just one demon, it's in fact a host of demons, and these demons reveal their name to be Legion. We'll come back to that in just a moment. The demons then beg Jesus not to simply cast them out, but specifically to cast them out into something else. In this case, a herd of pigs, which once Jesus does cast them out into this unclean animal, right? This is very important. The image of the pig, of course, would have been seen as a deeply unclean animal in the Jewish imagination, and casting out the unclean demon onto an unclean animal makes sense. This also harkens back to the older Mesopotamian idea that one can transfer the demon from an inflicted person over to a different animal. Back then it was a goat, but in this story here we have them cast into pigs. A herd of pigs now feel these demon legion throw themselves off a cliff into some water and therefore die. It's important to note that the local townspeople, while impressed and somewhat terrified of Jesus' power to move these demons into these pigs, are also equally terrified of Jesus and basically request that he leave and go somewhere else. While the possessed man who wants to join with Jesus as Jesus departs is actually told to go to the Decapolis and simply tell people what has happened to him, thus further spreading the message of Jesus and the idea of Jesus' enormous power over the forces of evil. Of course, there's a great deal to unpack about this story. This is probably one of the most widely known stories of Jesus' power over evil in the New Testament. I think what stands out to me the most is that the name of the demon here is Legion. Legion, of course, isn't a Jewish name. It's not to be found in Aramaic or Hebrew. In fact, as you probably know, the legion is a unit of the Roman army. It's the basic unit of the Roman army, comprising roughly 5,000 to 8,000 and their auxiliaries. And of course, pointing out that Judea at the time of Jesus and St. Mark is under brutal Roman occupation. They're literally at the cusp of a great revolt between Jewish and Roman forces. So at some level, it's hard not to miss the basically anti-colonial subtext of this story. We have a man being possessed by the Roman army, which is then cast into unclean animals, which are then thrown into the sea. It's difficult not to imagine this story as functioning at basically two levels. There's a spiritual level in which Jesus, the Messiah, has the ability to control demonic evil forces and thus destroy them. But further, the idea here is that the Roman army as an occupying force is viewed by the writer of this text as a kind of evil possessing the land, which can be exorcised and thus thrown out and thrown into the sea. Of course, there's no sea in the Transjordan. I think the sea that the writer has in mind here is the Mediterranean. The idea here is casting the Romans into the sea as if they were a demon possessing the land of Judea. To me, this dual layer of the text represents the great creative genius of early Christianity. We have Jesus who has messianic powers over evil, but also we have here a deep hope for redemption in which the evil Roman army, the demonic Roman army, will be exorcised from the land of Judea. So we have a kind of dual apocalyptic messianic story operating here in the very famous story of the Gerasene demoniac. Of course, just as early as there were literal accounts of exorcism and possession, there were also more rationalizing trends in the Jewish world as well. This more rationalistic argument can be seen in the writings of someone like Philo of Alexandria, the Jewish philosopher of Middle Platonism. As you probably know, Philo is most famous for attempting to reconcile his Jewish religious beliefs with the larger Greek philosophical ideas of his day, producing a synthesis in which both ideas are married harmoniously. His philosophical output is rather vast, but I want to focus in specifically in his discussion on the relationship between Jewish demons/angels and the Greek idea of the daimones, or spirits. These daimones are relatively neutral spirits in the Greek imagination, and see how he attempts to understand just how the Greek daimones and the Jewish relationship of angels and demons relate, specifically in terms of the process of possession and exorcism. As you can see on the screen, this is from Philo's books on the giants. We have a really fascinating attempt to understand just what angels, demons, and daemones mean in the context of a more psychologizing aspect found in Philo's more Middle Platonic philosophy. For him, angels, demons, and daemones are less supernatural creatures which exist in the external world as much as they are psychological facts about our own interiority. In this case, he's specifically talking about our own addiction to physical pleasure, which he likens to a kind of possession. Of course, this idea can be traced all the way back to Plato, between the two horses of desire and reason sort of being driven, in some sense, if we're lucky, by the logical power of the rational aspect of our soul. Here we have the idea that demonic power, demonic influence, is primarily our inability to control our own life. This is sometimes even the way ourselves these days is having inner demons. These inner demons for Philo are aspects about our own psychology, our own soul, in the way that he would perhaps put it, that we must conquer in order to live a life that's actually free and properly philosophical. Philosophy here is acting as a kind of exorcism, which liberates us from the power of the demonic, quote unquote, over aspects of our otherwise logical souls. This more psychological read of angels and demons strikes me as extraordinarily modern. But it's interesting to note that where Philo develops this idea is precisely in his book on the Watchers. And it's by combining the Jewish mythology of the Watchers found in the Book of Enoch with the Platonic philosophy found in the ideas of people like Plato, where we get this unique synthesis of demons as psychological aspects of ourselves. Again, this idea strikes me as incredibly modern. One can even see in the works of someone like Aleister Crowley the idea that goetic demons are in some sense aspects of our own psychology that the Megas must attempt to work through to liberate their holy guardian angel. Worth point that Philo's psychointerpretation of ancient demons and daemones never really proved popular with either Christians or Jews. Both Christians and Jews maintained a much more mainstream idea that it was, well, really demons that possessed you, like supernatural, nasty monsters that possessed you, not psychological desire for like the cute guy down the street. For them, this was really demonic entities and really angelic powers serving God or serving the powers of evil that concerned them. So the ideas of Philo never really took root in the Jewish world. In fact, they're only preserved by Christians. And even from the Christian perspective, demons remained, from an Orthodox point of view, very real creatures capable of inflicting great physical and spiritual harm. Again, they weren't merely psychological aspects of ourselves that we needed to use philosophy to conquer. Rather, the demonic was a representation of the world of evil, and it was through the power of God or through Christ that evil was eventually conquered, not through the power of philosophy or psychology. So we'll have to wait a couple of millennia until the idea of angels and demons, primarily psychological or psychic aspects of our own interiority. So see ya in a couple millennia, Freud and Jung. Very much unlike this Philonic interpretation of angels and demons that are psychological in character, one of the clearest analyses of angels and demons as actual metaphysical and supernatural entities can be found in the works of the Roman Jewish historian Josephus. Though curiously, in Josephus' text, The Antiquities of the Jews, we see something like a bridge between the more psychological idea found in Philo and the more straightforward idea of metaphysical entities to be found in his other text on the Great Revolt. And this is interesting because it's Josephus attempting to understand just what was going on with the king Saul. We mentioned Saul earlier. Remember, we have this evil spirit, this Ruach Ra'ah, that's sent from God that afflicts Saul and causes him to experience what we would now call something like mental illness. What's interesting in his account is that we have something like a combination of both Greek and Jewish ideas when it comes to discussing the demonic possession of Saul. Here we have the idea that there was in fact an evil demon possessing him, but that doctors are attending to assuage his passions. This is a very Greek philosophical idea, and it's rather than just merely having David playing his harp as a sort of music therapy to treat Saul's demonic possession. Of course, this idea of treating the passions with music lines up very well with both Pythagorean and Platonic ideas of how to sort of soothe the soul from the chaotic, anarchic control of the passions, which Josephus seems to have in mind when describing this whole episode with Saul. But it's also the case that Josephus took literal demonic possession very seriously as well. In one of his accounts, we're actually told that this therapy, i.e. exorcism, is, quote, very powerful among us, i.e. the Jewish people, and that specifically Solomon, among all the kings in the world, was given unique power over the world of the demonic, and it was through the use of this kind of Solomonic power that Jewish people specifically had the ability. Further, in one of Josephus' own accounts, we have a certain Eleazar, which seems to have been one of Josephus' commanders, who actually expelled a demon in the presence of the Vespasian. In this account, we have the exorcist Eleazar using both a special kind of ring, but also some kind of magical root, which when the possessed person smells that root, the demon is expelled from their body. In fact, you can see physical proof of this, Josephus says, by putting out a kind of bowl filled with water, and as the demon exits the body of the possessed person, that demon sort of splits or disturbs that water, and you can see literally the demon leave the body. Again, allegedly, according to Josephus, and again, we should always take what Josephus says with somewhat of a grain of salt. Josephus is interested in more or less popularizing Josephus more than he is in telling the truth or anything else. But this is such a strange story that perhaps something like this did in fact happen, that perhaps he did have a certain Eleazar who had a side gig as an exorcist, aside from being a commander, and perhaps did exorcise someone in the presence of the Emperor Vespasian, entertained or something? Who knows? In a further section in Josephus' book on the Jewish War, we're actually told perhaps something more about this root that the exorcist Eleazar used in the performance here before Vespasian. In this account, we're told of a special kind of tree which seems to emit something like lightning, and that the roots of this tree have a kind of magical power, specifically a magical power over demons. The problem, of course, with this tree is twofold. One, it doesn't exist anymore. It seems to have been destroyed, perhaps, during the Great Revolt. And two, if you actually attempt to get one of the roots from this plant, you immediately die. This tree, the Badas tree, of which the root is also called the Badas, this Badas root is luckily able to be obtained, although through somewhat strange means. For instance, if one were to pour the urine of a woman or the menstrual blood of a woman on the root of the tree, it will allow you to grab the root and cut it off, although you have to hold it on as you're carrying it, otherwise it will have women's urine or menstrual blood to get the root as well. In this way, you dig a trench around the area of the root, exposing the root, and then you tie a dog's leash to the root. And as you attempt to walk away, the dog will try to chase you, I suppose, thus dislodging the root and, well, killing the dog. But you get the root. Apparently, if the dog snatches the root out of the tree, I don't think you have to hold the root upside down to avoid being killed by the magical Badas root. Now, what's important about this Badas root, aside from the fact that it will kill you and it doesn't exist anymore, is that it can be used in exorcisms, and it seems like this Badas root is exactly the kind of root that was used by the commander Eleazar during the exorcism before the Emperor Vespasian. So clearly by the time of the Dead Sea Scrolls, by the time of Jesus of Nazareth, and by Josephus, we already have a relatively sophisticated idea about just how exorcism is meant to happen. The Dead Sea Scrolls have given us a liturgical mechanism by which to drive through instilling fear in them of God. We see in Jesus the idea that you can command spirits through very strong language and by learning their secret name, therefore transferring them from one kind of being to another. And in Josephus we have the use of perhaps magical rings and roots, which also seem to be somewhat magical, that have the ability to drive these demons out. Now, the roots idea goes back to ancient antiquity already by the time of Josephus, but already we're seeing here the elements of a very sophisticated theory of exorcism using a wide variety of liturgies, magical words, commands, incantations, magical rings, and magical roots. already by the turn of the Common Era, exorcism is becoming extraordinarily sophisticated in the Jewish world. We can see much of this really fascinating exorcism technology coming together in a very fascinating formula found in the Greek magical papyri. Here we have a really fascinating exorcism ritual to be found in PGM 4. It's fascinating for lots of different reasons. One is it's actually bilingual. It's written in both Old Coptic and in Greek, with some section of the content being done in Coptic and something being done in Greek. What's also really fascinating is that it seems to combine a lot of what we've already seen from Jewish exorcism rituals from previous time periods being somewhat synthesized into one new kind of ritual. This incantation is interesting because it involves the command language we've already seen, for instance, in the exorcisms of Jesus. Here we have command language in both natural language but also in magical language, but also the use of magical metals. Here we have the use of tin for an amulet to secure the person possessed after the exorcism has been completed. Here the herbs in question are actually used as a kind of rope to protect the person being exorcised throughout the exorcism, but also they're being used as a scourge to drive the demon out. What's really important about that, I think, is that this harkens back all the way to the Neo-Assyrian text we looked at previously, in which a scourge was also used there to drive demons out as well. Notice here the text is also highly syncretistic. This is very common for text in the Greek magic. I've made a whole video just on the Greek magical if you're interested in checking that out. But notice here again, we have a wide range of techniques being used to drive away the demon, but also we have a wide range of theological expressions found in this text as well. For instance, we have an invocation to specifically the Jewish God with the addition of a slight Christian element with some paganism thrown in throughout as well. Indeed, there's some clear Gnostic elements combined in this spell also. Of course, this kind of syncretism is very common both in exorcisms and magic more generally. As in much magical practice, we might conclude that when the going gets tough, the tough get syncretistic. So what's fascinating about this ritual is what we've seen in the development of Jewish exorcism rituals for the past several hundred years are in some sense melded together in this incantation found in the Greek magical papyri. And in fact, I think this incantation is probably a window into how common exorcisms were performed on the day-to-day, assuming people got exorcised day-to-day. They might have. And we see that all of these elements get combined in this text from the Greek magical papyrus. What's fascinating by putting the Greek into conversation with the other texts that we've seen from Josephus, the Dead Sea Scrolls, and Jesus of Nazareth is that this Greek magical papyrus probably gives us a window onto a wide range of exorcistic procedures, from common everyday people seeking relief from suffering all the way up to perhaps even very wealthy upper class people who also could be afflicted with these kinds of demonic possessions. In this episode, we've covered the development of the concept of possession and exorcism in Israelite religion and Judaism over the course of about 800 to 1,000 years, from the earliest periods of the Hebrew Bible all the way into the early years of the Common Era. In the next episode, we're going to shift to rabbinical Judaism proper, and it's there we're going to see interesting developments in anti-demon technology. We're going to find some exorcisms that were otherwise lost for nearly 1,000 years, accounts of possessed structures. In fact, we're going to look at an account of a possessed well, where one spirit even warns the rabbis, look, I might be an evil spirit, but there's an even worse spirit over there in that well. You don't let me live there, well, they're going to let this other evil spirit live there. And so they have to drag spirit out of this possessed well. And of course, we'll spend a lot of time looking at the development of the Kabbalah, its incredibly innovative and interesting demonology, and how that demonology would spawn the most fearful form of possession in all of modern and contemporary Judaism, the horrifying entity known as the Dybbuk. Though let's not let the Dybbuk get all the attention here. What's interesting about the Kabbalah is it also introduces a form of voluntary beneficent possession. In this voluntary beneficent form of possession, a person can actually undergo what is called ibor, or spiritual pregnancy, the opposite of dibuk or dabak, the clinging by the evil dead, in which the soul of the person can actually be unified with the soul of a deceased righteous person in order to gain spiritual strength. And that spiritual strength can elevate you beyond your normal ability to resist sin. It can even elevate you to the position of a potential Messiah. Indeed, there are even 4 different forms of beneficent or good possession to be found in the development of the Kabbalah in the early modern period. So I hope you'll, as we turn next time to the development of the ideas of possession and exorcism in the rabbinical, Kabbalistic world. If you're interested in the history of demons, angels, spirits, occult philosophy, Kabbalah, and alchemy, make sure to subscribe. These are all core content areas here at Esoterica. Also, if you want to support the creation of accessible, free content and topics on Western esotericism, I hope you consider supporting us on Patreon or with a one-time donation. Your support of Esoterica helps to make the channel possible, and I really appreciate your support of our work. I thought I'd mention some of the texts that I found useful in preparing this episode, although I'm going to hold off with the text specifically on Kabbalah and the Dybbuk for the next episode. So if you're interested in that material, make sure to check out the end of that episode for books and references on that material as well. The classic text, Possession and Exorcism by Osterreich, remains basically the most important touchstone in the field. Although there are sections that significantly need updating, it's still pretty reliable. And if you're interested in the cultural, spiritual, and religious dimensions of the concepts of possession and exorcism, the text is overall pretty good. I would, in individual instances of studies that he does, I would certainly go look up the modern contemporary scholarship on what's going on in exorcism and possession in those specific cases. For instance, we know a ton more about exorcism and possession in the ancient Near East world and in the ancient Egyptian world than he did when he wrote that book. So those sections specifically are quite thin. So again, I would really recommend checking his work against more contemporary scholarship, but it's certainly a great place to start. If you're interested in Egyptian magic, specifically the magic around execration and exorcisms that I mentioned earlier in the video, the standard text here is Borchot's text, Ancient Egyptian Magical Texts. It's a little bit difficult to find, and when you do find it, it can be a little expensive, although I think that there are copies online at archive.org that are in the public domain, although I'm not quite sure about that. This handy, relatively short volume contains a wide range of different spells that have been recovered and translated from ancient Egyptian and translated with a high degree of scholarship. It's really wonderful to see ancient Egyptian words that you can look up if you so desire, along with the text. So this text is very, very reliable in terms of its translation. This little volume is fantastic for the range of spells that it contains, including many exorcistic style and execration spells that I discussed earlier in the episode. I think my favorite spell is for repulsing a kind of evil dead entity with its face upside down. It sounds positively spooky. You can read that spell in the book as well. So this text is really wonderful, although I do think it will need updating at some point pretty soon. This is especially given the great leaps and bounds made in Egyptian demonology. For instance, the University of Swansea has the fantastic demonological database where you can look through hundreds of demons. And so the research being done on Egyptian religion, Egyptian magic, Egyptian technology is all going to need to be updated at some point in the near future, and new scholarship is appearing all the time. Although I will say that this text remains reliable and it remains a fascinating read, especially if you're interested in Egyptian magic or Heka. Favorite introduction to Mesopotamian religion, Ivan Hrusha's Ancient Mesopotamian Religion. It's a graphically named book. It is a slim volume, relatively easy to get, not terribly expensive, and it is a no-nonsense, no-fluff introduction to ancient Mesopotamian religion, from gods to magic to medicine to the afterlife, everything. It is a wonderful text and very accessible in terms of writing style and in terms of enormous clarity and the content that he provides. So again, I would really recommend picking up this volume if you're interested in ancient Mesopotamian religion, magic, afterlife, and the gods. This text is backed by careful archaeology and a very clear understanding of the text in the original language. So again, well worth picking up and well worth having on your shelf if you're a student of history and magic and religion. Whitmer's text, Jesus the Galilean Exorcist, is a single best study on this aspect of Jesus' life and ministry in English that I know of. She does an amazing job and the exorcisms performed by Jesus in the various, and does a really, really solid job of locating the language and the process of those exorcisms in their social and historical context there in first century Judea. And I think by understanding Jesus primarily as an exorcist and a healer first, and as a prophet and a Messiah second, we actually get closer to understanding the historical Jesus as a person in his ministry. So I really recommend checking out Whitmer's book here because it gives us a glimpse onto Jesus, how I think he would have been remembered had he not become the Messiah of Christianity. So again, Whitmer's text, Jesus the Galilean Exorcist, highly recommended, really fantastic text on really putting this aspect of Jesus' life and work into historical and religious context. So again, I'll hope you'll join me next time as we turn to Rabbinic Judaism, to the Kabbalah, to the rise of the Dybbuk and the spiritual form of possession, a bore that lifts the soul into the world of the righteous. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and you've been watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane side of history, philosophy, and religion. In the first part of this two-part series on the history of possession and exorcism in Judaism, we explored the first 1,000 years in the development of this concept, from the ancient Near East to roughly the Roman period. There, we saw that possession and exorcism were relatively minor concepts in ancient Israelite theology, despite being relatively ubiquitous among their neighbors. However, during the Babylonian exile, it appears that a substantial number of Zoroastrian religious ideas were imported into Israelite theology, thus setting the ground for a substantial increase in the general supernatural ecology of ancient Israelite religion and therefore Judaism. It was a period following the Babylonian exile, starting in 580, that saw a substantial increase in the population of supernatural entities, specifically angels and demons in Israelite theology. And it was around the turn of the Common Era that the concept of possession and exorcism really flourished in ancient Judaism. This is attested in a wide variety of sources, from the Dead Sea Scrolls to the stories of Jesus of Nazareth in the New Testament, to the philosopher Philo of Alexandria, and including the Jewish Roman historian Josephus. However, following the destruction of the Jerusalem Temple and the disastrous revolt led by Bar Kokhba, Judaism underwent a major religious pivot. Rather than being a religion centered on a single cultic site, following an elaborate system of ritual sacrifices, pilgrimage holidays, and a highly developed priestly caste, Judaism would rapidly develop into several different academic schools, an elaborate literature, the templification of the home, and the emergence of a new class of religious leaders, the rabbis. Judaism would emerge from the wreckage of this period, although with a whole host of angels and demons in tow. Indeed, it's during the rabbinical period that entirely new forms of mysticism will appear, and with those forms of mysticism, new forms of possession. I hope you'll join me in this episode of Esoteric as we explore the development of possession and exorcism during the rabbinical period and the rise of the Kabbalah, including the infamous case of the Dybbuk. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane side of history, philosophy, and religion. Judaism emerged like a phoenix from the ashes of the destruction of the temple-based religious worship of the first century of the Common Era. Facing what they rightly thought was a religious extinction event, the rabbis sought to commit to writing what at that point had only been transmitted orally from teacher to student. This hybrid of both oral and written literature blossomed into the enormous literary output of the early rabbinical period, with the dated sometime around 200 of the Common Era, the Talmud, or the massive Babylonian Talmud, being redacted sometime around 500 or 600 of the Common Era. Further texts of rabbinical lore and legend, such as the Midrash literature, would be completed in the years of the first millennium. What is curious about this vast literature, at least for our purposes, is that despite the popularity of possession and exorcism narratives from the centuries prior, this strata of literature is conspicuously missing just those type of narratives. Indeed, even discussions of angelic and demonic entities in this literature is distributed in a highly uneven way. For instance, the Babylonian Talmud is replete with stories about demons and includes even magical ways of repulsing them, while the Jerusalem Talmud, composed only a few centuries prior, is basically bereft of these type of narratives. Despite the fact that the Babylonian Talmud does have a great deal to say about the world of the demonic, there are very few narratives of demonic possession and exorcism in its over 35 volumes. I find this conspicuous, that despite numerous discussions of the Shadim, or demons, as the Babylonian Talmud typically refers to them, there are a handful of possession and exorcism cases in that vast literature. Before attempting to explain why this absence seems to occur in the early rabbinical literature, I want to turn and take a look at the few references that do occur in the Talmud. In Tractate Sanhedrin, there's a curious remark about what seems to be the practice of a kind of voluntary necromantic possession. At 65b, we see the rabbis discussing the finer points of sorcery and necromancy, because, of course, they're discussing the finer points of sorcery and necromancy. But we see them there lamenting a sinister practice. Here, they make an oblique reference to a practice in which one would fast and then go sleep in a graveyard, such that an unclean spirit, a ruach tumah, would fall upon that person. Now, it isn't clear exactly why someone would fast and sleep in a graveyard in order for a ruach tumah, unclean spirit, to fall upon them. Although, if we read the later commentaries of Rashi, it's classic necromancy. They're actually using this ruach tumah as a way of learning about the future. Despite this reference, we're not told much more about this practice of what appears to be a kind of necromantic possession of a clean spirit. However, Rabbi Akiva does make an interesting out of this practice. He laments the fact that people would go to a graveyard to welcome a clean spirit, whereas he wished that people would actually go and attempt to have a clean spirit or a pure spirit come upon them. But his lamentation takes the form of the idea that this generation is simply not righteous enough to have a kind of pure spirit fall upon them. And there's some indication that if one were to welcome a pure spirit, it would also give one supernatural insight or perhaps supernatural powers. Again, we're not quite sure because this reference is so oblique. But what is worth noticing here is that Rabbi Akiva seems to have the idea that both clean and unclean spirits can perhaps possess a person, thus giving them some kind of supernatural power. Retain that idea that both unclean but also pure spirits can possess the living. This idea is going to become very important later in the development of the Kabbalah. In another account in the Babylonian Talmud, we're told about the famed Galilean miracle worker. And remember, this idea of the Galilean miracle worker covers several other major rabbinic figures, including Choni, the circle maker, and the character that we're going to talk about now, Hanina ben Dosa. In this account, we're told that Hanina ben Dosa is immersing himself for ritual purification, perhaps, in a cave in the Galilee, where a group of Samaritans actually try to wall him up inside the cave. For whatever reasons, it's not clear, some spirits or demons actually go to the cave, remove the rocks so that Hanina ben Dosa can get out of the cave, and then go on to bother some old lady for whatever reason. Sometime after this, Ben Dosa is actually called to exorcise or drive these demons away from this elderly woman. And interestingly enough, it's the exact same spirits or demons that remove the rocks from the cave, thus saving him, but are also possessing or at least bothering this older woman. Of course, this created some drama, because as soon as Ben Dosa attempts to drive these spirits away from this elderly woman, they immediately claim, hey, we also just saved you from being walled up by the Samaritans. Why are you doing this to us? Now, we're not told exactly how Ben Dosa manages this conflict of interest, but we are told that he is successful in driving these spirits or these away from the woman. Exactly how it all turned out, the text remains relatively clear. Another really interesting story, Tanita Mendoza is said to encounter the Queen of the Demons along with her vast demonic army. Now, according to the text, prior to Juanita Mendoza rebuking her, she's basically allowed out every night to basically do whatever demons do, kill people, torture them, and possess them, I suppose. But after Juanita Mendoza rebukes her, the nights that she's allowed out are limited to certain years in the religious jubilee cycle of the Jewish year. What's interesting here is that Juanita Mendoza is basically able to strike a deal with the Queen of the Demons. His supernatural power is at least substantial enough to force her into submission such that she's only allowed out during certain nights of the Jubilee cycle. And of course, during those specific years, during the Jubilee cycle, the Babylonian Talmud warns us, well, don't be out on those nights because, the Queen of the Demons is out there rampaging with her demonic army. So, in another narrative in the Babylonian Talmud, we're told of a situation the Roman government basically passes a decree which makes Jewish religion impossible. In order to counter this decree, the rabbi sent another Galilean miracle worker, this time Shimon Bar Yochai, to the Roman government in order to overturn the decree. Of course, Shimon Bar Yochai is sent precisely because he is known to be able to work miracles. In this relatively short and somewhat fragmentary story, we're told that Shimon Bar Yochai does make his way to Rome, only to find that the daughter of the emperor is actually possessed by a demon named Ben Tamalion. And of course, Shimon Bar Yochai promptly drives that demon out. Now, for having driven this demon out of the emperor's daughter, Shimon Bar Yochai is basically granted a wish. And of course, what he immediately does is go in and tear up the decree that he was sent there to undo, thus in some sense accomplishing his task, using the power of exorcism to at least indirectly end the decree banning Jewish religious life. What's interesting about this narrative is that in a later account, we have a pretty substantial revision of just what goes on in this story. In that later version, the demon possessing the Roman emperor's daughter isn't male, female. In fact, Shimon Bar Yochai actually sees on top of the mast of the ship that's going to Rome. And more interestingly than that, Shimon Bar Yochai actually commands the demoness to go and possess the Roman emperor's daughter. It's in fact Shimon Bar Yochai, according to this later version of the story, that actually set up the possession to begin with, only to make his way to Rome and fix it, thus being able to annul this decree against the Jewish people. In this later version of the story, Shimon Bar Yochai's supernatural power is in some sense extended. Not only is he capable of exorcising the daughter of the Roman emperor, he's in some sense capable of actually causing her to be possessed in the first case, thus using the entire possession exorcism cycle as a kind of elaborate foil to get the decree made by the Romans against the Jewish people lifted. So, needless to say, this later version is a lot more colorful than the earlier version that we see in other places in the Babylonian Talmud. Of course, as you may know, Shimon Bar Yochai is known for his deep hatred of the Roman Empire. Actually, Shimon Bar Yochai went on to be the mythical author of the Sefer Zohar, in some sense tied very intimately with Jewish mysticism and Jewish occultism for centuries to come. Finally, we come to a story about a spirit-possessed well. This story is interesting, again, because it's not a spirit-possessed person, but rather a well that has a spirit. In fact, there are two spirits in this story, and it's very clear that this narrative was very popular. I think there are at least 6 different versions of this story that populate themselves throughout rabbinical literature. In this story, we're told that a female spirit has actually taken up residence in a local spring, but eventually along comes a male spirit who wants to copulate with the female spirit and apparently drive her out. It's relatively clear that this male spirit coming along later is rather malevolent. So we have a character named Abba Yossi. He's sometimes referred to as the Ish Zetor, the man of Zetor, is visiting this spring, and the female spirit comes to him and says basically, look, I've been living in this spring for quite some time, and I've never harmed anyone. However, there's an evil spirit, a male spirit coming, and that male spirit is going to harm people. And if you want to, what's worth noting here is that the character is referred to as Abba Yossi, the man of Zetor. He's not referred to here as a Rav or a rabbi. The title Abba, or father, is often linked, for whatever reason, in many stories found in the Midrash and in the Talmud, with someone specifically able to deal with supernatural problems, specifically demonic possession. So the use of this term Abba prompts the reader to know that this person has some kind of special relationship with the world of the supernatural. So how does the female spirit warn the townspeople and Abba Yossi to drive off this malevolent male spirit or demon? Well, what they're commanded to do is take various kinds of steel implements, one thinks of farm implements here, and go out at noon near the well or near the spring and bang them together, make a very loud racket, and they must say over and over again, "Victory is ours, victory is ours, Didan Nutsaf, Didan Nutsaf." Well, apparently after doing this elaborate ritual, which again the entire townspeople, the male demon is driven away from the, and to give proof of this, some blood actually appears on the surface of the water, showing that the demon, the male demon here, has vanished away from the well. Now, we're not told exactly what the fate of the female spirits here. One would hope that given the fact that she alerted the townspeople to the presence of this malevolent other spirit, that she's allowed to live in the well. Again, she says that she's never harmed anyone, and therefore, given that fact, one would hope that she would be allowed to live here in the spring of this well. Of course, this idea of spirits living in wells and springs, among other kinds of natural places, was very common in the ancient world and very common through cultures. One thinks, for instance, of the kami in Japanese mythology. But the idea here of a spirit living in this well would have been very common in the Roman or the Sasanian ideas to be found at this time. And again, what we have that's interesting is that there's a range of attitudes that one could have about these spirits, some of which are relatively benign and neutral, and some of which are malevolent. And we actually have a kind of supernatural war between the various, some of which are neutral and some of which are malevolent, and one becomes driving away the bad ones. The good ones, or at least the neutral ones in this case, are allowed to remain in their homes. So again, a pretty popular story here. Like I said, it occurs, I think, 6 different times in various versions in the rabbinical literature. The one we're looking at here is from the Midrash by Rabbah. And what's interesting, I suppose, about this story is we have here the idea that a spirit can set up residence in a well in the rabbinical imagination, something that we certainly don't see at all anywhere in the Hebrew Bible. Aside from this handful of tales, literature about exorcism in the early rabbinical literature is relatively scant, as I mentioned earlier, and I think I have a few reasons why this might be the case. I think one of the reasons why we may see a dearth in exorcism narratives here, at least in the Babylonian context, is a shift in anti-demonic technology. While exorcism seems to have been the primary anti-demonic technology in turn of the Common Era of Palestine, that technology seems to have shifted in the area in which the Babylonian Talmud was redacted. In this context, the very anti-demonic technology seems to have showed use of demon capturing. These bowls, which have been recovered in thousands, are typically inscribed with incantations around the inside perimeter of the bowl, and even often have images of the kinds of demons they wish to capture at the very bottom of the bowl. These bowls are typically produced and then buried upside down under the lintels of houses in the areas in which the Babylonian Talmud was redacted. These demon warding or demon capturing bowls perhaps represent a shift in anti-demonic technology away from exorcism and rather to a kind of execration magic, such that these demons are either trapped or warded off, rather than actually being exorcised once they possess people. Of course, with the demons trapped or otherwise repulsed using these demonic magic bowls, or perhaps even with the use of the magical understanding of the mezuzah, you simply don't need exorcism as much, if at all. If demons aren't getting into the homes of people in order to possess them, well, you don't need much in the way of exorcism. So what we may have here in the context of the Talmud, in the cultural system produced by literature, is simply a shift in anti-demonic technology, away from exorcism into the use of these anti-demon roles. Secondly, there may just be a shift in attitudes toward possession and exorcism within Judaism itself, given the rise of Christianity. As you'll remember from the first episode of this series, if Jesus hadn't been known as the Messiah of a new religion, he almost certainly would have been known primarily as a very successful hero and exorcist. And early Christianity really adopted these exorcistic narratives as a very important part of its identity. Indeed, if you read the book of Acts, one of the very early claims to fame of the Jesus movement is of its adherents' ability to drive out demons, specifically in the name of Jesus. And this ability to drive out demons was taken to be proof, at least to early Christians, of the truth of their faith. It's only if their faith were true that they would have power over these kinds of supernatural entities. It may have been the case that insofar as exorcism became a cornerstone practice of the early Jesus movement and in turn early Christianity, that rabbinical authorities simply removed themselves from this practice. So one could say, in some sense, of Christianity and Judaism, Christianity kind of got exorcism. Yeah, religion is weird. But you can see how if Christianity begins to see itself as a exorcising religion, or as a religion who really takes exorcism very seriously, Judaism might be distancing itself from those practices in order to show, look, we're not like those weird Christians. Our religion is not like that. So perhaps we do something different in order to drive out demons. Perhaps these demon bowls or other kinds of practices. But at any rate, one can see that in the division, perhaps, between Christianity and Judaism, it's largely Christianity that's going to take up the ideas of exorcism and possession, whereas Judaism perhaps is going to back off those ideas precisely in order to distinguish itself away from the rise of early Christianity. Finally, and perhaps the last reason why records about exorcisms from this period may be scant, is that in general, after the composition of the Babylonian Talmud, records and literature in the Jewish world simply go silent for several hundred years. It may be the case exorcisms are taking place in the Jewish world, but the records describing them simply haven't survived. What does seem to survive are very fragmentary records which do mention, at least obliquely, something like exorcistic rituals. We have, for instance, the idea that one can mix oil and water together, and this combination of oil and water allows a person to drive a demon out. Although exactly what this ritual looked like and how exactly it was performed remains very mysterious. Although it's worth noting that during this time period there are a handful of Jewish magical texts which survive, such as the Sefer HaRazim and the Charbon Moshe, which do describe the ability to control demons in those texts. Although notice that's slightly different than exorcism. Having some power over demonic forces is slightly different than being able to cast them out of people's bodies. In addition to those two texts, there's also a text called Sefer Ketzivat HaRuchot, which unfortunately is very fragmentary, and it seems that in that text we're also getting some sense of how to control demons and perhaps how to exorcise them from people who are possessed. Unfortunately, that text is in a very bad state of preservation. It's difficult to get any information. Also, that a handful of exorcistic texts have also been recovered from the Tower of Giza, although it's not quite clear when these date from. All of this indicates that at least at some level there were exorcistic practices in Judaism from the late classical period all the way into the early medieval period. Although, as I mentioned, records from this period are extremely scant. We simply don't know to what degree and to what extent possession and exorcism were major or minor aspects of Jewish life and in what areas. Just how those communities interacted with the concept of possession and exorcism perhaps varied enormously from cultural context to cultural context. Though it's worth driving this point home, that from roughly 500 to 1500 of the Common Era, there are basically no exorcism narratives recovered from the Jewish world. Again, while magical records and magical texts that they were produced during this period, again going back to the Sefer HaRazim and its ability to manipulate demons, we simply don't have much in the way of possession and exorcism narratives stretching over this nearly 1,000 year period. And indeed, it isn't until the late medieval and the early modern period that we begin to see new forms of exorcism and possession emerge. Indeed, it isn't until the rise of the Kabbalah, specifically the Lurianic Kabbalah, that we see that begin to change. It is in that context, the context of the rise of the Lurianic Kabbalah, that we see new forms of possession and exorcism begin to take place. And it is in that context that we see the appearance, for the first time, of the Dybbuk. By the European High Middle Ages, Jewish population centers in Europe would have stabilized in France, Germany, and Spain. And it is in those centers that we see the rise of a new form of Jewish mysticism, the Kabbalah. Of course, the development and rise of early Kabbalah remains one of the most obscure and difficult aspects in the study of Jewish mysticism, and I'm not going to try to rehash all of that here. The two main points that matter for us, at least in the context of this episode, is the rise of German pietism, or the Chaste Ashkenaz in medieval Germany, and the subsequent rise of the Kabbalah as it appears in the form of the Sefer Zohar in medieval Spain. What's crucially important to understand about the rise of Chaste Ashkenaz, or German pietism, in medieval Germany are things. One, the deep interest in that movement in Jewish occultism. Many of the Jewish magical and mystical texts from previous periods actually survive only because they were copied in this context. So here we have a community deeply interested in what we might term Jewish occultism. Secondly, it's worth pointing out that the Chaste Ashkenaz were among the most pessimistic in the history of Jewish religious communities. This likely points out their historical context, that is to say, the extreme violence that they faced at the hands of Christians, specifically the hands of crusaders. And it's from that extreme pessimism that we have a religious culture absolutely dominated by the forces of evil, and specifically very interested in the realm of the demonic. Indeed, it's from this cultural context that we'll see the rise of Jewish magic, specifically to fight the world of the demonic. In fact, it's in this milieu that we will see for the first time the development of the idea of the golem in a very concrete way. It's in the commentaries of folks like Eliezer of Worms, we will see the idea of the golem. This religious pessimism will be taken up in various degrees in strata of the Kabbalah. Sometimes this early pessimism is referred to by Gershom Scholem as a kind of Gnostic Kabbalah, in which the world is seen as primarily evil, and the fundamental task of the mystic is to escape this world rife with evil and the demonic. Indeed, one can read the central text of the Kabbalah, the Sefer Zohar, as a text not only brimming with light and illumination, but also, in some sense, just as filled with alienation, cosmic tragedy, and positively filled with the power of the demonic. The Zohar's mere obsession with the world of the demonic can be found even in commentaries on what appear to be passing references in the Hebrew Bible. For instance, in the book of Genesis, there is a basically passing reference to a list of Edomite kings. Well, that's no mere list of Edomite kings if you're a reader of the Sefer Zohar. In the Zohar's commentary, that list of Edomite kings becomes part of the theosophy for the creation, endurance, and persistence of cosmic evil itself. Again, one could argue that the Sefer Zohar, as much as it is a book of light and illumination, is just as much detailing the world of demonic and horror. French expulsions of 1492, many mystically inclined Jewish refugees would actually settle in the homeland of the Zohar's hero, Shimon Bar Yochai, in the Upper Galilee. It was in this new Kabbalistic milieu in Sfat or Safed in the 16th century that would give rise to new forms of possession and exorcism, reflecting this deep concern on the part of the Kabbalist with the great light of the Godhead and the great darkness of the demonic. Though central to these new forms of possession and exorcism is going to be the novel Kabbalistic concept of Gilgul, or the transmigration or reincarnation of souls. In previous forms of Jewish mysticism, such as the Merkabah mysticism, the task of the mystic was to descend into the various palaces of God until ultimately arriving in the divine throne room, thus receiving a form of divine illumination. However, with the development of the Kabbalah, the goal of the mystic became far grander. In the Kabbalah, one is not simply experiencing a mystical insight for oneself. Here, the goal of the Kabbalistic mystic is nothing short of the metaphysics of both the cosmos and the head. According to Louis Tall, the process of cosmic reparation begins with our very souls, and our souls actually stretch back from body to body through a process of reincarnation, or Gilgul, which itself stretches all the way back to a kind of root soul, as they put it, at the very beginning of creation itself. Just as the cosmos itself must be repaired through the process of tikkun olam, so too must our individual souls be subject to the exact same kind of reparation. Thus, the higher levels of our soul, there are 5 levels of the soul in classical Oriental Kabbalah, these various higher levels of the soul are actually reincarnated from body to body, either inching forward toward the world of unification through the use of good deeds and the following of the commandments or the mitzvot, or they're slowly degraded into the world of evil by committing various kinds of sins. So life after life, or reincarnation after reincarnation, Our souls are either reaching up through the levels of unification to being reunited with the divine oneness, or they're reaching down further into the various acts of sin which further degrade and destroy our souls. According to Luria and Vital, in addition to the longer process of Gilgul, there are two temporary states which may either hinder or render a boon to the soul in its process up toward the supernal realm, or down into the realm of the demonic, or the klipot, the shards of creation itself. Those temporary states are either falling victim to a Dybbuk or receiving the divine boon of Ibor. We'll explore both of these in turn, but let's turn to the Dybbuk first. According to Luria's theory, acts of goodness help to restore one's soul back to the realm of divine goodness, whereas acts of evil, or sin, pull one's soul back into the world of evil. If one were to commit enough evil, or perhaps a singularly evil deed worthy of karet, or ritual excommunication, then it's possible that one's soul simply leaves the cycle of Gilgul altogether and roams about the world, disconnected from the very cycle of reincarnation itself. Unfortunately, being cut off from the cycle of Gilgul is rather dreadful, and one attempts to be unified with anything living, including animals, and holy, including gods. But unfortunately, because of the unholy condition of the soul, one is repulsed by anything good. So if one is unable to enter, for instance, into a home or a synagogue that is protected by the mezuzot, or the ritual scroll put on the doorpost of observant Jewish homes. Further, the amputated soul becomes rather ravenous for life itself. It seems as if the condition of being separated from the body is in some sense spiritually agonizing. And because it was precisely the evil of one's life that separated one's soul from one's body, or separated one's soul from the process of Gilgul, the disembodied spirit often becomes rather vengeful and hostile, despite the fact that it craves to be reunited with the body. When these disembodied spirits are reunified with the body, they cling to that body and desperately seek not to be separated from it again. And it's from this clinging that these entities get their name. They're called Dybbuk, from the Hebrew dabak, which means to cling or to hold on to. In fact, word for glue, devek, comes from the exact same root, or shoresh. What's crucially important to note here is that Dybbuk possession is radically different than previous forms of spiritual possession. In those previous forms of possession, it was demonic entities that were doing the possessing. In this case, rather, it's the evil dead. It's spirits of people who, for whatever reason in their life, committed sins so grave that they were expelled from the process of reincarnation and were forced to roam around the world, seeking someone else, seeking another body to re-inhabit. Here, under the influence of the Lurianic Kabbalah, there's a shift away from possession by demonic entities to possession by the evil dead. I mean, not that evil dead, that's Kandarian demons. The Necronomicon really won't help you with Dybbuks, I don't think. But notice here, right, that the possession is occurring by basically ghosts as opposed to demons. The first major and well-known Dybbuk possession case was publicized in February of 1571 and is usually referred to as the Falcon Dybbuk case, or the Great Event in Safed. It's known as the Falcon case because it was the Falcon who first composed and publicized the events that took place there. Though I should point out there were a couple of cases of exorcism and possession in Safed in the earlier 16th century, in which the exorcist in that case was none other than the famed jurist and Kabbalist Joseph Caro. In the Falcon Dybbuk case, or the Great Event in Safed, we have a young woman she's never named who's possessed by the Dybbuk of a man named Samuel Tzafarti. What's interesting is that Samuel Tzafarti is either her brother-in-law or her uncle by marriage. It's never entirely clear to me exactly what relationship she had with this man. Though it seems from the details of the case that he died in Tripoli and lived a relatively profligate and somewhat heretical lifestyle. In fact, he seems to have declared during his life that, quote, all religions were the same. Again, this idea would have been heretical and perhaps is a condition for his soul being cut off and thus becoming a Dybbuk. It's also worth noting that there are very strong sexual undertones to the entire Dybbuk case. This is not uncommon in many spirit possession cases. Here we have the idea that Samuel may have had some kind of inappropriate relationship with a young woman he's currently possessing. And in fact, when the rabbis question him about why exactly he's possessing this woman, he says that he can do so, and it basically insinuates that he's sort of spiritually copulating with her. But he says he can do so because her husband, well, is in Salonika, so he can kind of do what he wants. So there's definitely some very strong and not so subtle sexual undertones in the entire case here of the Falcon Dybbuk case. We'll actually see that exact same dimension, the fact that many Dybbuks will actually have a kind of sexual relationship with their host, all throughout many of the early and developing stories in the Dybbuk cases as they come into the literature. Well, the exorcists in this case want to further check to see whether or not this woman is in fact possessed by the Dybbuk of Samuel Tsafarti. And what they do is actually check to see which languages she knows and doesn't know. Samuel apparently knew some languages that she didn't know. For instance, she apparently seems to know Yiddish, whereas he didn't. But he seems to have known Turkish and other languages. And it seemed that the way they vet this process is by speaking to the Dybbuk in language. Whereas when they speak to the Dybbuk in a language, for instance, that the victim here would know, Yiddish, he can't respond. So it seems like this knowledge of languages at some level proves that the Dybbuk is in fact the ghost of Samuel Tsafarti. Also, it's the case that she seems to know all kinds of interesting facts about his life that she would otherwise not know for whatever reason. At this point, they're relatively convinced that it is in fact the ghost or the Dybbuk of Samuel Tsafarti that has possessed this young woman, and they proceed with the exorcism, which primarily involves the threat of excommunication, the use of sulfur as a kind of incense, and various incantations and psalms being repeated over and over again. We're told in somewhat disturbing detail how this possessed young woman was able to breathe in large amounts of burning sulfur without ever reacting. This is an important detail. It actually may come into the story here in an important way in just a moment. And you'll remember all the way back to the ancient Near East and all the way to the ancient Greek magical papyri that the burning of long used in the history of ancient Near East exorcisms to drive out demons. So it's interesting to see here, all the way into the year of 51, sulfur is still being burned in order to drive demons out of possessed people. At any rate, we're told toward the end of the exorcism that she becomes violent. They attempt to cover her body to protect her modesty, but that the Dybbuk itself is actually going to exit her body via her vagina. And there's an indication that the sign the Dybbuk has left is that there's actually a discharge of blood from her vagina, showing that the Dybbuk has in fact left. Now, unfortunately, several days later, it appears that the Dybbuk actually repossesses this young woman. We'll see this motif happen in many different Dybbuk stories of this time, where the Dybbuk will be expelled only to come back several days later and actually kill the host of the person that they had possessed. This unfortunately happens to this young woman, in which allegedly she was choked to death by the Dybbuk. Although one may wonder, and I certainly do, to what degree did this young woman being subjected to perhaps hours of inhaling burning sulfur contribute to her early demise? But at any rate, this motif, as I mentioned, of the Dybbuk being successfully exorcised only to return later is a common motif in many of these early Dybbuk exorcism stories. In the years following the Falcon Dybbuk possession case, numerous other Dybbuk stories appear, and it's in this period that Chaim Vital is appointed by Rabbi Itzhak Luria as a kind of chief exorcist in this area. If you're interested in reading the Falcon Dybbuk possession case or the other Dybbuk possession cases from this period, stay tuned toward the end of the video. I'll introduce some books which contain translations of these accounts. So take a look at those toward the end of the video, and you can also check those links out in the description below. These other Dybbuk possession cases include a wide range of very fascinating material in their accounts, especially things dealing with widespread sexual immorality in the community, the possessed person knowing the various secret sins of various members of the community. The disembodied dead actually provide something like a travel log in some cases, where they'll describe all the various places that they've gone to bodied state. One of the real stories is how one of the Dybbuks actually climbed into a deer, and the deer is pregnant, and Dybbuk describes how horribly cramped and uncomfortable it was to be inside this deer. Unfortunately, being inside this pregnant deer with the Dybbuk eventually kills the deer, and the Dybbuk is forced out and goes on the prowl looking for another host. In other accounts, we actually learned how people became possessed by the Dybbuk. And in most cases, it's a relatively minor sin. For instance, there was a case in which a Dybbuk wanted to possess a woman, but it wasn't until that woman actually burned herself slightly and uttered a curse word, this very minor sin, and it's by uttering that curse word that allowed the Dybbuk to actually enter into her body. So we learn all kinds of interesting stories about how exactly the Dybbuk can actually get into the body of a person, or what kind of buildings a Dybbuk can and cannot enter. And further, we're also told of the various mechanisms by which one can exercise a Dybbuk. And what's interesting about these mechanisms is it's a kind of experimentation going on. No one really knows exactly how, with the exception of Itzhak Luria of the Dybbuks. But aside from his esoteric knowledge, no one really knows quite what they're doing. And so there's a wide range of experimentation going on for just how to expel these demons. And of course, this is very unlike exorcism that's going on in the Catholic world this time, in which there are very strict rituals and protocols for how to engage in exorcism. Here in the Jewish world, this phenomena in some sense is radically new, or at least relatively new, or at least it hasn't happened in 1,000 years or so. No one really knows exactly what to do, and so there's a wide range of experimental exorcistic techniques being used in order to drive these Dybbuks out. If you're interested, some of these techniques include the use of divine names. Some of these require that the exorcist engage in certain kinds of ascetic practices. There's the repetition of various psalms and various specific kinds of orders in order to drive the Dybbuk out. There's also interestingly the use of the threat of Nidui. Nidui is a kind of temporary excommunication in which the idea here is that the soul is already in a bad enough state, but if it's further excommunicated, it may be in a worse state. And using the threat of Nidui would actually drive the Dybbuk out. So the idea here is, so you might as well leave and go somewhere else. And of course, on the other side of further threatening them with things like Nidui, there's also the possibility of trying to help them get back on the path of Gilgul, on the path of reincarnation. And this is the idea that one may study Torah on behalf of the Dybbuk, or one may say Kaddish on their behalf. And the idea here is that by attempting to do righteous deeds on their behalf, that might allow the Dybbuk to leave the world of Dybbukdom. It would allow them to leave the world of Dybbukdom and perhaps re-enter the process of Gilgul, such that they can get back on the right track, so to speak, of having their soul ultimately reunified with the divine. So as you can see in these early Dybbuk accounts, there's a wide range of how one might become a Dybbuk. There's a wide range of what can happen once one is possessed by a Dybbuk, and there is a kind of experimental quality in just how to get the Dybbuk to be removed. And as I mentioned earlier, in many of these cases, the exorcism actually, either the person dies who is possessed or the Dybbuk returns. As you'll remember from the ancient Near East exorcistic practices, it wasn't uncommon when they expelled a ghost or a demon to actually provide some kind of backup system to prevent the demon or the ghost from repossessing the living. In this case, it would be the use of amulets or perhaps other kinds of symbols and other kinds of rituals to prevent that repossession from happening. Notice here that repossession is happening. Sometimes it actually kills the person being repossessed. And it's in that light that we'll have the rise of not just exorcism rituals in the Dybbuk cases, but also additional amulets and other kinds of safeguards to prevent exactly repossession. What's perhaps most crucially important about these late 16th century Dybbuk possession case narratives, and there are about 12 of these by the end of the 16th century, is that they are both printed and distributed into the wider Jewish world, and their veracity is attested to by some of the leading figures in the development of early modern Judaism. For instance, Shlomo Alkabetz, the author of the famed hymn for Kabbalah Shabbat, Lecha Dodi, actually signed his name onto the possession case, thus lending his Kabbalistic approval to the idea that the events that are described in that case in fact happened. And further, Menashe ben Israel, one of the leading figures in the Jewish world at the time, edited and reprinted the falcon possession case himself, thus further allowing the idea that this case was in fact authentic. Menashe ben Israel was seen as a great moderating force in some of the more heretical movements in the Jewish world, and when he reprinted this, it was certainly seen as something worthy of belief by many of the world's Jews. And in subsequent generations, the rising tide of the Shabbatian movement would bring with it and leave behind the great ideas of Lurianic Kabbalah. And with those ideas of Lurianic Kabbalah came the rise of the Hasidic movement. And it was in the Hasidic world, primarily in Eastern Europe in the early 18th century onward, that we see the rise of Dybbuk cases there. And it was primarily in the Hasidic world, beginning in the 18th century, that Dybbuk cases became more popular. And it's from that milieu that most of the more famous Dybbuk stories actually took root. And if you're interested in some of these Dybbuk narratives from the Hasidic world, I'll include a great book which includes many of them at the end of the video and in the description below. In addition to the malevolent Dybbuk form of possession, Kabbalah, and especially Lurianic Kabbalah, also gave rise to several distinct forms of beneficent possession as well. Prior to the rise of the Lurianic Kabbalah, Moshe Cordovero, Shlomo Alkabetz, and Joseph Caro all experienced what we may describe as beneficent forms of spiritual possession. Cordovero and Alkabetz would undergo what they referred to as Gerushim, or becoming exiled. In this mystical practice, they would seclude themselves in graveyards, and inside the graveyards, there in the massive graveyard in Sfat, they would begin to ecstatically utter Kabbalistic interpretations of the Torah itself. This is presumably under the inspiration of either the righteous dead, and in some cases under the inspiration of the Shekhinah, or the divine feminine herself. Joseph Caro, on the other hand, would recite long passages of the Mishnah. This is a collection of rabbinical lore dating to around 200 of the Common Era. And during this process of reciting these passages from memory, his body would become the vessel for a kind of angelic teacher, or Maggid. And this angelic teacher would create utterances through his body. In some sense, this angelic Maggid was a spiritual dimension of the Mishnah itself, and it would urge Joseph Caro onto greater and greater levels of spiritual and ascetic practices in order to further purify his soul in the interest of divine unification. As you probably know, Joseph Caro would also go on to publish the core text in Jewish law, the Shulchan Aruch, or the prepared table. So it's important to know that there's no distinction here between the mystical and the legal, and there's also important to realize that many of the people undergoing these mystical experiences, even in the case of these divine possession cases, are not marginal figures. Joseph Caro, Moshe Cordovero, and Shlomo Alkabetz are all central in the moral, intellectual, legal, and spiritual life of the Jewish world in the early modern period. So there's simply no writing these people off as marginal characters. They are in fact central to the development of Judaism as we now know it. Perhaps you'll be surprised to learn that it's Luria that is what is to me the most interesting, certainly the most bizarre, form of voluntary spiritual beneficent possession. In Luria's technique, one actually lies prostrate overnight, or at least for some period of time, onto the grave of a righteous person. By lying on the grave of this righteous person, or tzaddik, one is able to awaken some aspect of their soul that, of course, isn't dead, and by communion with their soul, this process is called yichudim, or communion. And by communing with the soul of the deceased person, one is able to gather some degree of chizuk, or power, or strength. And with this chizuk, one is able to, for instance, fight off a temptation, or upgrade one's spiritual journey in the world of the mystical. This technique, where one lies prostrate onto the grave of a righteous person, or tzaddik, in order to gain chizuk, or spiritual strength, is what Isaac Luria terms ibor, or spiritual pregnancy. Ibor literally just means pregnancy. And it is in this process of spiritual pregnancy, or ibor, in which the soul of the righteous dead communes with the mystic in order to give that mystic some chizuk, or some mystical insight, for all kinds of various reasons. It's also worth noting something of the sexual connotation of this process, this idea of ibor and yichud. Of course, the word yichud is also used for the first time a bride and groom are actually alone together in a room by themselves after their wedding. So it's very interesting that this idea of lying prostrate on the grave of a righteous person temporarily impregnates one, thus one becomes impregnated, at least temporarily, with the soul of the righteous, Of course, this has a very profound homoerotic and certainly a deeply sexual connotation to it. Of course, though, not everyone can engage in Yehudim, not everyone can engage in the process of Ibor. This is reserved only for the most elite of Kabbalists, and even those elite Kabbalists must undergo a pretty sophisticated series of ascetic and spiritual purifications to even hope to arouse. And the language here is one of arousal. This is how Isaac Luria talks about to arouse the soul of the righteous person, of the Kabbalist, to learn deeper and more secrets of the Allah in the world of the esoteric divine. Of course, it will be Chaim Vital, Luria's student, who would greatly develop and expand the notion of Yehudim, both in terms of explaining exactly how it works, given the very sophisticated ideas found in Isaac Luria's Kabbalistic system, but also explaining that this technique can be done in one's home. One need not lay on the grave of the righteous in order to achieve the state of Ibor. Of course, all this seems to harken back to our statement by Rabbi Akiva back in the Babylonian Talmud. Remember there, he lamented the fact that people would go into graveyards and fast in order to have a ruach tumah, an unclean spirit, fall upon them, and rather he wished that people would try to do the same thing in order to get a pure spirit, a ruach tahor, to come lie upon them instead. Well, it seems Rabbi Akiva's gotten exactly what he wished for. Here, in the idea of Ibor, we have the idea of entering into a graveyard precisely in order to get the soul of a righteous person to enter into the soul of the Kabbalist. Of course, I don't know what Rabbi Akiva would have thought about all this while becoming pregnant with the soul saints or whatever. So be careful what you wish for, you just might get it. It might take 1,500 years, and it might involve people lying on graves and graveyards. But spiritual pregnant, there you go, Rabbi Akiva. Generally speaking, Dybbuk cases persisted through the centuries, especially in the context of Hasidism. However, the process of Yehudim and Ibor seem to have largely been eclipsed by the more developed Hasidic idea of Devekut, or Devekus, in which the soul of the Kabbalist, or the soul of the Hasid, clings to the divine. Of course, this may have just as much to do with the dislocation of the Kabbalah away from Sfat, particularly where there are many, many graves of righteous people to lie upon, but also it may have to do with the weird kind of necromantic associations of this practice. It's also worth remembering that Chaim Vital also argued that one can achieve the state of Ibor, or spiritual pregnancy, in one's home, so one doesn't have to go out into a graveyard and lie on a grave in order to achieve the spiritual feat. Asked around if Yehudim is still practiced in the area around Sfat, and basically what I was told is that no one's going to confirm it and no one's going to deny it. Of course, all of this is in the context of the extremely insular world of Haredi Judaism, and of course Kabbalah is the esoteric dimension of that type of Judaism, and the idea of Yehudim and Ibor are considered even extreme ideas within the context of Kabbalah. So it's not surprising as a non-member of that kind of community that I'm not going to ever have real access to the degree to which anyone is actually engaged in a practice like this. So if the tradition of this practice is still being carried on, it would be very unlikely for outsiders to have any access to it. Well, if you find yourself wandering around the graveyards of Sfat in the middle of the night and you see people lying on tombs, well, now you know why they're doing it. They're getting mystically pregnant. The more you know. As I mentioned earlier, Dybbuk cases continued through the Hasidic period, and many of the early Hasidic masters, such as the Baal Shem Tov, were famed as exorcists. Though with the rise of the Jewish Enlightenment or the Haskalah, the destruction of many Hasidic communities during the Nazi period, and also suppression of religiosity during the Soviet period, Dybbuk possessions simply were on the left. Though we're lucky that from 1911 through 1915, roughly the beginning of the First World War, writer Ansky actually gathered ethnographic data on Hasidic Jews primarily living in southern Poland, and it's from that ethnographic data that he would go on to publish his famous play, The Dybbuk. Written first in Russian and then translated into Yiddish and Hebrew, the play debuted in 1920 and was a rave hit. In fact, it was so popular that in 1937, a film adaptation was actually shot in Poland just on the eve of the Nazi invasion. It's with great sadness that I say that many of the cast and crew that worked on this great masterpiece of German expressionism in Yiddish film perished during the Nazi extermination period. Although I am happy to report the film has recently undergone digital restoration along with new subtitles and is available on DVD from the National Center of Jewish Film. I'll include a link in the description below if you want to check that out. The lore of the Dybbuk has also appeared in the opening act of the Coen brothers' really wonderful 2009 film, A Simple Man, which is great because it's actually shot entirely in Yiddish. It actually depicts, at some level, something like a world. So even if you don't watch all of the opening sequence with the Dybbuk is absolutely wonderful. The Dybbuk also appears in the 2012 film The Possession, although it's not at all in accordance with actual Dybbuk lore. Although an interesting point about this film is that during the exorcism ritual, Psalm 91 is actually recited out loud. That's actually pretty accurate. Psalm 91 has long been used in exorcistic rituals in Judaism, reaching from the period of the Dybbuk in the early modern period all the way back, in fact, to the Dead Sea Scrolls. In addition to the Dybbuk on film, real-life Dybbuk possession cases have also begun to reappear in the real world, at least in the Haredi world. The most interesting and probably the most infamous case of recent memory is a 1999 so-called Dybbuk of Dimona, and that one is so interesting because the exorcism was actually filmed, and you can watch the entire thing on YouTube. I'll put a link in the description below. Although I will say that entire business of the Dimona Dybbuk is really controversial. Some people claiming that it was a fraud, some people claiming that it was true. There's a lot of ins and outs exactly what is going on in this whole situation. However, in the Haredi world, there are actually books published about how one can learn lessons from the Dimona Dybbuk to become a better person. However, after the Dimona Dybbuk case, other Dybbuk cases also began to appear, specifically in Bnei Brak and other Haredi communities throughout Israel. It's also the case that other Dybbuk cases have also begun to appear in the United States. So it appears that after about 100 years of silence, the Dybbuks have, for whatever reason, returned. If you're interested in the history of demons, occult magic, and Kabbalah, make sure to subscribe here to Esoterica. These are all core content areas of our channel, so make sure to also check out our other content as well. Also, if you value freely accessible and scholarly approaches to materials such as this, Kabbalah, and Western esotericism, please consider supporting our channel via Patreon or with a one-time donation. Your contributions to Esoterica make our channel and our research possible. Thank you. I just want to recommend a few texts which I find to be some of the most superb scholarship on possession and exorcism in the early modern Jewish world, and more generally in the Kabbalah. Goldich's edited volume Possession in Judaism, which is actually published by Wayne State University, which was the teach, is a really amazing collection of essays on a wide range of topics in possession in Judaism. This includes topics going all the way back to the medieval period, all the way up to contemporary accounts of possession in modern Israel, along with a real host of primary source documents, many of which are translated for the first time. So this is a really incredible volume, well worth picking up, not terribly expensive, and gives you an excellent opportunity really to get into the various aspects of Jewish possession. I'll especially recommend Lawrence Fine's article in the text, in which he introduces the idea of benevolent possession in Judaism. He goes into really great detail, some of which again has never been translated before, about the exact mechanisms by which the process of Ibor, or spiritual pregnancy, takes place, according to the thought of Itzhak Luria and Chaim Vital. So a really great resource, well worth having on your shelf if you're interested in the intersection between spirit possession and Kabbalah. Chayez's text, Between Worlds, is probably the best introduction to the idea of spirit possession, specifically in the text of the development of Lurianic Kabbalah. And he also includes a comprehensive collection of spiritual possession accounts, or Dybbuk accounts, from this early period. So between his excellent analysis of the spirit possession world and of Dybbuks, and of the really excellent collection of primary source documents about the conditions there in Safed, this volume is absolutely important if you want to understand the development of Lurianic Kabbalah as it pertains specifically to the rise of Dybbuk possession and Ibor there in the very early period in the development of Kabbalah and Safed in the late 16th century. So an excellent volume. The primary sources that he translates are fantastic. Some of them are really creepy and wonderful. So I really recommend picking up this text if you really want to deep dive into the world of the Dybbuk. Winkler also has a really nice volume simply entitled Dybbuk, that is a collection from an Orthodox Jewish standpoint of various Dybbuk stories from history, all the way back from Safed, all the way into the Hasidic world, into the modern period. And so this is a really nice collection, again, not from an academic point of view, but from the point of view of Orthodox Judaism, how these are, where they come from, how they operate, and various narratives and various lessons I suppose we could learn from cases of Dybbuk possession. Again, this is not an academic source, but it's still really interesting and worth checking out if you're just interested in the Dybbuk and Dybbuk lore more generally. Finally, and of course, if you've never had the chance to read Ansky's play The Dybbuk, nor seen the 1937 film adaptation, you're really missing out on some classic literature and classic film. These are both really wonderful plays, and the film is just shot in this really great German expressionistic way. So if you've never had the chance to check out this marvel and testament to the genius of Yiddish literature and Yiddish film, which was sadly largely snuffed out by the horrors of the Nazi period, you deserve to take a look at these wonderful pieces of literature and this wonderful film. Of course, I'll just say that the film and the play are both lovely and spooky at the same time. They're filled with love and magic and Kabbalah and, of course, Dybbuk. And so if you've not had the chance to check them out, or if you've never checked out the play and the film, The Dybbuk, they are wonderful things as part of a cult film, Kabbalistic film worth checking out. And you can easily get a copy in Yiddish. And if you read a little bit of German, and if you can read Hebrew letters, the Yiddish is honestly not that hard to tease out. So I can't recommend enough that you check out the play and the film adaptation of The Dybbuk. Well, until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and you've been watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane side of history, philosophy, and religion. The study of Kabbalah is perhaps one of the most difficult aspects of Western esotericism. Texts often only make sense in Hebrew or in Aramaic. They presuppose an enormous amount of rabbinical and biblical lore. The dialectical style of argumentation they employ is often genuinely perplexing. These texts speak in layers of code and allegory. Very simplified Kabbalah into Wikipedia-sized chunks frankly destroys exactly what makes Kabbalah so interesting, its incredible complexity and dynamism. Frankly, the study of Kabbalah is difficult, and simplification simply evades the task at hand. With this problem in mind, I'm sometimes asked for a kind of progressive study guide for studying Kabbalah, and by the time I've gotten a few texts in, I've realized I've reproduced the exact problem all over again. It's just become a long list of texts and commentaries. So this naturally raises the question, how did the medieval and Renaissance masters of Kabbalah, learn Kabbalah? How did they arrange the text to learn it the way that they did? Just what text did they study? In what order? With what commentaries? What Jewish and non-Jewish sources did they use to learn Kabbalah? Just what text did they study? In what order? With what commentaries? One wonders to what degree did non-Jewish texts feature into their education? How did Kabbalists, become Kabbalists? In this episode of Esoterica, I went on a holistic study program from Renaissance Italy. It was composed by a rather obscure but very important Kabbalist, especially through his student, Giovanni Mirandola, who basically invented Christian Kabbalah as we know it in the writing of his 9 Theses. Alamanda's study guide is fascinating because of its priority of ecstatic, prophetic Kabbalah over the more typical theosophical schools associated with the Sefer Zohar. And further, what makes his Kabbalah really interesting is his linking with both magical theory and practice with the Kabbalah. So if you're interested in studying Kabbalah, especially Christian and Hermetic Kabbalah, I hope you'll join me as we turn to Yochanan Alameno's Renaissance Kabbalah Study Guide. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane side of history, philosophy, and religion. Yochanan Alameno lived one of the most exciting periods in the history of Western esotericism. He saw the completion of Ficino's translation of the Corpus Hermeticum and lived during the period of a kind of neo-Hermetic renaissance, led by people like Lodovico Lazzarelli, one of the first persons to actually call themselves Hermeticists. He tutored and worked alongside Giovanni Pico della Mirandola as he studied Kabbalistic texts in the original Hebrew and Aramaic, and of course in translations of the very colorful Flavius Mithridates and the more sober Elijah Domenico. Alamano himself developed a form of Kabbalah in which ecstatic prophecy and magic feature prominently, and in this way he's a bit of a forerunner for the development of Hermetic Kabbalah and European occultism more generally. For a glimpse into this more Hermetic or occult notion of Kabbalah found in Yochanan Alameno, I want to turn to his study guide found in a document called the Liquid Team, which is basically a kind of notebook filled with straight thoughts, edited together by Moshe Adel. This guide is a progressive study program beginning at age 4 and progressing to more and more abstract imaginative texts as one grows older. The goal of the guide is no sheep, which means something like human success, translated as a version of eudaimonia, that's human flourishing. So in Alameno's guide, one begins at the age of 4, and through the progress of studying more and more difficult texts, ultimately into magical texts, one can achieve something like human flourishing, the ideal life for a human being. Thus, the guide represents a study program for someone who wants to flourish not only as a Kabbalist, but more generally as a human being, progressing through basic grammar all the way to wielding magical powers. The Kabbalistic study guide begins as one might imagine. From the ages of 4 to 13, Alameno tells us that one should learn to read the Bible in the original Hebrew, although with no commentaries. This is in addition to learning to read and write Hebrew, along with one's vernacular language and other languages, and I think he has in mind here perhaps Latin and even Greek. In addition, toward the end of this cycle, closer to the age of 13, the traditional age of one's bar mitzvah, Alameno also tells us that one should begin to study the Mishnah with the commentaries of Maimonides. The Mishnah, as you may know, is a collection of rabbinical lore that was commanded for the destruction of the temple and edited together sometimes 200 of the Common Era. The rabbinical commentary on the Mishnah becomes the massive volumes known as the Talmud, the core text of rabbinical Judaism. The next 7 years, from ages 13 to 20, are dedicated at least in part to studying the Talmud. Of course, this makes a great deal of sense. Many people often forget that even the most basic texts of the Kabbalah presuppose that one has already studied the Bible in great depth in Hebrew, along with the vast sea of rabbinical literature. Further, it's during this period that Alameno also recommends that one begin to study language in a much greater detail during this period. This is specifically a reference to the study of rhetoric and logic. This includes classical texts in logic and rhetoric by Aristotle, along with their commentaries by Averroes. These are typical texts in the medieval education system, and what's interesting is that in the Kabbalistic study guide, these non-Jewish texts are featured just alongside other Jewish texts as crucially important for the development of the budding Kabbalist. It's also during this period from ages roughly 13 to 20 that Alameno recommends that we begin to dedicate ourselves to the study of mathematics and further to the study of astrology and astronomy. So it seems that by the age of 20, Alameno has in mind that one should have a very solid grasp of the Bible in the original Hebrew, along with various languages, logic and rhetoric, mathematics, and astrology and astronomy. Clearly, Alameno is recommending that we set for ourselves a very firm logical foundation before we turn to more abstract topics like metaphysics, mysticism, and magic. The next 7 years, from ages 20 to 27, seem specifically dedicated to more abstract topics in the history of philosophy. Here we're told by Alameno to study the physics and metaphysics of Aristotle, likely with the commentaries, of course, of Averroes. It's also interesting that Alameno urges us to get a dose of political philosophy during this time period, with the study of both Plato and Al-Ghazali. Again, it's interesting that during this time period we'll be studying more abstract metaphysical ideas. The study of political philosophy is perhaps meant to be more grounding. Though it is in this third cycle that we begin to turn toward more metaphysical and specifically mystical concepts in the study guide. Here, Alameno tells us that if we're interested in the concept of conjunction, or devekut in Hebrew, turn to texts that deal with that subject. All 3 texts that he recommends. What exactly does Alameno mean by conjunction, or devekut, in the study guide? This word literally means to cling to, and in later Hasidic thought, it has the idea of clinging to God. but of course Hasidism is several hundred years in the future of Alameno. So we have to look at the idea of conjunction, or Devek specifically in his 15th century context. Here it seems to mean the idea of one's intellect soaring up through the various spheres of the cosmos to unite with what is at that time called the active intellect. Of course, the concept of the active intellect is one of the most complicated ideas in all of the Middle Ages, and it has the connotation of being something like the mind of God, or the mind of the universe, which contains a kind of pure intellect itself. In fact, Maimonides had argued that prophecy itself was something like a kind of spiritual purification, where one's mind becomes united with the active intellect. So it's here in Alameno's study guide that we pass from mere intellectual studies to pure intellection itself, perhaps divine intellection. Again, what's interesting about this process is that the books that Alameno recommends for beginning the process of passing from mere intellectual studies to conjunction or devekut with the divine intellect or the active intellect, the texts he recommends are by Muslim writers, not Jewish ones. What's fascinating to me about this is that Alameno seems to be comfortable recommending the truth wherever he can find it. It doesn't seem that he really cares if the writers here are Muslim or Christian or pagan. For him, what matters is the truth. And if the first stage in the process of uniting one's intellect with active or divine intellect are to be found best in Muslim writers, he recommends them. It's also worth noting that during this time period, from roughly the ages of 20 to 27, that Alameno recommends that one begin to study medicine and alchemy. He specifically recommends the very famous alchemical text, the Turco Philosophorum, and he also says that one should learn to begin to use the alembic. Of course, learning to use the alembic would allow you to engage in both alchemical experimentation, but also, of course, distillation is a very important part of the production of medicines. So from the ages of 20 to 27, one is beginning to engage in much more abstract philosophical speculation, passing from one's own intellect to the active intellect, and also here one begins to engage in chemical and studies as well. During the next 7 years of the development of the Kabbalah study guide, one greatly intensifies one's study of metaphysical concepts. During this period, we're told to study the great classics of medieval philosophy, which at that time would still be relatively fresh. This would include the Incoherence of the Philosophers by Al-Ghazali, and the Reply, the Incoherence of the Incoherence by Ibn Rushd, along with the Guide of the Perplexed by Maimonides, along with the Kuzari of Halevi. Further, we're also told that we should study the great attack on Aristotelian metaphysics led by Castel Crescas in his famous book, War of Shadow. And this is also the time period where we study the great medieval biblical commentaries by Rashi, Gersonides, Ibn Ezra, and Nachmanides. It's worth noting that the commentaries recommended by Alameno represent a wide range of Jewish approaches to understanding the biblical text, from radical rationalists in the person of someone like Gersonides, all the way to something much more mystical, like someone like Nachmanides. Nachmanides' biblical commentary basically established the legitimacy of the Kabbalah in the Jewish world. Further, we also have the kind of polemics between Al-Ghazali and Halevi, along with the debate in some level between the more Aristotelian ideas of Maimonides and the more Neoplatonic. It seems that what one wants to cultivate is our ability to understand both sides of the debate, the more mystical, the more rational, the more Aristotelian, the more Neoplatonic. Here he seems to be inculcating in us the idea that in order to do metaphysics, we have to be able to think critically, not dogmatically. By studying both sides of these traditions, we gain just those skills. It is also during this time period, in the most holy months of the year, the months of Tishrei and Nisan, the months of Passover and the high holidays, that one begins to study the works of classical Kabbalah. Here we're told to study the intensely mystical biblical commentary of Menachem Kanti, a text that will have a very important impact on Pico, the works of the ecstatic mystic Abraham Abulafia, who developed a form of prophetic Kabbalah in which one meditates on the divine name in order to achieve union with the divine, along with the Sefer Yetzirah and its commentaries. Of course, the Sefer Yetzirah is one of the most mysterious books in Kabbalah and describes the creation of reality, perhaps the golem, through the use of the Sefer in the Hebrew alphabet. Of course, the Sefer Yetzirah is one of the most difficult books in all of Jewish mysticism, despite its brevity. And when it's printed, it's often printed with dozens of commentaries. The commentaries actually represent sometimes 95% of the bulk of the printed version of the Sefer Yetzirah, to give you an idea of just how difficult this text can be. It's also tremendously important to note what's missing in Alameno's study guide. There's no reference to studying the Sefer Zohar, typically thought to be the very backbone of the Kabbalah itself. While it's indeed shocking that there's no mention of the Sefer Zohar in Alamano's study guide, this should point us to the fact that there have always been several different competing schools, meaning mutually exclusive schools, of the Kabbalah. There's never been one Kabbalah. There have always been multiple schools of Kabbalah. And here we have the priority on the more ecstatic prophetic Kabbalah rather than the more classical theosophical Kabbalah that most of us now understand as well, the Kabbalah. Of course, the shift from theosophical Kabbalah to ecstatic prophetic Kabbalah is going to have huge ramifications in the development of both Christian Kabbalah and, by extension, Hermetic Kabbalah. As you may know, in the theosophical Kabbalah, and this is a Kabbalah primarily interested in the world of the divine emanations of the Sephiroth, the task of the mystic is the reality, through scrupulous adherence to Jewish law, or halacha. Obviously, the centrality of Jewish law in the theosophical schools of Kabbalah are simply not going to mesh very well with Christianity. By shifting their focus to ecstatic or prophetic forms of Kabbalah, Christian and later Hermetic Kabbalists are able to decouple the centrality of Jewish law from the very mystical form of Judaism itself. Of course, this conception of Kabbalah is utterly unimaginable to the writers of something like the Zohar, but just because someone else can't imagine it doesn't mean it can't be done. Once this shift in focus was achieved, the Sephiroth themselves could be reabsorbed back into this new form of Kabbalah, although significantly changed in the way they appear in the Zohar. While in the Zohar, the Sephiroth themselves are constantly changing, their systems of relation always in flux. In the later forms of Kabbalah, they're stabilized, and these stabilized Sephiroth are the ones that are going to appear in later Christian and later Hermetic ideas about Kabbalah. Of course, this understanding of the Sephiroth basically reflects a renaissance in the Platonic way of grasping the Sephiroth themselves as kind of divine Platonic forms. And in some sense, to this day, much of Kabbalah keeps at a certain distance the more theosophical of Kabbalah found in Zohar. One could argue, and many contemporary Kabbalists do make this argument, that the Sephiroth and the Zohar are dynamic, while the later systems of the Sephiroth are rather fossilized. Of course, it's only with the stabilization or fossilization of the Sephiroth, depending on how you want to look at it, that's going to greatly influence Christian and Hermetic Kabbalah. It is only if those entities are stable that they can, for instance, be put into very complex systems of correspondence, the way that you see in modern occultism. Again, this is only possible with static, unchanging Sephiroth, which again are not to be found in the Zohar. In the Zohar, one's adherence to the Jewish law actually changes the configuration of the Sephiroth themselves. Here it's very important to observe that Alamano is acting something like a bridge between the exclusively Jewish Kabbalah, whether it be the ecstatic Kabbalah of Abulafia or the theosophical Kabbalah of the Zohar, to the Christian idea of Kabbalah decoupled from its adherence to Jewish law to be found in something like Pico, and by extension, the development of those Kabbalistic theories to what is now called Hermetic Kabbalah in the modern period. In a very strong sense, if you're a non-Jewish person who uses Kabbalah as part of your mystical practice, you can basically thank Yochanan Alamano. Finally, at the end of the study guide, we are apex of Alamano text, in some sense, the goal of the entire process itself. It is here that we encounter the combination of both Kabbalah and magic. Here we're told that if we wish to pursue Chokhmat Harukanayut, this is a term that means something like spiritual science or spiritual wisdom, although in this case, Alamano seems to mean it as something like the combination of Kabbalah and magic. We're told to study a host of texts that we would now recognize as magical textbooks or grimoires. Some of these texts that jump out are among the most famous grimoires to be found in the medieval world. Here we have a reference to the Sefer Raziel, the Tachlit HaChacham, and the Almendel. Of course, the Sefer Raziel is perhaps one of the most famous Jewish grimoires of the Middle Ages and exists in several manuscripts. It focuses primarily on amulets with a very strong dose of astrological magic. The Tachlit HaChacham is simply a Hebrew translation of the Goal of the Wise, better known in Europe as the Thecatrix, which of course is a vast encyclopedia of magic, ranging on an enormous amount of topics. Further mention here is also made of the Almendel. This is also a text that survives in several Jewish translations, and this text deals with a kind of magical apparatus for the summoning of various spirits. Of course, this text will go on to great fame, directly influencing Dr. John Dee and Edward Kelly in their Enochian scrying sessions, but would also be edited together with several other texts, including the Goetia, as part of the Lesser Key of Solomon, perhaps the most influential textbook in magic and occultism today. So it's very interesting that in the culmination of Alamano's study program, we're given a very clear admonition to study magic, and not simply any form of magic, but a wide variety of magical practices, from summoning spirits to astrological magic to talismanic magic. Here it seems that for Alamano, human success and human flourishing is possible in some sense only through the use of magic. So as we can see, Yochanan Alameno's study guide for Hatzacha and Oshit on human flourishing includes a wide range of human intellectual efforts, all the way from the very basics of reading and writing and grammar to the accomplishment of magical feats through various kinds of magical texts. And his combination of Kabbalah and magic is basically pioneering in European occultism. In a very substantial way, his influence through Pico basically lays the groundwork for European occultism. And his study guide is a predictor for the trajectory of European occultism, beginning of course with Pico, but extending into Ripa and John Dee, and later into modern occultism, all the way to the contemporary period. One might even say that Alameno's study guide is something like Western occultism in microcosm. If you're interested in the history of magic, Kabbalah, or occultism, make sure to subscribe here to Esoterica, for these are all core contents of our channel. If you want to support my work of making accessible, scholarly, and free content on topics in Western esotericism here on YouTube, please consider supporting my work on Patreon or with a one-time donation. Your support really does make Esoterica possible. If you'd like to consult Alameno's study guide yourself, you can find it in Appendix 3 of Moshe Idell's really wonderful book on the history of Kabbalah in Italy. This volume is just really wonderful in general if you're interested in the development of Christian Kabbalah or the development of Hermetic ideas and their intersection with Kabbalah in Renaissance Florence or Italy more generally. The book not only translates Alameno's study guide in English for the first and only place that I think that it has appeared, but also there's an entire chapter just on Alameno and his interesting version of Kabbalah, which combines both magic and Jewish mysticism. I'll also say that Moshe Idell has also written a deeper investigation rather than just the notes we have in Appendix 3 of his book. However, the article that does that deep dive into the study guide is in modern Hebrew, so you'll need to be able to read that language if you want to really deep dive into the study guide itself. Regardless, Idell's study of Kabbalah in Italy is one of the best books on the development of Christian Kabbalah at that time, although I will say that it's a little bit more advanced, so if you want an introduction to Kabbalah, you'll probably want to look somewhere else. However, if you do have a little bit of Kabbalah under your belt, Idell's study of the development of that mysticism in Italy is a wonderful text to consult. So if you're interested in Kabbalah and magic, I hope you'll stay tuned. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and you've been watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane side of history, philosophy, and religion. One might very well argue that Kabbalah has become the official theology of Judaism. Concepts like the divine presence in the form of the feminine Shekhinah, the idea that the Olam, or cosmos, was created through an act of divine contraction, or tzimtzum, the goal of social and cosmic justice in the form of Tikkun Olam, the concept of reincarnation as captured by Gilgul, and of course the idea of the 10 emanations of God in the form of the Sephirot, are all core ideas to be found in the arsenal of Jewish metaphysics. Kabbalah has also become one of the foundational pillars of Western esotericism more generally. From Johannes Rothschild to Israel Regardie, concepts from Kabbalah have decisively transformed Western esoteric spirituality. Despite this enormous impact, the exact origins of the Kabbalah remain very mysterious. In this first episode of at least a two-part series here at Esoterica, we're going to explore some of the major texts and figures of this earlier strata of the Kabbalah. Specifically, we'll be focusing on the period after the dominance of the Merkabah Hechelot literature along with the Sefer Yetzirah, but before the publication of the monumental tome, the Sefer Zohar. And it's here, in medieval southern France, Spain, that we'll find the dynamic matrix of mystical speculations out of which the Kabbalah as we know it emerged. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane side of history, philosophy, and religion. While it is unsurprising that the term Kabbalah has become broadly synonymous with Jewish mysticism, This is in some ways unfortunate. This simultaneously effaces forms of Jewish mysticism which existed prior to the rise of the Kabbalah in the European Middle Ages, and also flattens out many of the real disagreements within Kabbalah itself. In fact, the idea of the Kabbalah quickly collapses if one investigates the matter very deeply. There are simply several competing, mutually exclusive schools of Kabbalah. There simply is not now, and there never has been, the Kabbalah. There are several forms of Jewish mysticism from the rise of Kabbalah. This would include the Merkava mysticism, or chariot mysticism, in which one attempts to descend to the throne of God. Further, there's a Sartor mysticism, in which one summons an angel in order to learn rabbinic lore. In addition, there's the cosmogenic speculations of the Sefer Yetzirah, in which the Olam, or reality, is said to have emerged from 10 onto-mathematical principles along with the Hebrew alphabet. If you're interested in those pre-Kabbalistic Jewish forms of mysticism, take a look at the card above. It'll include a link to our various episodes on Kabbalah. There I cover Merkava, Sartor, and the Sefer Yetzirah in various episodes. So if you're interested in those forms of mysticism, check out this card. While these forms of spirituality would eventually be taken up into Jewish mysticism more generally, they are, strictly speaking, prior to the rise of the Kabbalah. So what do I mean specifically by Kabbalah in this context? Here I'm restricting the use of that term to refer specifically to mystical speculations that began to arise in southern France and Spain in the Middle Ages, specifically beginning around the appearance of the Sefer Bahir, or the Book of Illumination, and the Sefer Zohar, or the Book of Radiance. This would put us at the beginning of the 12th century all the way to the century. Typically we think that the Sefer Zohar was published sometime around 1270 to 1280. And it is to this early and rather mysterious time period that we begin our exploration of the early Kabbalah. Of course, by bracketing some material in this episode and some material out, careful students of the history of Kabbalah will notice a couple of things missing. First, of course, the Sefer Zohar will get at least a couple of episodes on its own, and we'll also have to cover the Chassidei Ashkenaz, or German Pietist movement, on its own as well. Further, both the developments in Jewish magic and the rise of a new form of ecstatic prophetic Kabbalah as developed by Abraham Abalafia also be the subject of future episodes as well. So it's here that we turn our attention to the developments in theosophical speculation that laid the groundwork for the ideas to be found in the Zohar, and in a real way, by extension, the entirety of the Kabbalah itself. One of the major intellectual backdrops in the development of the Kabbalah is the impact made on the Jewish world by the rise of the more rationalistic philosophy of Maimonides. In his philosophy, the Bible and Judaism more generally should be best under the lens of Islamic and Aristotelian philosophy. Therefore, things like angels and demons become something basically like metaphors. Ma'aseh Bereshit, or the performance of creation, becomes synonymous with Aristotle's physics, and Ma'aseh Merkava, traditionally a form of mysticism, becomes synonymous with Aristotle's metaphysics. Indeed, there's good reason to believe that the more rationalistic aspects of Maimonides' philosophy might themselves be a response to movements within Jewish mysticism itself. Rather than explaining the depths of Jewish mysticism, one might argue that Maimonides simply explained it away. Given the influence of the Great Eagle, Maimonides is sometimes referred to as the Great Eagle, and this name is just too metal not to use as much as possible, it's not surprising to learn that many of the earliest Kabbalistic texts are going to look like some kind of combination of mysticism, philosophy, and medieval science. For instance, in an early mystical school that was parallel to the movement of the Chassidei Ashkenaz, or German Pietist movement, this group is often referred to as the special or unique cherub circle. This HaKaruv HaMayuchad, or unique cherub, plays a decisive role in their metaphysics. The unique cherub circle tries to solve a basically perennial question in theosophy. How does one bridge the gap between an infinite divine realm and a finite realm of creation? The answer, as much as it is an answer, if you've ever studied any Neoplatonism, is to begin to fill that gap with an ever-growing amount of ontological intermediaries. The solution of the unique cherub circle is to introduce the concept of ha'atzalah, or emanation, in which from the divine hidden realm of the inner kavod, or inner glory, the divine power flows into becoming manifest through the unique cherub, or the karuv ha'mayuchad. So you can see the introduction of what appears to be a kind of Neoplatonic idea of emanation, or ha'atzalah, into the concept of Jewish metaphysics is going to be decisively important as we get into the Kabbalah. There's simply no understanding of the Sephirah without this idea of ha'atzalah, or emanation. A slightly later work, the Sefer HaChaim, is also going to employ the idea of emanation, but it's going to rely primarily on a scientific or philosophical understanding of the Sefer Yetzirah to accomplish this task. This text is somewhat interested in the idea of intermediate divine power. It's sometimes as a kind of decad, following the ideas to be found in Sefer Yetzirah, though the text is primarily interested in the spiritual ascent of the soul into the divine world. So as we can see, by even the middle of the 12th century, some of the basic metaphysical building blocks that are going to become central in the development of the Kabbalah are already being developed. Specifically, we have the idea of emanation, or ha'atzalah, being applied at least at some level to the idea of the Sephirot to be found in the Sefer Yetzirah. And it's the combination of those two ideas that's going to be decisively important in the first real text of the Kabbalah, the Sefer Bahir, or the Book of Illumination or Brightness. Although, despite the title of this work, it's anything other than clear. The text itself takes the form of the popular medieval midrash, a kind of running commentary on the Hebrew Bible in which the primary hermeneutics are metaphor and allegory. So here, even at the literary level, the Sefer Bahir is going to be incredibly impactful. As you probably know, the Sefer Zohar takes the exact same form typically, a kind of rush. So even at the level of literary format, the Sefer Bahir is going to be influential in the development of God. Just in the same way that the Sefer Bahir is attributed to the ancient scholar Nechumya ben Hakana, in the same way, the Zohar is going to be a similar kind of mystical midrash attributed to Shimon bar Yochai. So even in the form of literary format, the Sefer Bahir is incredibly influential. It sets the stage for the Sefer Zohar at the literary level. Despite being traditionally attributed to Nechumya ben Hakana, a first-century scholar roughly contemporary with Yochanan ben Zakkai, the exact author and the geographical place of composition of this text is unclear. However, I do think that Roni Meroz makes a very interesting argument about a possible Babylonian context for the writing of this text, based on their arguments given the Babylonian vowel notation system. However, the jury's out, and the origin of the text remains rather mysterious. As I mentioned earlier, the text is composed of about 200 short midrashim, the internal organization of which is anything other than clear. The old joke is that the writer must have taken the text, written it all out, and thrown the pages into the air, and edited them together based on how they fell. The text just makes that little sense in terms of internal organization. Despite this editorial jumble, the text does contain some elements in the development of the Kabbalah, from explicit philosophical speculation to attempts to understand the exact nature of the composition of the Hebrew alphabet, of course another very important topic in Jewish mysticism. Perhaps the single most topic discussed for the development of the early Kabbalah in the Sefer Bahir is the idea that the 10 Sephirot originally found in the Sefer Yetzirah are in fact 10 divine emanations. While the 10 Sephirot and the 10 Sephirot Elimah first appear in the Sefer Yetzirah, in that text they're not divine emanations, they're principles through which, along with the Hebrew alphabet, creation itself is produced. In fact, in that text, there's something much more like onto-mathematical principles as opposed to emanations of the divine. Of course, I can't understate just how important this innovation is. The linking of the Sephirot from the Sefer Yetzirah with the idea of Ha'atzalah in a concrete way here in the Sefer Bahir is simply foundational for the kind of theosophical speculation of the Zohar and, by extension, of all Kabbalah itself. Further, the Sefer Bahir is the first text to explicitly link the Shekhinah, or the divine presence, with the feminine gender. While the Shekhinah appears as early as the Talmud, it's only in the Sefer Bahir that there is an explicit, concrete idea that this entity is in fact feminine. The text in fact refers to her as the Matronita. So it's here that the idea of the Shekhinah as a woman, or a feminine divine presence, is introduced and so importantly into the development of Kabbalah. Of course, as I'm sure you know, a great deal of later Kabbalistic speculation, especially to be found in the Zohar, has everything to do with the uniting of the masculine and feminine aspects of God. Of course, that's not possible if there aren't any feminine aspects of God, and it's here in the Sefer Bahir we first see the idea concretely introduced into Jewish mysticism. Further, it's also worth pointing out that earlier scholars detected a kind of Gnostic influence in the Sefer Bahir's description of the Matronita, or the divine feminine presence. Specifically, she's described as an exile from the side of light, or a princess from a faraway land. And several earlier scholars have detected the idea that this may be something of an echo from the old Sophia myth we found in some forms of Sethian Gnosticism. Though it's also possible, perhaps even likely, that some of the language around the divine matronita from medieval romances and courtly literature, the Sefer Bahir positively abounds in allegories and metaphors about kings, queens, and their courts. And at this point in scholarship, terms like Gnostic are being used more and more sparingly with greater and greater precision. While scholars have searched for about a century and a half now for any other literary connection between the Sefer Bahir and other so-called Gnostic groups, like the Cathars, no definitive connection has been found. So the jury's out. Exactly how the Sefer Bahir comes to develop the idea of the divine Matronita remains ambiguous, mysterious, and unclear. Further, the Sefer Bahir is one of the first texts to link the idea of various kinds of Hebrew letters and divine powers with the allegory of a kind of living tree, or a tree of life, with the limbs, trunk, roots, buds, leaves, and flowers representing various kinds of aspects of the divine world. Again, former scholars link this idea of the divine fullness, especially using the metaphor of a tree, back with the idea of the ancient Gnostic pleroma, although again, this idea is heavily contested in just exactly the Sefer Bahir adopts and develops this idea again. Of course, the idea of the 10 Sephirot being arranged into the so-called tree of life configuration is going to become the dominant way in which the Sephirot are represented. However, we should use a bit of caution here. Many of the earliest configurations we have of the Sephirot don't actually list them as a tree of life. They rather list them as kind of nested one upon the other, a bit like Russian dolls. So it's important to note that in Kabbalistic texts, especially the Zohar, the Sephirot themselves are not fixed into one kind of configuration. They all exist in a kind of dynamic relationship with one another, depending on the conditions within the Godhead, or even the conditions here on our world. And so the idea is that the position of the Sephirot can change depending on all kinds of factors. They're incredibly dynamic. It's only much later that the Sephirot becomes stabilized or standardized in the Tree of Life configuration, such that they lose that kind of dynamism. Finally, the Sefer Bahir is also going to be very important in its account of theodicy, or the origin of evil. While in some sections of the text, evil is simply part of the divine order of things, or perhaps even just pure negation, and evil is a bit like cold and dark, it's simply the negation of heat and light. In that way, evil in those sections can be said to have no independent reality on its own. However, in adjacent sections, the Sefer Bahir comments on the nature of the primordial tohu vavohu, the desolation and chaos that seems to have pre-existed the physical realm in the book of Genesis. In the Sefer Bahir's commentary on those sections, it seems that the primordial desolation, or bohu, was filled only with peace, while the primordial tohu, or chaos, was filled only with evil. And it's there that we begin to get something like a dualistic theory of good and evil. Perhaps, again, as earlier scholars have argued, this is emerging from a Gnostic context, but it's this very sharp distinction and interest in the nature of evil that's going to be incredibly important in later Kabbalistic developments. Again, indeed, this interest in primordial evil, and evil more generally, especially demonic evil, is going to dominate the imaginations of many Spanish Kabbalists, up to and including the development and composition of the Sefer Zohar. Given all these dramatic developments to be found in the Sefer Bahir, it's no wonder that this text is considered by most to be the foundational text of the Kabbalah as we know it. At the same time, here appears the Theosophical school of Hebrew as well. This school is often referred to as the Contemplation Circle, or the Iyun Circle, named after the central texts that seem to have emerged from this circle, the Sefer HaIyun, or the Book of Contemplation. Exactly where this group originated is, you guessed it, mysterious. Gershom Scholem actually argued that they were an early 13th century group, primarily in southern France, while more recent scholarship led by Mark Vernon has argued that they're a later 13th century group, primarily located in Spain, probably in the Castile region. Regardless of the mysterious origins of the Iyun Circle, about 30 works have survived in several manuscripts, indicating the popularity of those works. The works of the Iyun Circle seem to represent a kind of theosophical Kabbalah independent of the idea of the 10 Sephirot as emanations of God. While the Sephirot do appear in some of the texts of the Iyun Circle, they seem to be functioning much more like they did in the Sefer Yetzirah, as ontological principles of creation. The Sefer HaIyun, or the Book of Contemplation, is attributed to a Rabbi Shammai and survives his recensions, specifically a shorter and a longer recension. And in this text, we have a very detailed, although obscure, description of the nature by which creation comes into being. What's perhaps most conspicuous about the Sefer HaEyun is the exact number of divine powers that it enumerates. It enumerates 13 rather than 10. But this does make some sense if one considers that in classical rabbinical Judaism, God is thought to have 13 rather than 10 attributes. Of course, it's from the Sefer Yetzirah that this number 10, the 10 of the Sephirah, emerges. So here, in the rather enigmatic Sefer HaEyun, we have another theosophical theory about the origin of the Olam, or reality. But rather than having 10, we have 13 divine powers. Of course, the Sefer HaEyun is a very mysterious text and very difficult to understand, and the fact there are several different non-exact recensions also adds to the enigma and the mystery of that text. Another more endearingly popular text to emerge from the Eyun circle is the Ma'ayan HaChokmah, or the Fountain of Wisdom, allegedly revealed to Moses by angelic forces. This rather mysterious text deals with a wide range of mystical topics, vowel vocalizations, of the divine name, and the order of creation. And it positively abounds in hints of light, fog, sparks, and ether. The principal images this text invokes are the sparks thrown off by the blows of a blacksmith's hammer. That exact image will reappear in the Sefer Zohar as an explanation for the nature of evil. That evil itself is a kind of dross thrown off in the act of creation. Despite, or because of its enigmatic nature, the Fountain of Wisdom went on to become much more popular than the Sefer HaEyun. In fact, it was necessary reading if you were to study under the famous Kabbalist Moshe Cordovero. And even the founder of Hasidism, the Baal Shem Tov, spent more time teaching this text to his successor, Dover of Mestritz, than any other mystical text. As we can see, this is a curious case in which the Fountain of Wisdom became more important and more influential than the central text of the Eyun Circle. A final text that emerged from the Eyun Circle that's worth mentioning here is a Perush Shem Shel Arba Otiyot, or the commentary on the four-letter name. In this curious text, we have the prophet Jeremiah studying the Sefer Yetzirah with his son over the course of 3 years, during which they make an artificial. It appears that after the golem is created, it becomes violent, as golems do, and Jeremiah's son destroys it. This text is fascinating because it's one of the 3 earliest to actually mention the animating property of the golem, the writing of Hashem Elohim Emet on the forehead of the entity. But by erasing the aleph of the word emet, truth, it becomes met, or dead, and the golem simply dies. Along with the discussion of the creation and destruction of the golem, we also have a discussion of the 42-letter divine names we found in the book of Genesis, along with some quotations from the Fountain of Wisdom. So the Eyun Circle is very interesting for its combination of theosophy, although it uses 13 rather than 10 divine manifestations, and for the interjection of some degree of Kabbalistic magic into the early development of Kabbalah itself. As we've seen, the development of the Kabbalah is just that, a developmental story, with some strands barely surviving the first few centuries and many surviving even to this day. From the transition from rationalist philosophy to speculative theosophy to pure mystical insight, the Kabbalah is going to have various beginnings, middles, and ends. In our second episode of the Excerpt of the Early Kabbalah, we'll continue to true Kabbalist, Rabbi Isaac the Blind, called Sagi Nahor in Aramaic, literally full of light, and then to the first great Kabbalistic systematizer, Rabbi Azrael of Gerona, and then to the circle of the Coen brothers in Castile, whose exploration of evil remains some of the most shocking in the history of Judaism. And of course, it would be that region in Spain that would see the publication of the Sefer Zohar, or the Book of Radiance, the crown jewel of the Kabbalah. So stay tuned for the next episode. If you're interested in the history of Kabbalah, its influence, or Jewish magic, make sure to subscribe here to Esoterica. These are all core content topics on our channel. And further, if you'd like to support my work of making free, accessible, and scholarly content on topics in esotericism, please consider supporting my work on Patreon or the one-time donation. It's your contributions and support that make Esoterica possible. Thank you. As you probably know, the literature on Kabbalah is very uneven, and even when it is solid scholarship, it can become very specialized very quickly. And I'll say that the single best volume in English for tackling topics in early Kabbalah is a volume by name, Early Kabbalah, is on and found in the classics of Western spirituality series. The whole series, in fact, is really wonderful as a balance between spiritual and academic research. And I'll say that this volume is especially good, especially if you're interested in the development of Kabbalah. It has copious notes, there's a wonderful introduction, So this volume is a really great introduction to many of the texts that I've discussed in this episode and in the next episode, and it's just really worth having if you are a student of Kabbalah or interested in the development of Kabbalah. It's relatively inexpensive and very much worth having. Further, if you're interested in the Iyun Circle, you absolutely have to check out Mark Berman's edition, where he translates many of the texts to be found from that group. His translations are magnificent. He reproduces the original Hebrew text in various recensions, and the introduction and analysis are very, very solid. So again, if you're interested in the early Kabbalah, especially the Iyun Circle, you absolutely have to check out this text by Mark Berman. If you're interested in studying the Sefer Bahir, there's bad news. The bad news is there is no standard academic edition with a critical apparatus of the Sefer Bahir. The good news is that R.D.A. Kaplan of Blessed Memory's translation of the Sefer Bahir is pretty reliable. Although I will give one caveat, in fact the exact same caveat I gave for his edition of the Sefer Yetzirah, and that is R.D.A. Kaplan was a practicing Kabbalist, specifically in the Lurianic school of Kabbalah, and he interpolates a great deal of Lurianic ideas back into both the Sefer Yetzirah and into the Sefer Bahir. Of course, as we saw, that's a bit anachronistic because the Lurianic Kabbalah is primarily a 16th century, really a 17th century phenomenon, where the Sefer Bahir dates probably all the way back to at least the 12th century. So interpolating ideas from many centuries later back onto the Sefer Bahir, while Kabbalistically interesting, isn't academically rigorous. However, I will say that the translation of the Sefer Bahir in Kaplan's edition is relatively free of these kinds of interpolations, so it's primarily occur in its commentary. What's also nice about the R.A. Kaplan edition is he does provide an edition of the Hebrew text at the very end, although it lacks a lot of the traditional commentary. So this edition is well worth picking up, it's relatively inexpensive, and it does give an English-speaking audience access to the Sefer Bahir, both in a good translation, and you can cross-reference the Hebrew in the back. Standard edition is in the Margaliot edition, which is interesting because it's actually bound with the Tikkunei Zohar, which reveals something interesting about the history of scholarship on Kabbalah. It was in fact Gershom Scholem who was the first scholar to truly recognize that the Sefer Bahir was as early as it was. It was in fact the first text that disseminated Kabbalistic ideas, despite the fact in traditional editions the Sefer Bahir is thought to be later. It was actually attached here in the standard edition to the Tikkunei Zohar in the Margaliot edition. At any rate, the Kaplan edition is perfectly fine, and if you want to get into the Sefer Bahir, that is going to be the entryway, especially if you primarily understand English. Well, we have at least another episode to cover before we get to the publication of the Sefer Zohar, so I hope you'll join me when that episode appears. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and you've been watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane side of history, philosophy, and religion. In many ways, alchemy and Kabbalah are a match made in heaven, a shirt. Both understand reality as a series of dynamic transformations and correspondences with basically everything else, from the inner recesses of the Godhead to a single blade of grass. Everything is connected in a vast, though as of yet imperfect harmony. Of course, it was precisely the task of both the Kabbalist and the alchemist to transform and heal this imperfection, a combination of metallurgy and messianism. Further, both alchemy and Kabbalah are siblings in a sense, at least in the European theater. Alchemy was first introduced into Europe on February the 11th, 1144 by Robert Chester, and the earliest Kabbalistic texts appear in southern France and Spain at nearly the exact same time. Indeed, the crown of the Kabbalah, the Sefer Zohar, or the Book of Radiance, appears toward the end of the 13th century, and the first major European alchemical text, the Summa Perfectionis, also appears around the turn of the 14th century. If you're interested, I've made episodes on both the origin of Kabbalah and alchemy in the European theater, Check out some of my playlists on alchemy and Kabbalah if you're interested in those topics. Given all this, you won't be surprised to learn that alchemy and Kabbalah became deeply connected in later literature. In this episode, I want to explore a text in which both alchemy and Kabbalah are perhaps most deeply synthesized, along with at least a dash of magic. This text is the wonderful Eish Metzaref, or the refiner's fire. Here we find alchemical preparations, metallic correspondences with the divine emanations, Sephiroth, magic squares, and the idea that another in one vast totality. I hope you'll join me as we explore this wonderful, though little known text, Eish Metzaref. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane history, philosophy, and religion.
Coming in, the place sold out. I want to let you know this is the largest ever Kill Tony in its history. Ever. 100 Canadians and even a couple Americans made the trip here tonight. We were covered on Howard Stern this week. Howard and Robin learned of us. We solved a murder down in the States, and things just keep moving along. There you go, very good. There's one trashy fucking Canadian that made it out already. Made the fucking long drive from downtown East Side to be here. Anyway, the road continues. Venus de Milo in Swansea, La Jolla, Tacoma, Skankfest South, Boston, Austin, and other fun things coming up. Got my caveman coffee. Life is good. This is it. We are here, and we've been telling you guys about Canadian baked delicacies that we love. Canadian baked CBD. Hey, we've been telling you about Infinite CBD for a while. They've got the best CBD products on the market, high-end pure CBD isolate. They've got a wide range of products, from gummies to help you relax, creams to help your muscles. And this month we want to tell you about their lube, which goes on your dick and inside his or her holes. What? And in my experience, it makes sex feel a whole lot better. Yeah, this lube that's made from coconut and oil. Have you ever heard of lubrication? It has a bunch of oils to increase blood flow and sexual energy. I'm telling you, Infinite CBD's Big Bang Lube is a must-try. In my experience, this heightens sexual experiences, and other reviewers have reported the same. These are real reviews. Check this out. This is a review that Elizabeth J. gave the lube a 5-star review. And she's like, this is the best lube ever. It's a great way for my husband to administer CBD to me rectally. Hey,
Rick G gave it a 5-star rating also. He says, it works a little bit too well. It took me forever to finish what we started, if you catch my meaning.
Yeah, for sure. And Michaela N gave it 5 stars as well. Amazing. Try it and see for yourself. The stuff's amazing. We had a whole different sexual experience, Michaela said. It's great to be able to do that after being together for years. We were both excited and still are. He also lasted longer, which is a plus. So go to infinitecbd.com and find the product that's right for you. And if you use the code Tony15, you get 15% off your order. That's infinitecbd.com and use Tony for 15% off. There you go. We could make that a little bit louder, the board there. There you go. Absolutely. 100%. Speaking of making money, you got to have somewhere to put it. That's why I love my Ridge wallet. Ridge makes everyday goods to a standard so you don't see things like this every day. This is old school. Things that are sturdy with a lifetime guarantee. It's like everything all in one. But the Ridge wallet, launched on Kickstarter in 2013, now sits in the front pockets of over 500,000 men and women. You have one, I have one, we all have one. Tell us about it.
Yeah, it's great. I used to always be like one of those guys who just bought a wallet at the cheapest, department store I could find, and I threw it away when it started smelling like my butt. But this one is made out of metal. It's very thin and slim. You put it in your front pocket. It's great. And it makes you actually carry less. I find like all this junk in my wallet. Like, why do I have a CVS receipt in here? It's so it's great clearing out your wallet.
It's cool too. It comes in titanium, carbon fiber, aluminum, and over a dozen different styles and colors. And just trust me, you're on the movie Windy City Heat. Remember that? How many of you did your homework? And I'm telling you right now, you need a wallet like this. You can get 10% off today with free worldwide shipping and returns by going to ridge.com/KillTony. That's ridge.com/KillTony. Use the code KillTony, link in description so that they know that we sent you. That's it. You guys ready to start this puppy pie or what? We are live in Vancouver, Canada. BC. Beautiful. Now, as with all of our road episodes, as always, we didn't book a guest on this. The great Tim Dillon is 45 minutes away in some other part of Vancouver. We tried to get him, but he's got 2 shows tonight, 2 shows tomorrow, and he's got to do Kill Tony on Monday. However, we do have a band, ladies and gentlemen. Every single episode of this show, they commit to being different characters. We never know what they're going to be. Beautiful green room set up here at the beautiful Vogue Theater in Vancouver. And so I haven't seen these guys in like 45 minutes. So let's see what they came up with tonight. Maybe it's brand new characters. Maybe it's the return of characters we've seen before. Let's all find out together when I present to you the best stand band in the land. Band, Jeremiah Watkins and Joelberg Jolemez. I'm not exactly 100% sure of what this is.
I am Greta Thunberg.
Oh! Greta Thunberg, wow! This is super exciting. My goodness, how'd you end up here? What are you doing here?
I am letting people know about climate change. And this is my brother, Hansel.
Hansel Thunberg, welcome.
That is right, Tony.
Wow, I didn't realize Greta's brother was a caveman, a Mexican caveman. This is exciting.
It's funny you say that because the caveman actually had clean water, Tony. There's it now.
A little bit of it. You seem to have a little bit more rig than Nordic in you.
Yeah, man.
They had the clean water, man. All right, very good. Well, we have a couple environmentalists. Look how sad Greta Thunberg looks, as always. What a pouty head. You're going to be really pissed when Trump wins again. This is very exciting, though. It's good to be. You ever visit Canada, Greta? Is this new for you?
The mountains of Vancouver are lovely.
I love it. There you go. Heck yeah, they also have free healthcare here. That's a big deal, right? You guys fucking love waiting for months. Waiting for months and months and months if you get anything serious. That's great what you guys have going on up here. And your dollar's doing tremendously well. Congratulations to you guys. I actually wrote a joke about it. What do you call a Canadian that finds out they have cancer? An American tourist. Okie dokie. It's because we have superior medicine down there, even though it's expensive, but you have to make money, you know what I mean? Exciting stuff. And look at this. Someone named Jesse out there made us the Vancouver Bucket of Destiny, everybody.
It's Brave Ready.
Capacity show is peaking. I think we're going to get another delivery of names as they continue to see the room. We have to start on time because we have a hard out today in an hour and a half, so we're going to slam right through it. And it's exciting. If I pull your name out of the bucket, you jump right up this stairway, right up the middle here, and you begin 60 seconds of uninterrupted stand-up comedy. You know your time's up and you hear the sound of a kitten. That means wrap it up then, or else you're going to bring out the angry Davies Street Bear. There you go. That's your very own gay bear, ladies and gentlemen. That is as gay as it gets. Good old Davies Street. We all know that one. Abso-fucking-lutely. That's where pipelines. All right, forget it. It's where you can really use your infinite CBD lube.
Gay people are actually environmentally friendly because they are not overpopulating the world and drinking all of the clean water.
Hansel, I've never even heard of you, and you are adorable.
I love you too, Tony.
Was that clearly you left your wig in a? Was that in your carry-on, or did you check that today?
Well, the winds have been stronger since global warming.
You guys are ready to start? The first ever time we've had Greta Thunberg and her brother Hansel. Guys, this is the biggest Kill Tony ever for the #1 live podcast in the world. It happened here in Vancouver, Canada, of all places. I cannot explain it, but you people love fucking blood and guts, clearly. Yeah, I said it. The stairway's right down the middle. There's no other way on this stage. And with that, the show will begin. You're a little bit too close. You gotta disappear, dude.
Yeah.
You got the world's most obvious cameraman here. Jesus fucking Christ.
Like it's that murderer guy.
Oh my God.
Maybe you can disappear like the polar ice caps are.
Just keep going. Fade into the darkness. Fade away. Please just fade away. All right. This is a pretty simple name. How about Chris B? Let's get it started with Chris B. Chris B. Here he comes, right down the middle. Ladies and gentlemen, your first comedian on our biggest Kill Tony ever. It's Chris B.
Thank you very much. First joke, oh fuck, this is way more hard than it looks. I walked in on my son, and he's 4 years old. I walked in on him playing with his nipples the other day. So I guess I'm going to be knocking when I come into his room from now on because I think by the time he's 6, he'll probably have his finger up his ass. And possibly by the time he's 12, well, I don't really want to know what the fuck he's going to be getting into by then. What else? Oh yeah, I'm taking that little guy to jiu-jitsu these days. Like I said, he's only 4.5, but I gotta give him an outlet because he loves to wrestle, and he needs something other than punching me in the dick would be good. Meow, hopefully. Anybody got a meow for me, please? Oh yeah, how come they don't sell any walls? I was at Walmart and they didn't have any walls. Thank you very much.
Fuck yeah. There you go. Yep, that would be where the stinger would end. Would be on that first pop of that song, Greta. So, Chris B, let's talk about it. First time doing stand-up comedy? Talking to the microphone.
Yes.
There you go. There's the goat of the first time. And let's just say right now, hopefully last time doing stand-up comedy.
Fuck yeah, man.
Wow, what made you want to do this here today?
I love your show, and I never have done anything like this in my whole life, so
yeah, you love it so much that you decided to
get picked, mostly. I expected not to get picked. So.
Right. I don't ever understand that, really. Like, if you, the people that don't sign up, I would understand if you said, I expected not to get picked. Right. Like, that would make just so much sense. Like, wow, I had no idea this would happen. I didn't realize that's how it worked, that they were marking IDs on the way in and just writing.
Do the math. You know, it's not that
if you do the math, you fucking whack job. What are you talking about?
Hey.
I do the math. You're way What do you do with oil for a living? What do you do for work?
I'm a roofer.
Oh my God, a Canadian roofer. Jesus Christ. Greta Thunberg.
The real question is, what are you doing with that can after you're done with it?
Recycling it for sure, no problem.
My goodness. How long have you been roofing for?
Too long, like 12 years.
And how long have you been roofing for?
Oh, Greta knows what roofing is. Yeah, you got a lot of hair on the back of your neck. What's your love life like? You have a girlfriend?
I'm married.
Yeah, you're goddamn right.
Fucking A.
How long?
Too long, 12 years.
I don't know, actually. I can't remember. I've been with her for 20 years. I don't remember how long.
How much have you been drinking today?
I don't drink, so too much.
Wow, everything is just too much of everything today. This was your day to just go off the rails. Do you live here in Vancouver?
West End, baby.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's what I heard about your types of people.
You can barely stand up right now, or stand up. Look at you wobbling. Like,
Wow.
nervous
And
as
if
fuck.
Red Band's making fun of your physical posture, you got big problems, right?
This is fucking not good. Yeah.
You got big fucking problems. So what do you have to do for fun? Anything interesting to know about you?
Man, I'm so Vancouver, like yoga, working dudes. That's what I
Working and smoking dibs? What do you say?
You know,
Dibs? Oh my God.
do. Come on, man.
What the fuck? What type of working out do you do? You go to Wreck Beach and let everybody see that fucking wrecked body?
Fucking A. I used to. I love Wreck Beach. It's beautiful, man.
I bet you fucking do. You have pubes all over your body. What type of working out do you do? What's your specialty?
Boring shit, hitting the weights.
There you
Most
go.
regular shit.
Okay. Most interesting thing about your entire life that you've ever done that we would need to know about?
Holy fuck, nothing good. Traveling is not supposed to.
There you go. There he goes, Crispy, everybody. Literally the most boring person of all time. No better way to start an episode. That means that the episode can only get better, ladies and gentlemen. That's what's exciting about that. Nowhere better than the Vogue Theater, 1,300 people, than to literally find the most boring man in the history of the show. Great stuff, Crispy. Boy, I wish everybody that was just a fan of the show without an ounce of would sign up for it. I can't. This is a name. I believe this person will do better. Make some noise for Trevor Robertson, everyone. Let's get those house lights up. Whoa! Right from the front row. Wow. One more time, good and loud. No heckling during the 60 seconds for Trevor Robertson, everybody.
So my friend signed me up for this. Just give me one moment here. How to do stand-up comedy as according to WikiHow. Start strong and do not be afraid to write down your set in advance. I clearly fucked that one up already. Okay, second one, do not be afraid to take a pause after all your jokes to give the audience time to laugh. Good job, everybody. Okay, third joke here. Make sure to return to previous jokes in the set. Repetition is funny. Thank you, everybody. All right, well, we've come to the point where I ran out of ideas. Thank you, sir. I'm glad that you like me less than the guy.
Fuck yeah, Trevor Robertson, everybody. Very exciting. My goodness. This is very exciting, everybody.
Tony, I thought you said it couldn't get bad worse.
Let it all happen here. This is exciting. We had a Windy City Heat crossover. It's exciting that the guy from Barstool Sports was able to make it here. Very exciting, dude. Are you all right? Are you just Canadian? What's the problem here? What's going on? What's your story, Trevor? Your friend signed you up for this? When did he tell you that he signed you up?
You know what? He actually didn't tell me that he signed me up.
So you're telling me that he didn't tell you that he signed you up, and you had a thing written down on your phone in which you just, in case of an absolute emergency,
I actually just looked at my lock screen and made that up.
you were looking at your lock screen when you got up, and so you improvised all of that.
Absolutely.
At no point did you know that your friend signed you up. Did your friend sign up?
I fucking hope so.
Did you walk in with him?
Yeah, but he got me in my seat and then went on to grab beers.
Oh, I see. And were you suspicious of him signing you? Did that?
Oh, I knew for a fact he did it.
All right. Well, let's see if your interview part can at least be better than Chris B, who supposedly is a huge fan of the show. So, Trevor, is there anything interesting about you or your life whatsoever, other than the fact that you look like someone took an episode of Succession and dipped it in fucking acid?
I think you hit the nail on the head. That's pretty much the best part.
Nothing about you or your life or anything ever that you could possibly ever explain or imagine. Any fun facts about you, skills, talents, whatsoever, anything?
I mean, I know how to break dance.
You know how to what? Break dance? What is that? That's breakdance music? Really? Do you know about this? Every time Brian dances, he breaks his back, so... You gotta do it, dude. Let's do it. Get some breakdancing. Canadian breakdancing, everybody. This is very exciting. Whoa. This is the stupidest show ever. I don't understand why you people come to this. That's all it takes from everybody hating you to loving you. Was spinning around a bunch of times like an absolute moron.
At least you didn't have to drink piss.
Okay. Wow. Unfucking believable. I couldn't picture any way that you would have more trouble getting laid, and then I saw the way that you just broke dance. Like, you ever do that to impress a girl?
I am very impressed.
If you had a shot with Greta, what would be your first you do to a girl like that if you got her into the business?
Statutory rape. I'm 17.
Oh. In Canada, they just call that a wholesome relationship. You know what I mean? Their what's that word? Conversion rate's a little bit different here. All right, Trevor. Well, I mean, you know, it doesn't get any worse than someone whose friend signs them up, and then you came up here and you completely redeemed yourself with ridiculous breakdancing. What can I say? You know, when times are tough, always go into that. There he goes, Trevor Robertson, everyone. That's one way of doing it. Okay, we're having fun. Let's keep it moving. Make some noise for your next comedian. He goes by the name of Rob Biglin. Rob Biglin. Oh, we got a big pop from that side of the room. Here we go. Could this be Rob? Look at all the flannel shirts that we can get up at once. Jesus Christ. There are a lot of ugly people tonight. It is incredible. How's the balcony doing up there, huh? Fuck yeah. One more time for Rob Biglin, everybody.
Hey guys! Whoa! Pretty fucking nervous right now. Man, I'm trying to picture all you guys naked, but a lot of you guys have way bigger dicks than me is making me a bit more nervous right now. Well, at least I'm never failing the STD test. I got 8 out of 10 on my last one. Pretty proud of that. Yeah. Thank you. Sorry, I lost my pace. Thank you. Fuck.
I'm gonna stop you for a second, Rob. It's okay, because I just... No, shut the fuck up and keep thinking last joke that you can't remember right now. While I remind the audience, it's only 60 seconds, you fucking... Okay? So the important thing is, if you have so much hate...
Folks, look at this athleticism. This is the biggest pimp of all time. Don't ever forget
as
it.
soon as you hear
God,
that,
don't
right?
motherfucker of
But
all
during the
time.
60 seconds,
Finish your
don't
healing
try to
time.
get your laugh
We've never
in.
had the
If you
opportunity to
signed
witness
up and you're
greatness
lucky
like
enough to get pulled out of the bucket, then you have a chance up
What
here.
in the absolute
You
fuck,
don't get
dog?
to interrupt people's 60 seconds. Is that okay? You guys
What is
understand
this
that?
bullshit?
It's literally the format of the show that you bought tickets for. Is that cool with everybody?
Dog.
Are we all on the same page?
Are you
How
fucking
about the
serious?
super drunk goblin bitch on this side? Do you understand it? Whoever that is, if there's a
Close.
lady in the audience that wants to just open
Close.
hand slap her next time she yells,
Look
just
at
feel
this
free. It's one of the cool
dog.
things about Kill Tony. You're allowed to slap someone if you hear them interrupting somebody's 60 seconds. Do you remember the joke that you forgot?
Joke. You got
You got it? Let's do it. Now we go back to Rob Bigland, everybody.
Alright, I'm going for ramen after this. And I'm going with a bunch of my homies. And one of us been to jail a bunch of times. And I hope he's $25 and not 25 cents.
All right, we should have ended it when everybody started heckling you.
Folks,
Okay, that was great, Bob. You
folks,
came
look
in
at
the
this
first
little
comedy set of your
footwork
life,
and
right?
athleticism.
Oh yeah, and let me tell you something, dude. I absolutely love your fucking opener, which is one of the hardest things to do in stand-up is to get a laugh right from the get. You fucking did it. That picture people naked and they have bigger dicks than you thing's hilarious.
Thank you.
It was one of those things where we all thought that you didn't have a joke and then you snuck it right in there. Everything else garbage. Took a huge fall after that, but you know, getting one big laugh during your set is the first big laugh that happened here tonight from anybody doing stand-up comedy.
Hell yeah.
And for it being your first time, that's a really big fucking deal. What do you do for work, Rob?
I'm a glass blower.
A glass blower?
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, meth head.
Yeah.
No,
How long you been blowing glass for? And what part of town does he live in? Is that on Davie Street? Bob Glass.
no, final.
We found the guy that's been blowing glass. 5 years now?
Yeah, about 5-6 years now.
Right. What made you want to get into that business? What is the amount of marijuana you have to smoke before you're like, I'm going to start just making bongs myself, dude?
It's quite a bit, yeah.
One day I couldn't find my pipe, and I was like, I'll just make one, dude.
Exactly, right?
Held a lighter up to a window, and 30 minutes later, dude.
My goodness. Blowing glass. What do you like to do for fun? Any hobbies or anything like that?
Skateboarding, skiing a little bit. Yeah. Food.
Hell yeah. You have a girlfriend?
No, I'm single.
How long you been single for?
6 months or so.
What happened 6 months ago? What happened? Why'd you break up 6 months ago?
Long distance relationship.
Where was she at? She was in, she was
Alberta,
over.
Canmore.
Oh, wow. Out there in the fucking oil fields of Alberta.
Yeah, a little dirty oil.
Yeah. Where'd you meet her at?
I met her at a bar in town.
In Vancouver.
Yeah, she was visiting a friend. And, yeah.
When you saw her at the bar, you went up to her and you're like, oh, yeah, I like you. Like that.
Yeah.
They were like, I do two things. I blow glass and I crush ass. Which one am I doing tonight?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah. So what happened that night? What you say? Well, first of all, what you actually say to her? Tell the truth.
That night we just kind of talked all night about.
What a pussy.
Yeah.
Talked all night. My God, you're supposed to take a walk on her.
I didn't really say anything specific, but enough to, you know.
Did you hook up?
Contact with her. And, yeah, we hooked up.
Yeah.
Hey, girl.
Yeah. Fucking took her a little visit to the seawall, huh? You know what I'm saying? Absolutely.
Gave you that moose knuckle.
Yeah, definitely. Absolutely. Anything else crazy about you, Rob? What else is going on with you? You seem like the kind of guy that fucking likes to fucking flip coins, best out of 11 or something like that, right? Figure out which one's which, how your day's gonna go. Oh, I got a little fucking Two-Face vibe coming from you. You have a coin on you right now?
I have.
Let me remind you that loonies and toonies are considered coins to Americans. I hear a little jingle in your pocket, but that's all good. What part of town do you live in?
East South Van near Duffin's Donuts. Anyone go there? Yeah, Duffin's Donuts.
Duffin's Donuts?
Yeah, you should check it out. They got fried chicken. They're open 24 hours.
Oh, wow. You have fried chicken up here? Wow, that's incredible. I've never heard of such a thing. Man, we gotta visit here more often. That's incredible. Fried chicken. Oh, my
Try
goodness.
pizza sometime.
It's not a selling point of the city, but
Oh, my goodness gracious. Oh, wow. Well, Rob, that's fun. How old are you?
I'm 29.
Oh, my God. That's hilarious. Canadians age at an unbelievable rate. It is just incredible.
How old did I look?
49?
Okay.
Yeah. You're like the,
Well, it's all that class blood, right?
you're like that little 9-year-old kid that everybody just raised money for. Now they're realizing that he's 19 years old. That's the thing. You can't raise money for a little midget at any age. Those mids will fool you people. Yeah, no, it's a fuck. Oh, now you're politically correct, really? Before you talk about pooping in a pee hole or something stupid.
That's completely allowed. You're allowed to do that.
Thank you for your brave contributions, Brian Redline.
You're welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, his first time ever on stage, it was here in front of 1,300 people at the Vogue Theater. Rob Biglin, everybody. There you go, absolutely. Look at that old man. Look at that.
We've been keeping track how many flannels have been on stage. So
All flannels.
Yeah.
It's all flannels.
Flannels and beards, right? Wasn't that Canada last time?
Swansea, Massachusetts will be there next
Swansea.
week.
It's close enough.
Yeah. Swansea is the home of flannels. We ended up taking a picture on stage with everybody that had a flannel that night. There was like 100 people. It was insane. It was embarrassing, but okay. This looks like a funny name. Let's see if he's as funny as his name is. Make some noise for Ryan Zoyce. Ryan Zoyce. The Vancouver Bucket of Destiny featuring an LED light. This is called your name. Is it coming from the balcony? All right. I think now is a good time to bring up that right after the show, we're going to be doing a very, very fast meet and greet where we will be slinging posters made by the great Ryan J. Ebelt specifically for this event as fast as we can. So there's a high turnover rate here. One more time for Ryan Zoyce, everybody. Here he is. He made it.
All right, so I don't know if it's just the times we're living in or the rise of social media or if it's always been this way, but man, do we lie a lot these days. Everyone lies. We lie to each other, we lie to our friends and family, we lie to our work. Mostly we lie to ourselves though. And I get it. I get why. We do it to feel good. Everyone does it. Celebrities even do it. I mean, hell, Lizzo has herself convinced that she's sexy and that men respect her. I tell myself that I'm going to be rich when I grow up, or chicks dig dudes with shaved heads, or that I still have hair. But I do it on purpose sometimes too, just to make myself feel good. The other day I was doing my laundry and putting my towels in the dryer, so I just took a fat stack of dryer sheets, started peeling them bitches off one at a time like I was at the strip club throwing hundreds, and I got it like that. My towels are all kinds of fresh.
Fuck yeah, Ryan Zoyce. I'm going to go off on a limb here, Ryan. You can hold on to that microphone, Ryan. I'm going to guess that another first time? Hell yeah. Well, congratulations, Ryan. Absolutely. I could tell by your 45-second long setup about how people lie a lot. I'm going to be honest with you. By that period, I was hoping you didn't have a joke. And then you went into the Lizzo thing. I'm like, fuck, all of that for that? I was just hoping you were going to do this form of comedy, which is the opposite of comedy, which just setups. I was going to really compliment it. Like, wow, that could really be a thing. And then be like, maybe like there's like a where you send a video to the audience afterwards and boom, this punchline that makes their heads explode or something like that. But I thought you were just going to talk about people lying a lot, just a pretty sad, negative subject, and then nothing was going to come out of it. Have you ever thought about just saying people lie a lot, like Lizzo wants you to think ba 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 and going straight into it? Did that ever cross your mind? Or are you like, I really need to let these fucking people know that people lie a lot?
Yeah, pretty much.
Right into the tip of there. Pretty much. That's not an answer to anything I asked you. Pretty much. Did you ever consider shortening the front end of that and just getting to the Lizzo part?
I did, but I didn't prepare a ton of material.
Right.
So I wanted
No, you prepared a minute.
Also, his front end has already been shorted enough by God.
It's a small dick joke. Fuck.
Why'd you make a small dick joke there?
Look at him.
You're just assuming this guy has a small dick?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Wow. All right, Joel.
Is it?
Not really. No, this guy's working with a fucking man stick, dude. Guys with short dicks have to have like special tricks like break dancing and shit to be able to overcompensate. You can tell just by Ryan's natural fucking uninhibited confidence by even having a setup that long, a 60-second set.
He's got a big hog.
It's the opposite. He's got Joelberg problems.
Yeah.
He's got fucking.
Alright, I take it back. First time ever. But also, you look like a Jew and a Nazi hybrid.
Oh my gosh. Oh my god. That is. That's true. You just got World War B2 right then. So Ryan, tell us about your life. What are you into? You seem like the kind of guy that's into saving the environment in some way, right?
I make hash for a living.
You make ash for a living? Ash? A-S-H. Oh, hash. Absolutely, right, a hash. That's cool. You ever meet a guy that blows glass? You guys could get into business together, sell everything all packaged together in one unit. You ever think about
I
this?
actually have a lot of friends that blow glass.
Oh, I bet you do. Wow, there you go. There's some good old glass blowing music for you right there. Wow, so you make, how long you been doing that for?
Well, actually, I moved to I'm from Seattle, and I was a grower before I started making hash. I've been making hash about 2 years.
About 2 years.
You grower, not a shower, I told you.
Oh, look at that.
That still doesn't have any.
That doesn't make sense. It means he has a big dick.
Oh my goodness. So
The world is dying, and you guys are fighting with me.
So Brian, what's your favorite thing to do smoking hash? What's your go-to? You ever go to Pink Floyd Laser Light show or something like that, perhaps?
No, I'm a huge fan of comedy and pretty much entertainment in general, movies, TV shows, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, very cool. You have a girlfriend?
Not at the moment, actually. We recently broke up.
Why'd you break up?
Mother Nature is my girlfriend.
Actually, super boring.
Go ahead and answer the question that I asked you.
It's nothing exciting, really. We actually just grew apart.
You dated for a few years and got sick of each other?
Actually, about 10.
10 years. Oh my goodness. So how do you time now that what do you do to fill in for not having a girlfriend? Is there something that's stepped up in the recent weeks?
No, actually, we still live together.
Do you ever masturbate in front of her?
Actually, I have not done that yet.
Have you ever thought about it?
No, not really.
Do it. I think you should do
Well, I
it,
mean,
dude.
like,
You have like a projector in your living room or anything like that? Like a big TV?
okay, let me rephrase. I mean, I've done it in front of her, but it was like when we were having, like when we were in the moment.
Wait, you fuck like a porn star? At the end, you start just jerking yourself off until you come? I've always wondered if people actually do that.
I bet he does it this way,
No,
too.
it's more like,
Yeah, the gorilla jerk. Yeah, we know about this.
This is what's coming,
Right. Oh, here it goes. You just lay there. I'm going to do what I could have done without you here. Like that, right?
Not to completion.
Oh, no, you put it back in. You rub some infinite CBD lube on that fucking thing and shove it back in there. Very good. What's the craziest thing you've ever done sexually while or you did it to somebody else? You know, don't lie here. I know that you know. Tell the truth.
I had sex in the United Center in Chicago.
Whoa! What were you doing there? What did you fuck? One of the Chicago Bears? That's not even where they play. It's not even. It doesn't make sense. It's the home of the Chicago Bulls, not the Bears.
It was a Blackhawks game, actually.
Oh, fuck yeah! So you finally had a Black Hawk for the first time in your life. Where in the arena did you have sex?
Stairwell.
In the stairwell, like a fire exit stairwell. How did this end up happening?
Classy lady, by the way.
Yeah.
We were there with friends of hers and friends of her sister. We had a box, and
I bet you did.
and yeah, it was just during one of the periods, so I figured it'd be slow. And
Oh, wow. It was one of those bloody hockey games, you know what I mean?
yeah, indeed.
Wow.
I just got my first period.
Oh, my goodness. Greta, what kind of tampon are you going to use for that?
Eco-friendly.
How do you think you lasted in that stairway that sex at the Unit Center?
I mean, I wasn't trying to make it a marathon, so probably about 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Very good. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. All up in that penalty box during a Blackhawks game. That's exciting. Wow, Ryan, anything else we need to know about you before we let you go?
No, big fans. Love the show.
There he goes, Ryan Zoyce, everybody. He's on social media, Dr._Gupta. Fuck yeah. You guys having fun out there? Make some noise for your next comedian, John Platt. Ladies and gentlemen, John Platt. There we go. Look at the flannels coming in. Flannels and ball caps everywhere. John Platt, is he coming from the balcony? Anybody see movement up there? John Platt. Maybe I see something. I don't know if I'm seeing anything there. Is that down the middle? John Platt? Is that you? No. There's a guy saying cheers. Oh, this is John Platt. Look at this fucking guy right here. Here he comes, everybody. No doubt about it. Ooh.
All right. Oh.
One more time for John Platt, everybody.
It must be awkward when a school shooter kills your bully. It's like on one hand, it's horrific. Children were slaughtered. And on the other hand, you've got lunch money again, bitch. Must be even more weird though when a school shooter kills your teacher, you know? It's like, Jesus fucking Christ. Guess that's science project. I'm pro-abortion. To a degree, though, I think you should be able to get like 3 abortions, no question. But if you want to get a 4th abortion, you should have to save someone's life.
Wow. There you go. There you go. That's how it's done. Canada, come on. This is one of your own people. So, John, welcome. You've been on the show before.
I was on last time.
Right. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe my good friend Joelberg here just reminded me, were you the guy that got your 1st through 7th kisses?
That's fucking right, baby.
Wow.
Damn, you're so likable.
And I noticed that this set, clearly, I mean, 1,300 people, this went better for you here than even the last set did at the Commodore Ballroom, correct?
That was horrific.
Meanwhile, after all those kisses, look what it's done to your confident style. An unbelievable set, hard-hitting punchlines throughout, compelling material. You had us all on the edge of our seats, getting laughs right at the 59th second. So let's talk about it, dude. How's your life changed since your last appearance on Kill Tony?
I lost the virginity.
Whoa! This is what we do. This is what we do. He was a virgin, and then we changed his fucking life. Look at you now.
Was it one of the girls from that night?
It wasn't.
No, but that's not what matters. It gave you some confidence. You went out there with a skip in your step.
You guys did that night. honestly, that was
Yeah.
amazing.
Absolutely. Very good. So this chick that fucked you, where'd you meet her at?
It was, I signed up for some dating apps right after the show, and it was Plenty of Fish.
Plenty of fish, absolutely. Hell, you went out on a date?
I went straight to her house. We talked about watching some fucking Mindhunter, like true crime and shit like that.
Swerve to the audience a little bit. Face these beautiful people out here, yeah. So you went to her house, watching some what? Murder documentaries?
Yeah, we were talking about like serial killers and shit.
Yeah.
And,
that's great. That's how it
to her
starts.
house, we talked about Netflix, and then I got there, and there's no fucking Netflix inside.
No, she didn't even have a fucking.
Then you gave her a stabbing.
There you go. We got it, Joel. Thank you. So, how long after you got there did you start piping up?
We walked in. I thought there was going to be some Netflix, and then we went into her room. She was sitting on the bed. I was just standing there.
Why have Netflix when she'll show you her fucking Amazon? You know what I'm talking about? Oh, come on. Did you wear a condom with her?
I wear it, of course.
What were you about to say there? I wear a condom every time, Cody. You only had sex once.
How did you dispose? It's a good question. She has a garbage can next to the bed.
Was it filled to the rim? Oh my god.
I didn't look in it. I just tossed it in. I don't know. Do not flush it, otherwise you could get fish pregnant in the ocean.
Oh, Greta, I don't think that's true at all. I think that's another one of your conspiracies.
That's true. Where do you think mermaids come from?
Oh, wow.
Thank you, brother.
The Thunbergs are fucking educating these people out here today. I'm going to ask the Thunbergs real quick. What do you guys think about this pipeline they're building from northern Vancouver all the way down through First Nations and Indigenous people's lands? What do you guys think about this?
I am appalled. How dare you? You have to be guilty for your actions. We are disgusted with this pipeline, and it is good that our friend here did not flush his condom, otherwise the pipeline would not even be flowing.
I think that's two different pipelines we're talking about here, Greta. Wow. So, John, what else is going on with you ever since losing your virginity, being on Tony? What else is going on? What do you do for work again?
I'm a painter, house painter.
Yeah, your dad's business.
That's right.
Wow, Jesus. My God. You Thunbergs are fucking pretty smart. Ever since you put on that Einstein wig, you got a lot smarter.
Fucking brilliant.
So you're a house painter?
Yeah.
Your father's business?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. What do you like to do for fun? Now that you're fucking, you know what I'm saying, dude? Yeah.
Did you like it, by the way? Did you? Was it everything you thought it was going to be?
It was amazing. No, it was really disappointing. Everything against what was building up to be.
How long did you last? Did you come right away, or did you?
I lasted okay. I was kind of surprised. I don't know.
How do you know what lasting okay is? What do you consider okay?
The paint hadn't even dried on the walls yet.
That's good. That's smart.
I did get anal on the second try.
Wow! That. I can't believe you let her fuck you like that. That is incredible, John. So, did you wear a condom on the anal too? Whoa! Damn, raw dog, or as they call it here in Vancouver, Japa dog. We've been laughing about Japa dog all day today.
It sounds like a racial slur. I don't like it.
Yeah.
I don't want any of these Japa dogs in my country.
All these goddamn Japa dogs keep moving over here. Wow.
There's one in the audience here.
Okay, stop. All right, that's enough. Yes. All right. So, John, anal on the second try. Was that the same night?
No, that was the second time.
Hell yeah. You had to reload. You just shoved it in her butthole. Did you use any lube or anything like that? Did you use some Canadian lube, or as you guys call it, gravy?
No, she had some lube.
No, maybe.
Yeah, that's right. That's what we do here,
So
baby.
she had lube, and you put it in her butt. Did you notice anything different than having vaginal sex? What was the main thing that stood out to you?
I don't know, I just felt a little better.
Felt a little better. Oh, look at that. John Platt dropping truth bombs out here today. Okay, Red Band, get rid of that thing. Wow.
I would never let any man inside my back door. You have to go green before you go brown.
Oh my goodness. Greta Thunberg, I don't think you're allowed to be making jokes like that. You are too young.
I'm about to graduate.
All right. Well, John, I mean, what an unbelievable tale. Here you are on your second time ever in Kyoto. You've been maintaining going stand-up other places, right? No, really? This is your second time ever on stage?
I went to a couple like open mics, but I got kind of scared. I just kind of backed out. But
wow, you just backed out and left? Wow, dude, I'm telling you right now, you have to embrace it, dude. You got to get out there. Clearly, there's no point in you saving all this energy for people. There's a lot of comedians here tonight. You should try to find some, make friends with them after the show, ask them questions, let all this fear go, because I guarantee you, you've already performed in front of more than 90% of those open micers. Never have a chance at 1,300 people in a beautiful venue like this. Ladies and gentlemen, there he goes, Vancouver's own John Platt. Yeah, we'll do it. Yes. So there you go, John Platt, a legend on the history of the show. For those of you that are diehard fans, sometimes we give a person their first ever kiss in some way, and in my mind, he had the most epic one of those ever. As a virgin at the Commodore Ballroom, about 7 or 8 hot chicks is how I remember it. One dude tried to come up, and I kicked him off the stage. But came up, and they didn't just like fucking half kiss him. All these chicks shut their goddamn tongue down his throat. And there he is killing. And while we have one Canadian legend up here, why don't we a special treat, huh? This guy was recently on an episode in Calgary, Alberta, Canada. He's a Canadian comedian, and he did so good on this show that I had him open up shows for me that weekend in Calgary. And he did an amazing job, an incredible style, incredible delivery. I think this guy's going to fucking blow up. I love everything about him. Make some noise for him. The one and only Sam Walker, everybody. Here we go. Here we go.
I'm just a regular guy. Just trying to make it in this world, same as everybody else. Except I recently realized that almost everything I've ever been told and everything I ever read is a lie. I was always told to treat people the way you like to be treated. And apparently not everybody likes to get choked out to they crap themselves. Here's another cold, hard truth for everybody in the room tonight. There are only 2 types of people walking this earth. People with 2 holes and people with 3 holes. But that don't matter, because get a load of this. I only fuck ass.
Sam Walker. Wow. Doing it again. Absolutely incredible. That's what I'm talking about. Unbelievable delivery, smashing punchlines, the 2 biggest jokes of the night, undoubtedly. Just incredible. Sam, I love this. I love everything about you. You come up here looking like Bane's grandmother. Very exciting stuff. Also, like, it looked like you could be both 29, 49, or 69. But incredible. You are just an incredible, charismatic character. Congratulations, Sam. Guys, anything for Sam Walker?
God, I love that coat, though, right? That's like Indiana Jones from the North Pole or something.
Yeah, absolutely. Where'd you get a coat like that? Where do you get your fashion style from, Sam?
I took it off a fucking dead airman.
At least you're recycling.
Fuck yeah.
I am, Greta. I wore it for you. This is 2 sheets worth. I'll show you later what I did with the lower intestine.
Whoa. I'm excited to actually find out myself on that one. So, Sam, you absolutely destroyed here tonight and also killed Tony Calgary, and during the 2 stand-up shows that you did opening up for me. You worked with me and the great Jeremiah Watkins, and Jeremiah and I were by far the 2 people in the audience laughing the hardest during your opening sets. We were cracking up. It's sometimes people, if they don't have a little bit of a warning, it turns out they were a little bit scared of Sam Walker. Well, he's built for the Kill Tony audience, a trained comedy fandom that studies comedians watching comedians doing comedy. Some people that night, it was their first ever comedy show, and some of them called 911, 844, or whatever you call for an emergency here in Canada.
I love shows like that. Looking at the audience's face, gasping. Do you have that happen a lot, like in your shows, like people that aren't ready for it?
Yeah, goddamn right. 2 weeks ago, I was up in Edmonton and got booed off the stage both shows.
Here you are. And look at this. Here you are in front of 13. Oh, look at the YouTube commenters booing you from the audience. They can't hide their jealousy, Sam. How else is life other than getting booed off a couple shows in Edmonton? What else is going on in your life? Anything else interesting?
Fuck, man, I am fighting for my goddamn life financially right now, I'll tell you what.
Yeah? What's going on?
Wait, you?
What do you mean, Sam? Tell us about it.
I can't get a goddamn day job to save my life these days.
You can't even afford a second club.
Why don't you fart and I'll show you where the other one is?
Okay, Brian, very good. That's why there's only one of those a show, Brian. Very good. I was baked up literally rules on you.
Eco-friendly tampon. That's what I call my tongue.
Oh, yeah. Fucking shit.
That is a man's man if I've ever seen one before.
Well, Sam, we absolutely love you. He made the trip here all the way from Calgary for this. Greta Thunberg.
Now, Tony, I don't know if you recall Sam's song about Canada, but he might do well here. It could be fun to do that.
I just don't understand all of it. I mean, like, fucking hell. But sure, since we have to, now that you do things like that, sure, let's see how it does. Go ahead, Sam, sing your Canadian song.
Oh, Canada, our stolen native land, true patriot's blood is on all our hands. With broken hearts we fall apart, the true north small and weak. We spread 'em wide, oh Canada, we'll get down on our knees. Frauds keep our land notorious for greed. Oh Canada, we'll get down on our knees. Oh, Canada, we'll spread our cheeks for free.
There you go, Sam Walker, ladies and gentlemen. There you go. And there he goes, Sam Walker, everybody. One more time for Sam, everyone. Fuck yeah, dude. Absolutely. You guys having fun out there? How many of you like it when comedians do good on this show? How many of you like it when comedians do bad on this show? Well, there's another chance for that coming up right now because I just pulled another name out of the bucket, and the name is Edom Gana, everybody. Edom Gana. Edom. Gana. Edom Gana. E-D-E-M-G-A-N-A. Edom. I don't see any movement at all. Is somebody coming from the balcony? Oh, they're coming, I guess. Coming? Are you sure? I shouldn't pick another name out? There he goes. Oh, okay, here we go. Keep coming, Edom. You got this. All the way to the middle there. We got it. This is Bill Tony live in Vancouver, Canada. And this is your next comedian, Edom Gana.
Hey, Vancouver. Alright. So I was falling asleep the other day, and the thought occurred to me that great religious leaders are just probably high-functioning schizophrenics, you know? They just like convince people that to have an imaginary friend and, you know, believe in all that kinds of crazy shit. But anyways, as a young child, I decided to masturbate extra sleep because when it's time for action, I want my dick to be paying attention.
Fuck yeah, Edom Gana, everybody. Edom, grab that microphone for a bit here. Hell yes. Welcome, Edom. Am I saying that right, Edom Gana? Edom Gana. No, it's fine. Is it Ghana?
Yeah.
Edom Gana. Hell yeah, absolutely. Greta Thunberg.
I always wondered what it would look like if Bill Cosby and Urkel had a child.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. Another episode of Family Doesn't Matters. Hell yeah. You ever rape anyone before? It's a Bill Cosby question.
And then after you go, did I do that?
There you go. Yeah. We get the...
Have you ever built a transformation machine to make yourself a cooler version of yourself?
Good question. So, Adam, welcome to the show. Is that your first time doing stand-up comedy?
Yeah.
Oh, awesome, man. I love it. How long have you wanted to do it for? Since you were a kid and you bought those pants? You always promised yourself that when you finally did it, you were going to wear the pants that... You have the pants of the child that the guy in that sweater would molest. It's incredible. Adam, is this something you wanted to do for a long time?
I enjoy the show.
I love it.
And, I'm funny sometimes.
Hell yeah, you are. Absolutely. How old are you?
37.
37. Fuck yeah. Another example of how he could easily be 20 years older than that. Said it earlier, I'll say it again. But no, you're a good-looking young man. 37, Adam. What do you do for work?
I do restoration.
Respiration. You help all the people breathe that do all the glass blowing, hash smoking, and roofing.
Restoration.
Restoration. I thought you said respiration. I thought you were helping better. There's no monitor sound here, so something that's what people say. Restoration of old buildings?
Just like damaged buildings, water or fire or... Yeah.
Absolutely. 100%. How long have you been doing that for? A long time?
I've been doing that for 4 years, but before that, I used to manage a restaurant called Chronic Tacos.
Whoa. We know about Chronic Tacos.
And then I managed a dispensary for a bit.
Wow. Look at that. Absolutely. What a life. You've lived a full life. You from here in Vancouver?
Nope. My family is from Ghana with an H originally, and moved to Saskatoon, and then I moved out here like, I don't know, 15 years ago. Yeah.
Fuck yeah, what's Ghana known for? What are they famous for?
Well, they're
Black people.
We know that.
Yeah, black people.
That's some low-hanging fruit right there. Or as we call it, a Ghana banana. Go ahead, tell us what your motherland is famous for.
They're famous for exporting lots of cocoa beans for making chocolate and gold and such.
Chocolate's gold. Chocolate and gold. Chocolate and gold from the hit movie Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Wow. So, how about your parents? What do they do? Like, what's that story sort of like? Are they there?
They used to live here, but they recently moved back to Ghana.
Why'd they move back?
It's
Better medical plants there. Oh, it's so funny that it's hard for you guys to laugh at how bad your free medical shit is. Look at that. You can't even laugh about not laughing about it. It's so funny. It's going to inevitably kill you. Doesn't that suck? At the last minute, you're going to be like, fuck, I wish I could just pay. Okay.
Can you say chocolate rain for me real quick?
chocolate rain.
Wow. I have no idea what's going on here, but I'll take it. My goodness. And you said you're not moving back to Ghana, right?
Yeah, I mean, I was a young adult at the time, so...
Okay, you're staying in Vancouver, whether hell or high waters.
Exactly. I'm ready.
Do you ever go wading near the seawall or anything like that?
Water's cold.
How much white pussy have you crushed in Vancouver? Let's talk about it. That's the question everybody wants to know.
You know?
Heck yeah, you shoved it in a lot of Chronic Tacos, you know what I'm saying? Fuck yeah. Anything, any special skills or talents or anything like that? Any magic tricks, or like you seem like you have a voodoo doll on you or something like that perhaps you could,
Nothing on me, nothing on me.
Really? Nothing? You sing, play an instrument, anything like that? You ever sing before?
Not really, no.
Not really? What do you mean, not really? I feel like you have a powerful voice on you.
No, I don't know.
Stop it. What is that? What are you doing to this poor guy?
Rain.
Chocolate rain.
Chocolate Rain by Tay-Son Day. Came out in the early YouTube era.
Chocolate
Okay,
rain.
alright, that's good. There you go. I had a feeling. There you go. Well, that's great, Adam. Thanks so much for coming on the show. What did you even talk about? Did you get a laugh during your set? I don't even remember.
Somewhat.
You were serious at first, talking about presidents and certain.
Oh yeah, I liked it. I like it when someone starts serious and then goes silly. Adam, thank you so much. Hold a big hand for Adam Ghana, everybody. Fuck yeah. Anyway, so before we go back to the bucket, would you guys like another special treat? Okay. Well, it just so happens to be that one of the 6 or 7 ever in the show's history golden ticket winners made this trip to Vancouver here today for this show. For you. To be here. Massive audience. It's one of all time. We found this guy in Seattle. He immediately won a golden ticket. He's cashed in Los Angeles. He's cashed in at Kiltony Mania. He sat on the panel at Kiltony Mania. He's put Joel Jimenez through a table. He has wrestled Jeremiah Watkins. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you golden ticket winner here at the biggest Kiltony ever. Make some noise for Todd Royce, everyone. Here we go. Todd Royce.
What's up, Vancouver? My name is Todd Royce. My preferred pronouns are he, him. My preferred adjectives are robust and massive. I am married. Sorry, ladies. Y'all can look, but you can't touch. A friend of mine said it's too bad that I am married because now dad bod. I was like, dude, I don't have dad bod. I have a stay-at-home mom bod. That's why I have to tell people my pronouns, because if I shaved my beard, I would look like if Rebel Wilson let herself go. Or if Amy Schumer dropped a few pounds. If you ever wondered what it would look like if Lizzo was white, and I don't need a DNA test to tell you I'm 400 pounds, that bitch. Wow. Todd Royce.
Coming in on his fourth or fifth appearance on this show's history, and clearly showing the difference between a normal comedian, a new comedian, a good comedian, and a golden fucking ticket winner like yourself.
This has been everything for me, man. This is surely, here, the biggest skill, Tony, I have to say, in all honesty, this changed my life.
The show.
Being here, absolutely, 100%.
I love that, man. I absolutely love that. Giving opportunities to people, letting them live their dreams, and also crushing them one episode at a time. It's the yin and yang of fucking real, raw, live comedy. So, Todd, what's been happening lately? What's going on in your normal life since the last time we saw you in October in San Francisco?
October in San Francisco, Killtown Meeting. I have been growing my hair out a lot, and part of the reason is that last summer I decided that I was gonna grow my hair until I lost 100 pounds, because I gotta lose some weight.
Right.
I don't know. I think this is pulling it off. It's making me look a little slim, but I gotta lose some weight.
Yeah.
And since then, I gained 12 pounds.
Right.
So,
yeah.
Wow, I didn't know hair was that heavy. That's
It is incredible. It is incredible. It is. He's like if all the Hanson brothers morphed into one fucking. This is the. There you go. So, you've been doing any pro wrestling? A part-time pro wrestler.
You know what's crazy? Actually, the last September, and it was a cool experience because of who I was teaming up with, who I was wrestling against, and the fact that 24 hours later, I was on a plane going to the comedy tour, and I just thought, man, I want to put my focus in the stand-up.
Right.
So if that's how I end my wrestling, because I'm definitely not ending it in the WWE, but if that's how I end it, then
you might get into Weight Watchers Entertainment. WWE.
Is that a thing? Because damn it.
Might get into the whale watching empire, perhaps. And how long have you been married for?
I've been married for 13 years.
13 years. Wow.
Thank you. Thanks.
And remind me, what does your wife do for work when she's not making inevitable funeral plans?
She's putting lotion on all her bruises.
No, seriously. Lung samples out of magazines and rubbing them on you. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the mid-joke ripoff, Joel.
the setup was pretty funny.
Thank you. Now, what does your wife do when she's not extreme couponing to save money on the grocery store trip?
That's true.
No, but seriously, what does she do when she's not shopping for? When she's not shopping for ambulance prices.
When you take a shit, does it go to the rim?
There you go.
On good nights, yes. Oh my God.
Right.
Yeah.
But seriously though, what does your wife do for work when she's not ironing your shirt with a when she's not ironing your shirt with a tractor?
What?
What does she do for work when she's not wondering which one of the two of you has prettier hair?
What does she do for work when she is avoiding global warming by cowering in your giant shadow?
How dare you? How dare you? Okay. That's true. That's a good.
Your wife is the only woman who has a sunrise and a sunset in her bedroom.
Seriously, what does your wife do for work when she's not mopping up her that spilled out of the shower that you took? I love how he takes these jokes. By the way, you see what he's doing? This is how you get made fun of, people. Everyone else wants to fucking let their eyes water and shit. This guy refuses to lose any water weight whatsoever. He will never shed a tear. This is how you get roasted.
What does your wife do for work when she's not vacuuming the crumbs in your skin folds?
Seriously though, Todd, all jokes aside, seriously, everything's aside, no more jokes. Let's just get to the point here. What does your wife do for work when she's not fearing the girl from the ring crawling out of your belly button? Oh my God. Okay, what does your wife do for work? I mean it this time. What does she do? I can't. My brain is. It's not going to get funnier than the girl from the ring crawling out of your belly button. That's a well that she crawls out of, if you're wondering. I picture it being.
That's an image that will keep me up late at night.
Yeah. Well, no, it's your heartbeat that's going to keep you up late at night. It's called sleep apnea, my friend. They make a mask for that. They do make a mask for that. That'd be good for maybe a wrestling character sometimes. Sleep apnea, man. Yeah. I've been dreaming about this moment. What do you do for work? I don't even care what your wife does. I didn't even know.
Yeah, I'm a professional nutritionist. If you guys want any advice
for what? SeaWorld? Wow. This guy does to Java dogs what Michael Vick did to actual dogs. What have you eaten? Like, for example, what did you eat today? Just be honest with us. Like, what do you have? How many boxes of cereal do you have?
I bought 2 boxes of cereal today because I wanted to mix them together. Because I can't just have one.
Are you fucking serious right now?
I swear to Christ. And there's only about half of each of them left.
Do you hate Captain Crunch because it's named after a workout?
I never figured out. I didn't put it together, but now I get it. Yeah.
What 2 cereals? First of all, I cannot fucking believe I've never in the show's history asked anyone how many boxes of cereal they bought. You're telling me that you actually bought 2 today? What 2 cereal you bought?
Well, I'm a middle-aged guy, so shredded wheat and Fruity Pebbles.
What? That is such like a fucking, well, I'm gonna be healthy and also a pig at the same time. I can eat the Fruity Pebbles if I put some shredded wheat in there.
It's healthy.
Yeah. The size of your carbon footprint disgusts me.
Interesting stuff. Wow. You are so amazing. Your style, I mean, you come up here and you absolutely flexed on this room tonight. So fucking entertaining from the beginning, from the start of your set all the way through. You can roll. Unbelievable set. You can roll with the punches. Your sense of humor is fucking priceless, and we absolutely love you. Do you guys love this motherfucker or what, huh?
Thank you guys so much.
Come on, guys, make some fucking noise. It's golden ticket winner, Todd Royce. Fuck yeah. That guy came all for passport out of his passport. You guys think we should go to this bucket one more time, huh? All right, this is it. We got to keep this episode fucking high and tight, like mommy jeans. Hey, look at that. There's a little pop there. Fun fact, I just did my first episode of that show in a couple years. Comes out next week. There you go. Fun times. Okay, your final comedian of the night goes by the name of Bradley Sakowski. Bradley Sakowski. Here he comes. Bradley Sakowski. One more time for your final comedian. This is it. Vancouver, Kill Tony. This is Bradley Sakowski.
I really hate my name, guys. Like, I feel like being named Brad, I get a free pass to be a douchebag, though. Like, the Brad is the kind of guy that brings vodka and Red Bull to his sister's baby shower. You guys did that too? Yeah, I did that. I pointed at her in the corner, I'm like, Mom, you named me Brad, you asked for this. So as a douchebag, I've been bugging my girlfriend for Roadhead. You know, the other day she surprised me, and she surprised everyone else on the 99B line. Still counts if it's on the bus, right? Yeah, I've been playing this game with my girlfriend now, actually, called Winnie the Poohing. It's where I walk around the house wearing nothing but a t-shirt, and I call her Piglet.
Fuck yeah! Absolutely. Great. Bradley Sakowski. Not easy at all to come up here and follow Todd Royce. That was a great performance, man. How long have you been on stand-up?
I took about like a year off. I did it for about 6 months.
6 months. Why'd you take a year off?
I just kind of lost confidence in it. But
why? What happened?
I felt like I was running through the same jokes over and over again. I was in a writer's block, I guess.
I guess so.
Yeah, I don't know. I just gotta keep trying.
I guess so. Yeah. I always say there's no such thing as writers, even though I suffered from it tremendously going through, some crazy stuff in life. But you plow it, man. Writer's block is all psychological, you know? So is that all new stuff or is that the old stuff?
A little bit old stuff.
Right.
Tweaked a little bit.
Uh-huh.
I've been still writing, but I just haven't been up in like a year.
You've been what, but you haven't been up in a year?
I still write, but I haven't.
You haven't been on stage in a year?
Yeah.
Wow. That's a great performance for not being on stage in a year. It's really good stuff, Bradley. You live here in Vancouver?
Yeah, in the West End, maybe.
The West End. Heck yeah. That is, what's the West End known for?
Bears.
Bears? Wow. Look at that. Have you ever seen a bear?
I've encountered many a bear on Davie Street.
What's the closest a bear's ever come to you? Is that a Davie Street joke? Is that what I just heard there? Oh, very good. There you go.
A couple of tried to take me home.
There you go. Absolutely. Absolutely doodly. You have a girlfriend, boyfriend?
Yeah, I got a girlfriend.
Girlfriend. How long have you been with her?
About.
What does she do for work?
She works at Purdy's. Chocolate shop.
The coffee shop? Chocolate shop. Yeah, a lot of chocolate this episode. This is incredible. When we're not talking about golden tickets, we're talking about chocolate. This place has gone fucking wonkadole here today. Wow. You ever eat any of her chocolate? You know what I'm talking about? Hello.
You're she a big fat girl? Like once or twice. No, she looks pretty good.
You guys all want to do it together? 1, 2, 3. Trash can. What'd I do this time?
Why did you sound like the sugar water guy from Men in Black when you asked him that question?
It's Silence of the Lambs.
Anyway, there you go. So Bradley, any special skills or talents or hobbies or anything like that?
I race skateboards.
You race skateboards?
Yeah, like mountains.
Wow. My goodness. You ever injure yourself on a skateboard?
Yeah, I have like a crack in my shoulder that won't go away.
Jeremiah once broke his entire arm on the first time he ever went down a real ramp.
Pads, baby.
All pads. My goodness. So Bradley, anything crazy about your life that we should know about?
Sell bongs for a living.
You sell bongs. No, you're literally like the sixth guy up here tonight that sells bongs.
Is this whole city like run on marijuana and
Yes.
munchies?
Yes. This is where Brian learns what BC is, everybody. He finally makes the connection after smoking pot for 50 years. Fun times. Well, that's good stuff, Bradley. Fun times tonight. Congratulations. Thanks so much for coming on this show. You guys want to squeeze one more?
Yeah. Let's do a girl.
Thank you. We haven't had a girl up tonight, so should we get a female up here to bring it home tonight? Let's see what happens here. Cal's a guy. Mike. Okay. How about one name? Begins with an E. You know who it is if you signed up. It's Erica, everybody. At Limit Life. Erica. Here she comes. From right down the... This is it. Comedian night. Your first female of the night. Come on, Vancouver. Make some fucking noise for Erica.
So, if Instagram ceased to exist tomorrow, do you think we'd see a bunch of attention-thirsty people standing on street corners with Polaroids of themselves? They'd sidle up next to you and say something inspirational like, "You only miss the shots you don't take," or hashtag "live your best life." We'd start to think that the homeless population had increased because we'd see all these people laying on mattresses, but it's really out-of-work Instagram models trying to sell us a Casper. And then, how's a dude gonna slide into my DMs? Are they gonna carry around dick pics and then just put it into my pocket? Whisper in my ear, DTF. That's all I got.
That's great. 48 seconds. Setups and punchlines. You did it, Erica. That's as good as it could have gone. So you've done stand-up before, right?
No, never.
Wow, look at that. Wow. First time ever doing stand-up, and she's already the 19th funniest woman in the world, everybody!
So brave.
Incredible. Incredible. Congratulations.
Not quite Greta, but, so brave, Greta.
Greta, what do you think about this young lady destroying for her first time ever on stage for 48 seconds?
It is good to let the other men in the room know that women can do just as well as them.
Wow. So, Erica, is this something you've wanted to do for a while?
Maybe. Yeah, like...
Weird answer there. What?
I started listening to Kill Tony back in October. My boyfriend's a huge fan, and then I started to get really interested, and I've always loved comedy. So, yeah, kind of.
I love that. I love that your boyfriend's a big fan. What does he do?
He works for the city.
What do you do?
I am a personal trainer, and I also paint houses.
Wow. Another house painter up here. My goodness. Look at that. Very personal trainer. I'm going to keep up on your squats. You know what I'm talking about? Look at that fucking Vancouver you got, huh? You got a little fucking... We got a little Canuck in the trunk. You know what I'm talking about? You got a little fucking... Got a little Rogers Center there. There you go. Thank you, Brian. Yes, make duck noises with your fucking mouth. Absolutely. Very, very good. What do you like to do for fun? Any hobbies or special fun facts about you?
I competed professionally in CrossFit for many years. That's why I've gotten this thing.
Oh my goodness. The CrossFit, that's just like, what is that to you? Like
professional exercising.
Right.
Yeah.
Is that with weights or?
Yeah, sometimes with weights, gymnastics, kettlebells.
What kind of gymnastics can you do? Can you show us anything here tonight to bring the whole thing home? One gymnastics trick, maybe? Just one little something without fucking hurting yourself, and just to let you know, JFL killed Sony, and the Moog Theater is completely unresponsible for anything that could happen at this point in the show. We're willing to give you a lifetime supply of infinite CBD to heal any wounds that happen to you. Oh my God. is so cool. Erica, you did it all. 1,300 people. You killed. You walked on your hands. You fucking did it. Is there anything else crazy we need to know about you?
Sure.
Okay.
I once dissected a full human body that is now plasminated in a museum.
Wow. The human body exhibit?
I studied anatomy in Australia, and my project was to do a dissection.
You Canadians all have those don't fuck with cats energies about you. I love it, man.
I have a cat. Yeah.
You do? Fuck yeah. I also just saw you posting it. So stupid.
You're welcome.
Hell yeah. Thank you so much. How about we make some noise for Erica, everybody? Let's kill Tony. All I know is that boyfriend Ernie fan is gonna extra fuck the shit out of her tonight. Is there anything hotter than your girl killing for 48 seconds, dude? Fuck yeah. Guys, we did it. That's tonight's episode of Kill Tony. Unbelievable. We flew here today for this, for you, for the biggest Kill Tony ever. Did you guys have fun? Look at that. Look at that. Hello. We love you guys so much. We cannot tell you how special this is for us to come up here and have our biggest one of these. You know, we did over 800 tickets at the Commodore Ballroom only like 6 months ago. 1,300, a record-selling Kill Tony here tonight. So, from the bottom of our hearts, we thank you, Vancouver, for some crazy reason. When the smoke cleared, you became the Kill Toniverse. So fucking awesome. You guys have absolutely wild senses of humors, and you like your comedy live, raw, and fucking risky. So congratulations and thank you to you. Thank you to JFL for having us. Make sure you go to Ridge Wallet, use the promo code KillTony. Make sure you go to Infinite CBD, use Tony15 so they know that we sent you. Keep us all happy and being able to do gigs and fucking travel around. How about a hand for the great Greta Thunberg, everyone? She's here, saving the world one step at a time. Greta, anything you want to say to these people?
Follow me on social media at Jeremiah Stand Up, and we have the tour posters that we're doing right now, and I've got some Milkman shirts that I brought with me that we're gonna do right here on stage if you guys are interested.
We gotta do it quick too. Guys, how loud can this place get for the great Joel Jimenez, huh? And a Phil Ludwig artist guy, he is sorry on social media. Joel?
Love you guys. Thanks for coming, man.
There you go. What is this, your second time in Canada?
Second time in Vancouver. Thanks for coming out. It changed my life. Thank you.
Second time in Vancouver. Well, there you go. We did it again. Brian and I have been doing shows here for about 8 years. We started headlining, me, him, and Tiffany Haddish. Were any of you ever at any of those shows? Just out of curiosity. I know that fucking animal right there was. This guy made me a fucking haunted Native American box earlier. It's in the green room right now. I opened that thing and a fucking ghost fell out. It's one of those indigenous fucking Kill Tony fans right there. Are you even allowed to listen to the internet? Anyway, I'm going to be back here again on 420 at the Rogers Center with Joe Rogan and Andrew Santino. So pretend like you enjoy yourself while you see me do stand-up comedy in the middle of a fucking arena on 420. Don't get too stoned, people. Everybody fucks up. They get too stoned and they eat too many edibles before comedy. Don't be those people that usually watch the show. We love you guys so much. Red Man, love you guys. Good night, everybody. Thank you so much. Hey, this is Raymond coming to you live from the world famous Comedy Store main room for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Get up on the edge, Cliff! Fuck yes! Ladies and gentlemen, we are live. Hey, look, it's Brian Redband, everybody. Come on! You guys excited to be here? This is the #1 live podcast in the world, everybody! Fuck yeah. Hey, look, the great Ryan J. Ebelt is here drawing tonight's episode. How exciting. Every episode he draws the episode. While you all sit there doing nothing, he has a big blank sheet of paper and he draws everything and mixes it in. We just took a bunch of his posters with us to beautiful Vancouver, Canada. Shout out to Vancouver. Sold out our largest ever venue ever. 1,300-seat massive theater in Vancouver, the Vogue Theater. Props to you, Vancouver. And this week we go to Venus de Milo, Kill Tony East #2, right between Providence and Boston. Real exciting stuff. There's a few tickets left for that. I'm also headlining a stand-up from all your favorite Kill Tony kids that are going to be there. And La Jolla, they do the weekend, March 5th through the 7th with Kill Tony, 2 of them on March 8th. There's a couple tickets left for the second added Kill Tony there. Then we go to Tacoma, 20th and the 21st. The Kill Tony's on 20th there. Check the website. Skankfest South at the end of March. Kill Tony Boston, April 9th with stand-up shows April 10th and 11th. We just added another show to Boston. The other Kill Tony sold out. And Moon Tower. It appears as though we are doing the last weekend of Moon Tower. There is a slight chance that might be adjusted or moved. Yes, keep a close eye on the Moon Tower date. Shout out to Vito's Pizza feeding us, keeping us healthy. How many of you have ever eaten at Vito's Pizza before, huh? Highly recommend it. It's down on La Cienega Boulevard. Swing by Vito's on a Monday on your way up to Kill Tony and mention you're a fan of the show. No discounts or anything. Just let them know that we sent you so they keep giving us pizza. You know what I'm talking about?
Good Hollywood flop. It's great. Check it out.
Absolutely. And I'm all hopped up on delicious Caveman Nitro Coffee. Go to cavemancoffee.com. Use the promo code Kill Tony and save some money. It's amazing stuff. Keeps me energized. I'll tell you right now, our guest next week, everybody, is going to be Donnell Rawlings, everyone. Oh, wow. From the Chappelle Show and other fun things. It's going to be exciting to have him here. And let's just jump right into tonight's episode, guys. What do you say? We'll read some ads later. But before we do that, here's a word from our sponsor of this episode. And we're back. Are you guys ready? This is it. Tonight's guest. One of our favorites. You know him. I know. We all love him. A fucking monster. A guy that I guarantee you, if not already, will be known as one of the best comedians in the world by everybody in the fucking world. He's got one of the greatest minds on the planet. I absolutely love him. I love him so much. I'm wearing a hoodie that I bought off of his website because, if you're wondering, that's the first time I've ever done that in Kill Tony's history. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you one of the funniest men, one of our noise for the great Tim Dillon, everybody. Yes, Tim Dillon of the Tim Dillon Show.
Thank you.
He's a monster.
Thank you. I just bailed that guy who killed Drew Carey's girlfriend out of jail.
You did?
Yeah, he'll be here in 5 minutes, and he's got a new minute, and it's hot. So don't worry about it. He's ready to go.
Tim Dillon's going on tour. The Cancel Your Family tour has begun. TimDillonComedy.com for tickets. Yes. TimDillonComedy.com for this amazing hoodie. The I Love Daddy, Meghan McCain.
It's a fun thing, and she has not contacted a lawyer as of yet. So
knock on wood, we'll see what happens.
I'm so excited to have you here. We are going to have a fun fucking episode tonight, and let's just jump right into it.
Let's do it.
There's a band on this show, everybody.
Oh
Are you guys
my
aware of
God.
this?
I didn't know.
Every single week, they commit to being different characters. Maybe it's a brand new character we've seen before, like this on Friday. Another Hansel thing.
Oh, that's awesome. She's a creepy bitch.
Oh, you should have seen. You
She
should have
really
seen
is.
this version of her. It was.
She's an odd woman.
Yes, she is. Young, brutal lesbian. Am I correct? She's a.
Yeah, like an autistic, brutal, just fucking chalky finger type.
Yeah, for sure. How old is she again? 13 or something?
I don't know. Oh God, is she? I didn't mean that. Sorry. Anyway, sorry. Rich Wallet. I don't know.
The band, maybe it's old characters that we've seen before, famous characters like the Milkman or Feminist. Anything can happen. We don't know what they are. They get ready in a separate dressing room than we do. Let's find out all together what they are tonight when I present to you the best damn band in the land. It's the Kill Tony Band. Jeremiah Watkins, Joel Jimenez, Jesse Johnson, and Chroma Chris. Here we go. Whoa! Wow! 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 My mind is completely blown right now. Holy shit. Oh my God, ladies and gentlemen, this is unbelievable. For the first time ever, the Beatles are here! Oh, man. Oh, I just cannot even believe this. What an action-packed episode already. One of the greatest bands of all time, the Beatles, are here. John Lennon, is that you? Welcome.
Hello, Yoko couldn't be here. My apologies.
Fuck yeah. Oh, nice, John. And who's that next to you? Who's that young man?
I'm George Harrison, and I just got to say we came back from the dead because we're huge Tim Dillon fans.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. I think you're communist, and I'm glad you did it.
And then who's that next to
The name is Paul McCartney.
Oh, you're Paul McCartney?
We may sound a bit different tonight, but that's because we haven't jammed together in a while.
Wow. You look like Paul McCartney if you grew up with a nuclear teddy bear. That's incredible. Very exciting. And then clearly back here we have one of the gay Reservoir Dogs. Glad you could make it. What's your name?
I love that movie. I'm Ringo fucking Starr.
Wow, Ringo Starr. How exciting. We got Ringo, Paul, George, and John. That should be pretty easy to remember, though. The motherfucking Beatles, Tim Dillon, Brian Soundboard, which brings me to this, everybody. It's the bucket of destiny. The thing that will decide exactly how things... Bunch of comedians signed up for the show. Maybe they're not even comedians yet. Maybe it's someone's first time. They sign up and pull a name out of the bucket. That means they get 60 seconds uninterrupted on this stage. You know your time is up and you hear the sound of a kitten. That means wrap it up then, or else you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. Yeah, wrap it up then, or else that noise will happen. Afterwards, we talk with you about your life, interview you, find out more about you. Interesting. You guys ready to start this show or what? Guys, we're here. It's the Sunset Strip. Kill Tony tonight. And with this, every time. Every time that works, they go much crazier the second time. Put your hands together for your first comedian of the night. He goes by the name of Edward Altimus. Edward Altimus. Wow, look at this. He's right there. One more time for Edward Altimus, everybody.
Thank you. Shout out to anyone holding in a fart. I can relate. My entire body feels like it's covered in farts. I'm clenching in all at once. It's tense all over. Woo. Yeah, I'm used to getting a bad first impression there. Yeah, always been bad at making a good first impression like this. One time when my birth mom put me up for adoption, instant codependence, so I get it. Anyway, I've been thinking about something, and it turns out rinsing your mouth out with rape before bed instead of Listerine to keep all those dang on in there while you're asleep isn't very pleasant either. Leaves you with a numb tongue and a bunch of dead spiders around your mouth in the morning. But at least the shock of waking up to daddy long legs on your lips gets you up and down quicker than coffee. Speaking of ticklish things on my face, I gotta trim my nose hairs more often before they get ticklishly long, so people don't think I'm a cokehead. All that wiping and sniffing and, prostituting for drug money. I mean, if anything, they should stage a nasal hygiene intervention for me. Thank you. I'm Edward Ultimates, and I'm circumcised when I was 17. Thank you. Wow.
Anyone ever tell you talk like one of those disclaimers at the end of a radio ad? Thank you so much. I'm Edward Ultimates.
That's the kindest thing anyone's ever said to me.
There you go. Fuck yeah. That's the kindest thing anyone's ever said to you?
I don't know.
Okay. You just say things and then react after, I guess.
Pretty much.
Welcome, Edward. How long have you been doing stand-up comedy?
On and off since 2016.
Nice.
As you can see, the very on and off part, though.
Yeah.
Not really consistent enough yet, but, well, here we are.
Yes, indeed. Here we are. I guess you could say.
Oh, my God. This is unreal.
Edward,
I think you look like Doug Funny, but you are anything but.
Thank you.
Are you going to throw a woman off a balcony later?
wow. I think we all thought that. Guns a-blazing. So let's talk about it.
Sorry.
Edward, your first joke was about how hard it is for you to hold in farts. Is that because you have a loose asshole?
I think it's fairly tight, fairly taut back there. I don't know if you want to inspect it, though.
Well, I'm actually going to have my chief asshole correspondent, Tim Dillon, give it a little look-see there.
I see Adderall falling out of it. You seem like you're mid Adderall overdose. Like when you're on stage, you're just like
It kind of feels like that.
Yes.
I'm actually stone cold sober.
That is wild.
I know.
Okay.
I know.
What was the answer you have for stand-up again? How long?
On and off since I was 16.
What else are you doing? What are you doing in the off chance?
Not a lot, honestly.
I mean, there must be some things that you do, some type of hobbies or something.
Yeah, I've been trying to look into getting a new hobby. I tried fire performance for a bit, did fire eating, then tried fire dancing. That didn't go over so well.
What happened with the fire eating? You ended up swallowing all the time?
I have no problem with that, no. The fire dancing was really bad, though. Before they let you,
the swallow thing deserved a bigger laugh. I'm going to be honest with you. It's a gay joke about eating fire.
No, so during the fire...
Go ahead.
No, it's okay. During the fire dancing classes, they, are you familiar with, the poi balls they use?
No one is. No.
Nobody?
Let's just assume that everyone isn't familiar with fire dancing classes because they're not currently on the edge of suicide, as I imagine you are.
Been there before.
What? Working with flaming balls?
That was actually, I was going to actually to that. So, they have fire dancers that have balls that are on fire that they kind of spin around, and before they let you do that in this class, you have to practice with beanbags and socks. I would just keep accidentally hitting myself in the face with them and knock my glasses off. You kind of beat me to the punch there, but the last thing I want to do is be hitting myself in the face with flaming balls, so.
Oh, you had that loaded up, prepared. Oh my goodness, I didn't realize. I never got the note that he's going to do this joke.
Next time.
Absolutely. So what do you do for work?
I'm in between jobs right now. I was considering trying to move out here, but I'm from the Bay Area, I'm from Oakland, and it's just as expensive out here as it is out there, so I really have no idea what I'm even doing at
How
this
are you
point.
surviving?
I have savings, retirement savings bonds, and into savings from my work.
Retirement saved from what?
Thank God my parents actually thought ahead for me and started me a retirement savings when I was little. Thank you, Mom and Dad.
Good to be white, you know?
Absolutely.
Good to be white.
You know, buddy,
Minority can't just start fire dancing when they get
bored.
No, this is absolute American pursuit.
People that can just go play fire when they get bored, pretending to do stand-up comedy. Thank you, Mom and Dad. This guy's talking about luau's. He's got no fucking job.
Hitting himself in the face with socks. Wow. Retirement fund. How old are you, Edward?
36.
36, and you're already dipping into it?
Yeah, it's not looking good. It's not looking good.
Like, if you had to guess how much money you've spent out of your retirement fund, give or take a couple thousand, what would you guess? Just honest answer here.
I mean, definitely in the thousands, multiple, but we're not going to go any further than that because I don't.
So, like, Mom and Dad are still alive, and they'll put a clamp on that, right? Yeah, they'll call a lawyer.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
You are absolutely drenched in
I'm
sweat right now.
Oh
It's
my
incredible.
God.
No, it's okay. Don't start putting things on the table. Relax.
No, I remember when
Edward?
Paulie was the guest and had to like dab someone off, and I was really hoping that.
Have you been to China lately?
What's that? No coronavirus here. No, I'm good on that.
What about India?
Not yet.
It's beautiful.
I love it. So, Edward, what else is interesting about you that you think we should know about you? Anything else? Any fun facts about you?
I tried to rush this at the very end, but I was circumcised when I was 17 years old.
Wow.
Imagine all the foreskin.
Wow.
Yeah. I would rather just not have a retirement account, you know? Than like some real sick fucking. Was that Mom and Dad that took you in?
Oh, it was the most awkward experience ever. I mean, where to begin? I mean, I wrote them a letter because I was too embarrassed to ask them to their faces. This all started because I had a crush on a Jewish girl, and I was afraid that if I ever had the opportunity to show her my penis, that she would go running because of the foreskin and not because of, the excessive perspiration.
Did she end up ever seeing your penis?
No.
Saw that.
It was all for naught. It was all for naught. I cut my penis for her.
Wow, proving that.
What are you when you're 17?
Are you? He was just 17. And you know what I mean.
Wow.
Way too late in life.
Nice.
John Lennon.
What did you do? What did you do with the tip? Keep it.
No, he gave it to the Jewish girl.
That would have been the way to go. I wish I had done that.
The Beatles are out of control tonight. I love this.
Yeah.
All right.
Help!
So, Edward, what's your, you have a boyfriend right now or anything like that?
No. I mean, is that a proposition?
Again, no. Stop hitting on me
All right. I like a man in pink, that's all.
Of course. Thank you so much. I bet you do, Edward. What's your dating life like? You on any of the apps?
I actually was addicted to the apps for a time, but no. Last relationship I was in ended last year, and it's just been really not a good sign ever since, as you can see.
How did she die?
No. It was, I don't even know what to say.
Yeah. Edward, fun times tonight.
Yeah.
Is this your first time performing at Comedy Store?
Yes.
When you leave tonight, go straight home. We don't need any more bad press. So,
Fair enough.
Don't drive your car through Mel's Driving or something. I don't want to see Red Ben on the news again.
Fair enough.
There he goes, everybody. Edward Ultimus, ladies and gentlemen. He's Edward Ultimus on Instagram. Back to the bucket we go. And, ladies and gentlemen, your next comedian goes by the name of Jack Travis.
I don't see no business.
Now, is there a Jack Travis? Here he comes. There we go. Coming from the lobby. Nope. There he is. Jack Travis, everybody.
Oh, no.
with your girlfriend while listening to the Black Hawk Down soundtrack? No. Just like, no! Just in the background, just the helicopters in the background. I feel like I want to be on the show Wife Swap, but like I want to be the wife. I want like some just like adult woman to like live my life and like take care of my shit for me. Just look, I just want to take care of kids and do dishes for a while, like some adult woman.
Yeah, Jack Travis. Really killing time there towards the end. Grab that microphone.
You're the best comedian of the night.
Yeah,
so just
I tried to
give you a little confidence boost.
Welcome. Beatles, Mars Volta, Beatles.
How long have you been a pet detective?
And that's begun. Schulberg is here. I love it. You're just 360s right now. I like your style, dude.
You don't stop moving. You know,
I love it. So, Jack, tell us about you, man. How long have you been on stand-up?
None at all.
This is your first time? Wow, Jack Travis' first time, everybody. How cool is that?
Yeah.
How old are you, Jack?
24.
24. Is this something you've always wanted to do, or
no?
What made you want to come here tonight?
Is this a bet you lost? What?
Yeah, I've got friends that just.
What made you come here tonight? Did you pick tonight?
I've got friends that they are big fans of the show,
and they work hard, and they work hard. You get this chair. I love that. That's the fun. You know.
You think this is something you're ever going to do again, Jack?
Of course, obviously.
Wow, that's
it'll
so cool.
make them even angrier.
Yeah. There you go. You have that angry Disney star energy right now. It's so fun.
He does. He looks like one of the kids from Stranger Things after like an 8-year heroin binge. You know? It's like, what's going to happen to Finn Wolford?
How long have you looked like Tim Burton's Creek on?
So, Jack, what do you do for work? What coffee shop are you at nowadays?
I'm a freelance graphic designer and editor.
Oh, cool.
I had a question for do you have any acid?
Yes.
Also, I'll take stuff, thanks.
There you go. Have you ever, all right, there you go. So, Jack, what else about you? You seem like you play music or something like that?
Filmmaker, yeah. I banjo, if that one.
Oh, let me check. No. Have you made any films?
Yeah, short films.
There's a little banjo for you, right on cue.
Short films.
Yeah,
not features.
Like I can afford a feature film.
Your parents probably are the CEOs of Goldman Sachs.
Yeah.
That's what LA is, literally. But
you can make a feature film. Your parents didn't leave you a retirement fund of any kind? Not at all?
Where do you live? Where do you hail from?
Boston.
Fuck yeah.
How long have you been in LA?
2 years.
2 years. What's your living situation? You hopped up with a bunch of people over in Los Feliz?
Burbank.
Oh, look at that. That's where you could maybe you'll catch him walking or jogging or that's impossible. You'll never see him.
Yeah.
You might see a Tesla driving him to civilization.
Shout out to the Burbank Dunkin' Donuts.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Where's that one at?
It's down on
in downtown.
Yeah.
You like Box Big Boy?
Obviously live there.
Yeah.
Feels like a 12-step meeting.
Yeah, exactly.
Between these two.
A question for you Burbankians. Everyone says they love Box, but have you ever eaten there not in the hour between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m.? You go there during the day?
Of course.
A little
it's right next
fancy
to Starbucks. Who is Bob's Big Boy during the day? Just human traffic.
What else? What's going on in your life? You have a girlfriend?
No.
Boyfriend? What are you into? Seem like the kind of guy who fuck with cats or something like that. You end up.
The type of songs he was talking about, keep it on. Do you have a sexuality, or is it kind of just like whatever the movie is? Yeah. Whatever wins best. Yeah, I don't look. No, fuck Harvey's out. What else? Fair enough.
All right, Jack. My goodness. Any other fun facts about your life or the way you were raised that you think we should know about? Your entire life, you ever won a trophy? You ever been the best at anything?
Do your parents tell people you exist? No, unfortunately not. Yeah.
You almost answered for a second when I said trophy. What was the answer going to be there?
I used to do competitive gymnastics.
Can you still do anything? Is there anything you could do, like a flip or a handstand or something goofy? Can you do anything that would impress this room? Have you ever performed in front of a crowd like this before?
Yeah.
Would you guys like to see him do? Wait, you have?
Yeah.
Okay. Where else have you performed that's this big? Oh, in a gymnasium.
A Newport. Right. I respect that. So I got fiberglass filter. Brings your high up 15%. Yeah, that's what a white girl told me once. Yeah. She's a good woman. Do something cool.
What can you do? Oh shit. Wow. Oh shit. Wow.
Very good. Very good. Very good.
That is by far the best gymnastics I've ever seen by a guy with a pack of Newports in his pocket.
Seriously, Newport? Yeah.
There's something in the way you move.
All right, Jack. Well, that was very fun. Nice to meet you, man. Congratulations on getting pulled out of the bucket. There goes Jack Travis.
You're killing it.
Yeah. All right, so we're going to do something fun right now, a little bit outside the box. I'm going to bring someone up here who we actually, I don't know if anybody saw this or heard it, but we were talked about on the Howard Stern show last week, everybody. We were brought up on the show. The great Shuley explained to Howard and Robin what this show is and what goes on here because he wanted to get one of the whack packers, one of the famous whack packers, on the show to see if he could make the Comedy Store laugh for 60 seconds. I ended up, of course, finding out about this clip from the Stern show and contacted Shuley, and we're going to make it happen right now. We're going to give this guy 60 seconds on the Comedy Store stage. This is his first time performing in the main room of the Comedy Store. Ladies and gentlemen, 20 years as a whack packer. Make some noise for Speech Impediment Man. Come on, one more time for Speech Impediment Man, everybody.
What happened? Why do they call it AIDS? Never fucking helped me. I went to a doctor and said, you got two things wrong with you. And all the time, I go, at least I don't have cancer. I'm having some problem with my Alexa. Every time I talk to her, she calls 911. She thinks I'm having a fucking stroke. So I'm a security guard. Let me tell you what happened last week. These robbers come in and go, I go, hog, stick it up. They go, you don't even have a gun. I go, listen, I'll do to you what I do to the English language. I'll fuck you up.
Hey, Speech Impediment Man. That was great. Wow. Speech Impediment Man. That was awesome, dude.
Thank you.
I feel like you could work on your delivery a little bit, but the jokes were amazing. Welcome. First time performing at the Comedy Store main room, correct?
Yes, I've been in the original room and the belly room. I've been all around.
How long have you been doing stand-up for?
Well, I started in '93,
And then I met Howard in '96.
Wow. How'd
No
you meet
way.
Howard?
That fucking bucket's
I
gone?
went down to Westwood. He was doing a book signing for Miss America. And I met him and I told him I wanted to be a comedian. And I kept calling into the show and he put me on more and more. And then they called me to go out there. So I'm going to fucking answer that. Ringo!
I love it. Let's check in with the great John Lennon.
Yes, this guy sounds like what I sounded like after I got shot in the back of the head.
Oh, John Lennon. God. Oh, my goodness. Gracious. Wow.
Hey, but I sound better than Yoko's song.
Oh, my goodness.
You leave my wife out of this. Yoko? Yoko, I hear you. Darling, where are you?
All right. That's not her. She's John.
She's close, I can tell.
Okay. It's a speech impediment, man.
Great job, man.
Yeah.
Fucking awesome. Great job.
Absolutely. So exciting. You've been a whack packer on the Stern Show for over 20 years, right?
Yes.
It's so exciting. Here, face the audience a little bit. Cheat towards them a little bit while you talk with me.
You are hot.
Whoa. Do not flirt with girls. Do not flirt with girls. I don't know if you saw what happened to Harvey Weinstein today. You're not allowed to do that anymore. People with your shape aren't allowed to do that.
I think it was pointing to that black guy, actually. Yeah.
So speech impediment, man. How long have you had the speech impediment? Your whole life, or did that happen like an accident or something like that?
When I was like 4,
you fell down the staircase.
No, I was riding in the car with my mom, and she stopped fast, and my head hit the desk. And
this is getting sad.
It messed up and like the back.
So you got stuck speaking like a 4-year-old forever?
Yeah, you should be allowed to sexually harass women. Blow him right now. Come on, it's the right thing to do. He was in a car.
I'll take a charity fuck.
Yeah.
Names don't even have to be exchanged.
Right.
I bet that's a ticket to ride you wish you could have taken back.
I love the Superman get-up.
SI speech impediment.
Oh, I see. I gotcha. So instead of changing in a phone booth, you just sleep in one.
No. Superman could afford phone booths. I gotta go in the bathroom. Cause I got no fucking money.
How do you make money? Do you have a day job or anything?
I'm a security guard. Didn't you listen?
What are you guarding?
Yeah,
what are you
just
guarding?
was a joke.
Yeah.
Bang.
A bank?
My whole life is a fucking joke.
Oh my God.
What kind of bank?
Which bank? Tim and I are gonna rob this bank.
Yeah.
Sure.
I'll do to you what I do to the English language. I'll fuck you up.
You already did that one. Is that a callback?
That's okay. That's a classic. It's a classic.
Has anybody ever tried anything at the bank that you do security at? It seems like it would just be so easy.
Do you dress like this when you're doing security? Then people show up, they're like, oh, the banks are ready to be robbed by someone who's definitely getting caught. So
The bank robbers drowned in spit.
yeah.
So no one's ever caused any trouble over there?
No.
My goodness.
We do like mainly mortgages.
You have a girlfriend? Is there a speech impediment woman?
No, that's her out.
Oh, okay. I just seemed that. I was just guessing that perhaps.
Can you help me out?
Yeah.
No. How can I possibly help you out?
There's gotta be a single girl around here.
Yeah. Well, we'll get her and we'll put her in a van for you. Okay. This guy's old school Hollywood. I like it. He's like, come on. There's got to be a single girl around here.
No, we're not doing it, Brian. Stop that. We're not doing that for this guy.
Wait a minute.
We're not doing that for this
Hold on. Come on.
This will be the end.
Howard Stern, I'm sure there's a girl here that wants that.
Yeah, he set me up with it.
Do you ever get? He has. Did you get to hook up with a girl?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
What was
He
it?
was the sex therapist.
A sex therapist?
Yeah.
Oh, no. This is
Too bad I wasn't a speech therapist.
At that point, I'd rather get laid.
Was the sex therapist, was that here in LA?
No, it's in New York.
It was in New York where you live?
No, I live here.
Oh, you live
in
in
Orange County.
Oh, okay. I gotcha. Very good speech impediment, man. Wow. Is there anything else crazy we should know about you before we let you go? Your performance was great. Did you write all those jokes?
Yeah.
You did?
Yeah.
You wrote them yourself? Yeah. All by yourself?
Well, Howard helped me out.
Howard helped you out. Oh. You really, I'd ask you 6 times before you admitted that.
All material, but Shirley said no. Do the stuff, Howard.
Yeah, I think Shirley was right. Shirley was right.
Can you give us an example of an old joke of yours?
Give us one of yours.
Yeah. Brilliant, genius Howard Stern jokes.
I went to a doctor. I said, Doc, my eyes hurt when I have sex. He said, Jeff, that's only the pepper spray.
Hey,
it's not bad. That's good.
That's good.
That's great. That's good.
That's good.
Can I have some time Sunday night?
What?
No.
Can I have some time Sunday night?
Yes, we're
What's Sunday night?
In La Jolla.
That's not this Sunday. That's at the end of March. You're asking for a spot in La Jolla?
I feel like he doesn't even have a speech impediment. He's not even a whackbacker. He's pretended to have this for 20 years.
I'll tell you right now, if you can make it to one of the La Jolla shows, that's in 2 weeks. That's March 8th. If you can make it there, I'll give you an automatic 60 seconds if you want. I'm not fucking.
I'll be there.
I'm not paying your way down there or anything.
I'll be there.
But if you're there, we'll get you up there. How's that? We'll see you then. Speech impediment man, ladies and gentlemen. 20 years as a whackpacker. We have crossed the streets. We have a special announcement here at Kiltony, and even though I want to do it myself, it's a big deal, and so I'm going to hand it over to the leader of the Kiltony band, Jeremiah Watkins. Everybody, Jeremiah Watkins is talking now.
This hasn't been done in years. It's a very big deal. We'd like to welcome the newest member of the Kiltony band and the first female in the history of the band. We all love her here, Jessie Johnson.
What? Jessie Johnson? Oh, shit. Who would have guessed? This is incredible. Wow. It's the Top Shelf Brass Band, everybody. And Jessie Johnson joining us February 29th, this Saturday night in Venus de Milo, Swansea, Massachusetts. Hinchcliffe, Red Band, Jimenez, and Jessie Johnson joining the fray. She's also going to be with us April 10th and 11th.
Yeah.
And
She always have to dress up like a man, though.
For Boston. Yeah, it is pretty funny. The night that she's dressed like a man, it's the night she becomes a full-time band member on the show. We have the Top Shelf Brass Band here. Congratulations to Jessie Johnson. Everything's happening here. The first ever female full-time band member. And with that, let's keep this fun train moving along. Welcome, Top Shelf Brass Band. You guys can take a break for a second because this guy has his own entrance music. You might have noticed this entrance music because it was used this weekend in the biggest boxing match ever. The winner, Tyson Fury, came out to this motherfucker's entrance music because Tyson Fury has good taste in the live podcast that he listens to. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the great William Montgomery, everybody. William Montgomery. He must be coming to the stage now, some direction. William Montgomery, everybody. Here, he's definitely coming from somewhere. Couldn't possibly be tending to his drinking or smoking addictions. No, I'm sure he's being a complete professional and is fully aware that now is the time on this live podcast in which his spot begins. Known for his professionalism, not so much his jokes or anything like that. He's not his on-stage persona. No, it's really his professionalism that we love more than anything.
Yeah, well, this is
blacklisted. There you go. All right.
I have faith that what he's going to do will be so good we won't even.
Wow, here he is, everybody. It's William Montgomery. Wow. Beautiful. Incredible. Okie dokie. William Montgomery, everybody. Here we are. William Montgomery.
First and foremost, I want to warn y'all, I was in China last week. I was diagnosed with toxic sock syndrome. I had a sock in my vagina. I went to jail in Monopoly, and there were black guys who had been in there since the first chance card. I want to give a shout out to my 8th and 9th grade bully. You were right. Don't know why I didn't see it then. Because my 4 eyes weren't better than 2. My parents surprised me with an early birthday gift. They're going to send me on an all-expenses paid trip to the Betty Ford Clinic Resort and Casino. But no, y'all are in for a treat. My parents are actually here tonight. Larry and Francis, can y'all come up here?
There you go, William Montgomery, everybody. There it is. Oh, here they come. Here come the Montgomerys, everybody. Fuck yeah. Very good. Yep, that's a stinger. Yep, that's a stinger. Ladies and gentlemen, the Montgomerys are here, everybody.
Montgomery!
Larry and Francis, you hear about them almost every week on this show. And hello, sweetheart. How are you? I absolutely love these parents of Williams. I'm a big fan of parents.
These parents?
Yeah, they're the real deal.
Yeah, they're really my fucking parents. I don't know. They look so sweet and nice and normal.
I know.
Hey, William, where the fuck were you?
Tony normally fucking calls me around 9:30.
Yes. My man Larry.
What happened? Did Larry have that microphone?
Please. Are you guys about to have an argument right now?
I'll probably get disbarred from that. It was worth it.
Come on up there. Step up there, Larry. Step up next to your beautiful son. I think it's your son. Either that or your wife fucked a local coal miner while you were working. Are you surprised with how Williams turned out? What are the positives and negatives? What do you love and hate about your son? It's a live show, people. I don't plan any of that stuff.
I knew he was going to be different. This is a true story because in 9th grade, there was a talent show in this high school, and some people were playing the thing, and he comes out with a stick with a ribbon on the end of it, and dances around the stage, and when it was over, parents would not make eye contact.
It is the craziest world we live in where one of the comedians' fathers comes up and kills harder than any of the comedians did all night. This is a wild world, this comedy.
Well, with the crew so far, that's not a big deal.
Yeah, that's some interesting. How's life been? We miss you guys. You guys are out in beautiful Tennessee.
From Memphis.
Yeah.
Came here and his mom was cooking good food for him.
Had spaghetti Saturday night, had a steak last night. There was a group of blacks having a party.
Wait a second. William, I don't think that's what you're supposed to, I don't think that's how you refer to the, what do you mean? What kind of party?
I think you're technically right, but it's just
carrying on. I was trying to go to sleep.
What else have you been doing with your parents, William? What else has been going on? You had spaghetti, you had steak,
yeah.
What else?
Other than noticing the blacks, what else has been?
Well, when we stay somewhere, we have to warn the management
that this person coming to see us is not a homeless person.
Yeah,
right. Our son.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the hotel.
That's so sad.
Does he ever jump in bed with you? You seem like the kind of family that might sleep Willy Wonka style, just feet to head. And...
It's happened. That was a fun noise, right, man? Oh, thank you. That's the enema noise.
What?
This really pisses William's mom off. She wants everyone to know that she used to give enemas to William as a child. Anytime he got the flu. And like William only really called his brother up and he's got like 15 of them before.
Wow, look who loves flushing her boys' assholes out. My goodness. It's a real problem, huh? Look at that, the old catch and release.
Yeah.
Look at you, the old fucking...
Come on, what are they talking?
Why talking? Explain yourself. Why would you give your kids so many enemas? He's lying, she said. I love your little...
I don't know, I kind of believe him on this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he said
This just doesn't happen. Something makes this.
Yeah.
Something creates this. Yeah.
He said he doesn't use
Do you have
toilet paper, so that's where that started.
Yeah. Do you guys have other children?
We have two other sons.
Well, good.
Yeah.
Okay.
What do they do? They one's a lawyer and
about to graduate,
and one's about to graduate from college, and then there's just this bastard over here that's this do nothing bitch working in a storage facility that is holding.
He has the name of like a Southern Civil War general. You were supposed to be an accomplished racist.
He has
not just a garden variety racist. Like your house should have had columns.
He has the everything of a Southern and Civil War general, but
yeah, he does.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. William, have you made any advancements or major decisions in your life this week? You're holding yourself back in a great many ways. You're holding your career back, your day job, and then your current relationship.
Broke up with her. I'm sad about that.
Oh, that's good. When's the last time you spoke with her?
Last night.
Is that
No, I'm
true?
kidding. It's not true.
Oh, okay.
We're going to the LA Fitness tomorrow to join his ass up.
Oh, that's great. I love that.
Joined.
Yeah.
He was lying about it.
Yeah, he lies about everything. Did he ever go to his doctor's appointment? Did we get?
I think he really did.
Yeah. Did you get results? Did you see anything from a doctor?
Yeah, they said he had really high cholesterol, but don't worry about it because he had a mole, whatever the hell that is.
Finding out William has high cholesterol is like the doctor saying that William has red hair. It's like, we know, right? Let's check in with John Lennon.
I wonder how you could do more push-ups.
There you go. Let's check in with John Lennon.
I just want to say, William, before we get to the push-up off, how truly much of a wreck your life has to be when your parents fly in from another state to sign you up for a gym. They're going to a gym to sign you up to make sure you don't lie and say you're going when you're really not. You should be ashamed of yourself. William Montgomery. John.
Oh, I just heard his mom whisper in his ear, I'm going to give you a fucking enema. That's what I heard. I don't know if you guys heard that.
Waits for his enema while his mother comes near. No one will hear.
My goodness gracious.
Tony, can I just say I want everyone to know that William is the walrus we were talking about.
Quit fucking talking.
His pubic hair is definitely strawberry fields forever. I mean, what can I say? I could talk with you three absolutely forever. Is there anything else I should know about or check in with? Everything's good. I fucking love you guys. It's a fun project working with William. Oh, thank you. Wait, enema for me too? Yeah. Oh my goodness. Wow.
She just said that.
I love how mad she gets about it. She's like, say it one more time and I will squeeze stuff out of your asshole. Guys, how loud can this place get for the Montgomerys, everybody? Larry. Francis. It's a family affair on Kiltony, live at the Comedy Store. Very, very exciting stuff so far.
You know, their parents are going to be on William's podcast, Williams and David's podcast Wednesday. So if you want to see us really go deep and make William depressed, if you guys like that,
there you go. It sounds like the crowd can't wait. Pulled another name out of the bucket. Makes noise for your next comedian, Adam Sheba. Adam Sheba has been selected right out of the bucket of destiny. Live. There he comes. Come on, one more time for Adam Sheba, everyone.
William has such a nice family, man. My mother was a stripper when I was growing up. All that white privilege wasted, man. I never judged her though for it. You know what I mean? Because I always had food on the table and clothes on my back. The most devastating part about the situation is I can't listen to any more Juicy J songs. Those bands that make her dance. Damn it, Ma! My pops was murdered when I was 7 years old. No, it's all good. I watched a lot of Forensic Files, so I got it under control. You know what I'm saying? He was murdered when I was 7 years old, and I always told myself when I was younger, I'm going to grow up, find the man who did this, catch him, and confront him. And then I got older, I was like, dang, I'm not good with computers, you know what I'm saying? Just because I let that one slide, you know what I'm saying?
Fuck yeah, Adam Sheba.
Shake it up, baby, now shake it up, baby. Twist and shout.
Twist and shout. All right, Adam, welcome. First time on the show, right?
Second time.
Okay.
Good shit.
Yeah.
I think you were actually the guest.
I was a guest last time. It was good. It's good. This time is, I think, better.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. I love that. So welcome back, Adam. That's true, huh? Your mother's a stripper and your dad was murdered?
Yeah, my mother had me when she was 15.
So no retirement fund.
No retirement fund.
Yeah, the white privilege joke, I don't think hits because you don't seem white.
Right.
Yeah.
But because I'm not dark skinned, I figured that it might, you know what I mean?
Like all that white privilege wasted, it's like if like a dude who seemed really white said that, very funny, but you don't seem that white.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's the one. That's the reason that one I don't think works.
Okay.
Yeah. Are you white or no?
I mean, I'm 50-50. You know,
that's
I'm 50.
The answer that is no. The answer is no. This is Trump's America, sir. Purebreds. Thank you. So
50. I mean, I would consider myself. I mean, growing up, you know what I'm saying. No one ever considered me white because all they see is color. You know what I'm saying. So
the white people, the white people think you're black. The black people think you're white.
Something like that.
No one thinks he's white.
I'm just light skinned. I'm just light skinned out here.
There's not one group of people, including the blind, that would think he's white.
John Lennon.
Let's just say if he was a song, he would not be on the White Album. Let's just say Blackbird sings in the ghetto night.
That was Chroma Chris, for those of you keeping track on your bingo cards. So awesome. How your dad was murdered? Drugs?
Yeah.
So to joke people. That's what happens.
He was a gang leader and a pimp in Boston, and life caught up to him, so he shot.
Was he the white one?
No, he was black.
I was trying. That would have been fun. Because it's Boston. I'm like, hey.
So how old was your father when he met your mom? She was 15 when she had you?
Yeah. So I really don't
even think about it.
Look at this athleticism. Look at this move, folks. I can't believe that fly's gone.
That's all right. Listen. Look at that. He got his.
Heck yeah.
That's fucked up.
It's not. Hey, what did I do? Come on. I step with everything,
You have brothers and sisters?
Yeah, I got 7.
That you know of?
7 of them.
Well, I met 2 of them when I was in high school. I didn't know they existed. So
how many different dads?
Look at this move.
7 kids.
Yeah. Good numbers. Somehow.
Okay, that's good. That's good. 3 for 7's not bad.
Yeah.
So what do you do for work, Adam?
Bellman at the Train Hotel in Hollywood. So I take luggage up to people's rooms all day.
I love that. Do you always dress like an Impossible Burger?
Man.
What?
I'm like the mannequin in Zara, man. I'm just whatever slim fit they got going on.
Love it. Look at you, tall caramel macchiato.
All the colors on your sweater are like the evolution of who you became.
Wow. What's your love life like, Adam?
I've had a girl for about three years or so.
Yeah. You're still with her?
Yeah.
What does she do?
She works for.
Yeah, because his dad was a pedophile.
Yeah.
That's why it's funny. That's why the joke is funny. I'm kidding. Everything's fine. It's LA, like no.
She assisted stylist. Clothes on, yeah. Clothes people for.
How do you keep things hot in the bedroom? 3.5 years is a long time. How do you do you have any special tricks or anything that you like to do?
Can't lie, shit gets boring sometimes.
Oh shit.
Shit be getting boring sometimes. But nah, I mean,
Ever put a loaded gun to her head?
You really riding this dad thing out right now. You really riding this shit out.
We gotta do it.
But you know, she's really attractive. So
How about you though? What do you do to keep things interesting in the bedroom? Even though she's boring, do you ever pull any big tricks or anything? You have any special maneuvers in the, like what's your don't pile driver? You know what I mean? What's your finishing move? Anything special about you?
I can't
tell the fucking truth right here. It's gonna be a lot more interesting if you tell the truth. You know there's something. When you rub your chin like that, I know.
Yeah, I mean.
Yes, in the bedroom, will you have white or have black?
No, I really don't have anything too crazy freaky. But for the exciting part, you know what I'm saying, I just tell her to put like lingerie or any type of dress stuff that she got going on in the club.
Your girlfriend is a thick white woman.
Thick white? She's black.
Has she ever called you the N-word in bed?
No.
Just half of the N-word.
Has she ever called you that in like an elevator or?
Nah, I've
She ever said, "Take my bag to the room, Mike"?
I feel like you really wanted to say it right there. You know what I'm saying?
She doesn't call you the N-word in bed. Has she ever called you a cracker in bed?
Nah, never called me a cracker
or like a peanut butter cracker or something like that?
Nah. She called me light skin every once in a while. Get your light skin ass over here. You know?
Or a safe word is drink.
They're just a regular white couple, you know?
Very, very interesting. All right, Adam. Well, fun times tonight. Nice to see you again.
Yeah, the shooter joke's fucking great. That shit's great.
This set went better than your last set. Am I correct?
Yeah.
You've been showing spots. You're working out around town. You're getting better. You can feel the growth, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's what happens. Fuck yeah, Adam Shiva. Absolutely. 100%. Why do you say we get another regular up here, huh? An icon here on this show. A lot of wild, amazing appearances. Unbelievable joke writer. Unbelievable roasting skills. Notorious for over-roasting the guests as of late. Let's see what happens here tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, it's David Lucas, everybody. Here we go. Here he is. Live and in the flesh. The one. The only. David Lucas, everybody. Come on.
I'm not very religious. I was having a talk with my mom the other day about the Bible. I was like, I can't really believe everything in the Bible, Mom. I was like, do you really believe that Noah took 2 of everything on that fucking ship? And she was like, yeah, it's in the Bible. I'm like, so this nigga took 2 roaches? You mean to tell me he took 2 bed bugs on the fucking ark? I find that shit hard to believe. How did this orchestrate getting zebras on a ship? How did the tigers not kill the fucking zebras? You imagine you gotta be in charge of getting some king cobras on the ark and you get bit? They're like, nah, nigga, I'm straight. God wanted this shit. God is my anti-venom. Shit. I ran out, nigga.
There you go. You didn't run anywhere.
Tony looking like some circus cotton candy.
You look like the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man got made into a s'more.
Hold on, say that again. I didn't get it.
It's you're as fat as the Marshmallow Man, but chocolate covered. Get it now? How about this one? What if I called you the Stay Puffy Marshmallow Man? Is that better?
What if I called you RuPaul's stepson?
You son of a bitch.
Look at Tim Dillon looking like an unpaid Louis Anderson.
Hey, listen, me and you are going to die in the same week. So, and I will have a better obituary.
Tim Dillon got on a cement shirt, nigga. It's a nice you look like a parking spot.
You don't own a car. David Lucas is literally Tim Dillon's shadow.
That works.
He looks like he has.
Hanging up on us.
He looks like he has an octopus's garden on his head. It's a Beatles joke, David. Take it easy on it. No, let them get away with it. They're Beatles. They're Beatles.
They look like a Mexican mariachi band.
Wow, you really just burned the Beatles.
I know. You can't make fun of the Beatles. I tried to help you there, David. We're on Apple. You love white people music. You know any Beatles songs? You're never a fan?
I don't know no Beatles. I know fucking Garth Brooks.
Yeah.
Toby Keith.
I watched, again, going back on this matches every weekend, Tyson Fury sang American Pie in the ring. And any other white people songs that you haven't sang before in your head as of late?
Let's see.
I know it must be tough for you to think since you look like one of those bad drawings of a Kobe mural.
Oh, what?
You ever see that when
you might.
Those are popping up as of late, just these lazy artists going sloppy on a brick wall.
He looks like the helicopter after the crash.
No.
Ari Shaffir, ladies and gentlemen. Ari Shaffir appearing on Kill.
I'm from here. I am a Lakers fan. I can say it.
That was Joel Jimenez that made that joke on the Kill Tony podcast.
Bring it.
Yeah,
you fucking idiot.
Not Tony Hinchcliffe. It was Joel Jimenez.
Tony looks like a gay finger painter.
Oh my god.
You look like some shit a gay kid would draw.
What the fuck? How do you even know what have you ever finger painted? A fucking house? Side of a house? Look at those fucking things you got there.
Let's see your fingers, nigga.
You got normal hands, dude. I don't have fucking fat diabetes hands like you. You are water retention.
You look like you're a professional getting a pickle out of a jar picker.
Oh, okay. Alright.
That nigga look like a professional.
Just because you get mad at Pringles because you can't get them out of there doesn't mean that.
That's not only booty hole.
He opens a can of Pringles and just starts crying it out. If you look at Tony's fingernails, by the way, they look like the window is half down, by the way. You shoot half your fingers. Thank you. Very good.
When Tony was a baby,
for those of you that are looking under a microscope, yes.
When Tony was a baby, he used to shake milk on his face.
Oh boy. Yikes. That's a.
He knew he was gonna be gay.
It's a little bit of a.
Instead of goo goo gaga, he'd say ooh ooh
When I was pouring milk on my face, that's what I would say when I was a child. You guys.
Tony used to smile when he got whoopings.
What are you doing?
You enjoy getting your diaper changed when you was 2, nigga. Your mom used to put your wipes in the microwave.
Yes, and what was it? I mean, that actually is all a fact.
Yeah,
that's absolutely true.
Like a weirdo kid.
When she changed my diaper, in there she would find the old David Lucas just sitting there waiting for it. The old stinky brown pile of fucking secretion.
You like the type of nigga that take a shit and then get in the shower?
Well, actually,
you have fun with a shower head?
Yeah, no, I like showering. It's something you can do when you can fit in one. Not all of us have the liberty of getting to take a shit and then go outside and get hosed off by our aunt.
Tony, your skinny ass, you take a shower in the bathroom sink, man. Goddamn toilet brush, teeth brushing ass nigga.
Not all of us are able to shower with the ability of sucking the water out of the tub and using our trunk to splash it onto ourselves. I love it.
Tony getting clean in a bird bath.
Okay. You do a bird joke every week. I'm on to this.
Man, shut your Australian emu looking ass
up. Oh my God. How dare you?
Hell yeah, nigga. Albino ostrich looking ass.
All right.
Cock-a-doodle-doo, nigga.
Okay. You're just now making bird noises.
But your favorite part is the cock.
Okay. You have a whole run of. So you local legend. Are you thinking about Popeyes right on over here?
You thinking about Cherryfield donuts?
What? Is that a case?
Seat warmer sitting ass nigga.
You are a
that nigga look like he take a shit with a pillow on the toilet.
You only do. I actually have a shit pillow. It's absolutely true.
You know the nigga that can shit laying on your stomach. That nigga can shoot.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that?
You can shoot 3-pointers into the toilet.
Okay. What?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, that's what.
When you fart, that shit sound like a halftime buzzer.
Okay. This is out of control.
Your booty hole look like a manhole with the top off.
Okay. Why would it look like that?
Your booty hole look like a big gulp at 7-Up.
Oh my God.
I mean, that's 7-Eleven, my bad.
You are on fire right now.
Hell yeah.
You are unstoppable.
Like a Florida Flamingo looking ass.
Okay. All right.
Now you like the Pink Panther, nigga.
You're just saying things.
You breaking in niggas' houses to say condoms.
I can't even keep up with you.
Smell a dildo and leave.
Not even. Again, this is good. I love it. I love it.
Tony is the shoestring burger. I can't even talk. The shoestring burger.
You're close. You're close. You got excited. You said shoestring. Started thinking about the fries, huh? Trying to roast me while thinking about deep fried foods. It's exciting. I love it, dude. You did it again. Oh, your zipper's down. Look at that. Wow, that's rare. Look at that thing. It's trying to get a breath of fresh air. Like, please, I'm dying in here. Your dick is trying to escape for its life right now. Stuck next to the fucking Amazonian
shut
fucking...
your ass up. You sleep with a pillow in between your legs.
Again, I actually do that. There's a lot of these roast jokes in which you are nailing it right on the head. We got a guy that loves French onion soup. I do. I actually love French onion soup. I eat it every time I get it.
Scratch and sniff butt plug smuggling ass.
That's true. I smell butt plugs and I smell dildos. And I sneak out in the night after smelling people's dildos. Ladies, can you not fit a pillow between your legs? Why was that?
Red man, if you don't shut your drunk background actor from MASH looking ass up.
Jesus.
Any helicopter you in, that bitch going down.
All right. That's enough.
Dirty army jacket wearing ass.
All right. David, unbelievable performance. I got to put the fire out. It's been 10 minutes. Unbelievable. There he goes, the great David Lucas, everybody.
I wanna hold your hand.
Cancel Your Family tour has begun with Tim Dillon going all around the country.
Yeah.
Pull another name out of the bucket. One word name. One, Avery. Where's Avery? Is that Avery? Here comes Avery.
Take a sad song. All right. What a fun night we're having. Do you think we're going to make it as a species? No? Everyone says that. When did that happen? I feel like 10 years ago we were like, we got this shit. Now we're like, we are fucked. Why did that happen? Every reasonable statistic you read will tell you it's the best time to ever be a human being, but I'm lying on my Tempur-Pedic mattress scrolling through my iPhone like, wrong, we're fucked. We need to get it together. I feel like we're depressing the kids. I listened to Gen Z rap the other day. Not good. Rap is just like, I just popped the Xanax and I want to kill myself. I'm like, what the fuck? Whatever happened to good, confident hip-hop about killing other people? That's a good message. 50 Cent shot. He wasn't going to give up. He was going to die trying. He wasn't going to try dying. That's a good message. All right, thank you.
Avery, everybody. There you go. Welcome to the show, Avery.
Thank you.
First time on, right?
Yes, it is.
How long have you been doing stand-up?
7 years.
7 years.
TikTok joke is good. The rap, the Gen Z rap. Thank you. Open with that. Yeah.
7 years. Where you been doing it at?
San Francisco.
San Fran. Is that
Get out of
where
there.
you still live?
Get out of there. Get out of there. Why? Because they all suck. They're comedy. It's such a soft comedy scene.
That's why you think it's like the end of the world. You came up with this subject matter of like everything's, we're not gonna.
You think it's because San Francisco is so shitty that I came up with that?
No, I think a lot of Fran. I think that there's, a lot of those people are like panicking. That's the life that they're living. Like, oh, it's the end of civilization. We have all this.
The world's on fire.
Right. Yeah.
Well, it is. It is, but still, we don't want to be in San Francisco watching grown women shit on the street. It's true. It's true. Or,
What do you do for a living?
I create content for a brand. Oh. Yeah.
Cool.
San Francisco. You're the thing you hate. Yeah, that's kind of like you're the thing that I've identified. I mean, it's pretty fun. It's not a bad job. I get to make funny videos for a living. But oh God, you're going the wrong way. I liked you. Yeah, I liked you. Isn't that what you do, Tim? I don't use the word content. Yeah. You have to when you're just. I don't use the word content. I don't use the word brand. I liked you when you came up. Yeah.
What's something that you can win Tim back over with? A likable thing about you, since we found out.
A likable thing about me?
Yeah. Fun fact about your life.
I like to party.
Oh, what kind of partying do you do?
Just normal partying.
Yeah. What do you mean? Like what kind of partying? Like birthday parties?
Yeah, like birthday parties, pizza parties. Yeah, all that. How old are you? How old do you think I am? 30. This guy has become the worst person in the world. Yeah, dude, I want to like this guy, like the guy, and then he did the Gen Z thing. That's a good fucking joke. And then just
very representative of San Francisco overall, right? You're going in at bridges, it's beautiful, water everywhere, and then you get in, there's human shit everywhere.
Here it is. Yeah.
Wow. How about what's the actual number? What is your age? You look like you could be anywhere between 23 and Pete Davidson's dead father.
Yeah. I'm 29.
Okay, 29 years old. What did you do before you were making content?
I did tech sales in San Francisco.
Tech sales.
This is a great resume for the worst person that's ever lived.
How about like
really is
hobbies or anything? You good at anything? Pop a shot or
Please say
something like
rape.
that?
Just to circle the whole. No. He's like, well, I like taking what's mine. I don't have a comeback to that.
Yeah, I This is mainly what I do. Stand-up comedy is something during the day or that you look forward to at night or anything other than just the broad word of partying. And then when I say what kind of parties, you just go parties. Anyway, we're in a conundrum right now. I see that. I'm not giving you a lot. Yeah, no, I don't know. Oh, okay. How? You're really good at this.
Are you dating like a girl that works in a WeWork or something?
No. No. You have a girlfriend? I do. How long have you been with her? 8 years. Wow.
Parents have money?
No. My goodness. It's actually, no, they don't. She has my ex-girlfriend Buscemi fetish. Do I look like Steve Buscemi? Oh. Yeah, but like without brain damage.
Ringo, what happened to your accent, mate?
I was angry, I'm sorry. Alright. What kind of brand do you work for? Like, is it like a clothing company? Alcohol, food? It's a clothing. Which one? I don't want to say it after this one. Thank goodness. Very exciting stuff. What do you think your girlfriend likes about you? If she was here and I said, what do you like about Avery? What would she say? That I'm a good person. Really? Is that true? What makes you a good person? Give us an example of something good that you've done. It's all
other than the tech sales of the party.
Yeah.
Well, what's the missionary work?
One good thing that you've done. One good thing that I've done in your entire life. I got nothing. I don't have anything.
You got hit by a car on Sunset Boulevard. Would anyone who's ever met you be sad?
Probably not. No. Yeah.
That's the vibe.
Do you have a good thing that you've done?
I sat here for through that minute.
Yeah. I'll take that. Yeah. I'll take that. Absolutely. Avery, very, very interesting performance. Maybe go back and watch any show with an interview and see how this could have gone. Like how people answer questions. Thank you. 7 years of comedy. There goes Avery. Back to the bucket we go. How many do you like to make?
Once you start talking, it was like, God. It's like the worst.
How old do you think I am? Might be one of the most disgusting answers.
Oh, God. Just want him to get coronavirus.
This looks like a fun name. Put your hands together for Manolo, everyone. Manolo. Let's see what happens here. How many of you like when comedians do good on this show? How many of you like it when comedians do bad on this show? Okay, it's good to know. Here comes Manolo, everyone. One more time for Manolo.
How's everybody? So, on my way over here, I got a text from my cousin, Maria. She told me she's pregnant and expecting twins, right? Congratulations, cuz. Finally. She's 15, by the way. Mexican. My girlfriend, she gets so embarrassed when she queefs. Yeah. I mean, like yesterday, right? She pulled off the loudest queef, right? The loudest queef, and I just started laughing. And she just got so embarrassed that she froze. She got a red face, and I felt so bad, right? And I just had to apologize to the black guy. Did you just hate it when?
Manolo. Hello. That was Manolo. Manolo. So Manolo, welcome to the show. How are you, bud? So you're how long you been on stand-up?
My first time?
First time ever. There you go. I was really hoping for that. No, thank goodness. Heck yeah.
35. How old do you think I am?
I knew you were going to do that. 35. No one that looks like you at 35 would actually guess how old do you think I am. No one would ask that. John Lennon?
Big fan.
Oh, thank you. Something I have in common with you. My wife Yoko used to queef a lot. He would record it, play it backwards, and sell it as albums.
Absolutely. Manolo, what ethnicity are you?
What ethnicity is it? I'm Mexican.
Oh yeah. Leave it to a Mexican to keep digging himself into a deeper hole.
That was actually my favorite part of his set when he explained that his cousin was 15 and then he tagged it up with Mexican.
Yeah, does Manolo mean something? I've never heard that name before.
That's like Manuel. You've heard Manuel. But I don't know, Spanish. Manolo. Manolo. So I guess they call me Manolo. Actually, right now, chatterbaiting.
What?
Chatterbaiting.
Chatterbaiting?
Yeah.
What is that?
There's a market for everything.
Are you seriously doing that? What is that? Explain to these people what that is. Explain to them. Hey. You fuck. Explain to the people what that is.
Oh, I actually know, right? Chatterbait?
I don't even know.
If I have to ask you one more fucking time.
It's you masturbate in front of like a camera.
You masturbate in front of a camera and you make money from that?
A little bit right now.
What's up, baby?
Get those pesos, homie, what's up?
Yes. Let's check in with John Lennon.
Yeah, me, John Lennon, I definitely did not know what that was.
Yeah. Very interesting. Red Band, were you able to find his
Oh, no, I haven't. It's live webcam. So
Do you think it's like an elaborate ice sting, or is it actually? You think it could be?
I actually did it for one night, and I made like 150, but it was all like people that knew me. Well, I just put lotion on my cheeks and stuff, and people tipped me.
Wow.
Somehow this is the darkest moment.
Yeah, it really is. No doubt about it.
A guy with ALS is going to come out later. This is still the worst part of the show.
Oh my god.
This is the most depressing.
Guy with ALS somehow is always the best.
Yeah, he's the most full of life we have.
Red Band making us picture with him masturbating looks like it's just as low as it goes. You are correct.
Instead, Red Band's touching the camera after talking about chatterbait.
Heck yeah. So Manolo, what's the most money you've ever made masturbating in front of strangers on the internet?
Like $700 a week.
A week? Oh,
What is that in Modelo's? Have you ever seen one of Paul's solo concerts? That's basically what he does, just masturbates in front of crowds for an hour.
Here comes the sun. I thought you guys would all do it together. Now you guys don't come together ever? All right. Another Beatles joke. Only one of the more famous songs. It's all right back there. Is it okay? You guys losing your fucking minds? Are you listening to another show?
That's literally from film.
Okay. Okay, now I get it. That's what it was.
We're all
Perfect.
acid.
Manila, how many times do you have to masturbate to make $700 in a week? Like, is that like 10 times a day or
once a day?
Once a day.
But you,
is there a certain time of the day that you choose? Are you like the morning radio guy? Like,
Whoa! We are jerking off this morning.
or up to the night guy, welcome to my bed.
Nighttime? Oh, look at you. Anybody ever fall asleep watching you?
I bet.
Go ahead, John Lennon.
I like how this guy literally makes content, but he still didn't say it.
Yeah. I call it content. Do you ever do anything special when you're masturbating for the people? Like, you ever have like a confetti cannon go off when you come or anything like that? Or
I tried to tell her. No, I got into it. She was a Polish girl, and she wanted me to translate, so she could. So she invited me, and then I got hooked.
And then you got hooked on it.
Yeah.
Do you have that pink thing that you put inside you every time somebody?
No, sir. But I know what you're talking about.
Do you want to explain to the people? I love that all the pigs on the show just leave these little seeds for porn.
So they have this rechargeable pig thing that women usually put in, but some guys put in their ass when they masturbate and stuff. Yeah, and it has this little tail that comes out. It's a pink tail, so it looks like you have a rat tail coming out of you. And every time you tip, it vibrates. And if you tip more, it vibrates more.
There you go. It's always good to find out what's happened. The reasons why this episode is always uploaded 4 days after Monday, everyone. It's good to know what Red Band's up to. Watching the old pink tail hanging out of some dude's asshole.
I just donated $200 to Trump 2020 while we were sitting here.
I was gonna ask if you've ever come on a picture of Trump, or if people pay more for that.
I bet they would.
But anything interesting? What do you?
My eye. One time.
Oh, you came in your eye. Eye. John Lennon.
Can I just say what an honor it is for me to come back to life to be a part of this show?
Yes, sir.
I love it. All right, Manolo. Well, that's very interesting. You are the first time we've ever had a male jack-off guy. What's the proper term? What's your most professional term?
Gender-based content creator.
All right. There you go, everyone.
I haven't kissed a girl in LA.
I don't believe that for a second, you dirtball.
Get that out there.
There you go. Go jerk off somewhere. There he goes, Manolo, everybody. His first time ever on stage. Come on. Just because he masturbates for a living doesn't mean he doesn't deserve a round of applause. Give this guy a hand, and he will use it to jerk himself off. All right. This is a fun part of the show, ladies and gentlemen. We have, before we get back to the bucket one last time, we do have a third regular, everybody, an absolute fucking sensation, taking over the one episode at a time. We absolutely love him. There's nothing else like him in the world. Over 20 years of improvisational black belt, award-winning Chicago improv fucking guy, and just started stand-up a few months ago after being recently diagnosed with Lou Gehrig's disease, and he's absolutely fucking hilarious. Make some noise for a third regular, the great Michael Lair, everybody. Make some noise for Michael Lair, everyone.
The doctor said it's 6 months. I'll be a friend and the drugs are fucked. ALS has been around for 150 years, and the medicine that is sitting. What the fuck? Hey, I have muscle cramps all day. If this is what pussy cramps feel like, then every woman should be pregnant. Dating is hard. Your girlfriend can leave you. Mike can leave me in the desert. Mike can leave me at a Jack-in box in the valley.
Wow. Wow. That stone cold look in his eye, the great Michael Lair, everybody.
My life is a nightmare.
What's going on? Why is it a nightmare?
I'm everything you fucking. My cells are too. I'm reciprocating. I'm dying.
Man, I absolutely love it. It's one of the funniest running jokes. I can't wait until episode 500 when he gets up and starts doing jumping jacks, and it's like, fuck you. I'm famous.
He's committed to this bit.
Yeah. He's like, fuck you. Fuck
that ice bucket challenge. I've been doing it for a year. Maybe everyone would think I have.
Yeah. No doubt. Yeah, man, it's the only way for my white ass to get the job anymore.
Is what? You what?
Pretend I realize.
I love it. What's been going on? And like, Michael, you do anything cool since last week or anything like that?
I'm secretly a superhero named Manuel.
Yeah.
I can operate any machine by reading his owner's manual.
Wow, that's an interesting one. I thought you were like the leader of the X-Men or something like that, but...
Hey, can I say something?
Absolutely.
When I did the Ice House, Brian Redman said, how's your MLS? I don't have Major League Soccer. I'm not sponsored by Herbalife.
Did I really say MLS?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I've been sitting on that for like 2 months.
Wow.
And I said a lot.
What?
Where did I lose you, Tony?
It was actually the second word. I literally didn't hear it.
I said a lot.
Oh, you said a lot, yeah.
Yeah. I fucking sucks. Get so bored sitting on the time. Yeah.
I love you. I always wondered what the rest of Forrest Gump was, but now I'm figuring it out each week.
Oh yeah, man, Jenny is so fucking hot though.
How's your son? Your son moved out here with you. He's 21 years old. Everything good there?
Yeah, he gave up dairy and Reese's Puffs and Fruity Pebbles. He's becoming a real Hollywood sword boy.
What do you like to eat for breakfast? What's your breakfast?
I don't like to eat. I just drink coffee and smoke weed and tan, and then I just want to look hot as fuck for any Monday.
Yeah, no, that's true. It works out well. Woo! So what do you do? Like, what do? You just eat lunch and dinner?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah. 2 meals and 4 wheels. That's what's going on.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm meals on wheels.
What else is shaking? Anything else crazy in life? Everything else is good?
I'm wearing 2 watches.
Oh!
I'm supposed, I'm celebrating on my success.
Fuck yeah.
One doesn't work.
Right.
It's more of a bracelet.
That makes sense. That makes sense. You also don't have 2 hands that work properly.
No, look.
That's a watch.
Good as it gets. Yeah, there's something good sad about me.
No, I don't think so. Are you guys sad about Michael? You guys love
This
Michael?
is LA. They forgot you're here. Horrible people.
Alright, guys. Next week I'll shove the microphone back up your ass.
There you go. There's a little touch of red band there at the end there. A little bit of the always classic. How about one more time, good and loud for Michael for everybody. Blair, stay up here, Michael. Stay up. All right, back to the bucket we go. You guys want to go to this bucket one more time and end this thing, huh? Guys, there's no energy in this room right now. Should we go to the bucket one more time? Try to get people a fucking hour and a half long live podcast. All right, let's see what happens. Make some noise for your next comedian. You like that one, speech impediment man? Why are you laughing so hard? If you like it when I get mad, why do people like that so much? It's so interesting. Okay. You saw too much speech impediment, man. That was VIP. They'll be letting you in here that early. You're not supposed to report what you saw on an operation. Yes, we are. You've been working together for over, 6 and a half years. This is why rock and roll bands don't work out, is what you're saying. Okay, your final comedian of the night goes by the name of Luke Sabas. Luke Sabas. Let's see if they're here. Oh, there he is. One more time for Luke Sabas, everyone.
I just want to put one thing out there. Even though I may look like it, I am not a serial killer. Sorry. I had a big birthday a couple months ago. I turned 45 in November 2007. 12 years ago, November 24th, 2007, I quit drinking. And December 2nd, 2007, I resumed drinking. Because I'm not a quitter! And I like to have a drink now and always. Hey, a friend of mine confronted me, said, you got a drinking problem. I said, no, I got a drinking solution. Yeah, 1 part vodka, 2 parts vodka from a new bottle. Problem solved. Yeah. Police officer pulled me over. He wanted to give me a sobriety test. I passed. Ow.
Fuck yeah, Luke. Sad. Alright. Luke Sabas. Hey. Ooh. Sounds good. Welcome, Luke. How are you?
I'm alright.
Fuck yeah. Look at this. It's like if The Undertaker had anorexia. Very exciting stuff, Luke. First time doing stand-up? No? How long have you been doing it for? You almost started crying there when I asked for that. I've been doing it a little while.
About a year.
About a year. Okay,
Yeah.
That's not that long. It's not that bad. All here in Los Angeles?
Yeah.
Is this where you're from?
Yep, no, from New York.
From New York. I could feel that. You have those energies for sure. Absolutely. Can you feel the New York on this guy, Tim Dillon?
Yeah, well, I felt the New York Correctional Facility. Yes, have you ever been in jail? No.
Never? Really? What a liar. I feel like you would go visit jail just to rape other men.
Yeah.
You ever do that? You ever just say, no, I'm just here to visit a friend? No. Bring a bar of soap and then throw it on the ground and then fuck whoever picks it up.
What do you do other than comedy? What's that? What do you do other than comedy? I wanted to do stand-up. I made a film. It was a drama, and I wanted to kind of get a little more into writing. What was it about? It was it's called Missing Child. It's a
missing child. Are you sure you didn't write it? It's a documentary.
You have a real happy energy, don't you? I do. It's called Missing Child. Yeah. Well, it was not a comedy. It was not a comedy. What was it about? It was about missing child. It's about a woman who finds out she resembles an age-progressed picture of a missing child.
Oh,
it's actually interesting. It sounds like someone else made that, but that's. Well, I made it a few years ago.
You look like every guy that gets killed by John Wick.
Hey, that's very. He looks like he spells
Folks.
Pikachu with 3 Ks. Oh
Folks,
God.
Look at this athleticism.
Jesus, Paul McCartney.
Do you really want to get into athletes? I'm Athletes Unlimited, baby.
Where can we find it at? Is
I'm the
Amazon?
greatest player of the game.
Wow.
I'm throwing
How
up
much is
gang
it to
signs.
rent it?
Bitches doing coke. Rabbi eating panty lines. Everybody knows that.
My thing is watching the look of disgust on Michael Lee's watching Sky perform. Look you give these people.
You're gonna stand up like a pimp and back down.
I was thinking about how horrible my life is.
Folks, if you're watching this right now, you're in the presence of greatness.
Try to somehow.
Oh man, I
I can't hear you from the handicap section.
Is that true?
We brought up some of the actual, this is honest, Amazon reviews of your movie, Missing Child. First one, 2017, 5 stars. This movie gave me goosebumps and kept me guessing right to the end. The music added to the suspense. Not a sleeper for sure. Go watch it. I'm guessing that one's from you.
Look at the ground sign. That's what
The one
motherfuckers call
after
me.
that, 1 star. 2 people found this helpful. And the review says, don't waste your time with this one, ellipses. 1 star from Jacqueline Hawley. October 2018, she said, 2 stars, that's better, we're at an improvement. And also just 2 words they left, time wasted.
Poorly written, must have been written by Ringo.
Oh my goodness, these Beatles just keep taking shots at one another.
Oh wait, what?
All right, this one here, 1 star from Carol Romer. It says audio was totally out of sync with the video. Hey, shut the fuck up.
That was incorrect.
You're doing exactly what is wrong with your movie.
Folks, look at this athleticism.
It's bad audio technique to talk over the host. Audio was totally out of sync. Kind of odd seeing lips moving and sound later. What happened there?
That was incorrect. That was not true. It was whatever.
Hold on a second. You're calling Carol Romer a liar?
I am.
Oh, wait, there's 2 comments underneath that. One says legitimate comment, and that is frustrating, but out of sync, unsynchronized. And there's another one. We apologize for the audio. Oh wait, this is you, Missing Child movie. You responded. Problem, Carol. The audio on the film uploaded to Amazon was in sync, so we have to investigate further why this is happening. Can you please tell me which version of the film you were watching? Was it the full feature film or the web series? Which what happened? Are you that guy?
I don't remember responding. Honestly, no.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
It was back in 2017. It's okay. It's okay.
Thank you.
If I read reviews of my special, it would be just as frightening right now. I'm kidding. So, Luke.
What do you say? We pulled up reviews.
Okay. There you go. Very good. And Luke, anything else we should know about you or your life or anything like that?
What's that?
Folks, look at this athleticism. Look at the
pimp.
I like to play music, but that's...
What kind of music do you
I
play?
play rock music.
What kind of rock? What instruments do you play?
I play guitar.
Yeah.
A little piano.
Yeah. What kind of song guitar?
Rock.
Do you sing at all?
A little bit.
A little bit. If we put that mic in a mic stand and you grab the guitar, can you bring us home tonight, you think, with a little something? Huh? Luke? Can we find out if you're a better musician than comedian? If you can play a single chord, you're a better musician than you are a comedian. Come on, Luke. Come on. If you've read your Amazon reviews, you know how hard art is.
Do you know any songs by the Beatles?
Oh, wow. Look at that. This could be something really special. Oh, he looks so much better with the low light. Got this, big dude. Oh, he's going to lead them in perhaps a little... We get some volume on that? There you go. That's a little bit better. Oh, he's teaching himself how to play guitar right now. Live, only on Kiltony can you see brands and content like this. You got it. Believe in yourself. Just breathe. Breathe in through your nose and out of your mouth.
Jojo was a man who thought it was a woman.
Hey, here we go.
Jojo left his home as sweet as Arizona for some California grass. Get back! Get back! Get me on the lawn.
Everybody!
Get back! Get back! Get back where you belong. Sweet Loretta Marvin thought she was a woman, but she was another man. The damsels heard her say she got it coming, but she gets it while she can. Get back, get back, get back to where you all belong. Get back, get back, get back to where you all belong.
They call that motherfucker the West Side Gangster. Swear to all motherfuckers. Shavuotov, motherfuckers. Western.
Get back is what the police tell you when you get within 500 feet of a school, right?
Get back in the audience.
Yeah, for sure. Luke, thanks for signing up. Thanks for coming up. How about a big hand for Luke Sabbas, everybody? Luke Sabbas comedy. Here comes the drawing for Ryan J.
If there's a God, he'll get ALS, you know?
Shavuotov,
Guys,
motherfucker.
having a big hand for the great Tim Dillon, everybody. CancelYourFamily.com. He's going all around everywhere. You can get a hoodie like this. Great. I love to have you. TimDillonComedy.com. No doubt about it. Tim, anything you want to say?
Oh, that's it. Thank you.
Look at this amazing drawing from Ryan J. While you sat there doing nothing, Ryan J. drew that. Very exciting stuff. We're going back to Swansea. If you're anywhere around the East Coast, we're right between Providence and Boston this Saturday doing a massive-sized Kill Tony and a massive stand-up show. Then back out we go. La Jolla, Tacoma, Skankfest, Boston, and Austin. So much fun. Next week, the great Donnell Rawlings for the very first time. I know him very well, and I think he's going to be absolutely so much fun on this show. A great fucking comedian. Awesome times. How about a big hand for the great Jeremiah Watkins, everybody? That's John Lennon in the flesh. Jeremiah stand up on social media. Jeremiah Wonders is his podcast. Who you got this week?
Eric Griffin is the guest this week.
Very exciting. Follow Jeremiah Watkins on YouTube and on all social media sites. Very exciting stuff.
This weekend, as well as San Antonio, Texas, the following weekend. And I want to give all my love and one more round of applause for Jesse Johnson, my newest country.
Oh, you'll never believe it. You'll never believe it, but I was just going to do that because I host the show. Guys, come on. Jesse Johnson, everybody, the newest band member. It's so weird. Jesse, come on, say something. Give a speech. You're the newest band member of the first ever female full-time band member on the show.
I just want to say it's such an honor to be here tonight, and it really is. And Swansea, I can't wait to see you. And shout out to my sweet mother, and you guys have been so good to me, and your fans are unbelievable.
It's just the beginning, just the beginning. Guys, you know him, you love him. He absolutely destroyed tonight. The great Paul McCartney was really Chroma Chris the entire time, everyone. Chroma, what do you think about tonight's episode?
Tony, it was unbeatable.
Oh my God. Oh my Lord. Guys, the phone on the drums. A big hand over Joel Amez, everybody. Joel's an official Ludwig artist, just like Chroma is an official artist of Orange Amplifiers. Joel is mostly sorry on all social media sites. Joel, anything?
You know who else is an official Ludwig artist?
Who?
Ringo fucking Starr.
Oh, wow. There you go. How about a big hand, guys, for the great Top Shelf Brass Band joining us tonight. As a special surprise. Speech Impediment Man. Represent David Lucas, Michael Lair, and William Montgomery. And how about one more time for the Montgomerys, Larry and Francis? Heck yeah.
Hey, Tony.
You got to give them credit on the... They love the back end of the show. Yes.
At Top Shelf Brass Band on Instagram. Give them a follow. They got a bunch of great videos on there.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. We love the Top Shelf Brass Band. Always a pleasure when they're here. And what else? Anything else, Red Band?
Check out William Montgomery and David Lucas's podcast, Brothers Exclusive, DeathSquad.tv, for all this shit. Thank you, guys.
TimDillonComedy.com. Cancel Your Family. Truly the funniest on the planet. Thank you guys so much. We did it again next week. Donnell Rawlings. Yowie wowie. Look, everybody, it's Brian Redbands here.
Hey, everybody.
This is Quiet Mike. Maybe we can get it a little bit louder. Welcome, everybody, to beautiful Swansea, Massachusetts for Kill Tony East Part 2, everybody. We're back. We made a promise to you last time we were here that we would make a tradition out of this due to the delicious food and amazing hospitality, and we are back here, covered in chandeliers, with a hot crowd, with a lot of facial thing, a lot of knits, a lot of dressing safe, the panel of flannel, back in beautiful Swansea. You found out about this show by Tony when we announced the dates in the beginning, and that tradition continues now. La Jolla next week, I do an entire weekend of stand-up comedy, then 2 Kill Tonys. Tacoma, we do 2 Kill Tonys, a show added to the sold-out show in Tacoma. Sold-out Kill Tonys at Skankfest South in Houston, Texas. A show added to sold-out Kill Tonys in Boston, with me doing an entire weekend of stand-up in Boston, Massachusetts, April 10th and 11th. Kill Tonys on the 9th. Moon Tower is perhaps still happening. There's a big announcement coming Monday to next episode as to when and how Moon Tower is going to happen. Shout out to Amazing Vito's Pizza and Caveman Coffee, always keeping us incredibly energized. And you can bet that we will be back here again. And when I bet at my bookie madness, and I gotta talk about where I'm betting. Money, mybookie.ag. I bet with mybookie.ag. I win with mybookie. I love mybookie.ag. Right now, mybookie.ag is matching our listeners up to $1,000.
All you have to do is go to mybookie.ag and use the promo code Tony. That's mybookie.ag. Use the promo code Tony. If you deposit $50, MyBookie will match you $50. If you deposit $250, MyBookie will match you $250, baby. If you deposit $1,000, guess what? These guys are going to give you another $1,000. That's right, $1,000.
Just go to mybookie.ag and use promo code Tony. You want to bet with me? Mybookie.ag promo code Tony. You want to win with me? Mybookie.ag promo code Tony. Enjoy March Madness with me. Bet at mybookie.ag. Use promo code Tony. Win, win, win. Money. Mybookie.ag. Promo code Tony. You could put it in an amazing, beautiful, brand new Rich wallet. The Rich makes everyday goods to a standard you don't see every day. Amazing things. The flagship product, the Rich wallet, was launched on Kickstarter in 2013. Now sits in the front pockets of over 500,000 men and women. I used to have an old clunky leather wallet. This thing's a game changer. Am I right, Brian?
I think everyone in this audience probably has an old clunky wallet that got at Ross or Target or something like that, right? When it starts smelling like your butt, that's how we all do it. Well, this thing is crazy. I've moved my wallet to my front pocket. It's changed my life. How many times have you been sitting on your wallet, getting backaches, you don't even know about it? It makes you clean out your wallet too. You find out all these like stupid things you don't need in your wallet. It's great. I love it.
True, I love it too. It's got 30,000 5-star reviews. There's a lifetime warranty if you love it, and free returns if you don't. It comes in titanium, carbon fiber, aluminum, and over a dozen different styles and colors. I'm the guy that told you about Windy City Heat. You know you can trust me. Get a Ridge wallet. Get 10% off today with free worldwide shipping and returns by going to ridge.com/killtony. That's ridge.com/killtony. Use the code KILL link in the description so that we sent you. There you go. You guys ready to get into tonight's episode? Well, history is about to be made right here, right now, live. There's a band on this show, ladies and gentlemen. Every single episode they commit to being different characters, or maybe it's the return of a famous character that we've seen before. This is an extremely special episode of this show because this is the very first time that the newest member of the band, Jesse Johnson, will be on an official road show with the band. We've been having the time of our lives since we arrived, an unbelievable flight. We took a fancy stretch limousine all the way from Boston, went through the McDonald's drive-thru last night.
A lot of leg room.
Stayed at a fancy hotel. the Holiday Inn on, I probably shouldn't have told these 1,000 people where we're staying tonight. And, because there's only one hotel in town, right? Also, if you're wondering, we're staying at the one hotel in town. But this is a very, very exciting of the show. This will be looked back forever and ever as Jesse Johnson's first episode. And there's also, of course, the great Joel Jimenez. Ladies and gentlemen, with no further ado, I present to you the best damn band in the land. It's the Kill Tony Band. Jesse Johnson and Joel Jimenez. Let's find out what they are tonight. They were getting ready in a different dressing room than us. So let's see what's going to happen. Here, live on Kill Tony, Swansea, Massachusetts. It's Kill Tony East, number 2. Whoa! Wow! It's Kung Fu people! Oh my goodness! Wow! Okay. All right, cool. Hello. Welcome to the show. How's it going? A little karate kick on your beer there. Welcome to the show. Jesse Johnson, what's your name?
I'm surprised you don't remember me. I've been on the show a few times. I'm Jeremiah's sister, Phyllis Watkins.
Oh, Phyllis Watkins is here. You don't even know Jeremiah. Phyllis Watkins.
I just started Kung Fu. Kind of new.
I love it. And clearly back here we have Pai Mei if he was a dirty Mexican tourist. Hello, what's your name?
I am Master Jim.
Master Jim.
I have taken Phyllis Watkins under my wing.
Oh, wow.
Crane's wing, if you will.
Okay. Okie dokie. Some real momentum coming from here, and
real momentum comes from within.
Okay. Here you go, Joelberg. So it has begun. Phyllis Watkins, Master Jim. We have Red Dan and his wacky soundboard, which brings me to this little tiny baby buoy. It's a bucket of destiny, everybody. Don't let its size fool you. This is small but mighty. I believe over 100, 150 about signed amongst this crowd of over 1,000. Give yourselves a hand for showing up so powerfully here tonight, by the way. Last year there was a wall on that side, if you guys remember, but we have broken the walls down. It's the game out of the bucket. That means to come up on this stage and you get 60 seconds uninterrupted live on Kill Tony. Wrap it up in 60 seconds. You'll know your time's up and you have the sound of a kitty. Finish up then, or we're going to bring out the angry T-Town Bear. Oh, yeah, people love it. And then we talk with you. I interview you and try to find out more about you and your life and what makes you interesting. The trick to having a successful interview on the show is by answering the questions honestly and giving us actual information when I ask you a question. And the rest will be history. You guys ready to start this fucking thing or what? No further ado. That is it. Swansea, I'm going to ask you one more time. Are you ready to start this fucking show? How adorable is Phyllis Watkins? I know. Cutie pie. Better knows. Yeah, it's so much better than looking over at Jeremiah's unlikable skull. Pull the name out of the bucket. Your first comedian. Getting an uninterrupted 60 seconds tonight, and then talking with us about his life. Goes by the name of Peter Mullane. There's stairs on both sides, people. Stairs over there, stairs over here. Make sure you don't trip over a cord on your way up. I think that might be him coming right there. There you go. Yeah, that's it. One more time from Peter Mullane, everyone.
Called up third first. Thank you, God. It might be hard for you to tell, but I'm Irish. That means I was born pissed off. Since I'm always pissed off, my hands, they just never stop shaking. They even shakier when I'm nervous. I'm nervous now. I get even more nervous when I have sex. My shaky hands, they make me look like a bitch. The last girl I was with, though, she said she didn't mind because it reminded her of her of her vibrator. But I think she was lying. She's gone back to using her vibrator. Instead of my hand. I always see like those videos of like rich people going to the hood and building up like parks for poor people to play basketball and shit like that. But I think they're just in it for the long run. They're looking for the next Michael Jordan. I think slavery was something for the long run. Without slavery, U.S. would never win the Olympics.
What the fuck? Just happened. Thank goodness. Just trying to win over the hometown crowd by going completely racist at the end. God. Shout out to all my white people out there. I know it's not too many. God. I've heard of white power, but you are white as power. It's great. It's the first time we've had one of the Weasleys on this show before. Very exciting. You are one of the top young rising comedians in the world. You're adorable, Peter. How old are you?
21.
21 years old. Just fucking ginger. Peter, you're 21 years old. Going to school or something like that, or what happened? They just turn your college into a church here in Swansea? What's going on?
I go to University of Rhode Island.
University of Rhode Island. Fuck yeah. What are you studying there?
Geology.
Wow, geology. Trying to figure out how to make the brown water clear again, huh? Rhode Island. My goodness. Do you live here in Swansea?
No, I'm from New Jersey.
New Jersey. Wow. My goodness. What part of New Jersey?
Bergen County, Ramsey is.
Oh, yeah. Very fancy, that part of New Jersey. We all know that. My goodness. So you didn't really fit in with like the Jersey Shore type of crew over there?
Nah, too white for that. Didn't have a tan.
No, I know. That was why that joke that I made. That's why I said it. Because you don't seem like you would fit in with them. That's awesome, dude. So you're 21 years old. What else about you? What are you into? When you're not going to school, what type of things do you do?
Recently, it's kind of weird.
I love it. That's great. Good start.
I've been getting deep into like philosophy from like the ancient Greeks and
Tell us something cool that you've learned recently. Come on, you got this. Is this New Jersey philosophy that we're talking about here?
I learned that meatballs weren't always round. The cavemen came in and fucking started rolling them.
What's your philosophy that you know of?
I mean, the biggest thing is just like everything is one.
Okay, dude. Clearly you came up here saying that you've been studying philosophy, thinking you were going to bang one of these MILFs in the front row over here. But this whole thing is backfiring when I asked you what you learned. I know who knows some philosophy.
I like it. Have you ever thought of doing kung fu?
I have not.
Well, talk to me after the show.
Master Jim looking for a new student. Do you know any self-defense or anything like that? Have you ever been in any sports or anything? You ever, other than the game where you ride a broomstick chasing a ball?
Before you answer, date rape is not a...
Hello, by the way, for those of you that haven't noticed, Master Jim, instead of raising his hand like he normally does, goes full kung fu style with 2 fingers. Which brings me to my next question. You ever fingered a girl before? I have. Oh, shit.
He fingered her like this.
Hey, I did not bring that up. My goodness gracious. So, you have a girlfriend now?
I do not.
Yeah, so when's the last time, have you ever had sex with a girl?
Yeah.
Just keep the microphone right next to you. You don't have to put it down to your waist.
Yeah. Okay.
All right there, Anthony Pretzel Neck.
First time doing stand-up.
First time doing stand-up. How about that? I didn't even get to ask you. That. I'm so entertained by your charisma. You have this natural. Your first time, man. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was good. So you don't have a girlfriend, and you've had sex with a woman before, though?
Yes.
With a condom on?
Yes.
Whoa. Yeah. Is that recent?
Not recent.
No, how long ago was that?
It's been 2 years.
It's been... does.
Did you pull out when you wore the condom?
Feels like he would. Feels like he would pull out, take off the condom, put it on, and finish inside of that condom. Then take that condom off, flush it down the toilet, and say, "Now you stay down there." Like that. Am I close to right about that?
Somewhat close.
Fuck yeah. What else? Other than studying philosophy, what else do you do for fun? You seem like the kind of guy that likes taking sparklers from the 4th of July and lighting them in inappropriate places.
I haven't lit any sparklers.
How about other hobbies or fun things that you're known for around town or at school or anything like that?
Mostly just video games. I got pretty good at those.
You got what at video games?
I got pretty good at video games.
Yeah. What's your favorite video game?
NBA 2K.
Wow, look at that. You get to play basketball like a real man on that game.
My dream.
Fuck yeah, dude. My goodness. Your parents both have red hair? What's the deal with that?
My dad had strawberry blonde when he was younger, and my mom had red hair when she was
Wow, dad was strawberry blonde, mom had red hair.
I have a cousin that's a ginger, and my sister's a ginger too.
Oh, your sister's a ginger.
Yeah.
Wow, how old's your sister?
She's 26.
What did she do?
She's an accountant.
Yeah. Did she ever do anything to you when you were younger that you considered fucked up? Wait, what are you guys laughing at? You guys made it dirty just by laughing. I'm just talking. I've asked you a question.
You guys are pubes, not your hair.
Sure, Brian, get it out of your system. And now back to the question that I asked you a second ago. Dumb, stupid things.
She really did nothing crazy. The only thing she did was just give me money and then just take it back.
Wow, the old. Okay. My goodness, what's the word for that? Elizabeth Warren giver, right? Politics are in season right now, people. You guys got that? There you go. That was a Jewish song for an Indian reference, Brian. Keeping you just
giving money and then taking it back seems very redheaded.
Okay, boy, oh boy. That's it. We are already got a couple drinks in his system, everybody. That is liquor, this official sponsor of Brian Redband and his work ethic. So let's talk about it. Actually, you know what? I'm about done with you, Peter.
Good job for your first time.
You ever worked out?
I was doing well last year, but then
how many of you want to see Peter take his hoodie off and flex for you? Huh? Anybody want to see? Come on, why don't you do a little body? Come on, show these people your body. Flex for them. How many of you want to see him do it?
let Tony see it.
Yes, very good. And it has begun. Swansea, Kill Tony number 2. There goes Peter Mullane. That's the only could have closed us that big. And that is how you host a fucking show right there. How about one more time for Peter, his first time ever on a stage. Didn't want to take his shirt off, but goddamn, if that didn't get the crowd moving. All right, pull the name out of the bucket. It's Black Sharpie, but it's no Aphrodite here tonight. Make some noise for Matthew Cookson, everyone. Matthew Cookson. Here we go. Let's see if we have movement. Here comes Matthew. Here he comes. Smoking here. Feels like a gentleman from Swansea, Massachusetts, coming out of the shadows. How about a hand for the band? Jesse Johnson and Gilbert Jimenez. And this is Matthew Cookson. So go ahead, go over there. Start the set, Matthew. One more time for Matthew, everybody.
So this is also my first time on stage. On a big stage like this, I've done mics at the shitty dive bar right next to my apartment. Be a little nervous, but I got into comedy recently because I broke up with my high school girlfriend. She graduated. It's been a little hard. dating since then, and I've been hanging out with a woman recently, and I can't even really say that we're dating. Oh, the mic is looking down. But we hang out a lot, right? You know, like we hang out all the time. Every single time that we have sex, like every single time we have sex, she cries. And then one day, just completely out of the blue, she...
Guilty. Count 3. Guilty.
One more.
You got another one that you want to do?
I got one real quick.
Is it short?
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
never goes well. I'm gonna warn you. In the history of the show, never before is the person.
All right, thanks, guys.
No, go ahead. Now I want to know. Now I want to know what it is. Just do it. So you might be the chosen one.
I don't necessarily believe in hitting. What if she was on fire?
Guilty.
Or just being kind of a bitch?
Okay. The streak continues. Matthew Cookson, everybody. Welcome, welcome. That felt like all of that came from a very honest place.
Yeah.
I believe everything that you said up here, Matthew.
She was very mean.
You're a real gentleman. How many times have you been to jail?
Like holding?
Yeah, holding everything.
4.
4. All for drinking and driving? All for public intoxication?
Public indecency.
What was the public indecency? Tell us about that one.
With the outfit you're wearing tonight?
You got him. You roasted that hoodie and jeans, Master Jim. Wow, the fashion police over there, Kung Fu style. You got him. A hoodie and jeans and a hat. My goodness, Master Jim. You are on fire yourself. Be careful. Okay. I don't think you need to keep doing tighter, Mr. Jim. Mike said it wasn't that good of a joke, but I guess you're still celebrating. Whoa, how did you do that? Whoa. Oh my goodness. We better watch out. Flames will start coming out. Oh, wow. My goodness gracious. Okay, all right. So, okay, Matthew. Step back up to that microphone. So the public indecency, what happened there?
I was lying. I thought it sounded funny.
Okay, don't lie.
It's all domestic violence, right? Like for domestic violence.
There you go.
Preach your peace. No domestic violence.
Right. So, what did you ever really go to jail or in a holding cell?
Holding cell for sure.
How many times?
4 times.
So, what were the 4 times for? Answer honestly this time. I'm telling you how to do a good job at this. I'm trying to help you.
Public intoxication, breach of peace twice.
What was the second one?
Public intoxication.
That was the first one.
Breach of peace twice.
What? Breach of what?
It's like when you get into a fight in public, but they don't want to break your balls too hard. They just give you peace, so I got that twice.
Breach of peace? I haven't even heard that. In Swansea.
Good old Connecticut. Home of Stony Creek Brewery.
Oh, wow. What a great plug. What a great plug after...
I had some of that. It tastes like shit.
So, Matthew, what do you do for work? You seem like a real working gentleman. You work at Stony Creek Brewery?
Yes, I do.
What do you do there?
They let him lick the tanks clean.
Are you the one that put the diarrhea into the drink that I had? That's what it tasted like at Stony Creek Brewery.
No regrets.
Are you okay, Brian?
I had some Stony Creek Brewery today.
I got a bunch in my car. I can give you the shits again if you want. I don't really know what to do up here.
Okay. So what exactly do you do at Stony Creek Brewery? Are you the one that diarrhea is in the drink that Brian had today?
That's exactly what I was just saying.
No, I know. I heard it. I'm fully aware and paying attention to the show and the temperature of the room.
I know.
I'm making a joke because it didn't make any fucking sense.
I just think I ever had in my mouth.
I see what you're doing, and I'm also noticing the reaction of how it's playing in the live room, and I'm trying to move on from it. So, what exactly do you do at Stony Creek Brewery?
Tasting room manager.
You're a tasting room manager.
Oh,
how do you get a job like that?
You drink a lot of beer at Stony Creek Brewery, and eventually they give you keys to the building.
How long did you have to drink beer there?
About 6 months before I got hired part-time.
My goodness, so what, your friend just owns the business, basically?
No, they actually, hated me when I started going there because I used to
I
work
understand why completely. I've been with you for 3 minutes, and it makes complete sense to me. How about hobbies and things like that? What else do you do?
Big comic book nerd, play a lot of Magic the Gathering, basically everything you can do to not get laid.
Wow, but you still somehow get laid.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
That's interesting.
You should try managing a brewery. It works really well.
It does. Okay. Yeah. Uh-huh. My gosh.
I think you just admitted to getting women drunk.
Yeah, are you the reason all the officers are here tonight?
Don't worry, gentlemen. I Ubered.
Wow. That cop now looks like he hates you. Look how angry that cop is in the doorway there. Just an outline of that guy. That looks like the guy that shot Jack Ruby back there. Look at that. Look at that fucking guy. Oh, he made him laugh. I saw him hop up a second. My goodness, Matthew. So what would be something that we'd be surprised to know about your childhood? The way that you were brought up as a kid? Something interesting.
Really love this officer.
Can I pass on this one or plead the fifth?
Oh, that rough of a childhood, huh? So tell us.
I mean, you heard my jokes. It didn't go easy for me.
Right. So, like, what's happened in your childhood? Tell us something interesting about your childhood. Just tell us. Answer my fucking question now. This is where you start answering it.
I eventually, in the Boy Scouts, I got to the rank of Weeblo. That was good.
All right, so did I. All right, Matthew. There you go. Very good. Anything interesting we should know about you, other than the fact that you can't answer questions honestly and in a timely?
I know you have a lot of tattoos. What's your best tattoo? Oh, I have an insane clown posse tattoo. That is made out of bacon.
Okay, there he goes. Matthew Cookson, everybody. Matthew Cookson. There he goes. Matthew, no. No desire to see that.
Rumpy Tony.
Find Red Band after the show. He wants to see your bacon tattoo. He probably wants to taste it as well, as my guess.
Yes.
He's a scratch and sniff.
That's funny.
Okay, this looks like a fun name. Make some notes for your next comedian, Lamb Benoski. Lamb Benoski. Here he comes. Everybody's coming from that lucky side tonight. I believe that is the Boston side of Swansea, up backwards. Here he is. Lamb Benoski, everyone.
Woo! How's everyone doing tonight? I picked tonight, but, here I am. So, my name's Lamb, as you all know. It's not the greatest name, but it could be better. It's not my actual name, It happened when I was about 15 or 16. As you can probably tell, I smoke a little bit of weed here and there. It's, kind of obvious. So when I was like 15 or 16, I was smoking, getting all high. Everybody goes, hey, you look like a fucking lamb. I'm calling you fucking Lamb from now on. And it stuck. I mean, it could have been a worse fucking nickname, right? I mean, I don't have any fucking tall features, I can't play basketball or nothing like that, but hey, I'll fucking take a nice furry little lamb. Shoot. Yeah. Don't really know what to talk about now, but...
Wow. Lamb Benoski. That was just pretty fucking bad.
I gave it all mine.
Hey, I didn't even want to get pulled up. I don't even know how this happened. I signed up and didn't want to get pulled up, and here I am. So my name's Lamb. Someone called me a lamb, and fuck, I'm fucking out of material now. What the fuck was that, dude? Let's check in with Master Jim.
Tony, I absolutely love something about this guy. My favorite part was when he said it's not the best name, but it could be better. It's not the greatest name, but it could be better. I'm going to put that on every fortune cookie I ever make from now on.
I want credit for that, though. Put my name on it, please, at least.
This isn't the greatest set, but it could be better.
My goodness, Lamb. You definitely could have shaved off some of those extra words you had in that set. Wow. Lamb, huh?
Yes, sir.
What do you do for work, Lamb?
I am currently jobless, but I was a machinist.
You were a machinist?
Yes, sir.
My goodness. Wow. How long were you a machinist for?
9.5 years.
9.5 years. Then what happened?
I got laid off.
Why? You worked at the mall? Local mall that just got shut down? Oh, perhaps you worked at the Point Power Plant?
Hot Topic, actually.
Hot Topic? You worked at Hot Topic?
Oh, hell no.
You're a machinist at Hot Topic.
Hey, where do you think they're getting the lip rings from?
Hey, where the fuck are they getting the fucking lip rings from? It's me, Lamb. What the fuck? Not only do I look like a fucking lamb, I sound like a Shut up! Shut the fuck up! Lamb, you have a girlfriend?
No, I do not.
No, there's no fucking little Mary walking around.
Mary did not have a little lamb, unfortunately.
I'm looking for a little lamb chop as we speak, you know?
The fleece was as white as snow! Get the fuck out of here, you fucking Mary! Everywhere that she went, I fucking went with her! I was sure to go, you motherfucking mud! Give us my fucking money! Wow, so Lamb, how are you surviving if you're jobless right now? What's going on?
I invested when I was young and have...
What did you invest into?
Myself.
Yeah? I invested into myself. My fucking checking account.
Savings.
Oh, look at you. Big difference there. It's one, if you don't touch it, the money just disappears into nowhere land. So let's talk about it. How much money did you save? Tell the truth.
About $5 grand.
Wow, yeah, that's enough to live off of. No need to ever look for work again. Yeah. Everyone knows. If you got $5 grand, you're fucking good. You got a house, kids, anything. More lip rings. You lose a lip ring, you get lip rings for life.
Or one MacBook.
What'd you say, Lamb?
You can't sell lip rings. I mean,
I know.
It makes me.
I know. What would you be without those two fucking lip
I
rings?
just sold my fleece, as you can see. I mean, a little bit.
Do you ever think if you almost run out of money, you could just pawn the lip rings?
I hope so.
Wow, what's your... Oh, wow, Master Jim. Oh, I forgot that you do that. That's right.
What was the company that you worked for as a machinist? Why did you get...
It's mostly because of the price of metal. I worked for England Welding in Avon, Mass.
What's your favorite kind of Oxycontin?
The one they throw in the toilet.
You ever do any serious drugs like that before?
Not that far.
No, not that one.
Weed's about as far as I go.
Weed's about as far as you go. All right, that's fun. How about in life? Any hobbies or anything like that you're proud of? Anything that you do?
I play the drums here and there. I mean,
Wait.
What do you mean here and there?
I haven't played for a while, but I used to play like 4 or 5 solid years.
What do you mean you used to? Are you any good at it, you think?
I was pretty good.
You were pretty good? Do you think, is it like riding a bicycle for you, or what do you think?
I hope so.
I mean, look at what's happening. Look, you're tempting the devil. Look at Phyllis Watkins over there. Master
Everyone was coming through fighting.
I mean, Master Dim's gaming asshole is in the air right now.
They don't come here with a good time, but
do you think you could still play?
I mean, I could try.
I mean, we know you could try. You think you can actually challenge Joel Jimenez right here, right now? Or are you talking fucking shit?
I could try, but he looks like he knows his shit.
I don't think so. I don't think we're gonna do it. I'm not feeling enough confidence from Lamb. You know, so many people on the internet say that, fuck Joel, he didn't even win this one, he didn't win that one. Meanwhile, we're at all these live shows, and it takes a lot to even compete with Joel, not to mention for him to beat everyone's ass that he's ever come across, and you just don't have any confidence. Is that just who you are? You play humble, and you're one of those...
Very humble guy, I guess.
Oh, okay. Well, in that case, let's have a Mexican drama. I think you guys know how this goes. If he's playing cool and actually play the drums, we might have a little challenge on our hands here. So he's going to do a drum solo, and you know how it works. You have a chance of becoming the full-time drummer of this show. If you happen to win this, that means you fly to Los Angeles with us at 6:30 tomorrow morning. You are on Monday's show with Donnell Rawlings. You travel the world with us. We have shows coming up in Tacoma, La Jolla, Boston, Houston, and Austin, Texas, and more dates being announced on the regular. Okay? If you win, you're the new drummer, and it happened here in Swansea, Massachusetts. However, I must warn you that no one in the history of this show has ever beaten Schulberg. You're allowed to use the stage. You're allowed to be funny for the first time tonight in any way. If you choose to, you're allowed to use your drumming solo skills and any comedy that you want to use in any way, shape, or form to your advantage. Do you understand? Ladies and gentlemen, this is a Mexican drum-off. And going for the throne, this is Lam Banoski. All right, well, definitely humble, but also just sort of just okay on the drums as well. Sounded like a ringtone. Okay, well, that was Laminoski. He chose to a little bit of a jazzy, very mellow drum set that was. And also, you didn't do anything comedic during it at all. You will probably pay the price for that. Ladies and gentlemen, this gentleman went from not having a passport and not being known at all in the comedy world to travel the entire globe with us, doing sold-out shows all over Australia, Ireland, England, and every major city in the United States of America and Canada. He was a little Mexican boy when we found him, and we've turned him into an absolute superstar. He is undefeated all time in Mexican drum-offs. He's never lost. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the one, the only, Schulberg Joel Jimenez. Here he comes. He's coming in the room right now. The crowd is going wild. He's got his middle fingers up in the air. The beard is gone. He seems to be, oh my God. Oh my God. His beard. Oh my God, what is this? The crowd's going wild. Oh my God. Look at this. He's got the purple dildo. Oh shit. Oh my God. Oh shit. Ladies and gentlemen, Schulberg Jimenez. Shit, I don't think he's done. Oh, he's moving the mic stand. What is he doing? He's got the purple dildo on. Wait a second. Oh, oh and his is in shambles right now, holding on to each other for dear life. Oh my God. He's on the bass drum. Oh! I don't even know what he was trying to do there. He's injured also, buddy. Oh my goodness, yes, he's off. Psych! I shook his dad, he thought I meant it. What a fucking idiot. Wow, my goodness, that was a drum off if there ever barely was one. How many of you, I still have to ask by default on this show, because we are fair and balanced like Fox News, how many of you have Lampinoski winning that drum off? Wow. All right. Seems like you have somewhat of a chance here. How many of you have Joel Jimenez winning that? Purple dildo and all, ladies and gentlemen, and still the drummer of Kill Tony, Joel Jimenez. And there he goes. Congratulations on your first time on stage. There goes Lampinoski, everybody. Oh, that sucks. If I don't understand your handwriting, you don't get on stage. It sucks to be you, idiot. Put your hands together for your next comedian, Andrew Briggs, everybody. Andrew Briggs. Andrew Briggs. Where's Andrew Briggs at? Is that Andrew questioning his life right now? Oh, God. Oh, there you go. Okay, that's all right. Andrew's probably out there smoking a Marlboro Red like a real Swansea resident. On to the next one. John Wayne Pinkney. John Wayne Pinkney. You are next. Here he comes. That corner. Macho Man. I want to be a macho man. One more time for John Wayne Pinkney.
They say that there is a place for everything, and everything in its place. Yet there is no good place to masturbate in public. People don't trust anymore. People have lack of trust in everything. Politics, institutions like marriage, they're in decay. People don't trust the news media. At this point in my life, I have zero trust in my farts. As I get older, I know that my family's been screwed up. All right, that's it. I'm out.
Wow. Macho Man. All right, John Wayne Pinkney, leaving the space for laughter that did not exist after each joke. A very rare maneuver that we see here on Kill Tony. I don't know if you think we fill that in the post-production of the show or something like that, but nope, that's all natural, or it doesn't happen at all, my friend. But you left it there like it was a taping for the Tonight Show or something like that. Or a new Comedy Central special. That's what they have you do. They have you perform in front of audiences that have no idea where they're at for like $40, and then they tell you to just commit to your jokes like there's laughter there, but there's not actually laughter there. But then they put it in editing, and that's how. Those of you that have seen a recent Comedy special, the comedian that's performing, so they don't have a fan base to perform in front of. That's how they make decisions nowadays. Just a little insider information on how the current business model is working. Anytime you see someone that you don't know doing a special, that's because you don't know them. Which brings me to you. You're the first person that's made me give out that information on the show because you left spaces for laughter like there was laughter. John Wayne Pinkney, was that your first time ever doing stand-up?
Yes, sir.
Congratulations for that. I think you finally found a place where you can masturbate in public. You just did it for 60 seconds. That really, you only pleased yourself during that. But it's very exciting during this busy time to have Pete Buttigieg's boyfriend up here. Exciting stuff, John Wayne. What part of town you from?
East Greenwich, well, South Kingstown. East Greenwich is where I live.
East Greenwich, Connecticut.
East Greenwich, Rhode Island.
Oh, Rhode Island. Oh, okay. Total different market value there between those two places. I got excited because Greenwich, Connecticut is where one of my role models, the great Vince McMahon, if you know anything about him, where nobody I've ever heard of is from.
East Greenwich.
East Greenwich.
It's all right.
What's that like? Tell us about it.
It's still a lot of people that have money and
does everybody look like you? Does everybody look like a college women's basketball coach? It's one of the queer eye guys.
Exactly.
What do you do for work, John Wayne?
I've been in sales most of my life, selling computer components stuff now.
Yeah, selling half-written jokes tonight.
Half-written jokes, yes, sir.
I love it. Computer components.
Yeah, environment monitoring temperature stuff is silly.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. Very exciting. Master Jim, what did you think about this guy?
This guy looks like the Sprint guy, and Jared from Subway made a test tube baby.
It's true.
Somehow he's creepier than both.
Yeah. Can you fear me now? Very exciting. So you're selling computer parts. What do you do for fun? You seem like you're on a bowling team, something like that? A bumper bowling team, perhaps?
Golf. No, not that exciting.
Golf, that's it?
Yeah, the most exciting thing about my life is I took a bath in Illinois. My family ran a McDonald's franchise for several. Nothing else.
A lot of fans at McDonald's out here. So you took a what? A bath?
I took a bath with Genova, Illinois.
Who is that?
She was Blossom's friend.
Blossom's friend? Not even Blossom?
No, Blossom's friend. I was a toddler at the time.
She was a porn star friend.
So you were a toddler and you took a bath with
Genova, Illinois.
What was her character's name?
Six.
Oh, okay. I think I had a crush on her when I was a little kid, I'm pretty sure. I had
Six?
Yeah, the little, she sort of like looked Latino-ish, right? Like sort of brunette.
I don't remember.
How did you end up
3 years old.
How did you end up in a bath with her at 3?
My mother and her mother were friends, and they threw us in a bath together because we were...
How old were you? Like 21 and she was like 3?
Like 3, yeah.
You were 3, but how old was she? Because you seem like you'd be older than her.
My toddler game is still really strong.
Oh, okay. Wow. You're creepy as fuck. So, you're married? How long have you been for?
2.5 years.
2.5 years. Where'd you meet your wife at?
San Diego.
What were you doing there?
Sales for a Yellow Page company. Named Yellow Book.
Oh, wow. I'm surprised that's no longer in business.
It's weird.
Yeah. So she was working in sales as well?
No, she was nanny.
Was she your nanny?
Only if I was lucky.
Right.
Wait, I didn't know John Wayne Gacy was married.
Pinkney. John Wayne Pinkney.
Oh yeah, by the way, my family was...
You also get confused with John Wayne Bobbitt since he also seems like he doesn't have a cock. Seemed like every John Wayne except for the actual John Wayne. Topical. So yeah. What's a fun fact about you that we'd be surprised to know?
My family's name is on the Constitution twice.
Why?
Only one to have its ways.
So your ancestors, what were they doing? Like what do you have this twice? Explain it a little bit better.
Blowjobs, that's how they got the Pinky name.
Do you know anything about your family history, how they did that, or what part you played in the Constitution?
Yes, there were cousins, senators, Charles Hotsworth thingy. One was a Spanish ambassador for the United States of America. There's two.
What the other one did?
Senator Ambassador.
Okay.
Yeah, it sucks. I know. I'm sorry.
Well, John Wayne, you gave it a shot. You talked about masturbating in public and
molesting children.
Farts or something, right? Something about farts. Very interesting stuff. You tried your absolute best. I believe that was as good as you possibly ever could have done. I believe that. But congratulate, you're a fan of the show. And this is your first time hanging out?
Second.
And hopefully you're last as well. No, I'm kidding, John. Do you ever do open mics anywhere else?
No, I have not.
Right. You think you're going to start after this?
I would like to. Should I?
I don't know if you should or you shouldn't. I'm not really the one that likes to decide that. I make jokes sometimes saying that people shouldn't, but in all reality, if it's something that you actually want to do, if it's something that you want to get better at, I would figure out a way to talk about your actual life and actual perspective on something, because people, unless the jokes are extremely hilarious, it's hard to keep attention talking about masturbating in public and farts and desperate sort of unconnected stuff. It's a silly subject. So when you have a silly subject, you have to have a really funny punchline. You know what I mean? Whereas the other way, if you talk about something serious, you can work with it, if that makes sense. But you have to hit home runs if you're going to go into that territory.
It's good advice, thank you.
There you go. John Wayne Pinkney, everybody. Sure. A fist bump for John Wayne Pinkney. Here, let's see what happens. Make some noise for your next. You guys having fun out there? Alright, your next comedian goes by the name of Ryan Donovan. Ryan Donovan. Ryan Donovan. There he comes. I see it. There's forward movement. That guy is coming to the stage.
By the way, way less flannels this year.
Last time it was all flannels. I think we changed the fashion of Swansea with our last appearance here. We just took a group picture with about 85 men in flannels on. Hey, here's your next comedian, Ryan Donovan, everybody. Come on, make some noise.
See the adoration of 20 or 20,000 fans.
Identified as a man. If a woman identified as a man, does that make her a better driver? Not if she's Asian. I love new moms. New moms are the best. They always have the best words for everything. They always have IEs at the end of everything. My baby's got boogies. Or maybe just it takes once to change that diaper that baby just fucking creaming all over the place. And that mom's like, oh my god, Mike, get in here. Little Jeffrey just made his first cummies. It was a baby cum joke. So yes, this is obviously my first time gripping this mic. So, anyways, are all the handicaps plugged in?
Okay. There you go. Take that mic out. Yeah. Remove it from its mic stand.
Hold it a little bit like this.
Towards the middle of the stage, please. Yeah, take a few steps over there. Okay, so welcome, Ryan. How are you doing, sir?
Pretty decent.
Pretty decent.
Having a good time.
Fuck yeah, I'm glad. I'm glad that you're happy. So let's talk about it. That was your first time on stage, as you said.
Oh, definitely.
Indeed. Which brings me to a good point that I'm noticing here. If you don't need to mention that during your set unless that's a setup. It's your first time on stage. It makes you desperate need of sympathy if you say it during a 60-second set.
Tony, by the way, we could tell.
Yeah, we could tell.
Everybody here tonight has been first timers.
I know, but I know in the last couple have said it too, and they struggled horribly throughout their set too. And instead of saying a joke, they said that it was their first time on stage. But it's okay. Welcome. They're one of the best-looking lesbians I've ever seen in my entire life.
Well, thank you very much,
Ryan. Fuck yeah. You live here in Swansea?
I'm from a little shithole called
Tartan. Oh, wow. The crowd goes wild for Tartan. Well, is that North?
Taunton.
Taunton?
Have you ever seen Star Wars, right?
Yeah, I've seen Star
Wars.
Wars.
You know what a tauntaun is?
Tauntaun.
Say that with a Boston accent.
Taunton.
Bam! Right there!
Hey, what the fuck? The crowd goes wild. I feel like I could stage dive right now.
You're a real New Englander now.
That was like Bill Burr in The Mandalorian. I love you guys. You're like, wow, Tony's a quick learner. Yeah, you get direction. I do it. Pretty incredible, right? Just because to show how stupid all these fucks like pull out of the bucket are. No, I'm kidding.
I know what I am.
No, I love it. I love it. I love it. So how long have you been a woman in an abusive relationship?
So I've been talking for about 6 years.
I love it. So Ryan, how old are you?
I'm 30 years old.
30 years old. And what do you do for work? I'm a woodworker. A woodworker?
Yeah, I make like high-end gaming products for like Dungeons and Dragons and stuff.
Oh, shit. Wow. Look at that. Like
a your table, we make high-end tables.
No, that's actually, they have different ones of these at every venue we go to, believe it or not. I know that. We used to bring it to every venue. Yeah, we used to always just check a table at the airport. But it turns out that they tend to have them at most of the venues we perform at. That is a good question. If we need a new table. So why Dungeons and Dragons? Because of the table, or do you just make like a lot of dice? Or
that was my boss who started the company decided that. I showed up. One day my friend was just like, hey, you want to get the fuck out of the kitchen?
You have a deep
I work at the Fridays.
Yeah. Yeah. Why'd you leave that place? Interesting stuff. So now you make things out of wood.
Yeah, a lot of useless stuff. But I mean, it's like to roll dice and play a lot of tabletop games.
Right, I get it. How about for fun? Any fun hobbies or anything like that?
Smoke a pot, watch a shit ton of movies.
Yeah.
Hang out with friends, my girlfriend.
Yeah, your girlfriend. Yes. Wow, how long have you been with her?
3 years.
Nice. What's your favorite thing about her?
She got me to like cats.
She got you to like cats.
Yeah, I fucking hated cats growing up. Was allergic to them. I was like, no one can ever get me to like cats.
Right now.
She managed to do it.
How did she do it?
How did she do it?
Yeah.
Believe it or not, it's like talking back and forth. I was on Snapchat.
She put a bowl of his food outside the door and the cat's food on the other side of the door.
Wow, really? You ever shit in a litter box before? Are you still allergic to cats?
No.
So just telling you about the cats made you not allergic?
No, like I have one when I was 21.
That's what happens when you're 21. You're allowed to drink and your allergies of cats go away.
Right.
Yeah. Fuck yeah. Wow. So, you live with your girlfriend?
Yes.
You guys live in a one-bedroom apartment in Taunton?
No, it's like a 2-bedroom one, and we converted one to a dog room.
Oh, you have a dog room as well, so you have a dog and a cat.
Well,
mine's at the beginning of Noah's Ark over here going on.
When I don't love the cats, you send me to the dog room.
Yeah. So, what's the cat's name?
Fucking 4 of them.
Whoa!
So it's like, how am I gonna do it?
Christ, dude. What? God.
Yeah, well, I got 2 dogs, so...
Okay, name the cats, name the dogs. Let's talk about it.
Orangey, Buster, Toby, and George.
Orangey, Buster, Toby, and George. What color is Orangey? How about the dogs? What are the dogs?
We got one named Aria and named Stewart.
Aria and Stewart. Why Stewart?
Stewart Redmond.
From what?
And
Aria the bank joke.
yeah, Aria Bog.
Goodness. Okay. Dogs and cats are good, right?
German Shepherd. Best friend. Yeah, it's just weird.
That makes sense. Any kind of German likes something that will take a shit on its chest. So that's why they like the fur balls, their little furry friends. That's fun. So, what does your girlfriend do for work?
She works in the bank.
Oh, wow. What is your job at the bank exactly?
I don't even know. She's not a teller. She's like a customer service person.
Oh, wow.
She deals with all the wonderful people at Taunton.
Ah, the old fucking Taunton banking industry.
You ever deposit a check into her?
Hey, y'all. I know it's listening in a while, but I just want to let you know that DC still stood.
You ever put a fucking coin roll into her fucking vacuum thing and
But it's not about me.
It's
about the intimidation. What they're doing is they're arresting people who did not commit a crime, and the process is the punishment. So do not be fucking intimidated by the Trump administration.
Yeah, you ever take too much out? After you put too much in?
You ever fucking figure out what a routing number is? You ever fucking Wells Fargo? You ever fucking chase a bank? One of the bank doing the stank? Oh! Taunton! Fucking Taunton jokes! Alright. Okay. Well, Ryan Donovan, my goodness. Tell the animals that we said hello when you get home tonight.
Will do.
Tell them you had a fun time on the Kill Tony show. You listen to the show.
Oh, yeah.
This is something you've always...
Honestly, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I had to do a double take. I found about this yesterday.
Wow. How'd you find out about it?
Your mom's house. Listening to you on that at work.
There you go. Oh, you guys listen to me on that? You guys.
I had to rewind it 3 times. Did you say fucking Swansea? Why would anybody come to Swansea? No offense.
There you go. I'm glad I said it. You know, you can also, if you're a fan of the show, you can also listen to this show. And
we've been talking about
every episode. We announced the dates at the very beginning. Instead of fast forwarding through the dates and the ads like an asshole, you can pay some respect for the free content that we put out there. And
I'll watch you guys on YouTube.
On YouTube, very good. You can also follow us on social media where we regularly release where we're going for dates. But I'm glad that you only listen to the dates on your mom's house. That's really.
I don't really like social media.
You don't fucking do social media for Taunton. We don't fucking do that. Twitter, more like shit. I don't know. Okay. All right. There he goes, Ryan Donovan, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. One's gonna ever keep. Look at that guy sitting have fucking beard, suspiciously too large of a jacket. How many of you like it when comedians on this show? You like it when comedians do bad on this show? Wow. They like blood here on the East Coast. Pull another name out of the bucket and see what it happens. It's Sean Nolan, everyone. Sean Nolan, the bucket of destiny, has spoken your name. Sean Nolan coming to the stage.
Right here he is.
How about a hand for Jesse Johnson's first rodeo? All right, here he is, Sean Nolan, everyone.
All right, so back in middle school, we used to do this thing where you would measure your dick to your hand. And if your dick was bigger than your hand, then you had a huge penis. Tip of the middle finger, right? So me and my boys, we all go home, measure our dicks separately. And my dick was way bigger than my hand. And I was freaking out. Holy shit, I'm going to go to school. I'm going to have a huge dick. I'm going to tell my friends, right? I'll fuck all the teachers, all the girls, maybe guys, I don't know. And so I get to school, we're in our stories, and my friends are like, I don't know, like, that's like kind of close to the tip of my middle finger. And I was like, dude, my dick's way bigger than my hand. Fuck all you small dick pussies. I got a huge dick. They're like, oh shit, Sean's got a huge dick. We're all dapping up, right? We're dapping. And I'm dapping them. And their hands.
Ooh, that is how it's done. That is how it's done, Sean Nolan. Beautiful. I can tell from the moment you got up here, you started talking and giving out anything to say, and it was great. It was exactly a minute long, a story with jokes peppered in between story. You did comedy with your minute tonight. How about a hand for Sean Nolan, everybody? Fucking awesome, dude. I almost forgot that people can be funny. Tony, I got lost in this episode.
I honestly worked so hard to make it a minute because it used to be like 3 and there was too much.
Dude, well, let me tell you something. That's exactly how to fucking do it. Next time you do it in a show, you don't need to do the 3 minutes. Keep it fucking tight. Keep it like that. Fucking go in there and wreck just like that. How long you been?
That big dick energy.
You have that small hand energy too.
So it is bigger.
You from Boston?
No, like Uxbridge, small town, south of Worcester.
Where's that at?
Hey, we got Uxbridge, baby.
Is that in between here and Boston?
No, it's south of Worcester.
Sound like
I'm terrible with geography.
Sounds like a fucking taunt. Anyway.
Okay, Shia.
That's awesome, dude.
Yeah.
How old are you?
23.
23 years old. You're already on a great path, man. 23. What do you do for work?
My family and I have a screen print and embroidery, like print shop and shit.
Nice.
Custom apparel.
Very cool. Absolutely. Yeah. So your dad is your boss?
My brother, actually.
Oh, okay. How much older than you is he?
2 years.
Okay. So he's 25, running the family.
20s, yeah.
Is he ever mean to you?
I mean, you know, not mean, but he's here, actually. Actually really good.
Your brother's here too?
Seamless. Yeah.
Does he do stand-up at all as well?
No.
That's cool. How about the rest of your family? What's your mom and dad like?
They're cool. Yeah, dad's his own. He's been traveling, doing sales forever, so.
Cheating on your mother. Kidding.
Don't ask, don't tell.
That's right. That's right. Unless you want a fucking taunt in your face. That's fun. What else do you do, Sean? For fun or like any fun hog, anything like that? You seem like the kind of guy that up and creep the wrong direction, like a salmon, like a wild.
You look like you wait all year.
I don't know. Work out.
What kind of workouts do you do? What do you regimen?
I don't know, just like everything pretty much. I'm not gonna get into detail, it seems a little boring, but
yeah. Okay.
A little bit of everything, run, lift, whatever.
You have a girlfriend?
Like snowboarding? No, I don't.
Yeah, that's interesting to me. You seem like a funny, good-looking guy. Why do you think that is that you don't have a girlfriend? You just like playing the field?
I don't know. I don't really get out much right now, honestly.
Really? Why not?
Just busy. I got a kid.
That's the, that would do it.
They don't really like that.
How old's your kid?
He's 4.
4 years old. So you had a baby at 19 years old.
Barely 19, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Look at that. So what happened that night, 18, when you were 18?
Honestly, I have no idea. I was at college and...
No, I mean, you know, something. You put your penis in a woman's vagina.
Yeah.
Sure.
For sure.
Yeah, unless you jerked off with your tiny hands like, take that!
Just fucking through it.
It's cool, I've never met him. Just thinks I'm out doing sales.
Always if a joke doesn't work. Make a nightstand?
No, girlfriend for a while.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You guys broke up after you had the baby? Or before?
Yeah, I didn't know he was mine, so we broke up.
Tiny hands.
And I knew!
He's got your hands.
That's
cool. You hang out with the baby with you?
Yeah, but
You have custody or you split it?
I mean, it's something like in court, we're just, we get along. So.
Yeah, and like any couple south of we don't need to go to fucking court. There's no reason to us giving these fucking scumbag lawyers a bunch of fucking money. Just because we don't, right? I ain't paying for that, and I ain't paying for that. Just fucking split it right down the fucking middle. Or else I'm taking you to fucking Worcester Superior Court. That's beautiful, man. That's beautiful. How about the baby mama? What does she do?
She's a nurse out of prison right now. Actually.
Oh, fuck yeah. Sounds like a place where you would drop the soap. You know what I'm saying? Fuck yeah. This in a prison. God, how does it feel knowing that hundreds of men masturbate to your baby mama every day? That one always gets me. It doesn't matter when you hit it, where you hit it. You can literally do no wrong with that sound effect. Oh, wow. So good. I mean, unbelievable set. Unbelievable performance. You've got it all. And you know what? Being a single father or a single mother on this show, you know, it's always a special place in my. Since I was pretty much raised by a single mother, I think it's one of the greatest things you could be is a parent that gives a fuck. The fact that you do it all, you had a job, you had a great set, you're chasing your dreams, saying you're raising your kid. That's a perfect fucking life. Get out there, keep enjoying it. There he goes, Sean Nolan, everybody. Name fell out of the bucket when I was swirling it around to get that one, and it turns out that it's a lady. It's a young lady for the first time tonight, so I just decided to keep it out, and we're going to bring her up next. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your next comedian. She goes by the name of Megan Langley, everyone. Your first lady of the night, Megan Langley, is making her way to the stage. Here she comes. Heck yeah. She's got that Swansea swagger to her. Right, there is. Here she is. One more time for Megan Langley, everyone.
Holy shit. Hey, guys. So, I just got married. You're supposed to, again, the second time, hashtag blessed. Second time is a charm. It's going to be so great. Anyway, no, really, he's fantastic. I'm very lucky. I have to look at my notes, sorry. I'm really feeling good about this one. Anyway, recently somebody asked me, they're like, are you really sure you want to do this again? I mean, is this really a good idea? Do you really want to limit your choices? For context, that person was 25 hot and a personal trainer, and I'm 37, out of shape, and a divorced cat lady. Yes, I want to limit my options. My options are limited, and I want to limit them as soon as possible.
Is that it? Do you have more? Is that it?
I was gonna talk about my husband.
Let's save it. Let's save it. There you go, Megan Langley. We'll probably get to that anyway. Give the mic about it. Here you go.
Sorry.
Hi, Megan. How are you?
Much more nervous than I thought I would be.
No, it's okay. That's all right. Fun fact for those of you that ever come up here with notes, if you're going to look at them, you don't have to announce that you're going to look at your notes. And, not only is it absolutely worthless, but it also gets between your jokes. Like that joke was about getting married again, but it could have easily have gotten confused for you looking at your notes. Yeah. You understand? So if you're like, hey, I got married for the second time charm, I have to look at my notes. People think that this might limit my, you know what I mean?
Very true.
Right, no, I know it's true for sure. So a 25-year-old hot personal trainer married you, right? Or no?
No, that was the one talking about.
I mean, if I said it totally fucked up, I'm sorry.
No,
she was a 25-year-old personal trainer.
Giving you advice.
Giving me advice, or, you know, like, oh my God, like, are you really sure you want to limit your choice? Like, you want to look up at those hot dudes, and it's like, no. Right. Like, there aren't a lot of choices.
Where did you meet this personal trainer outside of the gym?
I actually didn't mention that she is my personal trainer specifically because I didn't want you to make that joke.
I didn't say your personal.
She actually isn't. No, she actually isn't my friend. She's my personal.
Normally, I would make that joke.
No, she is my personal trainer, but I was like, if I say she's my personal trainer, he'll make a fat joke. So I just said,
Look who said I'm fatter than you. What the fuck? Yeah, exactly. You guys have the exact same shape and clothing on right now for some reason as well.
So,
The old
I watch you guys a lot. I know the kind of jokes you make, so I was trying to like
better
myself. So
very good.
Never in a million years would I think Red Band would ask where to find a personal trainer.
I didn't say that. Open your fucking ears, Jesse.
Whoa! Red Band's mad. Oh, Master Jim. Oh, shit.
Oh, God.
He's here to defend his student.
All right. So Megan Langley, what do you do for work?
I work at a cannabis company
company, Clear Edibles. All right, there you go.
I work at a cannabis company, and yeah, I do science stuff. I have my PhD. So
your PhD? Yeah. What's that? What's that?
Pretty hard.
Oh, okay, very good. Okay, so you're on your second marriage. How old are you?
I do actually have my PhD though, but yes, I do.
In what?
Biology.
So you're on your second marriage.
Yes.
And how long were you married the first time?
I was with him we were together for like 10 years.
He's leaving right now. He's rolling his ass out of here. Damn, that guy is a speed racer. Look at that fuck. He's like, I'm getting the fuck out of here. This bitch has been married twice. I'm never coming back to this show again. I haven't been married fucking once. God damn. Oh shit, the cops are pulling him over for speeding right now. Look at this. It's incredible. He's going 27 miles an hour in a 25, sir. You don't do that on the Army Republic Highway. Where the fuck are we? Anyway. How long did your first marriage last for?
We were together for 10 years, but we were only married for 2.
What happened there? Why'd that end?
I don't necessarily really want to talk about it. I just think it's respectful to not talk about it. I just don't really want to talk about it. I'd like to talk about, what I'm doing. I'm sorry.
Okay. That's weird.
Sorry.
You can make something up. No, you can't make something up, Brian. More bad advice from Brian Redman.
I was divorced, it's been
Sure, it doesn't matter. How about your new marriage? Where'd you meet this guy at?
We met, I came up here, I'm from Kentucky, and I came up here for a wedding in Boston, and,
yeah.
I don't know what that noise was, but anyway, this was a guy who I had met many years earlier, and I was like, hey, you're hot. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Hey, but he's a really good drummer, and he came here.
Very good. No, that's good.
This is the most boring Kathy comic strip I've ever read.
It's incredible. What's something interesting about you that we would find interesting to talk about or find out about you or how you were raised?
Now that you just mentioned Kathy, I'm gonna say cats and knitting, and you're not gonna like that answer. So those are actually.
You're not a cat person on the stage tonight. That's fun. How many cats do you have?
2.
That's nothing.
I have a turtle and a dog though.
Oh yeah, what happened to the turtle? The dog ate it and then choked on it.
No, I still have him.
Oh, you said you had him. Like you gave birth to the turtle? No, what did you do? Fucked in the sewer by Donatello? Awesome. Fuck yeah. Put it in your half shell, turtle power. You look like you'd be happy to split a pizza with him afterwards. Come on, people. She had a turtle with the Ninja Turtle jokes, and they're not easy to write. Oh, fuck. Watch out. Oh, shit. Speaking of a guy that shreds. That's a shredder, Ninja Turtle super tag. All in the moment. You can't write this stuff. All right, Megan. Well, you are oh, here we go. Go ahead. She has something to say now. It's like Elizabeth Warren while getting smashed in a debate. I have something that I think might make people like me.
Okay. No, this has been eye-opening.
What do you mean by eye-opening?
I didn't realize I was this unlikable, but
No, it's not that you're unlikable. It's that, what? Let me tell you exactly what happened here. You had all the momentum in the world, and first time doing stand-up, right?
Yeah.
Right. You had all the momentum in the world, and then when I asked about the first marriage, you decided to protect him, even though he's not listening to this. None of his friends are listening to this. And it probably would have been the most interesting part of this interview. And for some reason, you didn't want to, which makes us wonder why, which means that we know that it would have been the most interesting part of the interview. So it's like you're like the kid with a toy that doesn't let anybody else play with your toy, but you wanted to come to show and tell and just say, I've got a better toy than you guys, but I can't show it to you. Does that make sense? Because the show is, so they know that you didn't want to talk about it.
We watch your show we watch every single episode of your show ever.
So he came out as gay. That happens all the time. Could have just said that, and that would have been fine. Yeah, we get it. Or no, it doesn't matter. But anyway, you're not unlikable. It's just the path that you chose tonight wasn't the most likable route. You know what I mean? It's like you went to get the bus. You know what I mean? You went south to get north tonight. Is that right? No? Still no? I don't give a... I truly don't give a fuck.
I really signed up. I mean, I would have signed up anyway because I love your guys' show and I watch all the time. I really hope that if me or my husband got picked that you would let him come and do the Mexican drum off.
We try to drum off. We don't do 2 Mexican drum offs in an episode. It's part of my...
Even if they're way better than the other person.
No.
Go back to Revere.
Sorry.
Okay. I had to try.
No,
he's a hot, big-dicked Italian.
All right, there's only enough room for one hot, big-dicked Italian on this stage, and it ain't Phyllis Watkins. You know what I'm saying? Anyway,
all right.
But no, listen, don't take tonight as a loss. Don't be upset at what happened. Next time, sign up again, write a different minute. Commit to it, figure out a way to fucking memorize it, and if you have to look at your notes, don't say that you're looking at your notes, and if someone asks you a question, figure out a more interesting way to either answer it or avoid answering it. Have a joke about how you don't want to answer something like that. If you really listen to every single episode of the show, then you would have to know that I was going to ask you about your first marriage.
It's true, I guess I hope for the best.
Well, the best could have happened. I hope for the best too. It tends to work out for me. Megan Langley, everybody. There she goes. Her first time on Kill Tony. Okay. We're going to go back to the bucket in just a moment, but before we do, let's do something fun. There is one man and one man only who I consider a true Swansea regular, even though we've only done one other Swansea episode. There's a gentleman, and I got to run into him before the show here tonight. He has a special place in my heart. I absolutely love this guy, and I think he stands for everything that is positive, fun, and cool about this area. And I'm excited to bring him as Santa Claus. I present to you Ryan Roy, everybody! Hey! Yes! This is Kill Tony East, and this is Brian Roy. One more time for Brian, everybody. Come on.
Jeez. Okay, where do I begin? Just address just right up and address the reindeer in the room. Yes, I do perform as Santa Claus. I've been doing it for about 10 years now. When people ask, find out about me doing it, they ask me questions. What's the strangest thing a child's ever asked for? It was a voodoo doll. And I asked the little girl, so, do you want to, stick pins in it? And she said, no, it was, because I have a baby sister, and sometimes I want to strangle her. And it might be a little bit better if I had the doll. I said, yes. It's not nice to strangle your sister, no. So the doll, I'll see what I can do about that. People ask me, okay, so the biggest thing people ask me is, have you ever been pissed on? No, I don't do nudist colonies or, nothing like that. So, no, children always have the clothes on.
Fuck yeah, there you go. Absolutely. Right. AKA Swansea Claus. Fuck yeah, my man. So glad to have you back here. It was a dream of mine since the last time we were here. My goal was to plan this return to Swansea around Christmas, this past Christmas, and have you come on. But our schedule got all fucked up because Brody Stevens decided to hang himself. What a fucking loser, right? No, I'm kidding. He's one of my best friends.
Positive energy.
That's right. That's right, Brody. Anyway, fucked up some of my scheduling last year due to his crazy decision.
I'm glad because the next day.
You're glad that Brody hung himself?
No.
Jesus Christ, Santa! You're supposed to be hanging stockings from the chimney with care, not Brody from the chimney with care. Okay, go ahead.
The next day, I had an 8-hour photo shoot, and I was unable to have anything to drink, so I'm glad it was not around Christmas time. So,
wait, what?
You had it on a Friday night. The next Saturday, I had an 8-hour private photo shoot as Santa.
Oh, okay.
And just coming here this late at night, I had to.
So you can't pee when you're Santa? You have to stay in the seat, right? Or something like that? Do you ever get to take breaks or anything? You can take a bong rip or something like that? Or do anything wacky while being Santa?
Some cookies.
Edibles. Fuck yeah. Absolutely. Some of those fucking baby carrots they leave for the reindeers. That doesn't make any sense. All right, Brody, that's it. I'm sorry. You say his name 3 times, he's like Beetlejuice. He comes out of nowhere. Okay, so how was this past Christmas season? Everything good?
It was fantastic.
A lot of kids were nice, not naughty?
It's somewhat weird. Like the women who are like 28 to 35, they're the ones who are like, oh, Sam, I'm naughty.
Oh, fuck yeah.
And they're just trash.
Are you you just said they're trash?
It's trash.
Oh my God.
Are you single, Santa? I don't mean to stir up the news.
I do have a girl.
Miss Claus is right.
Oh, wow. Hell yeah. You put a little fucking coal in her stocking, huh? Yeah. Put a little fucking cookies in her milk, huh?
Wait, what?
Yeah, you never overdraft in her pussy.
We heard the mall closed down, the local mall. Did that affect your...
I do personal home visits, corporates. I don't do
Let's
malls.
go back to this Mrs. Claus over here. Where'd you meet her? What's going on over here?
Well, I usually say
show her your North Pole.
I swiped left.
Is it true that you slay that pussy? Anyway, okay.
Everyone knows cougars have claws.
You ever come in her chimney?
You ever unwrap her gift?
Okay. That's fun. Remind us, what do you actually do for work when you're not being Santa Claus?
I'm a steel worker. The structural steel fabricator who fabricates steel for high-rise buildings.
Oh yeah, you make toys for all the good little boys and girls out there. Very exciting. I met a guy tonight who does woodwork. If you ever need an elf around the shop, he can make dice and tables. He only specializes in 2 things. So if you need a wooden table, that's very fun. How about hobbies? You do anything that would surprise us about you? You seem like a frisbee golf enthusiast.
I go to a lot of comedy shows and we spend time together on weekends.
Tell us some of your favorites. Who have you seen lately that you like stand-up comedy? Amy Schumer.
No,
I love the hard no from Santa on that one. No.
Saget, Rogan.
Where'd you see Rogan at?
I saw Rogan do Wilbur the last time he was at Wilbur.
Okay. Was I with him on that one?
No, you weren't.
No.
It was after that.
Oh, okay.
It was after that.
Cool.
So I go to the Wilbur quite a bit.
That's nice. Are you going to go see him at the Boston Garden in October? I'm not.
Yeah,
Yeah, well, why not? Why aren't you gonna go see him at the Boston Garden?
I'm trying to pick and choose because I own a house now and I have to. The money wise, I should try to pick and choose. So
Yeah, he only works 1 day a year.
Phyllis Watkins. These people want to have something to chant, but they don't have it. Phyllis. No, that can't be it.
Mrs. Claus will let you know that I don't come once a year, though.
Wow.
Don't look at my student and say that shit, you creep. You sick fuck.
My goodness gracious.
So, a lot of thick white women get black boyfriends. Do thick white men get black girlfriends?
That's a good question. You ever
little chocolate chip?
Yeah, a little Donner, Blitzen, Comet, and Cupid. You know what I'm talking about?
A little Vixen,
Yeah, Vixen. That's the one. You got good stuff.
You got a lot of ho.
In different area codes?
Hey! I'm surprised you know that reference, Santa. You know rap music?
He knows all the area codes.
Yes. Well,
the only rapping you did was gifts. Come on. Whoa!
I grew up in the 80s, so 80s and 90s. Yes. I'm a young Santa. So yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Really young Santa. I like that. What are some of your favorite hip hop artists?
I always did like Snoop.
Really?
Yeah.
Goodness.
NWA. I'm not.
What was that sad part again?
No.
Something with attitude. Fuck. That's all I want for Christmas is for you to tell me what.
Whoa.
He said it with an R, dude.
No.
He just said it.
Wow. Straight out of the North Pole, this guy. Well, that's fun. Anything else I should know about you?
Something embarrassing?
Anything. Sure. You seem excited to share that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I cannot remember the name of the woman buried in my backyard.
What?
I bought a house 2 years ago, and the previous owners, their daughter passed away when she was in the 50s, and her request was to be, her remains to be in the yard, and...
How many of you want to go unbury this body tonight, huh? That's right, this is the first ever Kill Tony episode that includes taking all 1,000 people in this room. Excuse me, if the officers in the back could please put their fingers in their ears for this part.
Is that even legal to bury somebody in the backyard? Are you supposed to tell somebody in the backyard?
I asked my next door neighbor about a year later, so, hey, you know what this plaque is? It's like MBDA. And it's her initials, and he said, "Oh, Brian, they should have told you."
No, he's
yes. No, I'm serious. So I Googled the person who owned the place before and found out her initials, and those are her initials.
We're supposed to tell you if somebody died in the house.
In the house, she died in California. She had her ashes are in an urn in my backyard.
Oh my God! I think we should. You happen to have a hoe? Only time you can do two ho references is if fucking Santa Claus is on stage. Wow, that is so interesting, man. That is wild.
It's embarrassing. I can't remember her name.
I love it. You should remember her name if she's dead in the next backyard.
NBDA.
Wait, I thought you knew all the little girls' quiz names.
The good girls. The good girls.
A naughty girl. That's why she died in California.
Do you and your girlfriend ever do Santa Claus sort of like role play in the bedroom? Do you ever?
No.
Did she ever leave out some fucking milk and cookies, and you're like, oh,
you were naughty this year.
Just a little trail.
Yeah.
You kissed my mom.
All right. All right. Well, So much fun, dude. I fucking love you, Brian Roy. You are a staple here on these Swansea episodes. You just can't beat it. You're the only Santa Claus that I acknowledge. You're my real Santa Claus. Hey, look at that. I got a gift from Santa. Oh my God, Santa caught you being nice. I love this.
Says, haha, haha, you have coronavirus now.
Come on, make some noise for Brian Roy and Santa Claus, everybody. It's always Christmas here at Swansea, Kiltony. Shit, someone's leaving. I think we're losing an audience member here. I think Shakira's mom is leaving the show early. Here's Isabel. You guys want to go to this bucket one more time, huh? All right, let's see what happens here. I'm going deep in it. I'm stirring it around. Okay, let's see what happens here. Make some noise for Johnny Betancourt, everyone. Johnny Betancourt, here he comes. He's on his way to the stage. One more time for your final comedian of the night, Johnny Betancourt.
And I'm 27 now, and I really feel I'm getting older because my crazy fantasies are really starting to change. Like, I used to fantasize of hundreds of beautiful women wanting to fuck me. Now I fantasize of if everyone I owe money to just stop calling me. Like the IRS, state of Kentucky, and my goddamn father-in-law, Joe. Fuck you, Joe. Fuck you. I had a great experience in a public bathroom the other day. I had to take a piss. I stepped up to the urinal, and I looked down, and I noticed that someone missed the urinal trying to take a shit. See, I grew up with two aggressive, angry Portuguese grandparents who would slipper if I even thought about doing something like that. That's why I think we should put Portuguese grandparents in bathrooms all across America. Everywhere.
Fuck yeah, Johnny Betancourt, everybody. Welcome, welcome. My goodness. Welcome to the show, Johnny. How long have you been doing stand-up?
I've done it 6 times. I started in December.
6 times started in December. Started. Absolutely. How long have you been a part-time magician?
You look like Chris Angel's illegitimate son.
Yeah, you made Red Band disappear.
Ta-da.
I love it. Maybe you should come back more often. That's fun. So, Johnny, what do you...
My daytime job, I work in logistics as an operator. My side job, I'm a podcast producer, and I'm a musician, and I make like video work for podcasts. What kind of music do you play? At the moment, I do a little bit of reggae, a little bit of rock and roll. I come from a whole family of musicians.
Wow. What instruments do you play?
I don't play the drums.
No, it's okay.
I don't play the trumpet.
That's not what I asked you. I asked you what instruments you do play.
I play guitar and I sing a little bit.
Yeah? You sing a little bit of reggae rock?
A little bit of everything.
Really?
Yeah.
Why don't you sing some? Come on, now.
Wow, thank you, Jesse. Filling in for Jeremiah immediately by taking over as the host of the show.
I'm his sister.
Really didn't miss a beat there. That's interesting. So, what kind of songs do you prefer to sing out of anything? Like, if you were to do karaoke, what?
I actually hate karaoke. I write my own music.
Yeah.
So it's weird.
What's the name of your band? Like, are you on Spotify? Are you on Spotify? It's a simple yes or no question. What's the name of your band on Spotify?
Well, it's my name, Johnny Betancourt.
Okay, that's what it looks like.
I used to be in a band.
I love the confidence behind it. This is going to be great.
Yeah, why do you seem ashamed of what you have on Spotify?
I don't think I think I stopped paying for my TuneCore, so it's not on Spotify. But I'm just
Recent activity, but we do see your baby and your baby mama there. You have a child, huh?
Yeah, I'm married. I got a beautiful little daughter.
You do?
Yeah, I do.
How sweet. How old is she now?
She's gonna be 11 months on the 11th.
Oh, that's great. Very excited with that. Okay, well, how about you do a little bit of acapella? You want a beat from Gilbert Jimenez? A little bit of sing us something?
Yeah, I don't know what to sing though.
Yeah, you know what? Whatever you want, dude. You don't like karaoke. That's what you said. You don't want to have music backing you. But you said that you sing. You said you come from a family of musicians. So we need to have something from you. We got to get a little sample of something. We haven't had anybody else other than these two up here with any musical talent tonight. Only one guy knew how to play the drums, and the other drum player in the room had a wife that we couldn't stand. No, I'm kidding. I'm joking. I'm joking, Megan. I'm joking, Megan. Oh shit! Look at this. Now he went.
But hold on.
Oh shit! Damn. Oh, look at this. Not only does he look like a composer, he actually is one. Giving us a little example of his music stylings, ladies and Johnny Betancourt.
Play a little faster.
I don't like the way you're talking to me.
Oh shit.
Alright. Shorty on no.
You got it. Just keep going until you're tuned up. Just keep going. We're here to support you, Johnny. How many of you want Johnny to do good right now?
Wow. Is that G?
We'll follow you.
Yeah, we'll follow you, John.
Start singing and we'll figure it out.
Give me a note. I'm in B flat. Give me a note. Sing a note.
G.
Sing a G.
You sing.
G.
You sing.
Sure. I'll do acapella. Fuck.
Oh my god.
I'll do it.
The band can literally do anything. They can follow you. You can do anything.
I'm gonna do something really old.
Do whatever you want, Johnny. Just fucking do anything, you piece of shit.
You need to cool it. Baby, I'm not fooling. I'm gonna say yeah. Back to schooling. Way down inside. Honey, you need. I'm gonna give you my love. I'm gonna give you my love. Oh, I wanna hold that love.
I was doing the background. It's okay. Officers, can we arrest this man for breach of peace? Breach of peace here. I love it. Well, you tried your best.
I did try my best. I'm gonna regret this in 4 days when I'm watching this on YouTube.
It's okay. There he goes, Johnny Betancourt.
Thank you, everybody.
You guys think we should get one more out of here? Again, another fun fact. This name, again, fell out of the bucket while I pulled that last name out. And since the word music is at the end of his social media tag, I'm going to bring him up because I feel like we now sort of want something musically to happen here to bring this show to a close. But we're going to give him 60 seconds and then find out if he has any talent other than that whatsoever. Let's want to do this, or should we end it now? You guys think we should give this guy a shot? All right, then put your hands together for your final comedian of the night. Make some noise for Mark McGuinn, everybody. Mark McGuinn, here he comes. He's coming fast. This guy's on a gentleman. Make some noise for Mark McGuinn.
What the fuck? What's up, Swansea? I think the coronavirus is like sneaky good marketing for the people of China, you know? Yeah, because Oh, fuck. I don't remember any of my shit. I'm just going to start with this. I go to a really shitty gym. I go to Planet Fitness. Why the fuck does everyone at Planet Fitness smell like weed and look like they belong to a better, shittier gym before? Fuck. I like to fuck with people in my gym. I like to run on the elliptical in front of the one TV playing Fox News and just nod my head in agreement with everything Sean Hannity says. Yeah, people don't like me in my gym. I also don't understand what the black card membership is at Planet Fitness. Like, I don't know what's in those rooms. Is it a sauna? Maybe like a hot tub? Like, when I hear black card membership, I'm thinking like maybe a KFC, maybe a Popeyes, maybe a Taco Bell. That's all I have.
Yikes. Ladies and gentlemen, Mark McGuinn. Well, let's get to the real point here, because it says at the bottom of this, your social media handle is Gimme Noise Music. Are you a musician of some kind?
No, like me.
Oh, okay, fuck. What a huge failure this was. Do you have any special skills or talents whatsoever?
A mediocre musician, soccer player.
So you are a musician, even though I just asked you if you're a musician and you said
just
no.
guitar. I book shows. That's my music book
shows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, douchebag.
Those who can't do book. That's what we say.
Correct, yes.
Came out guns a-blazing with some gym jokes in front of a crowd that I don't know if you've looked at a single person here tonight, but not exactly gym goers. The Swansea Kiltony base.
Do you remember what your first joke was? It had something to do about Corona in China.
It was coronavirus is sneaky good marketing for the people of China because they finally have a reason to wear those masks without looking pretentious.
Oh, yeah. Good thing you forgot it. That's great. All right, well, we tried with you. Let me do this. Let me ask you this. Is there anybody out there in the audience that knows how to perhaps sing or anything like that? Anybody with an actual, like, incredible talent or voice that... what's that person with their hand up? For some reason, I don't believe them. You a singer, sir? You, 2 hands? Yeah, the person I'm looking at? You? A real singer? What song would you sing if I brought you up here right now? Get your ass up here right now. There's no way a Swansea dude with a hoodie and a beard can sing Etta James' At Last, but if you can... What? Yeah, but you don't have from Swansea. You really know how to sing? Okay, come up here, sing it. What's your name? Evan? Make some noise for Evan, everybody. There goes Mark McGuinn. Yeah, there you go, Mark McGuinn. Swansea, did you guys have fun here tonight? Evan, what do you say you bring us home? Let's do this shit.
My love has come along. My lonely days are over. And life is like a song. Oh, the skies above are blue, and here we are in heaven. The day that I looked at you, I found a thrill to press my cheek to, a thrill that I can call my own. I found a thrill to press my cheek to, a thrill that I never known. Ooh, when you smile, when you smile.
just sang that fucking song. This guy's waited his whole life to sing that song in front of a crowd like this. You don't just learn it last that day from the great Etta James. It's one of the great songs of all time. I've never seen a grown-ass man sing it before. Evan, is there a social media you want to plug or something?
Yes, you can follow me at Evan Audio Music on any social.
There you go. That's a real musician whose screen name ends in the word music. We have a bunch of prints that Ryan J. Ebelt drew up exactly for this date. We're going to be signing them and pictures with you. There's some Tony Hinchcliffe pins if you guys want. Those available now. We're all going to be there right after the show to shake hands, give fist bumps, give a hug, shed a tear, and keep the line moving along. Swansea did it again. We love you so much. Thanks for coming out. Guys, history was made here tonight. You are the first people other than Los Angeles to see the new member of the band, the great Jessie Johnson. She's on social media, Jetski Johnson. Anything else, Jessie?
Thank you guys so much. This has been a blast. Such a wild ride. Thanks.
Fuck yeah. Guys, you got to see it live in the flesh, and you're one of the road shows that got graced by a Mexican drum off. How loud can this place get for the great Joel Jimenez, huh? He's an official Ludwig artist, and he's on social media, mostly sorry. Anything else, Joel?
Shout out to the Ponte family for making us feel like family here. Thank you guys. We love you guys, Swansea.
Absolutely. These are my people here at Swansea. The reason truly why we're here is because one of the coolest, not one of, the actual coolest crew of fans that's ever followed me around anywhere is from right here. Actually, they used to work here. They live in, I believe, Providence, or they're right around here. All of them all together. Shout out to all of them. I can't possibly express how much it means to, an artist when you first start headlining 6-7 years ago. You guys would come to all my shows. I'm always trying to outdo myself, come up with new material every time I come here to show off for them, to be able to keep them as loyal fans as they are. So you all deserve to thank the amazing table right here, because that's the reason why we're here. And that's it. Skankfest, Tacoma, La Jolla, Boston, Austin, and a bunch of other dates about to be announced soon. Red Band, thank you. Love you guys. We love you guys. Good night, everybody.
This episode of study.
Big John. Fuck Jason.
I get a postcard to my home address, and it says in all caps in dark black, "We are watching you." Oh my God! I know. It was very unnerving. What do you think put you on the radar of any of these people? Dark Skies was an NBC series about an alien invasion set in the 1960s that she co-created with running the show. It's going to air that night, so let's have a party. I'm at a premiere party, like in Hollywood, and some guy walks up.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Grace. How you living, girl?
I'm good. How are you?
Just chilling, enjoying life.
I know. Me too. Today's Father's Day.
Yes, it is,
Happy
madam.
Father's Day, Papa. Happy Father's
That's
Day,
right.
Daddy.
Shout out to all the fathers.
And everybody that is a father. Happy Father's Day.
Word, girl.
What you doing today?
I'm sending out emails right now. I'm going to teach my class in a little bit. I am going to upload some content on TikTok and perhaps Instagram, and continue working on my robots. And I have to work on my YouTube channels a little bit. Nothing too wild though, but that's what's on the agenda. How about you?
I'm just chilling. when I somebody go down and see what my aunt's doing and have eat breakfast and then come back up and go back somewhere. I ain't got nothing to do. I'll probably gotta wash my dry clothes and that's about it.
Okay.
Yeah. Alright, I'm here, okay?
Yes, madam.
Just starts writing something for about 10 to 15 years. Hey, what is this? And he goes, secrets. Whoa, folks. So how would that work? You give us ideas that you want us to put in scripts. We didn't take the deal. Do you guys think that any other directors in Hollywood have taken similar deals? I am much more inclined now than I was with the Close Encounters to really believe that we're not the only intelligent civilization in the universe. You know, after Jaws, apparently he had approached by some guys from naval intelligence or something, and he came and offered him a deal. And yeah, and he took it. We all just watched Steven Spielberg's Disclosure Day, and it's just like there are too many deep cut things. I think he got a lot right. No, he gets a lot right every time. I had a whole previous disclosure experience. We lived right next door to this family. John Harrington is what us. He was the I have a higher clearance than the president. Aliens are real. They're here. And I've seen them. Reality is not. This is what kicked off decades of high strangeness. I have seen 6 people die in pretty horrific ways, like Final Destination type, but I was in the middle of it. So I lowered the paper, and there's a woman standing at the foot of my bed. Her eyes are 2 circles that are undulating. You also saw a Nordic alien? I did. On Orcas Island, he said.
Different elegant claim, but this one's already lived by. 6th of Tammuz, 5786, Sunday, June 21st. (3761) creation of the world, birth of Adam and Eve. 3631, 136, son of Adam was born. 3436, 325, King, son of Enosh was born. 3366, 395, Mahalalel, son of King was born. 3301, 460, Yared, son of Mahalalel was born. 3139, 622, son of Yared was born. 3746, 87, Methuselah, son of Hanak was born. 2887, 874, Hanak 2, son of Methuselah was born. 2831, 930, Adam died. No, that's right. Coffee, coffee.
Kabbalah is perhaps one of the most difficult aspects.
Listen.
They presuppose an enormous amount of rabbinical and biblical lore. The style of argumentation employs often genuinely complex language. And these texts speak in layers of code and allegory that's very, very difficult to decode. Further, attempts to simplify Kabbalah into Wikipedia-sized chunks frankly destroys exactly what makes Kabbalah so interesting: its incredible complexity and dynamism. Frankly, the study of Kabbalah is difficult, and simplification simply evades the task at hand. With this problem in mind, we sometimes ask for a kind of progressive study guide for studying Kabbalah. By the time I've gotten a few texts in, I've realized I've reproduced the exact problem all over again. It's just become a long list of texts and commentaries. So this naturally raises the question: how did the medieval and Renaissance masters of Kabbalah, learn Kabbalah? How did they arrange the text to learn it the way that they did? What text did they study? From what commentaries? What just what text did they study? In what order? With what commentaries? One wonders to what degree did non-Jewish texts feature into their education? How did Kabbalists, become Kabbalists? In this episode of Esoterica, I want to explore a Kabbalistic study program from Renaissance Italy. It was composed by Yochanan Alameno, a rather obscure but very important Kabbalist, especially through his student, Giovanni Pico della Mirandola, who basically invented Christian Kabbalah as we know it in the writing of his 90 Theses. Alameno's study guide is fascinating because of his priority of ecstatic and prophetic Kabbalah over the more typical theosophical schools associated with the Sefer Zohar. And further, what makes his Kabbalah really interesting is its linking with both magical theory and practice with the Kabbalah. So if you're interested in studying Kabbalah, especially Christian Hermetic Kabbalah, I hope you'll join me as we turn to Yochanan Alameno's Renaissance Kabbalah Study Guide. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge. Welcome to Esoteric Explore the arcane side of history, philosophy, and religion. Yochanan Alameno lived in one of the most exciting periods in the history of Western esotericism. He saw the completion of Ficino's translation of the Corpus Hermeticum and lived during the period of a kind of neo-Hermetic renaissance, led by people like Lodovico Lazzavelli, one of the first persons to actually call himself a Hermeticist. He tutored and worked alongside Giovanni Pico della Mirandola as he studied Kabbalistic texts in the original Hebrew and Aramaic, and of course the translations of the very colorful Flavius and Tragedies and the more sober Elijah of Vigo. Alamano himself developed a form of Kabbalah in which ecstatic prophecy and magic featured prominently, and in this way he's a bit of a forerunner for the development of Hermetic Kabbalah and European occultism more generally. For the culture of Kabbalah by Yochanan Alameno, I will turn to his study guide found in a document called The Living Team, which is basically a kind of notebook filled with straight thoughts, edited together by Moshe Liddell. This guide is a progressive study program beginning at age 4 and progressing to more and more abstract and magical texts as one grows older. The goal of the guide is Hatzlacha and Noshim, which could mean something like human success, but probably better translated as a version of Gamania, that is to say, human flourishing. So in Alameno's guide, one begins at the age of 4, and through the progress of studying more and more difficult texts, ultimately ending with magical texts, one can achieve something like human flourishing, the ideal life for the human being. Thus, the guide represents a study program for someone who wants to flourish not only as a Kabbalist, but more generally as a human being, progressing through basic grammar all the way to wielding magical powers. The Kabbalistic study guide begins as one might imagine. From the ages of 4 to 13, Alameno tells us that one should learn to read the Bible in the original Hebrew, although with no commentaries. This is in addition to learning to Hebrew, along with one particular language and other languages. I think he has in mind here perhaps Latin and even Greek. In addition, toward the end of this cycle, closer to the age of 13, the traditional age of one's bar mitzvah, Alameno also tells us that one should begin to study the Mishnah with the commentaries of Maimonides. The Mishnah, as you may know, is a collection of rabbinical lore that was collected in the aftermath of the destruction of the temple and edited together sometime around 200 of the Common Era. The rabbinical commentary on the Mishnah becomes the massive volumes known as the Talmud, the core text of rabbinical Judaism. The next 7 years, from ages 13 to 20, are dedicated at least in part to studying the Talmud. Of course, this makes a great deal of sense. Many people often forget that even the most basic texts of the Kabbalah presuppose that one has already studied the Bible in great depth in Hebrew, along with the vast sea of rabbinical literature. Further, it's during this period that Alameno also recommends that one begin to study language in a much greater detail during this period. This is specifically a reference to the study of rhetoric and logic. This includes classical texts in logic and rhetoric by Aristotle, along with their commentaries by Averroes. These are typical texts in the Median system. And what's interesting is that in the Kabbalistic study guide, these non-Jewish texts featured just alongside other Jewish texts as crucially important for the development of the budding Kabbalist. It's also during this period from ages roughly 13 to 20 that Alameno recommends that we begin to dedicate ourselves to the study of mathematics and geometry, and further to the study of astrology and astronomy. So it seems that by the age of 20, Alameno has in mind that one should have a very solid grasp of the Bible in the original Hebrew, along with various languages, logic and rhetoric, mathematics, and astrology astronomy. Clearly, Alameno is recommending that we set for ourselves a very firm logical foundation before we turn to more abstract topics like metaphysics, mysticism, and magic. The next 7 years, from ages 20 to 27, seem specifically dedicated to more abstract topics in the history of philosophy. Here we're told by Alameno to study the physics and metaphysics of Aristotle, likely with the commentaries, of course, of Averroes. It's also interesting that Alamino urges us to get a dose of political philosophy during this time period, with the study of both Plato and Al-Ghazali. Again, it's interesting that during this time, more abstract metaphysical ideas, the study of political philosophy is perhaps meant to be more grounded. Though it is in this third cycle that we begin to turn toward more metaphysical and specifically mystical concepts in the study guide. Here, Alamino tells us that if we're interested in the concept of conjunction, or devekut in Hebrew, we should turn to texts that deal with that subject. Interestingly, all three texts that he recommends are by Muslim writers. What exactly does Alamino mean by conjunction, devekut, in the study guide? Of course, this word literally means to cling to, and in later Hasidic thought it has the idea of clinging to God. But of course, Hasidism is several hundred years in the future of Alamino. So we have to locate the idea of conjunction, or devekut, specifically in this 15th century context. Here, it seems to mean the idea of one's intellect soaring up through the various spheres of the cosmos to unite with what is at that time called the active intellect. Of course, the concept of the active intellect is one of the most complicated ideas in all of the Middle Ages, and it has the connotation of being something like the mind of God, or the mind of the universe, which means a kind of pure intellection itself. Parties have argued that prophecy itself, creation, or one's mind, comes united with the active intellect. So it's here in Alamino's study guide that we pass from mere intellectual studies to pure intellection itself, perhaps divine intellection. Again, what's interesting about this process is that the books that Alamino recommends for beginning the process of passing from mere intellectual studies to conjunction or devekut with the divine intellect or the active intellect, the texts he recommends are by Muslim writers, not Jewish ones. What's fascinating to me about this is that Alamino seems to be comfortable recommending the truth wherever he can find it. It doesn't seem that he really cares if the writers here are Muslim or Christian or pagan. For him, what matters is the truth. And if the first stage in the process of uniting one's intellect with the active or divine intellect are to be found best in Muslim writers, he recommends them. It's also worth noting that during this time period, from roughly the ages of 20 to 27, that Alamino recommends that one begin to study medicine and alchemy. He specifically recommends the very famous alchemical text, the Turbo Philosophy Forum, and he also says that one can learn to begin to, of course, use the alembic would allow you to engage in both alchemical experimentation, but also distillation is a very important part of the production of medicine. So from the ages of 20 to 27, one is beginning to engage in much more abstract philosophical speculation, passing from one's own intellect to the active intellect, and also here one begins to engage in alchemical and medical studies as well. During the next 7 years of the development of the Kabbalist and Alamino study guide, one greatly intensifies one's study of metaphysical concepts. During this period, we're told to study the great classics of medieval philosophy, which at that time would still be relatively fresh. This would include the Incoherence of the Philosophers by Al-Ghazali, and the Reply, the Incoherence of the Incoherence by Ibn Rushd, along with the Guide to the Complex by Maimonides, along with the Kuzari of Halevi. Further, we're also told that we should study the great attack on Aristotelian metaphysics led by Chaste Kreskas in his famous book, Or Hashem. And this is also the time period where we study the great medieval biblical commentaries by Rashi, Gersonides, Ibn Ezra, and Nachmanides. It's worth noting that the commentaries recommended by Alamino represent a wide range of Jewish approaches to understanding the biblical text, rational Gersonides, all the way to something much more mystical, like someone like Nachmanides. Of course, Nachmanides' biblical commentary basically established the legitimacy of the Kabbalah in the Jewish world. Further, we also have the kind of polemics between Al-Ghazali and Halevi, along with the debate at some level between the more Aristotelian ideas of Maimonides and the more Neoplatonic ideas of Halevi and Kuzari. It seems that what Alamino wants to cultivate is our ability to understand both sides of the debate, the more mystical, the more rational, the more Aristotelian, and the more Neoplatonic. Here he seems to be inculcating in us the idea that in order to do metaphysics, we have to be able to think critically and not dogmatically. By studying both sides of these traditions, we gain just those skills. It is also during this time period, in the most holy months of the year, the months of Tishrei and Nisan, the months of Passover and the high holidays, that one begins to study the works of classical Kabbalah. Here we're told to study the intensely mystical biblical commentary of Menachem Rekanti, a text that will have a very important impact on Pico, the works of the ecstatic mystics Abraham Abulafia, the form of prophetic Kabbalah in which one meditates on the divine in order to achieve it with the divine, along with the Sefer Yetzirah and its commentaries. Of course, the Sefer Yetzirah is one of the most mysterious books in Kabbalah that describes the creation of reality, perhaps the golem, through the use of the Sephirot in the Hebrew alphabet. Of course, the Sefer Yetzirah is one of the most difficult books in all of Jewish mysticism despite its brevity, and when it's printed, often printed with dozens of commentaries. The commentaries actually represent sometimes 95% of the book of the printed version of the Sefer Yetzirah, to give you an idea of just how difficult this text can be. It's also tremendously important to note what's missing in Alamano's study guide. There's no reference to studying the Sefer Zohar, typically thought to be the very backbone of the Kabbalah itself. While it's indeed shocking there's no mention of the Sefer Zohar in Alamano's study guide, this should point us to the fact that there have always been several different competing schools, meaning mutually exclusive schools, of the Kabbalah. There's never been one Kabbalah. There have always been multiple schools of Kabbalah. And here we have the priority on the more ecstatic prophetic Kabbalah rather than the more classical Kabbalah that goes in as well. Of course, the shift from the Theosophical Kabbalah to ecstatic is going to have huge ramifications in the development of both Christian Kabbalah and, by extension, Hermetic Kabbalah. As you may know, in the Theosophical Kabbalah, this is a Kabbalah primarily interested in the world of the divine emanations of the Sephirot. The task of the mystic is to metaphysically repair reality through scrupulous adherence to Jewish law, or halakha. Obviously, the centrality of Jewish law in the Theosophical schools of Kabbalah are simply not going to mesh very well with Christianity. By shifting their focus to ecstatic or prophetic forms of Kabbalah, Christian and later Hermetic Kabbalists are able to decouple the centrality of Jewish law from the very mystical form of Judaism itself. Of course, this conception of Kabbalah is utterly unimaginable to the writers of something like the Zohar, but just because someone else can't imagine it doesn't mean it can't be done. Once this shift in focus was achieved, the Sephirot themselves could be reabsorbed back into this new form of Kabbalah, although significantly changed in the way that they appear in the Zohar. While in the Zohar, the Sephirot themselves are constantly changing, their systems of relation always in flux. Of Kabbalah, they're stabilized, and these stabilized Sephirot are the ones that appear in later Christian and later Hermetic ideas about Kabbalah. This understanding of the Sephirot basically reflects a Renaissance in the Platonic of grasping the Sephirot themselves as kind of divine Platonic forms. And in some sense, to this day, much of Christian Hermetic Kabbalah keeps at a certain distance the more theosophical ideas of Kabbalah found in the Zohar. One could argue, and many contemporary Kabbalists do make this argument, that the Sephirot and the Zohar are dynamic, while the later systems of the Sephirot are rather fossilized. Of course, it's only with the stabilization or fossilization of the Sephirot, depending on how you want to look at it, that's going to greatly influence Christian and Hermetic Kabbalah. Because it's only if those entities are stable that they can, for instance, be put into very complex systems of correspondence, the way that you see in modern occultism. Again, this is only possible with static, unchanging Sephirot, which again are not to be found in the Zohar. In the Zohar, one's adherence to the Jewish law actually changes the configuration of the Sephirot themselves. Here it's very important to observe that Alamano is acting something like a bridge between the exclusively Jewish Kabbalah, whether it be the static Kabbalah of Abulafia or the Theosophical, to the Christian idea of Kabbalah decoupled from its adherence to Jewish law to be found in something like Pico, and by extension, the development of those Kabbalistic theories into what is now called Hermetic Kabbalah in the modern period. In a very strong sense, if you're a non-Jewish person who uses Kabbalah as part of your mystical practice, you can basically thank Yochanan Alameno for opening that door. Finally, at the end of the study guide, we actually reach the apex of what Alameno takes to be, in some sense, the goal of the entire process itself. It's here that we encounter the combination of both Kabbalah and magic. Here we're told that if we wish to pursue Chokhmat HaRuchaniyut, this is a term that means something like spiritual science or spiritual wisdom, although in this case, Alameno seems to mean it as something like the combination of Kabbalah and magic. We're told to study a host of texts that we would now recognize as magical textbooks or grimoires. Some of these texts that jump out are among the most famous grimoires to be found in the medieval world. Here we have a reference to the Sefer Raziel, the Tashleit HaChacham, and the Almondel. Of course, the Sefer Raziel is perhaps one of the most famous Jewish grimoires of the Middle Ages. It exists in several manuscripts. It focuses primarily on amulets, where the very HaChacham is simply a Hebrew translation of the Goal of the Wise, better known in Europe as the Becatrix, which of course is a vast encyclopedia of magic. ranging on an enormous amount of topics. Further, a mention here is also made of the Al-Mandel. This is also a text that survives in several Jewish translations, and this text deals with a kind of magical apparatus for the summoning of various spirits. Of course, this text will go on to great fame, directly influencing Dr. John Dee and Edward Kelly in their Enochian scrying sessions, but would also be edited together with several other texts, including the Goetia, as part of the Lesser Key of Solomon, perhaps the most influential textbook in magic and occultism today. So it's very interesting that in the culmination of Alamano's study program, we're given a very clear admonition to study magic.
Been doing this bitch for 174 days. 100 and
from summoning spirits to astrological magic to talismanic magic. Here it seems that for Alamano, human success and human flourishing is possible in some sense only through the use of magic. So as we can see, Yochanan Alamano's study guide for Hatzacha Enoshim, human flourishing, human intellectual efforts, all the way from writing and grammar to the accomplishment of magical feats through various kinds of magical texts. And his combination of Kabbalah and magic is basically pioneering in European occultism. In a very substantial way, his influence through Pico basically lays the groundwork for European occultism. And his study guide is, in a very strong sense, a predictor for the trajectory of European occultism, beginning, of course, with Pico, but extending into Agrippa and John Dee, and later into modern occultism, all the way to the contemporary period. One might even say that Alamano's study guide is something like Western occultism in microcosm. If you're interested in the history of magic, Kabbalah, or occultism, make sure to subscribe here to Esoterica. These are all core contents of our channel. If you want to support my work of making accessible, scholarly, and free content on topics in Western esotericism here on YouTube, please consider supporting my work on Patreon or with a one-time donation. Your support really does make Esoterica possible. If you'd like to consult Alamano's study guide yourself, you can find it in Appendix 3 of Moshe Edel's really wonderful book on the history of Kabbalah in Italy. This volume is just really wonderful in general if you're interested in the development of Christian Kabbalah or the development of Hermetic and their intersection with Renaissance Florence generally. The book not only translates Alamano's study guide into English for the first and only place that I think that has appeared, but also there's an entire chapter just on Alamano and his interesting version of Kabbalah, which combines both magic and Jewish mysticism. I'll also say that Moshe Edel has also written a deeper investigation of the study guide itself, rather than just the notes we have in Appendix 3 of his book. However, the article that does that deep dive into the study guide is in modern Hebrew, so you'll need to be able to read that language if you want to really deep dive into the study guide itself. Regardless, Edel's study of Kabbalah in Italy is one of the best books on the development of Christian Kabbalah at that time, although I will say that it's a little bit more advanced, so if you want an introduction to Kabbalah, you'll probably want to look somewhere else. However, if you do have a little bit of Kabbalah under the belt, Edel's study of the development of mysticism in Italy is a wonderful text to consult. So if you're interested in Kabbalah and magic, I hope you'll stay tuned. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and you've been watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane side of history, philosophy, and religion. One might very well argue that Kabbalah has become the official theology of Judaism. Concepts like the divine presence in the form of the feminine Shekhinah, the idea that the Olam, or cosmos, was created through an act of divine contraction, or Tzimtzum, the goal of social and cosmic justice in the form of Tikkun Olam, the concept of reincarnation as captured by Gilgul, and of course the idea of the 10 emanations of God in the form of the Sephirot, are all core ideas to be found in the arsenal of Jewish metaphysics. Kabbalah has also become one of the foundational pillars of Western esotericism more generally. From Johann Rothschild to Israel Regarde, concept from Western esoteric spirituality. Despite this enormous impact, the exact origins of the Kabbalah remain very mysterious. In this first episode of at least a two-part series here at Esoterica, we're going to explore some of the major text figures of this earlier strata of the Kabbalah. Specifically, we'll be focusing on the period after the dominance of the Merkava Hechalot literature along with the Sefer Yetzirah, but before the publication of the monumental tome, the Sefer Zohar. And it's here, in medieval southern France and Spain, that we'll find the dynamic matrix of mystical speculations, out of which the Kabbalah as we know it emerged. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane side of history, philosophy, and religion. While it is unsurprising that the term Kabbalah has become broadly synonymous with Jewish mysticism, this is in some ways functional. This simultaneously effaces forms of Jewish mysticism which existed prior to the rise of the Kabbalah in the European Middle Ages, and also flattens out many of the real disagreements within Kabbalah itself. In fact, the idea of the Kabbalah quickly collapses as one investigates the matter very deeply. There are simply several competing, mutually exclusive schools of Kabbalah. There simply is not now, and there never has been, the Kabbalah. Of course, there were several forms of Jewish mysticism prior to the rise of Kabbalah. This would include the Merkava mysticism, or chariot mysticism, in which one attempts to descend to the throne of God. Further, there's a Sartor mysticism, in which one summons an angel in order to learn rabbinic lore. In addition, there's the cosmogenic speculations of the Sefer Yetzirah, in which the Olam, or reality, is said to emerge from 10 onto-mathematical principles along with the Hebrew alphabet. If you're interested in those pre-Kabbalistic Jewish forms of mysticism, take a look at the card above. It will include a link to our various episodes on Kabbalah, Derek Merkava, Sartora, and the Sefer Yetzirah, and various of those forms of mysticism. Check out this card. While these forms of spirituality would initially be Jewish mysticism more generally, prior to the rise of the Kabbalah. So what do I Kabbalah in this context? Here I'm restricting the use of that term to refer specifically to mystical speculations that began to arise in southern France and Spain in the Middle Ages, specifically beginning around the appearance of the Sefer Bahir, or the Book of Illumination, and culminating in the Sefer Zohar, or the Book of Radiance. So this would put us sometime around the beginning of the 12th century, all the way 13th century. Typically we think that the Sefer Zohar was published sometime around 1270 to 1280. And it is to this early and rather mysterious time period that we begin our exploration of the early Kabbalah. Of course, by bracketing some material in this episode and some material out, careful students of the history of Kabbalah will notice a couple of things missing. First, of course, the Sefer Zohar will get at least a couple of episodes on its own, and we'll also have to cover the Chasdei Ashkenaz, or German Pietist movement, on its own as well. Further, both the developments in Jewish magic and the rise of a new ecstatic prophetic Kabbalah as developed by Abraham, subject to future episodes. So it's here that we turn our attention to the developments in theosophical speculation that laid the groundwork for the ideas to be found in the Zohar, and in a real way, by extension, the entirety of the Kabbalah itself. One of the major intellectual backdrops in the development of the Kabbalah is the impact made on the Jewish world by the rise of the more rationalistic philosophy of Maimonides. In his philosophy, the Bible and Judaism more generally should be best understood through the lens of Islamic and Aristotelian philosophy. Therefore, things like angels and demons become something basically like metaphors. Ma'aseh Bereshit, or the performance of creation, becomes synonymous with Aristotle's physics, and Ma'aseh Merkava, traditionally a form of mysticism, becomes synonymous with Aristotle's metaphysics. The more rationalistic aspects of philosophy might themselves be a response to movements within Jewish mysticism itself. Rather than explaining the depths of Jewish mysticism, one might argue that Maimonides simply explained it away. Given the influence of the Great Eagle, is sometimes referred to as the Great Eagle, and this name is just too metal not to use as much as possible, it's not surprising to learn that many of the earliest Kabbalistic texts are going to look like some kind of combination of mysticism, philosophy, and medieval science. For instance, in an early mystical school that was parallel to the movement of the Chasdei Ashkenaz, or German Pietist movement, this group is often referred to as the special or unique cherub circle. This HaKeruv HaMayuchad, or unique cherub, plays a decisive role in their metaphysics. The unique cherub circle tries to solve a basically perennial question in theosophy. How does one bridge the gap between an infinite divine realm and a finite realm of creation? The answer, as much as it is an answer, if you've ever studied any Neoplatonism, is to begin to fill that gap with an ever-growing amount of ontological intermediaries. The solution of the unique cherub circle is to introduce the concept of ha'atzalah, or emanation, in which from the divine hidden realm of the inner kavod, or inner glory, the divine power flows into becoming manifest through the unique cherub, or the karuf hanoyuchad. So you can see the introduction of what appears to be a kind of new concept of Jewish metaphysics is going to be decisively important as we get into the Kabbalah. There's simply no understanding of the Sephirot without this idea of emanation. A slightly later work, the Sefer HaChaim, is also going to employ the idea of emanation. It is going to rely primarily on a scientific or philosophical understanding of the Sefer Yetzirah to accomplish this task. This text is somewhat interested in the idea of intermediate divine powers, and even enumerates them sometimes as a kind of decad, following the ideas to be found in Sefer Yetzirah, though the text is primarily interested in the spiritual ascent of the soul into the divine world. So as we can see, by even the middle of the 12th century, some of the basic metaphysical building blocks that are going to become central in the development of the Kabbalah are already being developed. Specifically, we have the idea of emanation, or ha'atzalah, being applied at least at some level to the idea of the Sephirot to be found in the Sefer Yetzirah. And it's the combination of those two ideas that's going to be decisively important in the first real text of the Kabbalah, the Sefer Bahir, or the Book of Illumination or Brightness, although, despite others, the text itself takes the form of the popular medieval midrash, a kind of running commentary on the Hebrew Bible in which the primary hermeneutics are metaphor and allegory. So here, even it's going to be incredibly impactful. As you probably know, the Sefer Zohar takes the exact same form typically, a kind of midrash. So even at the level of literary format, the Sefer Bahir is going to be incredibly influential in the development of the Kabbalah, just in the same way that the Sefer Bahir is a midrash attributed to the ancient scholar Nechumya ben Hakana. In the same way, the Zohar is going to be a similar kind of mystical midrash attributed to Shimon bar Yochai. So even in the form of literary format, the Sefer Bahir is incredibly influential. It sets the stage for the Sefer Zohar at the literary level. Despite being traditionally attributed to Nechumya ben Hakana, a first-century scholar roughly contemporary with Yochanan ben Zakkai, the exact author and the geographical place of composition of this text is unclear. However, I do think that Ronit Meroz makes a very interesting argument about a possible Babylonian context for the writing of this text, the Babylonian vowel notation. However, the jury's out, and the origin of the text remains rather mysterious. As I mentioned earlier, the text is composed of about 200 short midrashim, the internal organization of which is unclear. The old joke is that the writer must have taken the text, written it all out, and thrown the pages into the air, and edited them together based on how they fell. The text just makes that little sense in terms of internal organization. Despite this editorial jumble, the text does contain several important elements in the development of the Kabbalah, from explicit theosophical speculation to attempts to understand the exact nature of the composition of the Hebrew alphabet, of course another very important topic in Jewish mysticism. Perhaps the single most topic discussed for the development of the early Kabbalah in the Sefer Bahir is the idea that the 10 Sephirot originally found in the Sefer Yetzirah are in fact 10 divine emanations. While the 10 Sephirot Belima first appear in the Sefer Yetzirah, in that text they're not divine emanations, they're principles through which, along with the Hebrew alphabet, creation itself is produced. In fact, in that text, there's equal principles as opposed to emanations of the divine. Of course, I can't understate just how important this innovation is. The linking of the Sephirot from the Sefer Yetzirah with the idea of Ha'atzalah in a concrete way here in the Sefer Bahir is simply foundational for the kind of theosophical speculation of the Zohar and, by extension, of all Kabbalah itself. Further, the Sefer Bahir is the first text to explicitly link the Shekhinah, or the divine presence, with the feminine gender. While the Shekhinah appears as early as the Talmud, it's only in the Sefer Bahir that there is an explicit, concrete idea that this entity is in fact feminine. The text in fact refers to her as the Matronita. So it's here that the idea of the Shekhinah as a woman or a feminine divine presence is introduced, and so importantly, into the development of Kabbalah. Of course, as I'm sure you know, a great deal of later Kabbalistic speculation, especially to be found in the Zohar, has everything to do with the uniting of the masculine and feminine aspects of God. Of course, that's not possible if there aren't any feminine aspects of God. And it's here in the Sefer Bahir we first see the idea concretely introduced. Now, the earlier scholars detected a kind of Gnostic influence in the Sefer Bahir's description of the Matronita, or the divine feminine presence. Specifically, she's described as an exile from the side of light, or a princess from a faraway land. And several earlier scholars have detected the idea that this may be something of an echo from the old Sophia myth we found in some forms of Sethian Gnosticism. Though it's also possible, perhaps even likely, that some of the language around the divine Matronita is also coming from medieval romances and courtly literature. The Sefer Bahir positively abounds in allegories and metaphors about kings, queens, and their courts. And at this point in scholarship, terms like Gnostic are being used more and more sparingly with greater and greater precision. While scholars have searched for about a century and a half now for any other literary connection between the Sefer Bahir and other so-called Gnostic groups, like the Cathars, no definitive connection has been found. So the jury's out. Exactly how the Sefer Bahir comes to develop the idea of the divine Matronita remains ambiguous, mysterious, and unclear. Further, Bahir is one of the ways to link the idea of various kinds of sheep or tree of life, buds, leaves, and flowers, representing various kinds of the divine world. Again, former scholars link this idea of the divine fullness, especially using the metaphor of a tree, back with the idea of the ancient Gnostic pleroma. Although, again, this idea is heavily contested in just exactly how the Sefer Bahir adopts and develops this idea, again, remains mysterious. Of course, the idea of the 10 Sephiroth being arranged into the so-called Tree of Life configuration is going to become the dominant way in which the Sephiroth are represented. However, we should use a bit of caution here. Many of the earliest configurations we have of the Sephiroth don't actually list them as a Tree of Life. They rather list them as kind of nested one upon the other, a bit like Russian dolls. So it's important to note that in Kabbalistic texts, especially the Zohar, the Sephiroth themselves are not fixed into one kind of configuration. They all exist in a kind of dynamic relationship with one another depending on the conditions within the God, or even the conditions here on our world. And so the idea is that the position of all kinds of factors, they're incredibly dynamic. It's only much later that the Sephiroth becomes stabilized or standardized in the configuration such that they lose that kind of dynamism. Finally, the Sefer Bahir is account of theodicy, or the order of evil. While in some sections of the text, evil is simply part of the divine order of things, even just pure negation. In those sections, evil is a bit like cold and dark. It's simply the negation of heat and light. In that way, evil in those sections can be said to have no independent reality on its own. However, in adjacent sections, the Sefer Bahir comments on the nature of the primordial tohu vavohu, the desolation and chaos that seems to have pre-existed the physical realm in the book of Genesis. In the Sefer Bahir's commentary on those sections, it seems that the primordial desolation, or bohu, was filled only with peace, while the primordial tohu, or chaos, was filled only with evil. And it's there that we begin to get something like a dualistic theory of good and evil, perhaps again, as earlier scholars are emerging from a Gnostic context, interest in the nature of incredibly important and later Kabbalistic developments. Again, indeed, this interest in primordial evil and evil more generally, especially demonic evil, is going to dominate the imaginations of many Spanish Kabbalists, up to and including the development and composition of the Sefer Zohar. Given all these dramatic developments to be found in the Sefer Bahir, it's no wonder that this text is considered by most to be the foundational text of the Kabbalah as we know it. However, at around the same time that the Sefer Bahir appears, another theosophical school appears as well. This school is often referred to as the Contemplation Circle, or the Iyun Circle, named after the central text that seemed to have emerged from this circle, the Sefer HaIyun, or the Book of Contemplation. Exactly where this group originated is, you guessed it, mysterious, Gershom Scholem actually argued that they were early 13th century group primarily in southern France, while more recent scholarship led by Mark Vernon has argued that they're a later 13th century group primarily located in Spain, probably in the Castile region. Regardless of the mystery of the Iyun Circle about the popular of those works, the works of the Iyun Circle seem to represent a kind of theosophical Kabbalah independent of the idea of the 10th Sephirot as emanations of God. Sephirot do appear in some of the texts of the Iyun Circle. They seem to be functioning much more like they did in the Sefer Yetzirah, as ontological principles of creation. The Sefer HaEyun, or the Book of Contemplation, is attributed to a certain Rabbi Shammai and survives in several recensions, specifically a shorter and a longer recension. And in this text, we have a very detailed, although obscure, description of the nature by which creation comes into being. What's perhaps most conspicuous about the Sefer HaEyun is the exact number of divine powers that it enumerates. It enumerates 13 rather than 10. But this does make some sense if one considers that in classical rabbinical Judaism, God is thought to have 13 rather than 10 attributes. Of course, it's from the Sefer Yetzirah that this number 10, the 10 of the Sephirot, emerges. So here, in the rather enigmatic Sefer HaEyun, we have another theosophical theory about the origin of the Olam, or reality. But rather than having 10, we have 13 divine powers. Of course, the Sefer HaEyun is a very mysterious bit of wisdom, allegedly revealed to Moses by angelic forces. This rather mysterious text deals with a wide range of mystical topics, including vowel vocalizations, the nature of the divine name, and the order of creation itself. And it positively abounds in images of light, fog, sparks, and ether. Indeed, one of the principal images this text invokes are the sparks thrown off by the blows of a blacksmith's hammer. That exact image will reappear in the Sefer Zohar as an explanation for the nature of evil. That evil itself is a kind of dross thrown off in the act of creation. Despite or because of its enigmatic nature, the Fountain of Wisdom went on to become much more popular than the Sefer HaEyun. In fact, it was necessary reading if you were to study under the famous Kabbalist Moshe Cordovero. And even the founder of Hasidism, the Baal Shem Tov, spent more time teaching this successor, though there of Mestra, than any other mystical text. As we can see, this is a serious case in which the Fountain of Wisdom became more important and more influential than the central text of the Iyun Circle. A final text that emerged from the Iyun Circle that's worth mentioning here is the Perush Shem Shel Arba Otiyot, the commentary on the four-letter name. In this curious text, we have the prophet Jeremiah studying the Sefer Yetzirah with his son over the course of 3 years, during which they make an artificial humanoid, the golem. It appears that after the golem is created, it becomes violent, as the golems do, and Jeremiah's son destroys it. This text is fascinating because it's one of the 3 earliest to actually mention the animating property of the golem, the writing of Hashem Elohim Emet on the forehead of the entity. But by erasing the aleph of the word Emet, truth, it becomes Met, or dead, and the golem dies. Along with the discussion of the creation and destruction of the golem, we also have a discussion of the 42-letter divine name we found in the book of Genesis, along with some quotations from the Fountain of Wisdom. So the Iyun Circle is very interesting for its combination of theosophy, although it's 13 rather than 10 divine manifestations, and for the interjection early development of Kabbalah itself. As we know, the development of the Kabbalah is just that, a developmental story, with some strands barely from the first few centuries and many surviving even to this day. The transition from rationalist philosophy to speculative theosophy, pure mystical insight, the Kabbalah is going to have various beginnings, middles, and ends. In our second episode of the exploration of the early Kabbalah, we'll turn our attention to the first true Kabbalist, Rabbi Isaac the Blind, called Sagi Nahor in Aramaic, literally full of light, and then to the first great Kabbalistic systematizer, Rabbi Azrael of Gerona, and then to the circle of the Cohen brothers in Castile, whose exploration of evil remains some of the most shocking in the history of Judaism. And of course, it would be that region of Spain that would see the publication of the Sefer Zohar, or the Book of Radiance, the crown jewel of the Kabbalah. So stay tuned for the next episode. If you're interested in the history of Kabbalah, its influence, or Jewish magic, make sure to subscribe to Esoterica. These are all core content topics on our channel. Further, if you'd like my work of making free, accessible, and scholarly content on topic, it's your contributions and support that make Esoterica. Thank you. As you probably know, the literature on Kabbalah is very uneven, and even when it is solid scholarship, it can become very specialized very quickly. And I'll say that the single best volume in English for tackling topics in early Kabbalah is a volume by that name, Early Kabbalah, edited by Joseph Don and found in the Classics of Western Spirituality series. The whole series, in fact, is really wonderful as a balance between spiritual and academic research, and I'll say that this volume is especially good, especially if you're interested in the development of Kabbalah. It has copious notes, there's a wonderful introduction. So this volume is a really great introduction to many of the texts that I've discussed in this episode and in the next episode, and it's just really worth having if you are a student of Kabbalah or interested in the development of Kabbalah. It's relatively inexpensive and very much worth having. Further, if you're interested in the Eden Circle, you absolutely have to check out Mark Berman's edition of the text to be found from that. The translation is magnificent. He reproduces the original Hebrew text in various recensions, and the introduction and analysis are very, very solid. So again, interested in the Kabbalah, especially the Eden Circle, you absolutely have to check out this text by Mark Berman. If you're interested in studying the Sefer Bahir, there's good news and bad news. The bad news is there is no standard academic edition with a critical apparatus of the Sefer Bahir. The good news is that R.A. Kaplan of Blessed Memory's translation of the Sefer Bahir is pretty reliable. Although I will give one caveat, in fact the exact same caveat I gave for his edition of the Sefer Yetzirah, and that is R.A. Kaplan was a practicing Kabbalist, specifically in the Lurianic school of Kabbalah, and he interpolates a great deal of Lurianic ideas back into both the Sefer Yetzirah and into the Sefer Bahir. Of course, as we saw, that's a bit anachronistic because the Lurianic Kabbalah is primarily a 16th century, really a 17th century phenomenon, where the Sefer Bahir dates probably all the way back to at least the 12th century. So interpolating from many centuries later back onto the Sefer Bahir, while chemically rigorous. However, I will say the translation of the Sefer Bahir in Kaplan's edition is relatively free of these kinds of interpolations, so it's primarily occurred in its commentary. What's also nice about the R.A. Kaplan edition is he does provide an edition of the Hebrew text at the very end, although it lacks a lot of the traditional commentary. So this edition is well worth picking up, it's relatively inexpensive, and it does give an English-speaking audience access to the Sefer Bahir, both in a good translation, and you can cross-reference the Hebrew there in the back of the text. Of course, the standard edition is in the Margaliot edition, which is interesting because it's actually bound with the Tikkunei Zohar, which reveals something interesting about the history of scholarship on Kabbalah. It was in fact Gershom Scholem who was the first scholar to truly recognize that the Sefer Bahir was as early as it was, and was in fact the first text that disseminated Kabbalistic ideas, despite the fact that the traditional editions, the Sefer Bahir itself to be later, is actually attached here in the standard edition to the Tikkunei Zohar and the Margaliot edition. At any rate, the Kaplan edition is perfectly fine, and if you want to get into the Sefer Bahir, that is going to be the entryway, especially understand English. Well, we have at least an episode to cover before we get to the publication of the Sefer Zohar, so I hope you'll join me when that episode appears. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and you've been watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane side of history, philosophy, and religion. In many ways, alchemy and Kabbalah are a match made in heaven, of a shirt. Both understand reality as a series of dynamic transformations and correspondences with basically every element. From the inner recesses of the Godhead is connected in a vast, though as of yet imperfect harmony. Of course, it was precisely the task of both the Kabbalist and alchemist to heal this imperfection, a combination of metallurgy and messianism. Further, both alchemy and Kabbalah are siblings in a sense, at least in the European theater. Alchemy was first introduced into Europe on February the 11th, 1144 by Robert Chester, and the earliest Kabbalistic texts, such as the Sefer Bahir, and the schools of Kabbalah appear in southern France and Spain at nearly the exact same time. Indeed, the crown of the Kabbalah, the Sefer Zohar, or the Book of Radiance, appears toward the end of the 13th century, and the first major European alchemical text, the Summa Perfectionis, also appears around the turn of the 14th century. If you're interested, I've made episodes on both the origin of Kabbalah and alchemy in the European theater. Check out some of my playlists on alchemy and Kabbalah if you're interested in those topics. Given all this, you won't be surprised to learn that we became deeply connected in literature. In this episode, I want to explore a text in which both alchemy and Kabbalah are perhaps most deeply seized a dash of magic. This text is the wonderful Eish Metzaref, or the refiner's fire. Here we find alchemical preparations, metallic correspondences with the divine emanations or the Sephiroth, magic squares, and the idea that nature and the divine reflect and refract one another in one vast totality. I hope you'll join me as we explore this wonderful, though little-known text, Eish Metzaref. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. Before diving into the text of the Eish Metzaref, let's say a little bit about what I mean by both as the attempt to understand the nature of, nature through an experimental process largely under an Aristotelian framework, along with what is called the sulfur-mercury theory of the metals. That theory was that the metals themselves were formed deep within the earth through a series of exhalations which conditioned some ratio of sulfur and mercury, resulting in the various metals in various states of impurity, such as lead and tin, or in certain states of purity, such as silver and gold. The task of the alchemist was to unlock the secrets of this process and heal nature, to use their language, resulting in the ability to transmute metals one to another, to create universal solvents like the alkahest, and to produce elixirs which could greatly extend life. What I mean by Kabbalah, various realms of existence, and this form of theosophy is especially interested in the 10 Sephiroth, or a series of dynamic divine emanations which serve as both moments in the divine dynamism and the bridge between the utterly transcendent divine and the divine immanent to our realm of existence. Importantly, Kabbalah is very tied to Jewish scriptures, down to the very letter. Really down even to the very shape of singular letters of the Hebrew text. So scripture is not only a narrative of history or legal codes, but also a map of the divine dynamism itself. To be sure, both alchemy and Kabbalah are much more complicated than this, but I hope these stipulative definitions can help us get on the same page. Frankly, much of what passes for both alchemy and Kabbalah these days has basically nothing to do with the historical reality of either. So situations then running. Let's call it fact. As I mentioned in the introduction, alchemy and Kabbalah are, in many ways ideally suited to be combined or at least put into conversation with one another. In fact, alchemical ideas appear in the Kabbalah as early as the Sefer Zohar, or the Book of Radiance, the most important text of the Kabbalah. There we have a sustained passage which provides a theory of the origins of the metals based on the cardinal directions and Aristotelian elements, similar to the standard alchemical accounts of the time, though with a distinctly Kabbalistic twist. At Zohar Volume 2, 23 base to 24 base, we learn that there are four primordials, or Kadma A, that are something like polar directions of the universe. Further, there are four elements, or Yesodim, fire, water, air, and dust, which basically correspond to the basic metals, gold, silver, copper, and iron. Why dust and not mine? In the Hebrew Bible, it is the dust, or the Adamah, out of which the human being emerges. Thus, the term has a sense of fecundity in Hebrew. In the Zohar, it is the dynamic relationship between the Kadma A and the Yesodim which produce the primordial metals, which in turn produce further elements. Again, what's keen about the Zohar's understanding of the origins of the metals is that it's all about a dynamic series of relationships rather than a single moment of fixed creation. I should also mention that there is a wonderful section in Volume 1, 249 base that talks about how Solomon became so famously wealthy. In this account, David, quote, perfected the moon by singing to it, thus causing it to rain down transformatory light, which transmuted Israel into gold, thus explaining the now famous line that silver, or money, was of no value in Solomon's time. It was as common as the dust of the earth. It was the dust of the earth, perfected by the light. David perfected. This image is kind of lovely, again showing how in the Zohar's imagination, not only does influence rain down from the heavens, but also human activity can change the heavenly, even the divine world itself. A really fascinating idea about the parallel flow of divine energy. Of course, Kabbalah and alchemy would continue to interact in the centuries following the publication of the Sefer Zohar. Hebrew translations of various alchemical texts also show a very strong Jewish interest in alchemy as well. Though this should be pretty unsurprising, as early as Pseudo-Democritus and Zosimus of Panopolis, Jewish interest in alchemy was well established. Zosimus really attributed a lot of alchemical wisdom to the Jewish people. And of course, Miriam the prophetess was also, well, Jewish, Maria the Jewess. And she's gonna get her own episode as well, don't doubt it. Of all the texts which combine alchemy and Kabbalah, I'd like to argue that none are more technically or theoretically thorough as the Aish method. The text is a reference taken from Malachi 3 in the Hebrew Bible. I'm going to use the Hebrew name here because the name Malachi just has serious Children of the Corn vibes for me. And also, Malachi is much more likely to be a title than a name, something like My Messenger or even My Angel. Children of the Corn aside, we're told there's going to be a coming messianic figure who will, quote, sit as a refiner and purifier of silver. He will purify the sons of Levi and refine them like gold and silver. וישב מצרף כסף ותיחר בני לוי וזקק אותם כזהב וככסף. Again, the idea of purification and rectification being themes in both Kabbalah and alchemy. The text itself is anonymous, and sadly the Hebrew original has been lost. It apparently survived in an Italian edition, which has also been lost, but was rendered into last volume of Christian Nor van Rosenroth's monumental text, Kabbalah de Data, or the Kabbalah of 1677. Though even in the Kabbalah de Data, spliced and kind of shuffled around, and even the text is published in 1677, dating the original isn't easy. From internal evidence, it seems clear that the author knew the 1548 Pardes Rimonim of Moshe Cordovero, but not so much the Lurianic Kabbalah, which more or less supplanted the Cordoveran system. So we can kind of tentatively date the Ishmat Zarev to the later half of the 16th century, but it could have really been any time between then and 1677 with the publication of Kabbalah Data. The text begins by instructing the would-be Kabbalist? Yeah? No? At any rate, they have to emulate the prophet Elisha in his disdain for worldly wealth, thus becoming like the primeval nature, or tohu, empty, void, thus able to receive Kabbalah. Of course, we're reminded both Elisha's name and the word tohu are equal to 411, which may be information for some of you. Sorry. Further told that the divine system of the 10 Sephirot, or the divine emanations, appear at all levels of reality, from the apex of reality in the realm of pure emanation, or Atzilut, to the lowest world of Asiyah, or becoming, or action. Thus, even in our world, the divine emanations are expressed or reflected in the natures of the various metals. We're told that corresponding to the divine hiddenness of Keter, called substratum of all metals, which never appears as itself in itself. From this occult root metal flows lead for chokmah, tin for binah, silver for chesed, gold for gevurah, iron for tiferet, and zach and hod represent a kind of androgyne brass, and yesod with its watery seminal quicksilver, and malchut is linked less than the true medicine of the metals. Interestingly enough, another schema is also briefly introduced, but never really discussed, in which mercury, salt, and sulfur are identified with Keter, Chokmah, and Binah, while the lower 7 Sephirot reflect the other metals. This seems to actually reflect a kind of Paracelsian variant on this Kabbalistic alchemy, which is really fascinating. Apparently, the author was familiar with both systems and seems to be attempting to show that Kabbalah is fundamentally amenable to both alchemical systems, Paracelsian and traditional. It's a kind of ecumenical attitude that would have had absolutely enraged the dogmatically anti-dogmatic Paracelsus. From here, the text continues to imagine the Kabbalist alchemist as a kind of doctor who repairs the metaphysical world through righteous deeds as informed by the Kabbalah, but also reveals nature itself through the application of alchemy. The Ashemite faith much emphasis on substantial transmutation, that is, the age-old attempt to make gold or silver from base metals. Rather, the Ashemite is interested in the theoretical integration of Kabbalah and alchemy as a way of understanding nature and healing it, to use the language of the text. Of course, armed with Kabbalah and alchemy, this healing, to use that language, could take the form of substantial transmutation, but the author never really seems to emphasize it. It's basically kind of an afterthought. Of course you can make lead into gold, but what's really important for the Ashmet Zarev is understanding the very deep substructure of reality and healing it. From here, the text takes up a survey of the various metals, exploring their natures through Kabbalistic analysis, especially gematria, in which Hebrew words are read as numbers and connections are found at this deeper mathematical or numerological level. For instance, we learn that the divine name El is tied specifically to silver, and Kesef are living silver, both of which are tied to Chab, the Hebrew word for the planet Mercury, is the word for star. They're all equal to the number 49. Of course, this is all linked back to famed Messianic verse there in Numbers 24:17, and a star shall arise out of Jacob, thus revealing both the messianic, redemptive, and transformative power of Mercury and alchemy. Just in the same way that the Kabbalists read the Bible to reveal hidden truths about the Sephirotic vitality, dynamism within Godhead, the author of the Age Myths and Wraith similarly transforms the Bible and Kabbalistic literature more generally into a kind of elaborate alchemical text. Each of the various alchemical metals are given a similar Kabbalistic analysis. One highlight worth pointing out in a long, somewhat complicated analysis of the Hebrew words for lion is that we learn that kafir, the word for a lion cub, the word for greenness, as both have the value of 310 in gematria. Of course, this is a wonderful reference to the most famous alchemical image of all time, the green lion. This substance, which is probably some combination of nitric and hydrochloric acids, or aqua regia, is capable of attacking gold and produces a kind of greenish tint as it does so. Hence, all the images of the green lion attacking the sun in so much alchemical art. Here, in Age Myths and Wraith, we can add a Kabbalistic analysis of this most famous alchemical process. Finally, there's an interesting adjunct of magic to the text as well. I mean, we're doing alchemy and Kabbalah, we might as well add magic and make it esoteric-er. At any rate, several of the Kabbalistic metal analyses also contain magical squares which represent the metals in question. The author of the Age Myths and Wraith refers to these as kamayot, kamia singular. This is the word for a magical amulet in Hebrew. For instance, we're given what is perhaps the single most magical square at the famed Sator square, and that's a square for the planet Jupiter and the metal tin. Of course, the square is for appearing in both Albert Durer's 1514 Melancholia, where it's likely being used there to magically reverse just that Saturnic state. Of course, it also importantly occurs in the second of Cornelius Agrippa's 3 books of occult philosophy. Here, in Age Myths and Wraith, the author links the Hebrew word for 10, badil, with the number 34 and a kind of gematria pun on the Hebrew word dal, which means poor. I think, or I suppose, pointing to the poor value of 10. Several other kamayot are also given, some appearing in Agrippa and others not. Just where the author of the Age Myths and Wraith obtained or generated these word square amulets isn't clear, but again, a fascinating magical connection to both Dürer and Agrippa. The Age Myths and Wraith ends with an analysis of sulfur and concludes with a kind of alchemical quotation: treasure and oil are found among the wise. Of course, the treasure here could be riches of alchemical, but I think it's more likely wisdom given the overall tenor of this text. Oil also has a connotation of luxury, but also has a kind of messianic image, perhaps pointing to the power of Kabbalah and alchemy to do the work of cosmic and natural healing, transmutation, and redemption. The Age Myths and Wraith is a fascinating text weaving Kabbalah, alchemy, and magic together into an analysis more fundamentally interested in understanding and healing nature than in creating riches in the form of gold and silver. In this way, it's much closer to the kind of spiritual alchemy that interests more modern people. The text's anonymous author created a wonderful synthesis, and we're lucky that this text has survived for us to pour over now. If you're interested in the history of alchemy, Kabbalah, or magic, make sure to subscribe. Also, if you want to support my work of producing quality, accessible, if you're interested in the history of alchemy, Kabbalah, or magic, consider supporting my work on Patreon or with a one-time donation. Myths and Wraith is preserved in Christian Norman Rosenhaus' monumental Kabbalah Data, or the Kabbalah Uncovered, that was published in 1677. I've included a link in the description below to the entire first volume in digital form in Latin. Unfortunately, no English edition of this entire text has ever been produced, which isn't surprising considering it is gigantic. And further, sections which have been translated into English are, let's call them unreliable. Luckily, Raphael Patai has translated basically the entire text. He doesn't render the long quotations from the Zohar, but he does give you the references in the standard Aramaic edition if you want to look those up, or cross-reference some, which is the only English edition of the Zohar I really recommend. All given with incredibly helpful notes in chapter this very important volume, The Jewish Alchemists. Unsurprising about Jewish alchemy. So if you want to read the text in detail, I would consult it there. This text is also extremely helpful because the Eish Metzareh isn't presented in the Kabbalah Danudata as one continuous text, but sort of broken up into pieces. Patai does the incredibly important work of reassembling the text in order, work that we should all be grateful for. Also, if you're interested in alchemy more generally, make sure to check out the recommendations in the description below for a collection of scholarly, reliable primary and secondary sources about alchemy for anyone wanting to get started to dig a bit deeper into this wonderful topic. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and you've been watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion.
Alright, let's remember, folks, we're on number 13.
Hey, this is Redman coming to you live from the Road Famous Comedy Store main room for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Get up on Tony, let's play.
Wow, how exciting is this? Podcast in the world, live podcast in the world. The great Brian Redman's here, everybody.
Hey.
Fuck yeah. And look at that, it's the great house artist Ryan J. Evil right there. Wow. Live in the flesh. Look at that, his markers on the video screen and everything. How exciting. What a production. How about a hand for Danny Lucas on the brand new lighting system here at the Comedy Store? Its debut, the first time there's been new lights here in about 80 years. So that's very exciting. We just had an unbelievable show in Swansea, Massachusetts. Over 1,000 people came out to see us right between Providence and Boston. We're going back to Boston April 9th. Stand-up shows for me, April 10th and 11th. And we're going to London this weekend. I do believe there's still some tickets to see me do stand-up March 5th through 6th. That's 4 shows of stand-up comedy where I headline. The great David Lucas will be opening for me all weekend there in La Jolla with Punky Johnson featuring. And, 2 Kill Tonys on March 8th. Then to Ventura. We go to Ventura, California, March 12th to 1st as well. Skank South, March 27th to the 28th. That's a really big deal. And Miami gets their first ever Kill Tony April 3rd. Me doing a stand-up show in Miami Improv April 4th. Go, sure, absolutely. And Red Moon Tower, April 22nd and 23rd. And there's no show here on April 20th. The Fun Fact 420. There will be no Kill Tone here. I will be in Vancouver opening an arena.
Maybe we should do a comedy show.
The great Joe Rogan. Yeah, maybe they'll
Kill Tony comedy show.
Nope, it's not going to be a Kill Tony comedy show. Because I'm Tony. And,
secret show.
Yeah, you can call it whatever you want to do.
Doodle show.
There you go. Sure, there you go. This is great. We're continuing the sweet momentum of the start of the show here. And fun stuff. Shout out to Caveman Coffee, giving us perhaps too much energy here tonight. Delicious Vito's Pizza on La Cienega, keeping us fed. You go to RyanJUbelt.com to get your most recent Kill Tony prints of all your favorite episodes and of the road shows. Very exciting stuff. What a team we have surrounding us. You know, it's not easy to find a team like that. Hiring used to be hard. Multiple job sites, stacks of resumes, a confusing to go to one place to get it done, and that's ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. Brian?
Yeah, ZipRecruiter sends your job to over web's leading job sites, but they don't just stop there. With their powerful matching technology, ZipRecruiter scans thousands to find what the right one is, what the best experience you can have, and invites them to apply to your job.
Yeah, what else?
You can also add screening questions to your job listing so you can filter candidates and focus on the best ones.
Yeah, you can find someone that knows how to read.
Yeah.
ZipRecruiter is so effective that 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And right now, to try ZipRecruiter for free, our listeners can go to ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. That's ZipRecruiter.com/KILLTONY. ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. Absolutely doodly. Easy breezy. I ate some delicious. Got it through Postmates. When you need wine at 4 p.m., sushi at 9 p.m., a breakfast burrito at 8 a.m., and an ibuprofen at 10 a.m., you can Postmate all of it. Postmates is your personal food delivery, grocery delivery, what kind of delivery service you need all year round.
And it's anything you're craving. Postmates, they can deliver. Like, we were at a hotel in Swansea, and there was no restaurants anywhere near the place. I just got Postmates, got some great lasagna delivered to my room. It's amazing. It's open 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. That's every second, you know, if you think about it. Postmates will bring you what you need within the hour.
Absolutely. Anything you're craving, Postmates can deliver. Download the app for iOS or Android for free. Browse local restaurants and businesses and track your delivery in real time. And for a limited time, Postmates is giving our listeners $100 of free delivery credit for your first 7 days. To start your free delivery, download the app and use Tony. That's Kill Tony, all one word, for $100 of free delivery credit for your first 7 days when you download the Postmates app. Anything you need, anytime you need it, Postmate it. Download Postmates and save with the code KillTony. Yeah. You guys ready to start tonight's episode, huh? Exciting one. We always have one of the funniest comedians in the world on this show. This week is no different. In fact, this might be absolutely one of my favorites on the planet. It's his first time as a guest on Kill Tony, so let's see how loud this place is. Gentlemen, the great Donnell Rawlings. Wow. Yeah. Fuck yeah. My mind's telling me no.
They're apropos of nothing.
My body.
Jaffelme in the chat right now, he is just like a pull string for homeless cats. References. Like they're apropos of nothing. He just shoot. What are we doing here? Yeah, of course. Yeah, just the lingo. Jaffelme, as someone who's both an after-hour listener and a loyal homeless cat, you should clip us more in there. Put us in there. But it's got to be like it. Easy drop 6 a.m. to the after hour channel specific. The cameras are off. Yeah. Well, I guess the question, you guys ever think about renting out a storage unit for future pods? Best brain on earth, Papa. I mean, if the storage unit is available, I mean, I don't see why we can't open up a podcast studio in a storage unit. There's probably some issues with doing that, some sound issues, some stuff like that. It wouldn't be my first choice. I would like a soundproof place. But hey, man, I think they did that because I saw that if I were to imagine I don't think they brought up the car stuff. So maybe it seems like a stupid idea, but they for better or worse, they've made it work. Questions you want to answer? Better or worse to the end of the I think it could have been done better. There's a lot. And it's not easy. And I think they're doing it on a very obviously, everybody hyped the video. I hope so. Shout out Nathan. I don't know if you love us, but I hope they love us. They love us. They love us. Good. Afix, he's a con buddy. He's a warrior. Yeah. I'm guys. The place I'm staying at. Check this out. The service is up. Like that's your actual place. It was so nice. I know it's only. I think it's like a cool 3 minutes. I mean, one day maybe we pull all of our after-hour money together. Let's do this. Yeah, cool girl. Wow, the skinny pull. Oh, are you opening up? Wow, that's fancy. Isn't that sick? Dude, so you can close that and you can like walk on it and stuff? Yeah. Dude, wow, that's genius. I love that. Cause and the other side just takes up the whole backyard. Yeah. Wow. Dude, wow, that's amazing. Yeah, look at this shot. So look at those cactuses. Those are cacti. Nice. Does it smell like smoke near you today? It doesn't. Kind of. I smoke out here. Well, yeah. I mean, because in our hood, there was did you see that, like, fire? Another day, another fire. I didn't see it. There was a structural fire in Boyle Heights, and it was, like, the storage place that had, like, an ammonia leak or something like that. It caught fire, and then I think it was, like, Wednesday or Thursday. All of LA was all black smoke. I don't know if you saw that. How the fuck did I miss that? I don't know. Everybody seemed to have missed it, but it was like all of East LA was all like a trail of black smoke. And Brendan Schaub's producers, Cheddar Bob, and that other guy, that Casey and the other one. I can't figure out the guys with the beards. Anyway, they trashed Schaub for doing a podcast out of a storage unit and admitted that he's going broke. Did you hear his little thing of, well, you can't really blame Chin work a budget? It shot that beautiful facility in Calabasas, California, where he had Sick Boy Studios. By the way, that facility sued him for not paying his lease. I think that's since been settled. But they kind of just admitted that they have the money to rent an actual studio, and they trashed him for doing it out of a storage. The audio problems that Chin is dealing with and having to set all of that up. Now, you gotta remember something about these guys. They play into the homeless king. Unlike Schaub, why can't do what guys are doing? Schaub does live streams, but he now has to pretend that he doesn't know what super chats are, because if you send in a super chat, you can ask a question and it gets highlighted in a These guys at least will read their chat. Like, hey, who was cats? You see how they have a trash, but then they gave a big excuse. But Shaw is not capable of that. How does Cheddar better than Shaw? It's kind of cool with the covering and thing. Pretty dope. Was it an Airbnb or something? But these guys had to remember when the first one kind of exposed how broke Shaw actually was. On accident, because they were just talking to Chin on the After Hours show, and Chin was talking about switching from the story because Chin and Callan had been complaining, even live on the air, about how terrible it was doing a podcast out of a fucking storage unit. So Sean was like, all right, we're going to go to this barn, and Chin was all excited. He even made a video. He was telling these guys about it on their podcast. And they were like, wait, why is Shop not renting commercial studio space? They didn't know that Shop was being sued and probably couldn't. And they exposed that thing by there. Why is he doing it out of that? But then now Shop lied to Chin and they stayed storage unit building. Just went to a smaller unit because the man is completely broke. So sad to see, but let me know your thoughts in the comments.
CZG's, dude, you need to go on the casual spot when you have time. They always reference you and Chin. I don't know, or Chin, you said you know who they are.
Yeah, we had David So on. And plus, like, Gil, who's Bobby Lee's producer, remember? Him and, yeah, there's some other dudes, yeah.
I'd be down. They reference us in a positive manner or negative? Or have them come to you? Yeah. Again, I forgot logistics, flying in and shit. I'd rather just talk to you guys. True Casablanca, ever think maybe do like a segment for dad talking baseball? I'm sure there's a lot of dads like me that would love that. Yeah, it's tough because if they don't have kiddos, people hate my dad talk. So I gotta figure that out. Rafi, where you at, Black Ross? I know, dude. We miss you, dude. Day one, Chunky. How come we can't send super chat? I don't know what that means, brother.
Let me look that up too, because everything should be available.
True Casablanca also just followed up. Jin somehow send me a message so I can send the Austin crew some golf merch.
Oh yeah, what's that?
Keep True Casablanca. Scroll down, Jim. We got 5 more minutes, kids. You cool? I gotta go to this freaking party. I only watch World Cup soccer once every 4 years, so I act like I'm into it because my Mexican wife's into it. Jordan Young, welcome to the club. Tyson, welcome to the club. MK Yo-Yo, we still have your excursion. I freaking sold it. I regret it. That thing was a 6.0 fucking fully bulletproof. What's that thing? Remember when Brian said he rented one? Yeah, that was great. I was like, even. Johnny says, hey, Big Brown, you start pissing your diet sodas? No, not yet, man. Oh, after the D-Back gig. Did you guys like him on D-Back gig? It's interesting. I'm a fan about the cool hour. Yeah, I just, they're doing the thing because I hate zooming in. I feel like I mess up their flow, and so it allows me to do more live Big Browns. There's the decision there. But I'm back on there. I'm not retired from Golden Hour. I started it, baby. I need to wrap because I jumped again. Keep going. Right there. Heart of the Saints after watching the last episode on the fire with the red light, you think fires will start drinking the piss? Penny Counter, remember that girl? Yeah, who's gonna start drinking the piss after watching that? See that? Convince you to start drinking it. Convince me. We talked afterwards, and I'm like, no, I'm still too scared. Not convince me, but he compelled. That's how they get you. Mike Strait said that work on engaged content keeps it going. The Lord Dude and Chin have is rare. Love the kid supports them. Thanks, brother. And also, I'm 37. I got several kids, but I'm being cautious, taking my time to learn the right way. It was defensive riding, something I've always wanted to do. Responsibly, I don't have the speed like that. Yeah, the issue with motorcycles isn't you, my man. It's the drivers around you. They can't see it. I just can't. I love speed too much. I'm messing up. Chris says you should make appearance on the boys in the back. They brought you up where you said you liked watching them yesterday on the show. Yeah, they're great. They're great. They're great. Those guys know their shit. Rafi says bikes are great but dangerous, so he's got my back and bouncing off a Kia 3 months ago. Yeah, dude, I can't be getting hurt. Do you think Connor and Max come out and feel each other out a bit, or do you think they come out guns blazing? I would imagine Connor feels out more. Now locked up for 5 years, switching that leg. Troy Young says if Connor loses, would they toss him in the hospital? That's not a bad take, brother. Yeah, that's not a bad take at all. I can see that. Again, girl, bring back Food Truck Diaries. Live chat is popping. I'd love to see it. If you're here live, click the thumbs up button. Thanks, Kim.
Brendan Jobs still hates Bobby Lee. So Chin brought up the Casuals MMA podcast with David So and Chop. But first, initial thing was live. Chop was like, yeah, I'll do anything. And he was like, wait, did they say anything negative about me? Yes, stupid, because David So hates you. Now, and that Chop quickly goes to, I'm not interested. The second Chin brought up Bobby Lee. That is Chin's dream job. That's Chin's Super Bowl, as Shaq would say. To be able to get away from this idiot and out of this storage unit with the loud fan going, he would so drop everything and go work for Bobby Lee or David So. But he's stuck with this idiot. You can tell how much Schaub still hates Bobby Lee. How much he probably still blames Bobby Lee for the downfall of his career. I mean, Schaub blames a lot of things, but I'm pretty sure Bobby Lee is at the top of the list, and I'm still convinced that Schaub is convinced that Bobby Lee started the fighter in a kid subreddit, even though that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. But if you don't remember, Schaub accused him of that, and Schaub and Callan called up Bobby Lee, threatened him physically and by using Joe Rogan's name, and it's one of the things that helped destroy Schaub's career. And in recent times, people have asked him about Bobby Lee, and he's always just said, I'm okay with Bobby, but they're not friends. And nor will they be friends, but you can tell Schaub still hates him, still blames him. He blames everybody but himself, because God forbid it just be that he's an idiot sitting inside that storage unit. And David So is obviously very close with Bobby Lee. So, but the second Chin brought up Bobby Lee, you can just see the hate in Schaub's Joe Campbell looking eyes, right as an outlet. He still has a problem with Bobby Lee. But, all the other stuff he was talking about, by the way, oh my God. It's just bullshit on top of bullshit on top of bullshit. But, this is Schaub's prerogative now going forward. Is that a rack with a cigarette holding a Diet Coke? My God. I wish you wore energy drinks, stupid. Look at that glow. But this idiot, friggin', if he got the opportunity to go on that podcast, he should take it, but he's not going to because he still has a deep immensity for Bobby Lee. But Papa just goes. But let me know your thoughts in the comments.
Shit, that's how we people are in the room when it's this dark out there.
Black people love R. Kelly. They can fuck them rapes. Baking soda.
I love it, Donnell. Welcome to the
baking soda. I got baking soda.
Donnell said, Brea.
Nigga, I'm getting rid of ash, nigga.
Absolutely.
I'm in love with the lotion.
It's absolutely true. He actually has a new candle, the black ash candle.
Son, why you blowing my shit up, son?
you let me smell it before the show.
But you told me we weren't going to talk about it, and you told me we we're going to talk about it because, Donnell, you didn't pay for that spot.
I know.
This is what you told me.
He's trying to
get said, Donnell, we make a lot. We're not going to promote your black ass ashy candle. And I committed to coming to your show. Okay, first off, this is a good friend of mine. I didn't know until last week that a lot of people think he's an asshole.
Who told you that?
I'm not going to tell you who said that, but they say that you own your assholeism and they respect you for it. And we would talk about coming on the show. He was like, yo, do my shit. And I'm like, I'm going to do your shit. Right?
Yeah, I kept asking you over and over and over again to do it.
And then I said, nigga, I'm going to do it.
Yeah. Eventually you said
I said that.
But there was also a part where you said that I didn't text you. Meanwhile, you have your red receipts on your cell phone, and I can see exactly when you started ignoring me. True.
I didn't know you. I thought it was somebody else. And then when I finally came on the show, I decided to be here. This is what I didn't know, and we're being friends. There's so many fucking rules.
The only thing I really said was that you're not allowed to interrupt the comedian in 60 seconds, and then you saying,